In terms of you coming back, do you feel like you have maybe a point to prove, like to reach that or go higher again?
Yeah, for sure. Like I know that I didn't play like at my best level in the past since I joined Big. So I want to show like the best version of myself, and I know that I'm better than like in the past.
Nice.
So just want to prove it and show it, and yeah.
How do you like CS2 in terms of Orphan? I know some don't like it, some do. What's it like for you?
I think it's quite difficult to be honest. Like than a CS:GO. So it's I would say medium. I don't like it, but I also dislike it. Don't dislike, So it's like,
And you got to do it, right? It's your role. You got no choice of it. How much else has changed within Big since you were last here?
I think it changed a lot. Like depends like coaching stuff, like also vision and stuff, and also preparing for the game and work ethic. Everything kind of changed, I would say.
Nice. In a positive direction as well. So coming into Cologne, obviously it's a big one for German teams especially, right? How confident do you guys both feel in terms of just the play-in?
In the play-in's really confident. Yeah. I think we are good enough, and we did a lot of practice for the play-ins. When it comes after that, I think we are still good, but I think it's going to be a harder fight. Yeah.
How about you, Citizen?
Yeah, I think so. Same. Like I think we showed a decent level at Blast. Of course, like we lost like 2 out of 3 games against Navi, but the other one, I think against VP, we showed a really good face. We had like everything in our hand and just won.
That VP game for you guys, that was long. That looked like tiring game. That looked like a crazy game. What was that like just to go through? Because it seemed like both of you were making like very long plays. Like they were saving a lot. You guys were saving. I remember multiple times on Dust 2. It's like everyone's just trying to play against each other. So what the hell was going on?
I don't even know. We just won in the end.
just grinding out over time.
The game started really late, I think. So when we finished the first map, I looked at the hour, and it's like 12 o'clock or something. I'm like, oh, guys, but we need to win. And then we went to the third map, but I think we played good. Yeah.
They give you some extra confidence?
Yeah, for sure. Of course, like they made it us a bit like exhausting because they saved a lot and it made our economy like kind of worse. Yeah. So we also need to think, okay, they don't have eco, they saved 2 guns, maybe they'll force up again. So it was like kind of exhausting also for us. But in the end, yeah, of course, it gave us a lot of confidence because we showed what we can do, that we also can damage those teams. And yeah, it was just Navi who just overrun us, but yeah.
They've been together a little while longer, best team in the world right now. You can understand it. Well, I'm going to go bother some of your other teammates. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Being back home intermittently, back in Oz, and then traveling around with these guys, are they better than all the Europeans you were, cheating on us with for a little bit there?
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Everyone's pretty cool. I don't know. Just always had a good experience with everyone I've played with, so can't say too much.
That's not what he told me last night. Or you guys watch it. No, but other than that, how's the prep going into this? Obviously, you had a couple of good weeks of boot camps, and every time you guys seem to have a boot camp, you seem to come into a competition and pull a couple of nice games.
Yeah, boot camp was pretty good. It's always nice to just be able to come over here and sleep for 7 nights and not have to worry about jet lag. That's always the biggest problem for us Australians. So, yeah. But other than that, boot camp was nice. Got to just play games and be a little nerd. So, can't be too mad about it.
What's your favorite thing about Germany? Like, you've been here a few times now. So, what's like good around the area?
Around the area, just probably the bridge walk. Like you always walk to bridge. Yep. Just enjoy, have a nice doner, kebab, couple beers, but not before your game.
Not before the game. Now you're a food guy, so have you found any like cool little cafes that I could dip into after this interview?
No, not yet actually. No, I haven't found anything. I'm sure there is. It's Cologne's cool city, so there definitely is. I just haven't really had the time to look. I'm a busy man now.
Busy man. You're getting ready to beat them, right? Those guys walking over there. Look at them. You reckon you got them if you have to play them again?
Yeah, probably.
Good. I hope so. They're scary. I told Erky to, say a couple of, fighting words to him. Tell Mara to tell him to back off a little bit. So, it's a closer game, and map pool wise, give me a quick take on Vertigo. I noticed you guys have been banning Dust 2. Should we expect that to still be the case going into this, or have we flexed it up a little bit?
We play all 7 maps, so can't really say anything yet. Don't want to give any clues right now.
Hell yeah. Well, no clues given, but maybe we'll get some insight when the games are done. Thank you, Chris.
let's chat about your stand-in player, not this guy. I want to talk about Saw at Blast because he's not with us. So I'll walk over here. You've got to score him out of 10. What was his score out of 10 for overall performance?
9.
That's very nice. You're being very nice. Would you also go for a 9 out of 10?
I think from what we expected from him, it would be up there in those high numbers.
But I'm sure, because he's not here, that there must have been some things he was lacking. Now think about one of your feedback sessions with him, where he sat down and told you all what you need to improve on. I want that same Saw energy, except now you get to focus it in on him. So what does Saw need to improve on as a CS player?
I think it's mostly about the mechanical skills of the game. Yeah, he has been out of the game for a long time, so what can you expect from him? But he was the best flasher in the whole tournament, so I think that's big respect for that at least.
Nert, do you have anything to add to this?
I think experience, game awareness, aim-wise, clutching ability, and like he's not watching radar. He needs to improve with a lot of things.
I see. Oh, we're getting more. Let's go.
Yeah, opening. We wanted an oper, but he never bought the OP in the tournament. So
It was very disappointing. I was there.
that's why I didn't give him 10.
He kept saying it's a you problem, not a me problem with the op. And we were like, what the fuck? What do we do then? I was like, GG.
But now you have a replacement. Warriors here. I mean, it can't be easy coming in. I said Warriors here and he's run away. Where is he gone? I don't know. Okay, well, he's not. You have a problem. You don't have a player. You might have to go get Saw.
Yeah.
This can't be an easy situation for the team. Yeah. It's got to be super frustrating. What have you spoken about as a team? What is the plan? How much time have you had to prep to not have Dexter here?
Well, obviously it's disappointing because we practiced a lot with Dexter. We even started the season earlier, and it's so unfortunate that he cannot be here with us and also in Copenhagen. But yeah, right now we cannot do much. We have to accept what happened and just try to do our best with Voro.
And have you had any time to even really practice with him?
With Voro? Not at all. We met him yesterday for the first time, so we just went through some basic things and we will just play our game, I guess.
Don't worry though, because Saw is at the hotel and he won't get to see this until after they've had to bring him back to play.
Have you ever trained anyone here in capoeira? Capoeira. Yo! Okay, I know nothing about capoeira. I've been thinking about some jiu-jitsu. I've been thinking about getting into a martial art. Could you teach me a basic capoeira stuff move?
It's only the Jinga.
The Jinga, okay. How do I Jinga?
You do like this. No?
Okay, wait. So transfer back. Oh, it's like I'm about to break dance. Yeah, okay. So like this.
And you can kick.
I've seen the cool like the full. Yeah, I'm not ready, but
I did it like a long time ago when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So do you follow the same kind of story of you played a lot of sport, got injured, and then started to play Counter-Strike? Was it like that?
No, I was not injured, but I used to play a lot of sports, football, of course. But I started to play Counter-Strike when I got my first PC, a long time ago.
Okay, yeah. Any other sport histories in the back here? You look like a football player, Safe. I don't know. You look like you play football.
Soccer in college.
I knew it. I just these got they look.
Yeah,
in the States.
Yeah.
So you played college soccer.
Yeah, but it was
sorry.
It was like community college, so it was not big deal. But
well, still a big deal.
Yeah. I used to like it. Yeah, I used to play a lot.
Yeah. So does this Counter-Strike just scratch that kind of competitive itch?
Yeah. And I miss playing soccer, but it's okay. Football.
Looks like you still go outside and touch grass, though. You know.
Yeah, not that much, you know. Yeah, just afraid to get injured, you know. So but I miss it. Yeah.
Insani, you played any sports, bro?
I did judo for like 10 years.
So you guys got to fight.
Nah.
Capoeira versus judo, ultimate showdown.
So I did like 10 years of judo, and then I did a little bit of volleyball as well. And then I came to CS.
So the Counter-Strike kind of it gives you that same feeling, the sports.
Yeah.
100%. And you can just kind of, do you feel when in Counter-Strike, you know, you have that same, you prove that you're better than someone else? Was it like that in judo? Because that's one-on-one, right?
Yeah, I think it's kind of different because in CS you are on a team and in judo you are individual. So I think it's kind of different, but the competition in itself is like the same. You know, you have to be better than your rival and stuff like this. But yeah, that's good.
I want to touch on maybe the Yala event because that was pretty rough for you guys, right? When it was in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, that was not so good. And then the Sky Sports one. What did you feel was the problems there?
Yeah, to be honest, it's the two lands we did, one in Arabia and one in India. It's very different that we can face here, like in the big tournament. The things was a little different, the setup, etc. It's not an excuse, but also we didn't play really well, and the format also it's B1 every match, etc. So it was not
a bit random.
A bit. Not random, but the better team on the day can win. Like it's B1 is sometimes tricky. So yeah, I think here it's better for us. The format, the computer, the environment, everything. Yeah. So I hope we're gonna show good Counter-Strike like we did in Major. So it's important for us to show good Counter-Strike, at least for me. And
I think for everyone.
So yeah, the goal is to play good here.
Okay. And in terms of playing good, when did you guys get back to practice?
We just started, I think, when?
When?
I think we started really fast.
Okay.
Right after the tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Right after the tournament. What we just gave 1 day break, and after that we just started to play again. Okay. Because like when you lose, you need to get him back in the shape. Like there was some missing also, like from the players. We were not feeling the game like we were supposed to do. So we just keep playing and trying to catch the time.
Was it frustrating for you guys to go through that? Because it felt like you guys were on a rise and then it kind of slowed.
Yeah, like I mean, for me, it's like a bit frustrated me because what we showed and what we showed what we're capable of, but we couldn't manage to do anything after that two tournament, and that like anger, frustration, a bit sad, you know, and that's why like we were like personally I tried to do the things for myself like individually more, so maybe I can change the day, you know. It's like I think everyone in the team feeling the same. We shouldn't lose. Anyway, that what he said, like there was like a bit issue with the condition-wise and everything in the tournament, but it's not an excuse because our opponent had the same opportunity. Yep. So yeah, that was in the end, that was our bad, and we should just keep on track and back again in this tournament.
And this tournament, Cologne is obviously always very special. Yeah. Play inside, how confident do you feel for that? Because I look at this and I think this is where Eternal Fire should be guaranteed to go through.
Yeah, like I'm confident about it. Like anyway, we played against the Falcons before, and we managed to beat them many times. And we can do one more time, and after that one more game, and we are in Cologne. So, and I never played in the Lanxess Arena. Wow. And that's like my dream, one of my dreams.
See, in my mind, I was thinking you did it on the mouse time, but yeah, maybe not. Damn.
No, we were also being eliminated from the group stage in Cologne, I think, when I was in mouse. So we couldn't manage the LAN finals, but I hope we can do it now.
He was just telling me you've been playing really well domestically. How good do you feel your chances are for Cologne? Do you think it's easy to go through the play-in?
No, of course not. It's not easy. Yeah. But we are working so hard, and like in the major, we show that we are capable of doing great stuff, and we are here to show it.
I'm glad you mentioned the major, because at the major, people kind of saw pain and they were like surprised of how well you guys were able to do. Do you feel like you're at that level now or better?
I guess we are better as a team and like individually as well. But now we are not like a surprise anymore, I guess, because of the results of the major. So it will be nice.
And just looking at not being in Europe before boot camping, do you feel like that maybe is something you want to do in the future, maybe after Cologne or something like that?
I thought it was something that we need to do, but in major we didn't, and it went well, you know. So it's not like something like you need to practice in Europe, because in Brazil the level of the practice it's good right now. Like some years ago it was like not so serious, but now today it's very cool.
Okay. And looking at the whole team, the whole experience of coming to Cologne right now, can you feel a same bit of magic like you had at the major?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like the team like so connected. We have the snow scenes like the first. It's the first big event, I guess, from him. So it's really great seeing him like the shining in his eyes, like this. It's really cool. It's really cool.
And okay, summer weather's not too bad here. So the weather's good for you guys in Cologne?
The what?
The weather.
Yeah, for sure. It's like hot. It seems like Brazil, so we are in home. Like,
Nice. Had any good food yet?
Yeah, the breakfast today actually. The breakfast.
You got anything you want to do while you're here in Cologne? Anything outside of Counter-Strike?
Eat some good food, like the German ones, try some German ones. I went here just once to the boot camp, so I didn't didn't meet some players, so it's going to be good to know the German culture.
Yeki, still nose to the monitor, man. Have you tried a recline?
Actually, last game I played a little bit further. I saw all the hassle on Twitter, and I was like, okay, guys, okay.
Was it an accurate representation of what it looks like to you in game? Like, how do you
No, that was actually funny. That was super funny, especially the game when I went to 114, right? So it was a little bit rough. I felt sad.
Yeah, well,
but let's not talk about.
Let's not talk about that. No, especially because everyone's been looking pretty damn good, pretty damn happy as well, understandably. How is this transition into integrating 2 new players into the roster, and how is this first tournament vibe? I hate the word vibe, but I'm using it. It seems like the vibes are great right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a thing from both sides. Obviously, like Russ and Torb Mitter did a really great job of integrating the new players on the team, but also kind of like work from them. Justin is staying up late, like every evening, working, talking to Russ about how he can improve, because he switched roles as well. He's not necessarily the full lurker that he used to be playing, and he has a lot more responsibilities in this team. And obviously, Ultimate with crazy shots and. It's just a little bit unfortunate. I think he was a little bit sick at the start of the event, so it was like a little bit maybe stressful. Sure. And but he's getting better now, so I'm glad about that.
Hell yeah.
Okay, welcome to the 1xBet tier list. We're gonna go and talk about the top 24 teams and rank them from 1 to 24. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, 24.
Easy one, right? The local heroes.
Alternate attacks.
Yeah. I mean, these guys, they better be glad that they're from Germany.
Local heroes, though?
Yeah. I mean, no chance, right?
That's good, but at least they're in the tier list.
Yeah, I mean,
24.
I'm not, and you're not, so.
That's true. Okay, 3D Max.
You're gonna throw 3D Max on the second last?
I can't put them ahead of Saw.
Bro, they just won an event, no way. So I'm arguing 2 teams here, right?
Oh.
Either Imperial or FlyQuest.
Okay, I'll give you FlyQuest. I don't know if I can
wanna
give you
go with
Imperial.
FlyQuest?
We can go with FlyQuest.
FlyQuest.
And then you have to give up on 3D Max
Bro,
now.
what do you mean? They're so much ranked higher than all these teams.
You can't, but who are you going to put them over?
They won against the Mongols.
Yeah, but who's not beating the Mongols right now?
Bro, we please look at the South American scene before we throw it.
The South American scene?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not saying they're bad. All these teams are great. Let's just get it out of there.
The problem is we thought Pain was bad, and then they went to the major, and then they were amazing.
You seriously want to throw 3D Max at 22? Bro, do you know how many French fans is going to come at us and be like, do you guys even watch Counter-Strike?
Well, they're crying all the time anyway, so.
Yeah, I mean, they have Apex as their leader. So let's go. Okay, 3D Max. Now you gotta look at South America, bro. Can we get Imperial in there? Thank you. Imperial in there, and then MIBR.
And then MIBR, fine.
Yeah, bro. 3D Max when they watch this, and they be like, yeah, you guys are under these guys. Okay, now we've gotten pretty far already, I would say.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Now the question is, who's the fraud?
Yeah, I think Saw coming in now.
Yeah,
I mean,
unfortunately.
if we spoke a little bit earlier, this Saw so much about 3D Max, that's insane.
That first major just ruined our expectations for everyone.
Okay, sure.
Them, Saw, and Pain, I don't know.
Yeah, Pain. Let's go Pain.
Okay, we can take Pain.
We actually got to grab one of the teams from the opposite, right? I think Heroic. This is assuming that there's a stand-in, right? I think that's...
With a stand-in, it's got to be below Pain. We'll switch Heroic and Pain.
There's 2 options right here, right? It's either big in my book, or it's Eternal Fire.
Okay, Eternal Fire.
And now it's going to be...
Unfortunately, it's 9Z. They're going to be decent.
Yeah, I mean...
They're probably going to be decent. But
are they going to be better than Complexity, Falcons, Fury, or Big? I think
they
Big
could
should
be better than Big.
Yeah, Big needs to go in now,
I think
right?
Big needs to go in now, unfortunately. What a story, though, if they won.
And now 9Z, right?
9Z.
Bro, we have... Wait. Mongols is getting way too high.
Relax.
Yeah,
We're
bro.
not at the Mongols yet.
Yeah, but they're getting to the area where they should be.
We can talk about the Mongols soon.
We can talk about it now.
After Furia.
We believe in the Furia guys not having the best tournament, so you want to throw in Furia?
I do, yeah.
at this point, Mongols needs to go in. Like
You can't put Mongols below Falcons.
Falcons did a decent showing at Blast. Let's be honest.
Why are you doubting Mongols so hard?
They lost to
They
the
got
guys
second
over
place
to the
in
right.
India.
I mean, I know, and they lost to the guys who put at the third last for 3D Max.
How many S-tier tournaments have 3D Max won this year?
One, or is it like to consider the India tournament like they didn't even pre-season?
No, it's a yellow joke.
Okay, so you want to throw in the Falcons?
We gotta respect Mongols.
Fair enough. I think it's crazy. You'll go with it. If your DMs are being spammed, that is your fault.
Yeah, that's fine.
Can we talk about the Mongols now?
Talk about the Mongols now. We have to start talking about them. What about, are they going to do better than Complexity, who just fell apart?
Yes.
They are going to do better than Complexity. So
no, they're not going to.
Oh, they're not going to.
Complexity is going to do
Okay, well, I disagree, but you already let me put them so high, so we'll do Mongols now. They're creating a groundswell right now of decent runs, some bigger runs.
Yeah, but like they should just win that event.
They're impressive at IEMs.
I know, but they should win. If they really were a top team, they should have won that one in India. I'm just saying it. I'm not sure if there was any AC in the playing room or all the.
I bet you anything Complexity lose in India.
They didn't even show up, bro. They would have quit.
They didn't even. They're quitters. They didn't even try.
Yeah.
So, well, Mongols are in at 11. That's fine. And then Complexity.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. This is where it gets interesting. Astralis. He's mad about it. He's upset about that.
No, I'm not upset. I'm just thinking about it.
Yeah.
Realistically, with the thing we've only seen, I think Liquid can also get into it. So I know they beat Na'Vi, but they have three series.
It could be a honeymoon.
Bro, the honeymoon argument, I'm gonna buy it for this one. I think Liquid, realistically, I mean, they have the potential to go...
That's fair. Liquid first, then Astralis?
Yeah, let me just see what's going on up here. Let's get Liquid down there. And then there's an argument. Here we have a discussion. VP or Astralis. I think those are the only two options.
That's true.
VP
are
has
a little
been
bit
pretty
disappointing.
Ass.
Yeah, they are a little bit.
They lost to big. I think
little
VP.
messy.
VP needs to go before.
Before Astralis?
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, you know what? That's fair. I'm down with that. Astralis are actually more trending up, VP trending down a little bit.
Yeah.
Not a great sign so far.
And now I'm going to say something that's going to be surprising you a little bit.
Don't say... Oh, that's the world ranking as well.
I think VP is actually above Astralis on the world ranking. But I think that's realistic, right? I'm not going to be having them as
FaZe are lucky to be 6 right now.
Yeah,
they look really...
There's actually an argument that you can make that Astralis and them should be relatively close.
This is the weakest we've seen FaZe since that period after Antwerp where they didn't win. But they're still competitive. But yeah, they're not winning big BO3s anymore.
No, I think FaZe here.
This event's going to be so important for them.
Yeah, especially if you consider the team has never functioned with the new lineup. They've never gotten that gift from actually winning, so people feels motivated. Now they're just constantly in the cycle of, we attend the tournament, go to the playoffs, go home. Heroic did the same 1 or 2 years ago.
Yeah, FaZe had all those top 2s and they burned a lot of energy. So we'll throw in FaZe then. And now it gets really interesting.
I think if we consider
Should we start from 1 now?
No, still 5. If we consider this is a LAN tournament inside an arena and this is who is supposed to go all the way.
Yeah.
I think we realistically could put Mouse here at 5th.
Mouse at 5th?
Yeah, I mean, inside an arena, they have not shown great signs. That's my only concern.
Thinking about that, I just don't think it's been they had that. The Copenhagen Major was kind of unfortunate, right?
Yeah.
That quarterfinal. So it's not they had that many chances. And then the Pro League was great. And then, you know what I mean? So they're still really strong.
And
Yeah. There are 2 worrying signs.
And this is the top 5, right? So they still have a very realistic chance of making it.
I'm still going to have to put them over G2 for now. I don't...
Power ranking coming into this tournament, I think G2 has been one of the best teams. I'm not saying they're going to be one, but they're better than Vitality on paper if we just look at recent results. And then we also take into consideration they have so much experience.
That's true. But they're also honeymoon as well, in the same way.
Yeah, I know, but they played the EWC. I think that just matters most. They was really tested on the map pool, went all the way to the grand final.
Yeah.
Lost anyway, but I mean...
Yeah, they did play a lot of BO3s.
We can argue for this one? I mean, I think Mouse is great. Is the rock, paper, scissors best of 1? Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors.
Well, sorry for you, G2, you're going in on 5th. Wait, and now we have a new argument.
Well, how can it be a new argument for you if you're going to put Mouse in 5th?
Oh, no mind. Yeah. Wait, we forgot.
Why? Who were you thinking? Vitality?
Yeah, Vitality. Yeah, actually, we just neglected Vitality was even a 4th. We just thought Saiwu was the number 1.
I'm down to put Vitality.
Yeah, let's go. I actually forgot Vitality in this conversation. I actually think
Bro folded under no pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we should probably have talked about G2 and Vitality instead.
Yeah, both matter, yeah.
Do you want to revisit that one?
I think, unfortunately, we haven't seen Mouse play, so we don't know how much worse they would be. Maus at Dallas was really worrying because that was a group stage. It wasn't even the playoffs. But I didn't think that was going to happen again. In terms of complete odds of making it to the winning the entire event, I feel like I still would pick Vitality. Probably. Yeah, it's just that Vitality's current form means that we think Maus will probably be third coming into this. But a big bet on if they're going to play well in playoffs.
It's also a high ranking. I know Maus has done well.
It's a very high ranking.
But third for Maus is really high.
It's high, yeah. But you lost rock, paper, scissors, so
yeah, that's fair enough.
Fifth. Navi number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that Navi is worse, but I just feel like if I have the matchup between Navi and Spirit, I feel like Spirit is just gonna win it 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah,
most of the time. So it just feels a little odd to have Navi as the number 1 and they won EWC.
I think Spirit.
But yeah, I think Spirit is on their best day, the best team in the world, right? Yeah. So Spirit number 1 for me and Navi second.
Yeah.
Now we can, I assume, revisit if there's anything.
I mean, this looks really solid.
I'm just gonna be honest. We have to switch around with 3D Max. They can't be third last, bro. The Mongols is almost top 11, and they are third last. What's going on over there?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess recently Mongols not incredibly good trend.
Listen to this one.
Yeah.
3D Max switch with MIBR, and then 3D Max is also gonna have a conversation about Saw and 3D Max.
You're coming for Saw, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Saw is... I'm remembering the old Saw, right? The major Saw.
Aristos.
Yeah, Aristos.
They just kind of froze up.
Yeah, I mean, Saw is also too high.
Saw is too high. So you want to put 3D Max over Saw?
Yeah, 3D Max over Saw, yeah.
Okay, fine. Let's do 3D Max over Saw. That's fine with me. I could use more French fans.
Yeah, farm them. Let's see.
Should we respect Big more? They did get better by the day, at least. And then Cologne, I mean, if there's any advantage. Remember what G2 did in Dallas with Stewie.
Oh yeah, the home.
Big in Cologne.
You want to put Big above 9C?
I think this is a good, solid list. Happy with it?
Yeah, I still think Maus third is high, but I'll respect it. On a group stage game, where no pressure is applied and they just have to play their best Counter-Strike against each other, I think Maus is potentially even higher than Navi, right? But they're so inconsistent in their way of playing.
I think we're going to Jim Pat masterclass here at Cologne.
He is one of the best players in the world right now. It's pretty sick.
Thanks for doing this with me.
No problem.
Top 24 power ranking coming into Cologne.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
Absolutely phenomenal. And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
For thousands of years, Cologne has been the meeting point on the Rhine.
From the Romans to the Franks, it's been a convergence point for all the visitors from around the world. And in the last 10 years, it's been part of that modern pilgrimage to this cathedral from our esports fans. 24 teams are vying for one of the most prestigious trophies in Counter-Strike. Welcome to Cologne.
We start with stage 1. 16 teams in a double elimination bracket. 2 losses and you're eliminated, you're going home. 2 wins and you march on forward to the second stage, where the stakes get even higher. Here awaits 8 of the world's best teams looking to fight their way to the Lanxess Arena, where only 6 will have that honor. This is the Intel Extreme Masters, Cologne.
This is the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, and over the next several days, it will be a place where dreams are made or shattered as teams face off in the hope of earning their spot amongst the roaring crowd in the arena.
Many players have tasted success inside the cathedral. Just think of Twist, Naf and Elige back in 2019. Fallen, now at the helm of Furia, doing the double with SK back in 2016 and 17. But the score is now reset. Stage 1 of IEM Cologne 2024 is their first hurdle, and one that only half of today's teams will make it over. And for a select few, an extra allure. The prospect of playing in front of their home crowd in the Lanxess. So we caught up with Big to see just how they're going to be making it back to the playoffs for the second time.
Cologne, Germany, Big Clan all coming together. And we do have our very local team when it comes to this, but it's a new, fresh-looking Big. But I want to see for you, Tabson, how important is Cologne? How much does it mean for you?
For me personally, of course, it means a lot. It's my hometown. It's for everyone German player. It's the major itself, you know, and it's a privilege to be here. So for us, it means a lot, and we will show that it means a lot to us.
And in terms of that, you've made lots of player changes in recent times. We've now seen a coaching change come in as well. If we think back to when you were in the grand finals of Cologne, I know it was quite a way away, but how far do you think you are away from making that dream happen again?
To be fair, we are far away, but the tournament is long. It's step by step. We are in the play-ins. We have a lot of games to go on, and I'm also really positive that we can go through and we can go far.
And in terms of that, do you think you should get past the first stage with ease on your current level?
We will not take it as easy, but of course there are many good teams, especially also FlyQuest, Mongol. So in our group, they are really good, and we just take game by game. And I know I have faith in the team, and I have also belief in myself that we can go through definitely.
Don't stop believing if you're a big fan. Let's see if they can get the job done against FlyQuest.
Oh yes, there's certainly no easy road to the Lanxess, but it's a trek that will be beginning today. For over a decade, we've been returning to this historic city, but for the first time in Counter-Strike 2. Speaking of 2, I've got 2 very talented gentlemen up here with me who are equally as excited as myself to be diving into Cologne. Maniac, Bubsky, pleasure to have you with me. This is a great event to be starting off, right?
Oh my God, listen, every time we kick off Cologne, every time I feel a little special about it. It is such a unique event in the calendar. The year of Counter-Strike has been explosive up until this point, and now we get to really, really taste the new season in 24.
Yeah, I mean, I like this place. I have a little bit of a trauma from this place. I lost
trauma? Yeah, you want to share?
Yeah, the semifinals 2-22, losing a 4v2 against Nico and Honda, losing the semifinal to potentially go to the grand final of Cologne. Yeah, that hurts a little bit.
I mean,
but I'm glad to yourself brought me back.
Maniac, you know a little bit about losing in Cologne, don't you?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you for reminding me of the major, of course, 2014, semi-final, third map, 16-14, and then having to see Get Right Cry and the trophy the rest of my life. Yeah, of course.
If I've done my maths correctly, this is your 6th time back here, 4th as an analyst. That's pretty nice,
so
right?
we're talking player and talent combined?
Twice as a player,
yeah.
4 times as an analyst. You're talented, Machu. I think we can say that.
Thanks. This is how I like to start my day. Yeah, we're
bring
starting
you
to have a
down
history.
and then pull you right back up.
Sounds like a romantic song. Any romantic song.
We've got quite a lot of teams to be diving into today, as we're going to be starting off in stage 1. This is the top half of the bracket. We've got another one coming your way very shortly. Any names here, Bubsky, that you are really piquing your attention out of this first selection of teams?
I mean, we spoke about Big, right, being the home crowns of this cathedral, right? They've gone to the playoffs once, but we also have Alternate Attacks, a history with, like, an organization with rich history inside this the German scene.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's my time. Alternate Attacks is my time. 2012, 2013, 2014. But obviously now things are slightly different. We have the rest of the bracket for stage 1. Obviously, a lot of eyes on Liquid and how they've kickstarted their campaign within this new roster. Twist at the helm as a captain. It is going to be tremendously interesting. The Mongols, obviously a team on the up and up. We're hoping to see them make it to stage 2, keep making a dent into Counter-Strike top level, and what a place to do it in Cologne.
Bubsky, tell me how Team Liquid did at Blast. Did they surpass your expectations?
I think they surpassed everybody's expectations, and it was also
beating Navi
crazy.
like that?
Yeah,
Kidding
beating
me?
Navi and also seeing KDN to analyze the games afterwards was kind of unique, right? I mean, it's a hard situation. I think Liquid have been in a spot where they were forced their hand into doing something. It clearly didn't work with the mindset of what KDN wanted to do. And now all of a sudden you have Twist as an IGL. Everybody said it's going to be fail. I also think short term it's relatively easy to plug into that role, but it's the long term effects.
And I like that you mentioned short term, because that's why we can get excited about them. We know they're not exactly ready, but because they've had this incredible start, maybe they carried it over to Cologne with all of the teams that we have on our screen right now.
So it sounds like Liquid are your favorite match coming out of stage 1, or anybody else?
To make it to stage 2?
Yes.
Yeah, I would definitely put them in some of the surefire team to make it to the next stage here in Cologne. That is absolutely for sure. We glanced over it, but Falcons Eternal Fire to start stage 1? Are you kidding me? Like that in itself, that packs a punch and a half. Both of these teams could very much have an application strongly to stage 2.
I mean, there's many of these teams who has a realistic expectations of going through, right? But it's not going to happen because there's so much quality in terms of all these teams.
And speaking of quality, it only gets higher when we move on into stage 2. They're going to be playing in a few days' time. They've got 3 days to, be relaxing, maybe get some practice in, watching out for the other teams that are going to be coming for them. Any names here, Bubsky, that really stick out in terms of, favorites, maybe underdogs? Maybe
Negatively, I'm going to highlight Virtus Pro. I think they're in a group where they can not expect to go through with the play they've shown recently. Mouse is also in a period of time where they need to show they are able to play with inside an arena. I think group stage, they've proven time and time again that they can be one of the best.
You don't want to play them in a group stage.
No, exactly. And you kind of want them to take that next step, right? I think Jim had a great showing at EWC. So I think the potential for this squad is so much.
Yeah, and some of these teams, some of these household names of Counter-Strike, some of them limping into Cologne, bleeding into Cologne, trying to stop the hemorrhage. Talk about FaZe, struggling, Vitality being up and down, no trophy in the cabinet quite yet. We're going to have to keep an eye on them.
On the opposite side, G2. I mean, the fact that they made it to the grand finals of EWC after making 2 roster changes, bringing in a new endgame leader, I didn't expect that, Bubs.
No, I don't think anybody really did. I think everybody within the community and the sentiment was that, Snacks, what are you doing here? You have no deserved right to be inside this roster. No, but I mean, I think everybody was coming in with that expectation, right? That Huxi was somewhat of a decent IGL. He just needed the tactical things to go up in a higher note with the addition of a new guy instead of Nexa. But for surely now, he's proven that he can actually play a decent T side. I think he gives a lot of freedom to his players. And I think this is what's going to bring T2 forth.
I think Snacks has a whole lot of pressure on him because all of the other players are stepping up. Like, you're thinking about Nico is rising to numbers which we used to see in CSGO. Monesi obviously always in the conversation for best player in the world. Mouths is a huge firepower upgrade to Nexa. So now if G2 were to not succeed, then all the eyes would just go straight onto Snacks and so, hey, listen, little buddy, this is you right now. Everybody's looking at you. We're going to have to follow that one.
And I think that's fair enough when we're looking at, the Intel Grand Slam discussion, because guess what happened just before the player break match? G2 won Dallas, which means we get this lovely symmetrical
But you know what I mean,
here.
right? You know what I mean.
It means Falcons are going to win here. I didn't have that on my bingo
I can't
card.
believe Falcons is going to win IEM Cologne. And there's really nothing you can do against math. Like, if you ever watched the Da Vinci Code, it's everywhere. It's in the world. It's in the universe. It's in the particles around us. Nothing could beat symmetry, which means that Vitality would win Pro League. Oh, but, all right. Eventually we go back there.
I'm okay with that, but then they've already blew all their chances.
No, they're never going to win the Grand Slam.
Yeah, they're never going to do it. Who do you think has the most realistic chance of actually taking the trophy here, Bubsky?
I'm going to go for a little gamble here. I think Mouse potentially could.
What? What?
I mean, Mouse? Has a little chance. I mean, let's be honest, like, the Grand Slam is one of the hardest things to achieve, right? Only a few teams have done it. I think they're in a position where they've actually started to get an amount of experience you would need from this roster. Over the long course, I don't see them doing any changes. Therefore, I also think they're going to have the smoothest of runs compared to the other teams?
I know what you mean. The problem is if you want a Grand Slam, you need either Katowice or Cologne in one of these championship events. And we're yet to see that from Mouse. We're yet to see that. If they win here in Cologne, I will apologize profusely. But I feel
realistically,
safe.
don't you think they're like a top 4 for this one?
For Cologne or for the Grand Slam?
One of the top 4 favorites.
I mean, they're top 4 to make it to the top 4 and lose against whoever's in there, right? That's just like they're like the bouncers, they're the bouncers of the top 4. They let you know if you're on the list or not, and that's it.
The most
they don't get into the club.
unsuspecting
They don't
bouncer
dance.
in the world would be Shuey. I think. Imagine him not letting you into a
he can
club.
have a little bit of gravitas. Like,
Yeah.
he can have like deep voice.
I would
like,
need to see some
He's got the
IDM
mind, Anyway, speaking of, young guns, newcomers, we've got 33 of them coming to IEM Cologne this year. Beautiful faces up on the screen. Donk, obviously, going to Katowice for the first time earlier this year, winning Katowice.
Yeah, how did that go?
Earlier this year. Do you think they've still got equally as much a chance coming into Cologne?
Personally, Spirit are my favorite to win the event. Like this is the team currently that we have the most sort of assurances in how high their level can be at a top event. They've done it in Katowice, they've done it in London once again. A couple of fresh faces. It's always funny to see the mismatch of new players at an event. So you have on one hand Gravity from 3D Max. Of course, he's dipping his toes into the top level of CS. He's enjoying all these moments. And then you have Roman and in Seoul playing Counter-Strike for as long as I have been, and then still that's a first. So I think that's a nice little sort of horizon we have within this.
You know what's extra exciting about this year? Bubsky, I'm going to let you take the wheel because no more best of ones. Only best of threes. I love that so much.
Yeah, I mean, the argument of why teams go out, right? Players always complain about the BO1s, BO3, respectfully so. They don't have to stand up for 14 hours a day doing a broadcast day, so therefore they only want the best chance of actually advancing, right? I think they're in a period where we can actually expect a tournament of this caliber to give the best chances to the best teams.
Yeah, this isn't about us. This is not about us. We're not the main characters in all of this.
I was standing on both sides of the coin, right? I've tried the player. I don't understand. Why are we not play BO5, BO3 all the time? We need to get the games in.
I think it's time we make like a banana and split because we've got the A stream, we've got the B stream. Over on the A stream side of things, it's going to be big, taking on FlyQuest. B stream going to be the Mongols versus Saw. Coming at you after this break.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
How are you, my man?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How is this big to be a part of right now?
This big to be a part of? I mean, the vibes are good. The addition of Rigon is definitely a boost of team chemistry. Like, we're feeling everyone's feeling great. And we have a lot of fun. And yeah, now we just have to get some good results, right?
Yeah, that's what it's about now, getting yourselves into it all. I want to touch on Rigon a bit more because the Rigon I know, very hype, very loud, very talkative. What's he like for you guys?
No, like the same. Like even when we are down, like I don't know, it's 10-0, let's say, like he's always believing, and that's something we're also a little bit missing in the past. I mean, if you maybe some of you like saw our games in the past, when
I used to say that you'd be a bit more quiet, you guys.
We got a bit more quiet, and then we were talking, and still everything was not, everything was fine. Like we were still talking about the game and how we do it, but the belief and the hype was not always the same when we were winning 10-0. Like, of course, it's not the same when we're losing 10-0 to winning 10-0, but now it's definitely more belief there with him.
Now, in terms of that belief, big believe in you from the very beginning, right? Because you have done almost, I remember when you first came into the team, you exploded on there. We're also hyped about you. You changed roles. You've changed roles again coming into it. How is it for you to keep changing? Is it hard?
No, for me it's fine. You know, if the team, you know, I'm still the anchor and the more supportive guy on for the team on most of the maps. And if the team needs me in some kind of role to, for example, when Rigon came in, of course he wasn't the guy like before. Maybe when Sin or Prozis were there, who were playing kind of maybe sometimes more the lurk roles or the supportive roles. So I said, of course, bro, I will give you them. I will just play them because, you know, he has, you know, his firepower and his thing, his how you say it in English, his firepower and his, you know, just his style, you know. Okay, yeah. And I said, yeah, of course, I don't mind, you know, to maybe put one step back, you know, and help you more because I've been switching all the time anyways, you know, and I can play everything. And if the team needs me to do something in the role, I will always do it.
Big versus FlyQuest for Act 1, Stage 1 of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024. Crimbo,
I mean, I know it's early, but come on.
Just let him wake up in peace.
So I wonder, does he just take that from the hotel? Does he travel with that from home? Is it a very specific pillow that he comes to match you?
As a professional, you have to have consistency in the pillow making. I think it is of the utmost importance. You choose a pillow, you probably have a couple of those, but all the same dimensions, same cushion power to this. You can't just read on a hotel fare. That wouldn't be professional.
And it's not just that, Fair. You can't even put it in your checked baggage. It has to be in your carry-on, like your gear, right? Imagine if your bag is late, you have the wrong pillow. I mean, it's a disaster.
Absolutely in shambles. Does that mean that he's been hugging that all the way from home? He's got all the grime of the plane.
It helps with the anxiety as well. You can spray it with some perfume and you keep it close to yourself.
It's a service pillow.
It's a service. Oh my God. Can you please explain to us what you mean? Yeah, good. Just for the sake of the
like
audience.
A service dog, you know, is there to provide comfort.
Okay.
Just in this case, literally.
Welcome to Cologne 2024. What an entrance you've had. Great to be back here in this historic city, right? Because we've got quite the tournament on our hands, yeah?
Absolutely. Cologne is awesome, right? For me, the best tournament in the calendar. So much history, so many storylines every time, this time around as well. And it all starts at the earliest of stages, right? We're used to having some upstarts here, and we'll see which teams make it this time around.
Yeah, and I like that we had EWC and Blast before that, because nobody can use the excuse, we're just warming up, we're getting a little bit rusty. No. Most of the teams had one, if not two events before they come in here, and we are very clear currently on what events matter in the calendar. Katowice, the Cologne, the Major, that's it. It's one of the big three, so there's no excuse for missing the mark on that one.
So where did Big land in terms of what we've seen, coming off this player break? Obviously, we've seen a change in their roster. Do you think that's enough to kind of, propel them maybe back to the top?
I think it's tough to say. I mean, they've been going through a lot of changes in recent times. This is all just this year, right? And the two big ones in the end is Rigon coming into play and also them parting ways with Gobbi, who's been a staple of that organization really there since its inception. Such a great relationship with Tabs and that duo in that position. But a change was definitely necessary for Big because the results have really been abysmal.
It's been complicated. And they bring in Toby as well. I know they had an extremely healthy relationship with him. JDC is back on the roster. He's being put at very much better numbers than he was. But just to talk about these changes as well, you bring in Sersen again, you've tried. You've tried for many, many years. You've realized some of the limitations. You give him another chance, and you finally bring in Rigon. Like, I've been secretly advocating for that to happen for years. I just had to be patient. Finally, he's got the jersey on.
Yeah, I think also it's the situation where Sersen is telling you, I'm different now, I've changed, I've worked on my flaws, everything that you want about me. It's the new me, right? And then just after a little bit, can people really change, Freya?
I don't think so.
There you go.
No, man's like 26 years old. Frontal lobe's fully developed. There's no changing.
What
There's
are we
no
doing? Are
changing.
we doing a
that.
Huberman lab? Like, where are we going with this episode? Like, what is happening?
Tell me a bit about Rigon, Matthew, fellow Swiss man. Can you tell me, like, geographically wise, obviously, you know, there's different regions of Switzerland that speak different languages. I guess he comes from the Germanic
That is correct.
area.
That is correct. So if you want me to do my David Attenborough, of course, no, I'm not going to do that. No, I'm not going to do this. Yes, 75% of Switzerland speaks German, so Rigon, of course, very fluent with language. He does have to get used to it when it comes to playing Counter-Strike. It's been a very long time since he was put in that position. I just wonder, like, emotionally, I'm sure he was fine with the Eagles. He was happy with them. They found a lot of success together. But I feel like for Rigon, this is an opportunity he was waiting for a long, long time. And finally, he gets to play in big. In terms of the German language, that's the very top of the mountain for him. The start is being a little bit rough, but we all forget that they literally just played Navi twice. Like, okay, the numbers now are really, really low, but
so did
could we
Liquid.
give them a chance? Yeah. That was a bit better for Liquid. You want to compare big and Liquid?
Hey
Straight
man,
up, or-
I'm just saying, playing Navi twice isn't a terrible thing for everyone. And also, historically, Big had a great record against Navi.
Very true. Not in 2024, I guess. Big versus FlyQuest, though. I think for FlyQuest, I was chatting with them at EWC. Goal is to make it to playoffs more consistently. Couldn't have missed the mark more back at EWC in terms of doing that. Is that a realistic goal for them, you know, going into the rest of 2024?
I mean, it's been a little bit weird, as you guys can see here, ever since they joined FlyQuest, right? There's also been a little bit up and down, mostly down recently. They did make the playoffs at Pro League, even winning a game in the playoffs. They were, you know, very close to making playoffs in Chengdu as well. But, you know, at EWC, in Dallas as well, it hasn't been that great. So they're really looking to bounce back here in Cologne. They did a boot camp for the 2 weeks in between EWC and this event, so hopefully that's let them, you know, be a little bit sharper for this one.
What's a little bit tough, I think, for the FlyQuest fans out there is that for a while, this was the story of close but no cigar, but give them time, stay in Europe for a little bit, maybe Yanko can put you up in a nice little location, you can have a boot camp here, and then your level is going to go higher up, and then we're going to start seeing them having better and better results. The problem is the pattern has been repeating itself, which is at an event, one game that takes our attention. In EWC, that's the phase best of 3, which is a very legitimate adventure, very legitimate endeavor, and then another just slap across the face. And this happens times and time again. So why would that change without a roster change? I think we're seeing the final version of what this roster can put together, and it is only to ruin somebody else's day. And unfortunately, not more than that.
Could it change with Ints, you know, consistently putting up this kind of form? Because he's been looking great across the board, right?
That's the problem, but he's been the only one for the most part, right? Like, he's risen above the rest of the team. Sure, Vexite has his moments as well, Dexter, and then you look a little bit towards Liaz and Alistair and hoping for some more output. And I think at this point, they're probably, you know, playing for their contracts to some extent.
Yes.
They need to step it up. FlyQuest needs to find some results because, you know, this was Greyhound. They were a patched up team, no real sponsorship. They didn't even have a coach at the time, but FlyQuest definitely has bigger appetites. You know, they eventually want to see some better results. So if this lineup isn't able to provide that, a different one will have to do.
Well, you speak of Dexter. Let's catch up with him ahead of the series versus Big.
The IGL with me. And in terms of coming in hot, I want to just talk about the start of the season for you guys. EWC, especially maybe the game against Furia. How disappointing was that for you guys?
Yeah, the Furia games definitely sucked, but I guess we played a very close game with FaZe before that, so that was actually something that we could have taken out of it. So no matter what, like, it is what it is. It's BO1, so what can you do?
And in terms of what you can do, though, you've been to boot camp. How many days was that?
Yeah, 2 weeks, pretty much. Yeah, just 2 weeks in Serbia.
2 weeks is a good amount of time, though, right? So how beneficial do you think it's been?
Always going to be beneficial. Just depends on like how you think the day is going to go, because anything could really happen. You prepare so much, and you could turn out over prepared. But and so let's just hope our mentals are strong enough and ready in the right ways.
What kind of step up do you think you'll be able to have from it? Because it does seem like right now you're probably on this cusp of breaking through or breaking a barrier compared to what we've seen in the past.
It's definitely there. I think a lot of our mid rounds have been a lot better recently, and I think that's our weakest points in the last all entire year, actually. Okay. So I think it was a big focus on that, and hopefully it shows today.
I respect the honesty with it. I want to touch on Big Clan as well. They've been having a lot of changes, right? The team's been kind of moving things around, different roles and positions. Do you think that gives you maybe an easier, more comfortable game? Because they have been a tough team for you in the past.
I think they'll be relatively the same. I think just because Tabson's he's the man in charge, so he represents the 5 players in a way. So and all of them have their own characteristics at least, but on their T side and whatnot, they're going to be playing through their his playbook and whatnot. So hopefully he can have some reads and good feelings in the game.
That's what it's about, trying to get the reads here. Let's see how FlyQuest can do against Big Clan.
Who do you think the pressure is on more? Because we've obviously got Big on home soil. They want to make it to the playoffs, right? But they've had roster changes. Does that
I know they've had roster change, but I
expectations?
do think that they are in a very unique situation here in Cologne. I think the pressure is on them. Absolutely, way more than FlyQuest. Although I know some of the players out there playing for the contracts. We get a sneak peek. Of course, we have the cameras behind the players. We can see Ancient is about to be played. That's a map where both teams shake hands, definitely. There is some tape on Big with Rigon within the roster. It's also a map that they've played against each other in Dallas. It went in favor of Big pretty decisively. It wasn't... Dexter was talking about mid-rounds and how they need to work on that. Sure, he's got a better opinion of his team than I do myself, but when they played in Dallas, this wasn't about mid-rounding. It was about Big doing exec after exec, utilizing sides, punishing Leah sometimes on the A side, punishing the B side, immediately finding opening kills on Dexter. We get to see Ancient, and that's a big pick, and that's not surprising.
I was maybe expecting some different vetoes a little bit, and in terms of FlyQuest potentially
strange,
getting rid of Dust 2 instead of Mirage, right? But they let it go through. Big still goes with Ancient. They could have, I think if they picked something else, it could have been the 3rd map. And yeah, you see FlyQuest ban Dust 2 in the 2nd phase. We do get Vertigo as the decider, and the Inferno pick from FlyQuest for Big, it hasn't been that great. But to be honest, none of the maps were really outside of Ancient and to some extent Dust 2.
Definitely, and we don't know much more about Big. Currently, we've seen 7 maps with Rigon. I think something that we have to keep in mind, and for the viewers out there as well, is Rigon has had to adapt to a couple of more passive situations and positions on the CT side, which inherently he really isn't. Like, he's all about fire and in your face and Counter-Strike and I peek and I fight you, and he has to play sometimes the anchor. It's going to be happening on Ancient. He will be Tabson on the B side. See if he can hold on.
Well, we've got Ancient, we've got Inferno and Vertigo if we do so require to be separating FlyQuest and Big. First game of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024.
That's right, and it's the big FlyQuest game that everyone's been talking about right now as we get ready to start off IEM Cologne. Hugo, I'm pretty excited for this, man.
Hell yeah, playing day 1, group stage ahead of us, and we've got to get some teams. We've got to cut some fat, Harry, before we find who we'll have in the group stage. Opening game, FlyQuest Big, 2 teams with a lot of question marks on them, and a fantastic map pool, if I say so myself, to start off this series.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy that we get to open up over here on Ancient. I want to see what Big are able to bring to the table. They had like 2 repeat matchups, so we saw them take on Na'Vi. The scorelines were identical. That was back at Blast. We saw them with a nice win over VP there. For FlyQuest on the other side of things, dude, you remember Pro League a little earlier on in the year? They make it all the way to playoffs. Things were looking great, but since that point, it's fair to say they've had struggles.
A team that made changes. Brought in Dexter back to home soil here in Europe again, looking to make a dent, but it's Tabson with the first blow, knocks Vexite out of the round down ramp, and Big take it low and slow as they crawl towards the red room, leaving JDC to lurk before they go for this B split. There's still Searson as well. Big have options available as FlyQuest stack this B bomb site. Oh, they're dragging them both ways. Searson's given it up. He's shown face on A, but FlyQuest, they have dug in right now, and they've even been cut off by JDC. This is a round for Big.
Yeah, this flank is huge. I mean, you know, if they were able to isolate Searson there, suddenly you're in big trouble. And sure, they're going to catch JDC on the rotate over.
Timing's a little awkward now, and Big need to plant quick.
Alistair looking to be the first man in. Oh, that's cleanly done for Alistair. Can he find any more? That bomb now gets planted. But he's keeping the pressure on. He's keeping Tabson trapped in this site. And, well, he's trapped in there with them all right. There's Searson in with the backstab. And so Big are going to open up their Cologne run through the play-in with a pistol round in their pocket.
Yeah, I almost called that too early when we had JDC Big flanking and getting behind 3 players of FlyQuest. I thought there's no way they could break their way back in. Tabson bails them out of an awkward situation, considering he had the bomb on ramp at the start of the round as well. Shows that to FlyQuest on purpose, all with the intention of rotating rotating thanks to Searson's A main position. Sweaty pistol for Big to start strong here in the play-in. Oh, that's a strong
I like
stat.
this,
That's
yeah.
something different. Little off angle for A main, 5 players.
No one's ready for this.
No, but
not even Crimbo.
You don't have to commit, you know. Maybe the nerves, you crouch spray, you lose an AK here, but I don't think Big should be too worried.
That's what you think. FlyQuest about to win this whole round.
All right, let's go. Mac 10, straight in. That was
hang
an
on. Now they're
obliteration.
reconsidering. They're reconsidering. Oh, dear. Inns has found another. The USPs are doing it. Big. They're on cleanup duty. They've got to deal with these pistols. JDC's lending a helping hand. But guns have been retrieved. FlyQuest, they're armed, but that nade does not make them dangerous. They're hurt. They're wounded. And so Big trying to recover this. It's going to come down to the 1v1. Alistair, do they know about him? The bomb is right there. It's all to play for FlyQuest, and JDC just keeps it in check for Big. That's way more exciting than that second round had any right to be.
2v5 back for Big. I mean, 3 USP headshots in seconds. And FlyQuest just knock Big out of the round, but they still can't close it. What a fantastic grenade as well. Like almost 200 damage into A main. They didn't even know that FlyQuest would double right side. Great save.
That is one hell of a sigh of relief moment for the Big squad.
Not really, because the damage is, you know, paramount. Big come in with no money into the first gun round. They got Galils, they got a Mac 10. This would have been heavy AKs. Big have to pay the price. They have to do it with less.
Oh, Regon trying to make a move. Lurk smoke's down for him to play behind. This is going to let him cross up into the site, and Dexter's trying to get ahead of this.
Cheeky.
Playing through. Regon's got no idea, so that one's free. Nice response out of Dexter.
Spam through the smoke. They know that Big are here. It's not the end of the world. FlyQuest 5-on-4, comfortable. And as we said, the money low. Big have almost no utility left in this round. It's going to come down to fights. Who can find the gaps? Tabson's trying. Vexite with a great position to stop a red lurk. It's on this donut A main split for Big, and FlyQuest have made the perfect reposition. 3 players here. JDC even dinked as well. That's one of the 2 AKs in this round. No way Tabson clears this corner. And so FlyQuest, bit by bit, are going to sink Big ship.
Yeah, FlyQuest have been set up to win this since Dexter's gone on this push all the way down through B. He's got the info and that kill early that stopped the B play. And so FlyQuest poised heavy over towards the A site. Big will get that first kill to bring them in. But they've still got to do a lot more here. They're making it happen. Searson, another. And so Alistair's got to put on another hold of this A site, and he can't do it. Big battle back in. And so at 3-on-5 turns 3v1 in Big's favor. And it's Dexter, the one who made that play right at the start of the round that allowed the stack that now is to pick up the pieces.
No kit. Can't stick, doesn't feel comfortable, reads the jump across. Dexter goes hunting for this kill. He's low HP, but still the clock is going to be Dexter's biggest problem. He goes for the kit on the site. He's got a Molotov as well. That could be it. That could be a stick inside of the site. Right now, Crimbo can't run through. He's too low. He has to call the bluff, and so Dexter sticks it inside of the site and picks up the first round for FlyQuest. This is a roller coaster map, and we're only 3 rounds in.
I mean, if this is what Cologne's going to hit like, damn. 3 rounds played, and every single one of them has been a roller coaster. But Dexter, captain of FlyQuest, leads by example, picks back up a 1-on-3. Not just the guy to get the info and that opening kill right at the start of the round, not just the one to call the A stack, but the guy who writes the course for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that that's a 3v, that's a round Big shouldn't even be winning, considering it's a 3v5. We have a triple stack on the A side for FlyQuest. Big somehow managed to break that down into so many 1v1s and got every single entry. Fantastic work to even get that far. But this has been a tumultuous beginning for Big, who almost got full ecoed in round 2. And who get clutched up in the first buy. FlyQuest flying high now. And Big, of course they reinvest, doing all this damage, 4 kills. Temptation is there. What are they going to do with it, though? Nice heaven smoke, heaven molly rather for Crimbo. Means he can stay towards B, play with the pack, not have to lurk middle, and they go very quick in cave.
Ooh, and that's no small opener there.
Tabson's playing to win.
Inz is going to have to hold the site here, but he backs off through Cave after leveling the playing field. 3-on-3 found. Oh, all right, Inz.
That'll work.
That's going to turn the tide for FlyQuest a little bit here. He's done a stand-up job. Everyone else fell over towards B, getting nothing done. Inz has kept FlyQuest in pole position.
Through the smoke.
Searson's pushing through, taking some liberties here and knocking Liaz out of the round. Smoke spam for Alistair, and Inz still keeps being this little pocket of resistance over towards the cave. It's got to be Crimbo. Crimbo on nothing, and he can't get past Inz. He falls like everyone else did for Big. That is a massive round from the sole defender of that B site.
Yeah, considering last round, I thought Inz looked very nervous. He got stuck behind that molly on Big Box on A, and he swung both ways. He tried to pull a molly. He didn't know what he was doing. I thought he was going to come in a little bit cooked today, but that's a big save in round number 4 with 4 kills as well. And great comms for FlyQuest because they isolate Searson. They realize after he gets that backstab, he's still in the smoke. Inz has him trapped. Ali spams it. Inz makes sure he can't leave. Nice hunt for FlyQuest. Doubling up. Big buy again.
I think putting a stop to a round like that as well this early in the game is huge for FlyQuest, right? That is up-tempo, kind of first-pace, round out of Big, where they've got a lot of intent behind it. They throw in all the other util. That's a call out of spawn. They try to play with the speed, and they get the opener. Like, that's meant to be kind of the worst-case scenario for FlyQuest. But they reel it in. And so now Big slow it down a little bit in the rounds ahead. Looking like they want to try and maybe replicate this opening over towards lane.
They have no smokes here. You want to go for a B hit, you have no smokes. It's very uncomfortable right now for Big. And FlyQuest, all in all, have had pretty good reads. They've been in the right positions. They've stacked the right sites. At the moment, they're playing 2-2 and just jump spotting middle. But that allows them to rotate Inz. And he's already got the read. He was heading towards B. Flash into Cave's going to get a lot of information. Great timing for it. Everyone blind and everyone shooting finds Vexite. Big almost explode, but the molly makes him second guess it. And that gives time for FlyQuest to once again make the right rotation.
This is where the lack of smokes, it's going to make life a little more miserable for Big. They've just got to clear these angles dry, so they need the kills, and they will at least get them. Alistair swinging it wide, has got Liaz in behind him, and it's the 1v1 that Crimbo just about gets away with. 2 HP. And revenge for the failed clutch in the last round. Crimbo picks up this one.
And that right there is why Big keep buying, right? They just know they have the CT money on the edge with all these clutch rounds, with these close rounds. Sure, that's a little more of a tricky buy for Big to justify, but if you win it, you see the reason, right? It's straight onto SMGs and Famases for FlyQuest. It's not clean cut, it's not confident for Big, but it is a round. Little B explode with the Tech 9s looking potent. And this is a round where FlyQuest kind of have to make a move if they sit back in their bomb sites, if they don't play for re-aggression and try and get info, if they don't make the right stack, they're just going to lose. Big have been playing methodical and slow. And then just exploding as 5. So what will FlyQuest do? They've got a couple of HEs, out they go. Nothing too damaging in this round, just trying to block as long as they can, but that's their final smoke out. And they are pushing down B ramp, but it just come at the worst time. They throw the grenades. Big have a range advantage up from heaven. They see 2 players, and they can leave if they want. Great grenade as they depart. And Big should have no problem slipping this knife in.
That's a very important grenade kill, because it completely removed the info of lane, and so FlyQuest started leaning heavier over towards B right as Big are departing. That's a nice kill onto JDC, sure, but you're still out of position here. You're left a man down as you try to embark on the retake. And now you lose Inz as that first incision out through the spawn. So for Alistair, I mean, he's very far removed on this round. FlyQuest haven't wanted to admit defeat here, right? They were down to give that 2v3 a go with how this game started, with it being super brawly. Like, neither team has money. Neither team is established. And so they're trying to find that kind of round that breaks them into the game in a big way. And so they wanted to try out in the 2-on-3, but you can't justify this one. Alistair's just going to have to hold on to the FAMAS.
Nice triple entry from Regon as well, a player we haven't talked about yet, but another addition to this big camp, right? And for me, it's always been confusing for Big. We've seen them over the years add so many non-German speaking players, but never at the same time, right? Like think about Smuya, Mantus, Antares. These have all been like single players into 4 German teams and then having to change the entire language for the roster. Well, now that's at least not a problem with Regon speaking Swiss German, which, as Matthew has informed me, may come with some hang-ups, but he hasn't played in German for a long time, but ultimately shouldn't be a communication barrier for Big, which is a nice change. Seeing those ex-guild players land on their feet. And Regon brings a lot of energy, a lot of hype, and a lot of experience, certainly at Majors. Let's see if he can do any more on this MAC-10 B push.
Well, that's the end of the line for the FAMAS, but a great little shop window round for Regon, right, as you're talking about him.
Simply done. And finally a 5 alive round, so it seems, for Big.
Yeah, this is pretty huge, right? Because now you've got 3 in a row. They're getting progressively cleaner as time's gone on. You're starting to build up a little bit of money. You've got on that streak that both the teams were kind of desperately searching for. And you've got FlyQuest now in a very vulnerable position, right? They don't have that ability to break through on the back of 1 round win, and suddenly you're seeing, the Tech-9s, the Galil rounds for Big. You're going to have to grind back into this game. And if FlyQuest end up losing rounds, well, suddenly they're the ones with the money problems, right? So Big are in this position right now, where even though it's been a very back-and-forth start to the game, if they keep winning rounds, they're going to very, very quickly build up a great T-side.
Great call. Instant AXX for Big. And you notice FlyQuest started triple mid. They are completely out of position. It leaves them in a 5v5 post-plant retake, more than likely. Not an easy position to be in as well. Big burn a lot of util to get this space, but a plant is instantaneous, and FlyQuest are on the clock.
And here's kind of the pressure of that money that we were talking about. If FlyQuest don't get a kill to invite them in, if they lose that first fight, you can even justify saving this early on. But they're all here for the time being. They want to see if they can take that first kill to send them in for the retake. It's going to be weighted super heavily in FlyQuest's decision. Flash in over the top. They try to make that move. Searson opens. Trade back for Vexite, sure, but they've lost Ali back in Temple. And Vexite's even dealt with out towards Spawn. That's the save called.
The reason those rounds are just so effective when you have the read, when you feel like you've hit the timing that the FlyQuest are going to go for something different and try a triple mid, is because you're execing out of Spawn, as soon as you get that bomb down, you just throw 3 smokes. There was still a smoke in Temple when the bomb was over halfway ticked. That just puts so much time pressure on FlyQuest that they either have to run through smokes or they have to last second retake. And last second retake into a 5-on-5 is no easy feat. So it's not a surprise to see Big walk away with that scot-free. But what a annoying round to have called against you if you're FlyQuest. You feel like already you're being read.
Yeah, I think as well, that's where it helps Big a lot, that to get on that 3-round streak, they kept hitting B, and all their rounds would center around the lane control. Even if they went back to A a little bit later, we would often see the round start over towards lane, or trying to take control of middle. And so that was kind of FlyQuest trying to answer a problem that Big were no longer posing. I think when you've won the rounds in that fashion, you're anticipating a mid-take from FlyQuest, you're anticipating some kind of lackluster resources over towards A, and with FlyQuest being a little more limited in terms of the util, the odds of them throwing any, blocking util early over towards that A site or making a play there seemed slim to none. I think that was a really good decision made from Tabson. All right, Big. They're here to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Talked about how much Cologne means to them. He said to German players, this is their major.
Yeah. Home city for Tabson. A lot to prove. Ah, wow, that's a nice timing. Dexter with damage. Vexite finishes 2 on the B lane. Just a little ramp push with no util. Big court looking the wrong way, but we've seen them win these kind of rounds. I'm not going to count them out yet. Very deep positioning for JDC. He's been lurking red a lot. Alistair should be aware, but he's only got a USP creeping through the temple into Dead Man, but he flicks back. No business winning that. And Crimbo Is he going to clear this one? Vexite on top of the box, and he'll close. 3 kills from the young gun on FlyQuest, puts them on 3 rounds. As soon as you're ready to write them off, FlyQuest come in swinging on that half buy.
Here's that double on the push from Vexite.
That's the worst feeling. You're both looking at the cave smoke. No one's holding your ramp.
Saw the penny dropped from both of them as well, right? Like, get that footstep, that sound cue just too late, right as you're pulling the gun and you're both desperately scrambling to hold on a ramp. Here's that mid-aggression. Wow. This is what FlyQuest tried to do in the round where Big just went towards A, right? They wanted to do the mid-take, jump up heaven, try and harass from cave. And so they put some early pressure on Big. But Regon, he's beat that smoke over at ramp. If he can open up here, suddenly that's the red carpet rolled out over towards B. Primo's coming in a little bit later with the bomb.
Lots of util for FlyQuest, lots of time to get set up. Big don't have a resmoke for CT. This is still a very good odds round for FlyQuest. It, again, leverages on that first kill, and Regon is getting even more aggressive in the post plant. Cuts down Liaz first. No one needs to swing here. They know that AWP is still probably in play. And so Big just tuck tail. They just root their feet in the ground and wait for FlyQuest to make the move.
Vexite not going to be able to find a thing there. He gets sandwiched. So Alistair's going to try hold on to this AWP, but Regon, I mean, all he's done all across this round is all-out aggression. He wanted to chase that down. Thankfully, Alistair will hold on to it, so they get out with a big ticket item here to FlyQuest. But it's Big on the board with Regon posting 3 to make it happen.
Sick round from Regon. Very, like you said, very aggressive. He's been at the front line a lot for Big. He's been getting a lot of entry kills. Things we love to see. Just some more firepower in this squad. I actually really liked what Inns decided to try and get away with as well. He ran through the Heaven Molly, 100 to 20, just to get that entry on Citizen, knowing he was going for the boost with the AWP. He's done it a couple of rounds in a row now, so he basically trades himself 1-for-1s the AWP. Worth it to cause some disruption, but doesn't close the round. Ooh. Oh. Whoa.
That was meant to be a little tricky move there for Inns on the opener, blowing the red smoke open. JDC makes it look so easy, and that nade finds Dexter. Vexite's time to shine, coming down ramp, but Regon's got a beat on him. And that's not the guy you want to face right now.
Oh,
that's one of the mollies that were available.
Not ideal, but it works out anyway.
Yeah, you know, you should be nervous for FlyQuest here. Because, you know, as we saw, even in that last round, they've been wanting to try and combat the lane control with the Heaven Split. But they launched that attack, and they got decimated. And so that's annoying. You know that even when you kind of run the perceived counter to what Big are doing, they're still able to win the round. And so now you've tried to deal with this lane control a handful of different ways, and nothing's working. And so you start to feel like, well, we don't really have a solution for this. Alistair got out of that last round on the AWP, and they've seen it now over towards the B site. But he's going to have a big round, and he's currently sitting down bottom of the board for FlyQuest. So Alistair, this is where he's going to stand and deliver. With Liaz dead, he can't find a thing. And Big will lock in a dominant lead on this T side, 8-3, and they're shooting for the stars of 9.
I like that Big realized they're going into the stack there. It's 4-on-2, there's 30 seconds, and they've seen the AWP, and they still commit because they're 2 cave, they're 2 ramp, they have great positions. It's a little scary, but they just know that as long as we play in these buddy systems, we trade out, there shouldn't be a problem. They crunch the AWP. It's a very nice round from Big. 8 T rounds on Ancient already. Their map pick, knowing they were going to start T side, and look at this, immediately going again for this A pop. I think FlyQuest have read it though. Both mid players have already set back up on the A side to reaggress. Are they ready for 4 players in main?
Liaz is going to get the spot at least, and getting out with a dink in a bit. That's good. Alistair.
Big molly.
Gonna slow them down, blocking them with the Molotov over at main. They lose Vexite in with the backstab, but the nades get traded. The kill gets equalized.
Citizen saw a shadow.
He keeps seeing that shadow, but they don't have to face him here. Not a great fight for the MP9.
Yeah, that's what slowed the whole round down. He's calling, wait, I have a pick. We don't need to rotate B off of that kill. But it doesn't come to him, and in fact, Alistair does. Oh, that's a dangerous one. Searson survives, and Rigon catches Dexter, just hiding in middle. 3v1, Inns, top performer of FlyQuest, surely no shot. He takes that first kill. And Big R split. I say this, I speak too soon. Bomb going B, fake on A. He is uncertain. I don't blame him. No way he's read this. No, he's oh, this is the worst case scenario.
He won't even hear the bomb from here, so he's not going to learn about it till it's far too late. In still thinks it's the A play. Oh, the fake has worked wonders.
Oh, dear.
And so here's that feeling where your heart just kind of sinks. You realize, wow, I really did fall for this. He's so far out of the round now. Tabson, he's been teed up for the win. Oh, this is the worst way for it to go. He's just got to run in and hope he gets the fight instantly, or is allowed to defuse for 10 straight seconds, and Tabson will not let that happen. Big pull the wall over FlyQuest's eyes, and they run away with this T side. It might have been a brawl to open, but it ends up all big, baby.
day one of Cologne play-in, and Big are running wild on their map pick. 90 rounds on Ancient against FlyQuest. The Aussies are back in Europe, and well, back to Heartbreak perhaps to start off this series. They picked Inferno, Vertigo for a finale. If FlyQuest can get us there, because right now it feels like Big are in full control.
Yeah, and I mean, think about how this game started, right? Like, we had such a close affair to open this up.
First 4 rounds.
Yeah, and it felt like it was balancing on a knife's edge, but this one really is kind of a game of millimeters here in Big. They win those few swing rounds in the first half, and it's amped them up to an incredible lead here. FlyQuest have got no room. And of course, the casters for this one, Pimp and Bubsky. Oh, I'm on my bike.
Is that both of them? Oh dear, a little B hit for FlyQuest. Scrimbo holds down in the middle, but they're still running through the smokes. FlyQuest don't care right now. They're shooting through them too. Double entry into the site. They take long. Next side looking for more. Sisson holding on, but Dexter trades. And that's going to be FlyQuest slipping in with a pistol round, giving them a way back into this game perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big leg up here to have won the pistol. It can certainly be your route back in, but the problem for FlyQuest in that first half, as we say, is like when Big, if you remember when I think the scoreline was what, 2-2 rather.
Yeah.
Very, very early on, and you had some super close rounds to open. Both teams were strapped for cash. Big won that all-important kind of breakthrough round, and then when we had the force buy for FlyQuest, they couldn't replicate the success that Big had found. And so here, you can't fall down in those rounds that are worth this much, right? And a lot of it was like the good reads from Tabson, I think. He had that round where he just calls the A-rush into the first, kind of return to rifles for FlyQuest, and he completely changed the way the game was playing at that point. And so now the onus is going to be on Dexter to kind of try and do the same back.
Well, it's already looking carbon copy, Harry, because we've got FlyQuest walking up A main into the USPs.
Yeah, but
not quite the
this
Astralis
stack isn't as good.
It's nice, though.
They're not gonna win this.
Yeah, yeah, what could go wrong? The verticality, the little triple... Oh my god, that's... There's a sniper in the watchtower. Rigon on top of the box with the craziest off angle you've never seen. And now FlyQuest realize, okay, they're probably doing what we did. Watch out. There might be a stack here.
You know what was most... Alistair was ready, he did, to his credit.
Well, he was more holding close boost, yeah.
He checked it.
Yeah, technically true. And, they're rotating out. And I say they, I mean everyone. FlyQuest cleared the B-bomb site. Dexter, this is a nice position, but if they catch a whiff of him, if they see his gun barrel, this could go very wrong.
Yeah, if he dies, then it's...
They don't know. They've just walked in cave. He doesn't even know.
But he doesn't know either.
Oh, this is so weird. The MAC-10's in the right place, though. And bomb up ramp, this should be just fine.
And it's just like I said, they don't win this.
Who's they?
Big. Just this round. We'll have to, jury's out on the game.
Nice little spot for Dexter. It almost lets them down, but not quite.
Honestly,
love that
though,
boost from Rigon.
Like, we're memeing on it. It was a good spot for Dexter. I know they snuck past him, but man, they're pistols at the end of the day. Like,
no
and you were going up ramp. It would have been more dire if Dexter gets the info but dies. Then the round is in question. So playing it safe, I like that.
I love how Ali just commits.
Man, I would too and all if I died to that.
He just commits to it. Got a ding. I see the temptation. Right, FlyQuest. First gunny on this T half. We got Big with no kits and already all mollies expended. Tabson with the FAMAS in the cave. Oh, they know they've got him trapped, but that's a very early pre-spray for Vexite. Dexter been taking matters into his own hands in this game, gets an entry on B, but they won't overcommit off of it. 2 more players inside of the site. FlyQuest no.
Ooh. Crimbo takes that contact. They've spotted him out behind default. They're going to molly him out into the open. This could be the chance for FlyQuest to get some leverage over towards this A site, and Liaz makes it happen. Molly kill onto the first man, follow up on a JDC, and even more out of Liaz.
Go on, lad.
And so now it's just Searson. Well, they know where he is. He doesn't have the element of surprise, and he's going to get past the big man himself, Liaz. A huge round of FlyQuest, well and truly back in the swing of things here. They take the first when the rifles come out. That was kind of the round they struggled to find in that first half. And so very, very quickly here, this has gone from a dominant lead for Big to a damn near tie game. And Big are going to be feeling that pressure.
Back to bed for Crimbo. Big try and wake up. German Deegs, famed. JDC and Rigon on him. Right now, FlyQuest just pulling hairs. Triple B. Never a safe idea to go cave on the ante. But they come to ins. He's seen at least one more, and with the flash, I think that they should be able to put 2 and 2 together. It's 4. So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, I think something else that's going to make this feel harder is like in that first half, right? Big kind of used the pattern that they'd built up early on to get in the heads of FlyQuest. But I think FlyQuest have posed you a bit of an opposite problem here. There's not been much of a rhyme or reason. If you're Big, you might struggle knowing with, you know, kind of where you want to pick and choose your battle here. You're going to have to pick one heading into this rifle round. You want to try and take some of the map control away and stop kind of playing these rounds in the dark, as it were. You want to have some info to go off of to actually get to be proactive. But as they've learned, there's like a big world where FlyQuest could just dodge that entirely. And so Big really need to make a good stab in the dark here. Gonna have the AWP in the hands of Searson. So that's a little something extra to get to work with in this round.
That's the issue with stabbing in the dark there, Harry. You can't see a thing. Do Big know where they're going? Straight out middle with the AWP. Alistair can't see either. Double nades and a flash on top. Somehow he survives unwounded. Nice pre-aim for JDC, but it doesn't connect. Vexite gets away with a man advantage, and Crimbo's already low. Burning in middle. They hear the tick. They take him out. Tabson can't double down. And FlyQuest land on their feet. 4 on 2. A very important round to just group and trade out as Rigon tries to crunch mid with Searson. Oh, I love that swing. Everyone together. And the Orb shouldn't be able to save the day today. Ali's got him locked in as the bomb resets.
I mean, now Searson's just kind of locked out of the round. They know where he is. They've got that B side. They're 3v1. There's no way he can carve a path back into this one.
Definitely is one of the harder maps to be an exerting AWP presence on the CT side, right? Even though if you're in the right place, you can absolutely win a round solo on this map, but it is so dependent on being in the right place, right? Sat Donut. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't know why I laughed.
You just wrecked me there.
No.
And he's dead.
Ah, nice little hunt.
My point being that if you're getting XX'd and you're not in the right, and you're not in the site, you're like, this is not an AWP retake map, right? You're swapping out on rifles.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the other thing there is, I think, like what we were saying with the whole idea that Big haven't really got like much of a rhyme or reason behind this game right now, at least like reading it on the CT side. They go for what I would say is like the most standard protocol for trying to get some info on the map, right? They take middle, they go for the heaven split. You saw FlyQuest attempt that a bunch in the first half. But because it's so almost run-of-the-mill, it felt like FlyQuest were very, very ready for it. And so in the same way FlyQuest were posed these questions early on, it's like, okay, none of the kind of usual responses are working. You might have to try to do something a bit out of the box here if you're Big. So this round, they take middle, but they don't go for the info over towards lane. Instead, they kind of float around and they wait for these mid-fights to come in. But in amongst that, FlyQuest have found the openers. They've gotten out over towards A. Inns doubles up. Down in middle, and Dexter's even waiting for this aggression on the B side of the map. Oops.
Shadow. What on earth? The dink, and it's done. Easily done. 5 alive. Everyone gets tagged up. No one gets killed for FlyQuest. What a recovery in this game. All on the T side, no less. They had 3 rounds in first half. And now this game is open for the taking. It's more than that. Big. We need something here. FlyQuest's response and halfway through the CT side was to start getting a little bit more aggressive, taking some B lane control. Sometimes off spawn, sometimes mid-round. Vexite coming down ramp. In's going up heaven. Let's see Big bring that same gumption. It's triple B out of spawn. And FlyQuest looking to do a late mid-pop, Spirit-esque, through the smoke. In they go.
JDC, good bit of damage, but not the killing blow. Instead, that's going to go the way of Vexite. Oh, that is like the worst way this could have started for Big. They do so much damage, and Vexite just kind of guns down the guy over towards Connector, runs at him.
And FlyQuest aren't overdoing mid. They use it just as a staging platform for an entry, and now they can just group up and play a site. They're holding for re-aggro, seeing if Big get information, but they don't want to try and split and take Donut and go for red. They're not in a hurry. They want to figure out where Big have put their pennies, where they've stacked. And they just full spread on this default. This is nice and patient for FlyQuest, looking to punish any move. We can see Big aren't doing anything. They're going to hold on and stick to their guns on a 2-2 setup, but that relies on a hero in this utmost important round. We need someone with a multi-kill. It might have to be Crimbo. Oh, the missed timing.
But, you know, you're playing a man down, Huge. You're playing a man down, and so Big, they hear nothing over towards A. They take an educated wish by rotating everyone over towards this B side. And they just hope that FlyQuest come their way. Searson finding that kill over in the red room, though. That's going to give them a nice bit of a push up into the round. It's given them a reason to want to go for this after all. Searson.
Great position.
On the angle from CT, deeper than they're ready for. He's ahead of the util, denies that bomb plant, and this one very quickly looks to go back the other way. There just isn't time for FlyQuest. No chance, not as Searson slams down the hammer and rescues Big in this round.
That's a Searson I remember. Going through mollies, taking space, throwing himself into the fights. Real shame to see Inns play so early, but maybe with Dexter dead, he just feels the pressure. Would love to see that A contact come in first. But he just walks right into the AWP, and Searson knows, I've killed the lurker, I can go back to the bomb site. If Inns never plays there, Searson probably doesn't rotate as quick, and boom, FlyQuest, they have the plant. It's a very different round, so that was just the first domino that fell. Difficult round to lose for FlyQuest, who set it up perfectly in a 5-on-4 with Dexter lurking B. Sure, he doesn't get his kill, but that still leaves Big out of position, yet they win the round. Damn, they must be tilted. Just like my pugs. Ooh, Miss Molly. Takes it. Vexite flash through, wow. Oh,
but he tried to pick the fight down on the close middle instead. It's JDC. Makes out like a bandit with the opener. My word, Dexter.
Oh, yeah. He's been crispy today. On that Barbie.
Oh, that's a fragging IGL right there. Yeah. Dexter, look at him go. No stopping him. And he says, guys, B's open. Come bring that bomb round. Dexter finally gets shut down. Finally gets bested. And the bomb didn't make it there in time. This could still get weird.
Into slip the net this time. JDC trying to make the hero play. They don't need to hurry. They can wait for this big flank. Oh, that's awkward. JDC headshot as well. And there's no way Crimbo has a clue of Inz's position. He's already pre-saving downloading the track. And FlyQuest up to 10 rounds. I hear typing. I can only presume it's NS after the triple B entry from Dexter. Crimbo is not guaranteed diddly squat.
Maybe that's fine. Maybe that works to his benefit.
Yeah, actually, maybe. He made it. Still a big win. 1 round after this huge comeback, and they immediately get reset. It's not a hard reset. They can still put money in, but it's anything but comfortable right now. That was, yeah, incredible for Dexter, getting the orb. $10 apiece. Big's map pick. And a feckless T-side, CT side rather, by Big.
I hope at some point, next time they have the AWP, maybe we see them try their hand at a bit of an aggressive move over towards A. In the last rifle round for Big, where they had the AWP on Searson, he actually had like the spawn that would have put him in line to kind of hold the walk up on A with the AWP. And you feel like with how often mid's being taken, that could look to be a way in, but instead it's just Big trying to contain and battle for this mid control, and they've been getting bullied here. And this one's no exception.
Confident game out of Inns today.
Inns didn't want Dexter to overtake him on the scoreboard. And with Dexter dead early and Inns on for a double, he'll maintain his status as the top dog here for FlyQuest. Now that's an important double up for Tabson. Big is still very, very far away from this round. And I mean, there's 2 guns over in middle.
It's the util that, again, might just win. You go for the instant exit. They can just keep burning mollies. Now, there is a backstab available, but that timing, Alistair turns back around, and the molly wins the round. Not that it was really under question, but even just the way that Liaz plays that as well. Tabson tries to go for his 3rd kill. He gets flashed, mollied, flashed. Just held back, and even the exits, Big can't save a thing, but this AK, very oppressive post plant for FlyQuest, puts them onto 11, and excellent grit from this team, who did not give up 9-3 down, and have now taken the lead back. Oh, Inns keeps finding this pocket. Big's molly not going deep enough next to that smoke. That's why we see teams go for the double molly, not necessarily the insta smoke, but they're playing solo mid in some of these rounds, and into sniffed out JDC.
Dude, it feels a lot like Big like desperately waiting for that point where the round centers around this heavy lane control, and they're never getting it.
No.
Every single time, it's just mid getting abused, and then these kind of splits into either which bomb site. But oftentimes it's over here at A. Inns gonna lend a helping hand there to Dexter in these mid engagements. It's just Tabson to try and make a difference. Searson rotates in on that AWP, has a long sight line open here, and there's no smoke to get rid of this angle. Regon moving up through middle, and he's going to double up on his own. So now Searson's spot back in the spawn. He gives that one over. He chases down Alistair. You're left feeling that Searson didn't need to do that.
Still a good reset.
Oh, but Regon's doubted it. He's come back around towards Donut. So much time has elapsed that Alistair, it's a bit of a guessing game where Regon's got to.
Nice read.
But he plants for CT. He's got the read that it's Donut. Alistair is aware, but he's got to land the shot. 2 kills deep already, and he'll round it out with the clutch. And that's the clutch that puts FlyQuest up onto map point. from the deficit, heading into the second half, fighting just 3 to open up.
Inexcusable repeat from Searson. He absolutely throws that round away. He peeks into Alistair holding the angle, and he gets out, and then he re-swings with the ore parry. That you can't justify it. There's no way to. Rigon's in no position to help. He's still deep in the donut. That is an absolutely bottled round for Big.
And that's a real feel-good moment for FlyQuest. Like, that was the difference between this game kind of dragging out with the potential for Big to still close it, for overtime to be on the cards, and it's Alistair, the guy who's been a non-factor across the game, that picks it up at a 1v2. Here's that crunch over towards B that Big have been waiting the entire CT side for.
Okay. Uses it against him. That's Lias who broke the smoke. And he gets carved a new one. 4-on-2, the aggression down B, cracks FlyQuest open, and they've lost control of the bomb. Can they gain anything here through the smoke?
Oh
Inns catches another one. He is on fire today, looking for 30 kills to close this map out in a 2v4. FlyQuest are putting it together. It is only Rigon, the new guy on the block, who's had a phenomenal game. He's got to go up and above and beyond in this 1v2. He's made the move.
It's a nice reposition. Leaves him far and away from the FlyQuest crosshairs. That's important when you look at who you're up against. The two top performers taking on Rigon.
Nade is big. They're both low.
He knows they're starting to piece this together. Wade's back in cave. They don't know. Swings it wide, and Rigon keeps Big in this. Keeps their hopes alive. They finally get handed that B play, and it doesn't go swimmingly, but Rigon, he delivers every step of the way.
I mean, he's a LAN player, right? It's what we've seen him do. Not necessarily on the biggest of stages, but knock out some pretty big dogs in his career. Those all-important high-pressure moments, that's when Rigon's done some of his best work. In those 2-2 games at Majors, in those 0-2 games at Majors. Not crumbling under it, picking up 4 kills and a 1v2 to keep Big in their map pick. Absolutely anyone's game here. And FlyQuest, I mean, you've been calling it all half. They finally go back to this slow B control and they get dealt a swift uppercut. Surely we see them go on what's reliable. We'll get him next time. Crimbo's just been left out of the action here on the CT side. Creeps deep main, FlyQuest catch their breath with a default. Just Dexter towards B. Been causing a bit of commotion on this side of the map.
I mean, yeah, the thing that's scary here, Big are doing something different because they finally got given the B play that, like, every one of these CT rounds are kind of built towards. And the A main aggressions come in, and I'm so glad for it. This is something new for Big. They haven't tried this yet. It means they're not fighting for middle early, so it hasn't gifted that early pick over to FlyQuest. And there's still a world where Crimbo could be the one to open up this round back in main.
Oh, the shadow.
Searson gets the spot onto Alistair. Wants to keep trying to fight this. They don't have control of Red Room right now, so trying to keep the pressure on, trying to stop that cross and hold on to Donut.
Still a great angle.
It's got to be lights out. First shot connects, and he just goes through the motions now, fades away. They don't know about Crimbo over in main either. They haven't had to deal with this before. And so FlyQuest, that is a nasty surprise. A rude awakening as overtime awaits. Dexter left up all alone in Big's world. 1v4 needed, and he won't find it. We're going to overtime.
Oh, yeah, why not? Day 1 of Cologne here at the play-in. Day 1, map 1 of Series 1, and let's get all the rounds and then some. Big fight for survival after a monstrous comeback from FlyQuest. And they manage to reset the round timer. Huge round from Searson. He almost gets shot in the back as well, but Crimbo just hears the steps of Vexite who ran past him, and that's a huge round from Searson, who felt like he gave away The one round that would have put Big on map point already. So nice save.
Dude, it's a really wild way for this one to go into OT. Like, tabseN is many things, and apparently stubborn is one of them. He was insisting that that B play would come in, and that he wouldn't change a thing until it did. And they get given it in that penultimate round. Rigon's able to keep them in this one. And so then they switch it up in the final round of regulation. They changed the call on the CT side, and FlyQuest were not ready for it.
Vexite's so damaged here by Util and Spam on the B side. A well-placed Molotov could end his round, but he just creeps past it towards the cave. Careful, Vex is doing a lot of spam here. They fancy their odds, and Rigon shoots him right back. Vexite creeping into cave, cleaned out by tabseN, and bit by bit, Big put together the first of overtime. 3 on 5, 1 smoke for the squad. And cyrson just enables a 4-man B stack by having the mid cross. No stress for Big right now. Not yet.
Okay. The double up from Alistair.
Oh dear.
Now with tabseN dead back over in cave, JDC, he's left fighting here. But Inns wasn't ready for it.
Another 1v2 for Ali.
Towards long, but a missed shot from Alistair Zorp, and that's all it takes. Well handled from JDC. That wasn't an easy position to be in.
I actually kind of like that JDC doesn't swing on first flash, because you know how often is someone holding your angle, your teammate throws a perfect flash, and they hit the timing shot, and you just sweat, and you just think, like, if I peek a millisecond later, he's already fired, I get a free kill. But he re-swings a little bit later.
I mean, Big said, this is like their major. And Rigon said, don't you worry, I only play it then. And so that's what he's doing right now.
He's having a phenomenal game. And high impact, not just the numbers, he's had the impact, he's been winning rounds. Huge 4K entries on T side. Passing the eye test. Keen to do a little bit more. Alone down the ramp, inside of the smoke, and he's found the gap as well. Dexter might be dead. Oh, Vertigo went for that. And next to the molly as well. I feel like Dexter may have spotted him there. There's a chance. We'll see if anyone comes in to assist. We've got no Molotov on this side of the map, so it would take a minute for Alistair to run round. Creeping the water as FlyQuest look like they do want to go for a delayed B hit after Big take lane. If Dexter got the spot, this is the perfect call. That's why they're sneaking. Time to see if he clears this corner. Flash goes over. Perfect clear. Dexter knew. He sussed it out, and now FlyQuest have an empty B bomb site.
And the first line of defense is tabseN, who's super low. And if he goes down, if he falls early, a bit of a friendly fire incident there, but they keep rolling with it. They roll with the punches. And there's the swing, but not the killing blow. A lot of damage done, sure, but someone's got to deliver on that damage. Inns is looking to be the man. Molly into the corner, but it swings him out into cyrson. And they just can't cage Inns. They just can't deal with him. Crimbo left up all alone, trapped ahead by the Molotov, but in a round that he can't win.
I mean, how many rounds? Look at Crimbo's deaths of 13. There's so many rounds where he is unfortunately not in the position to even play in, to have an impact, to win a clutch. All these 1v3s, 1v4s, and he doesn't even get to save the AWP. FlyQuest run him down, and Inns puts on another stellar round. I've got to say, I have loved the cooling of Dexter as well. Getting that spot is so important because he knows what that means. With a player this deep, Big can't use, or they don't need resources towards B. They feel like they have such a deep position, an early warning system, a canary in the coal mine. But FlyQuest bash that bird on its head and take the B bomb site. Oh, again.
He's been doing this all game long.
And Crimbo's never been in middle, really, to clear that out. He doesn't know what he's up against.
Even more damage put forward on this mid take. Even a dink on a tabseN. Bigger wounded, bigger hurting. And that's a nice nade from Dexter to find tabseN on the aggressive march up through cave.
Rigon's actually outdone
fully
himself.
left B.
Yeah. And
it's going to be like a pretty quick double flank.
Sure.
I don't think you're going to be suspecting this. Like one player from the doors, sure. That's you could expect that.
Sisson's walking. He's really trying to just go as late as he can. And Rigon gets caught. Okay, now you're never ready for Sisson, but also 16 HP, 1v3.
Oh my god,
they're going to go for the clear.
ready.
And that should be it. There should be no way back in. They've even got a nade ready. Molly to flush out the captain. He'll swing. He'll confidently take that fight. Dex has been winning more often than not. And someone will close. 14 rounds for FlyQuest. The T side has done both these teams very well on Ancient.
I mean, you've got to admire what Dexter and Inns are bringing to the table here for FlyQuest. I think it's hard not to. 61 kills on Dexter and Inns combined.
That's right, boys. Come on! Let's go, mate.
Yeah.
He's been bringing the hype from when they were, 2-2. He's not stopped. It's what we expect of Alistair on this FlyQuest squad. Will it be in vain? Or can they take away the Germans' map pick on home soil? It's a hard shot. Triple B and Liaz with a very passive red position. Oh, that's not in the books.
I like this from Liaz, though, because one of the kind of hallmarks of that first half was JDC lurking through Red Room, and he wasn't ever going on like crazy multi-kills in this position, but just the impact it has to how free you feel to rotate, and how he was able to constantly stifle those rotations and the leans back into the site. That was felt by FlyQuest pretty hard in that first half. And so they're trying to put resources to dealing with this one fight over in red. But that has left them now in this round with an under-defended B site. And so you can assume that Dexter and Liaz are about to swap out again. Liaz might even try and cheat by and have Alistair be the one to take this angle into the red room. Oh, instead he's lining up the flash right now. Nearly the timing open for JDC. He gets through, but it doesn't matter. Regon! A one-man army for Big!
That's insane. It's like it's an assist on JDC, but it's so much more on that. He knows JDC's playing his timing. All of FlyQuest turn around because Alistair has nades out and he calls it. And Rigon just runs through the smoke. He catches 3 players, 4 in the round. Everyone's caught by surprise. Reloading, checking their flank. Ooh. Careful. Oh, he can't avoid that. Homing missile in middle, and FlyQuest just sweep Big under the rug.
I think something else as well for FlyQuest here that's going to feel nicer is like one of the reasons why that first half got so out of hand was they lost the kind of early swing rounds in that game, right? So they were constantly playing with no money. And so when they would get the rifles, you were scared to make plays because if you lost the round, like that was it. You were back on a pistols and suddenly the scoreline's building against you. Well, money's not a problem here. FlyQuest have a bit more freedom to get involved all across the map. And so we see that in this round with an early triple mid setup.
Yeah.
With just Crimbo left standing, it's not for long, not destined to close that out in the 1v5.
Damn. That feels like such a desperate call to go for the full mid rush. They go into a triple stack, considering Big were making the opposite calls in regulation, right? When they were going for A main, knowing that FlyQuest would go triple mid, they were going for the A main rushes, they're playing slow B control. That's like the first time we've seen Big just run out mid, and they get triple HE'd. Boom, boom, boom. Goodbye. The whole squad in middle laughing up a storm here for FlyQuest as now they take map point in OT. And they get out like bandits. 5-on-4 and they leave. Retake setup on that B-bomb site. Little grenade sprinkled in for Dexter. 1-for-1 would be excellent here, and he will get it, getting the big man rig on. The entry man of Big out of the picture as now FlyQuest come back in for the save.
Man, they want to try and get this one over and done with. In OT, and they will! Vexi rounds it out! And so FlyQuest with Big's map pick in their back pocket, an overtime needed, and a comeback from a 6-round deficit in that first half. That is no small feat for FlyQuest.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Blow for blow on the T side of Ancient. Overtime required for FlyQuest to be stealing away at Big's map choice. Janko, it was by no means the cleanest Counter-Strike, but fair play from FlyQuest. Let's not forget, they ended this first half 9-3 down to Big, and they looked solid in the first half.
Yeah, it was a nail-biter, really, and we heard Dexter in the pre-game interview talk about their mental, talk about the mental fortitude, right? And they were definitely able to exhibit it here, coming back in the second half, you know, 9 rounds, being able to hit big, blow for blow, really exchange it and close it out in the end.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. And even though we went to overtime, and even though it was a story of T-side, I think FlyQuest just schooled Big's defense. They schooled them quite literally. Anytime Big tried to be aggressive towards middle, always handled by FlyQuest. Perfect counter utility, knowing how many bodies to put either towards elbow or towards cave. Anytime Big had to play defensive, catastrophe. Catastrophe. Crimbo, absolutely invisible on the A side. Regan and Tabson haven't found their pace on B either, so there was really nowhere to do. It was either Surson was going to have a mid-round sort of miracle, and it happens one round every 18 at this point in time, or they were going to lose.
Yeah, and it was something that Dexter was kind of aptly talking about in the pre-match interview as well, right? He was talking about, mid-rounds haven't felt so great in the past couple of months for FlyQuest. Do you feel like we've seen signs of improvement here in this first map?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's mostly the way that they've been winning the rounds on the T side. Default, mid-control, finding space, right, and finishing rounds. We saw some more momentum calling on the other side from Big, a couple of good A hits, but yeah, it still wasn't, perfect from FlyQuest. It wasn't crispy. There were a couple of rounds in there that I'm sure they would like back, and but yeah, obviously just being able to come back after the first half was great.
Yeah, let's dive into it. I mean, Dexter having some great impact. 3Ks was kind of the name of the game for him, right? Yeah,
him and Inns were leading the way, and then this is the first gun round, obviously super important there. 5v3, Inns gets mollied out, dies here, and you're going to see Big bring it completely back, really. It's just 1-by-1 fights from FlyQuest in a 5v3 situation. This is very, very poor from them, right? But now Dexter in a 1v3 just being able to completely bring it back for them.
I don't even understand why Surson is so committed in that position at 3v1. He's got nowhere to be. He cannot really play off of his teammate, but Dexter is absolutely on the money. Like, he knows he has to force that fight, isolate, great utility usage. He puts Crimbo in a position where he cannot really fight the bomb defusal 1v3 from Dexter, and he's shown through this game. Like, some of the entries he found on the T side, Dexter, no joke.
FlyQuest only won 3 rounds in the first half. This and the following one off the back of this one were 2 out of the 3, so very, very important.
Should we put Dexter under the microscope again with those entries on the T side? Because Big, they finally managed to win a CT round, and then what does Dexter do in return, Matthew?
He basically wins the game for FlyQuest, as far as I'm concerned. I think that triple entry from Dexter that we're about to witness changes the whole complexion of the second half. This is where Big finally found a solution. They had to fight through this, sweat through this. You have Surson on the AWP, and then Dexter just destroys the B defense. Absolutely wipe it out of the surface of planet Earth. He finds Surson up top, and then he goes on and on and on and on. And you can see the scoreline. This was a situation where if you're Big, you could have finally put some money in the bank. That's the reversal that's happening here. They're getting absolutely squandered.
And Surson was struggling, but even he didn't deserve wrecked of that kind.
I'm not even mad at it.
You're boosted up long. He wasn't even pre-aiming the angle. He just sort of snapped to him and tore his head off. But yeah, that was great from Dexter.
I mean, it was a theme that we were touching on before the game as well. Ince, his numbers over the past 3 months have looked incredible. No exception coming into this first map in Cologne.
Absolutely, just consistent output from Ince. We were talking about the CT side for FlyQuest, 1v3 from Dexter. It was Ince with like a 3K in the following round.
B-side,
yeah, that really made a difference there as well. And I think he's shown us why he's the best player on this team at the moment.
Yeah, he keeps on delivering. And he's also just a safe pair of hands for trades on the T side. A couple of moments, as I said, were Big, trying to put pressure on FlyQuest, looking for solution, just a little bit troubled. You could see Ince, whenever he was tested, always stepping up. So another great game for Ince.
I mean, on the flippity flip, where's Regon at in terms of your, satisfaction? Because, yeah, they lost out on their map pick. He was having some great impact. I imagine he just needs a couple of others to step up next to him.
Well, listen, in overall, this was a good performance from Regon. And I really think that on the T side, he's starting to find his pace. They allow him some of the craziness that he wants to have in his Counter-Strike. He had a couple of entries. He runs first. CT side is where things get a little more complicated, because I feel like whenever he's got to play passive, he either doesn't have the experience quite yet, or Big don't have the setups that they need. The way I'm looking at this game, and the reason why I get a little bit flustered and upset for Big, is that I still have the G2 games of Ancient of Esports World Cup in my mind, where we got into like mid-round, very clever pushes. There was a lot of layers to how you could play the CT side, re-grabbing information, figuring things out, figuring the puzzles out. Big were incapable of doing that. It was either going to be, listen, we are going to lock head, immediately at the beginning of the round, and let's see who wins, let's see who got the stronger head, or everybody plays their position, we do the ostrich, and we hope we win. I think there was no subtlety to how Big approached that CT side, and that's why FlyQuest destroyed that, and obviously Regon part of the problem.
And Big going to be starting on that CT side when we move on to FlyQuest map pick of Inferno. Does, the difference in map affect how we're going to be seeing Big approach this series?
Not necessarily. I mean, we all know about Big's utility usage and Inferno and Banana and all of that stuff. It really fits them in that sense. But the problem was just some of these clutch rounds haven't been so great for them. I mean, even the 2v1 with Searson, that just peaking sort of unnecessarily, and then Alistair clutching the 1v2, even him having a moment in that game. So yeah, I think you need to clean that up. You need a little bit more just output from your players in those situations.
Yeah, and if you're talking about clutches, like, what happened to Crimbo? Whatever happened to Crimbo? I mean, we've heard from him pre-game, talked to James. He said, listen, when Regon came in, I accepted I was going to take a couple steps back. I'm going to let him be comfortable in a few positions. I get that. That's okay. But the problem is he used to be a cleaner. Like, he used to be a playmaker, a cleaner, a guy you could rely on. That's how he made his name in Big when he came back into the roster.
He came a long way now, a professional Counter-Strike player.
I know. Asshole. And he used to have these clutches that we would just absolutely revel in. It's like, you watch this game, and the only reason I know he played that game is because he was on the tab. It's like, I have no significant moment from him. And this could have been a difference maker right there. There were a couple of clutches where you need someone with his vista, with his finesse in the game, that was nowhere to be. So can that be on Inferno? I don't think it's map dependent, but it needs to be.
Smelling like a 2-0 for your money, Yanko?
I think so. I think it was a big hurdle for FlyQuest, if they were to lose another close game, overtime, right after also what happened at DWC against FaZe, might have broken them. But here I think it gives them, they're reinvigorated, Freya.
They are, and you know what? They should be. It's their map pick of Inferno laying on the horizon for Big. It's going to be a tough mountain to be summiting. We're going to a quick break. When we're back, Inferno with Harry and Hugo.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are young and free. Dexter's finally found his voice, and Ins can 1v3 as we get ready to head into this second map. It's Inferno, and it's the map picker FlyQuest who find themselves just one away, knocking Big down into the lower bracket of the play-in.
Wait, a second map in an opening match in the play-in? No less. Are you telling me?
BO3's done it.
Are you telling me there's no BO1 to Cologne? That is bloody delicious, Harry. Let's get into it. Inferno, as you say, teams have been having trouble on the T side of this map. That's safe to say. And Big are, well, they are one of them. A win over VP out of nowhere, a dominant win, but otherwise this map has been empty for Big when it comes to the dubs. We'll see if they can change that tune today, or if they will be facing elimination on home soil, one of the two German teams in attendance here at the play-in. Straight in we go.
Damn, they replaced Pimp and Bubsky.
They downgraded. Got Rushley on the 1s and 2s, and Resident Australian on the free cam, on the flyby. FlyQuest moving up middle. It's one hell of a smoke over the roof and into the B-bomb site, but it's all a ruse.
Only too strong here for Big. JDC and Searson. Oh, Searson's in hot water. I'm going to swing it wide out through Pit, but they get run through FlyQuest.
Big triple B down to spawn anyway, so...
You know, you played hoping.
Yeah.
Hoping that they come B. That seems like a bit of a classic, actually, for Big.
We were there. And just armor patrol here for Big, trying to get out with anything.
Oh, hang on.
This could be tasty.
This is a bit of money waiting to happen. Hang on, he's fine. Oh, yeah. All right, Regon. Still looking good. How much is certain? He's going to get out with 3 kills at the end of the round, but still FlyQuest on the board early with the pistol. And so that's already a really nice leg up to have on your T side of Inferno.
Yeah, as I said, teams have been having trouble on the T side of this map. But will FlyQuest be one of them today? Wind in their sails, bit of gumption off of a huge comeback, if you missed it, on Ancient. A 9-3 recovery on the T half, no less, for FlyQuest. And a monstrous map out of Ins and Dexter as well. Not just calling, but putting up kills. Searson's wallbanged down middle and found the opening frag. That's one way to do it. Dexter dead. And FlyQuest against the Force. I mean, with Regon getting that triple kill and saving armor, he's actually bought an M4. Danger is he's using it, and so he doesn't have a helmet. But I trust in Regon. He had a great game to open up. Let's see if we can put it to use. Pit side. And execute, but Big have made the right gamble here as Crimbo's left with multiple util towards that B-bomb site. He's just cycling smokes, and Big are getting ready to deal with his push. Searson gets a tag off. Pistol's going to be lethal here, but wrong player comes round the corner. Searson gets his second. No scope won't connect. Pistols will. Rigon's even shot through the smoke on short side, and Alistair just trying to find an upgrade and a chance in this 1v3, but it feels like Big might have found their force and landed on their feet. Great round out of Searson and Rigon combining for 4. Never easy being a FlyQuest fan, is it? Can't get comfortable for too long.
No, but I think that's part of the thrill. That's the reason you wake up in the AMs or you stay up late at night.
Usually that one.
Yeah, when's it late at night versus waking up early?
One you've slept before. The other
I guess
not.
that is the distinction.
It's not that late. It's only 8 p.m. in Sydney, so you know it's fine. It's just a
bit
of dinner.
You've only just eaten. The Tim Tams is only just settling.
Is that all they eat?
Apparently. Flash over the apartments. Tech9's up in the face of Big,
ugly.
but it's not pretty for Liaz.
Okay.
Vexite and Inns, though, they make it look a little bit better. But then along comes JDC. Only to ruin the party for FlyQuest. They will get this. Ooh, okay, Vexite. Hang on a moment.
Naughty boy.
As he just toggled on, because that's a clean kill through the smoke. And he's going to reposition in time to get this spot over towards short.
It's not a weird angle. He could shoot his teammate here. Careful through that box. He might even give away his position. Ollie forces him. Vexite tries to commit, but Dexter does it. Double up. Out of nowhere, just swings with a Tech9.
You can't discount Dexter at this point.
No, full price for this guy. Worth every penny. He takes 40% of Big out in the round. Oh, that is crazy. But Crimbo doesn't even get him as well. Careful, Citizen's back for revenge. He already took down Dexter in round 2. He's tagged him up in this one. Okay, it's a roller coaster from getting eco to ecoing back. Ooh, JDC really wants to fight with the flash, and it has worked wonderfully. The shots don't, however. Second flash is only to get Crimbo out. Is it really living if you're on 3 HP?
Let's ask Alistair.
True. Just surviving right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it looks awkward because you would have loved to have, like, leveled the playing field there, but you've done a lot of damage early, right? Like, Dexter's super wounded from that tag from Searson to open, followed up onto by the pistol. Alistair's also pretty wounded. So this doesn't feel like a walk in the park for FlyQuest, even though they're sitting 5v4 up. Thankfully, Inns and Vexite still with some health, and you've got Liaz on the Mac 10, so you still have guys who can try and open the round for you here. Just a little more cautious because of the low HP on 2. So they're trying to throw a fake in over here towards B, and Big have fallen for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Crimbo tried to catch that smoke, bringing him from 3 HP down to 2.
Yeah. It's gone too deep, though. 2 players ahead of the util. Oh, nice read for Inns that someone's playing in front of that, though, he realizes. And with a 5-on-3 ensuing, FlyQuest just waltz into that empty A-bomb site. The fake works wonders. And that's a fair enough gamble for Big, given the lack of info and weaponry. They're going to get an M4 out of it, but nothing more. And even that is tenuous, with players already spreading out to hunt.
I hear typing. I want to know what it says. We don't have that power.
They took it away from us, Harry.
Oh, I didn't think it was anything fun. It looks like it's a little timeout.
Ah, techie.
Fucking beast, come on.
That's what we like. That was worth the wait. Got some PC restarts coming through. Headsets out.
Yeah, Alistair screamed so loud he's shaking the, I don't know, computers, shaking the CPU loose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the RAM has fallen out.
There's RAM everywhere. Oh no.
What are we going to do with all this
How
RAM,
much
Harry?
dedicated WAM does Alistair need to get on the server?
A little bit more, I think.
Oh no, Ali, what have you done? Dexter, just from being in his periphery.
Yeah.
He's also faced the same complications here. Still though, this is a nice start for FlyQuest over on their T side. You'll love to see it.
4 players.
Right, everyone's gone.
Yeah, GG.
Who's gone from Big? Crimbo.
All right, well.
What do you make of the pillow?
I think it's cool. I think I do share the sentiment at the desk. Like, is
They
it
should
the same?
do that. They should do it for Searson.
I hope he's so he feels like he's nice at home. Yeah, I think I heard they were building him a big house outside. Actually, you know, found that out in Malta. But no, I like it. I do hope that. I mean, it looks very clean. So I hope he's just like giving that case a good wash every now and then. You know, are you carrying it on the plane? Planes are a bit gross. I feel like I need a deep clean, you know. Usually when I get off a plane, I walk through the car wash. I get a bit scratched, but it does get the dirt off. But the pillow's cool.
I've always wanted to go in a car wash, not in a car.
I think it
But
would
the
hurt.
immense fear of death does put me off of the idea somewhat.
That's a good fear. That's a good fear to have.
Because we've all seen Final Destination. And there is a car wash death scene in that.
How did they roll down the windows? My mum said if you roll down the windows, you get flooded.
The sunroof, from what I remember, came open.
What, they get flooded?
Yeah.
That's one of the least realistic deaths I've heard about. Or they just kept pouring water in the car. And then what? And then you didn't open the door and leave?
No, there was some other complications. Like the big,
Like
the
the
big
electrics
bristle
and all-
ones? The big bristles were like all up against the doors. So it's like, I either die a bristly death or a nice,
wet death.
relaxing water death.
Is drowning relaxing, chat? Is drowning relaxing? I'm going to go with a no.
I think it could be. It's like being in one of those like sensory deprivation tanks.
Yeah,
but
you
you're
don't
not
drown.
deprived of the
There's not
sense.
much water. I've been in one. There's not much water. I think you would struggle to drown.
Do you bring your own water or do you go in the communal water?
They clean it. It's communal implies multiple people. They clean it. It's your own personal salty water. Doesn't taste too nice. And you're rubbing salt out your ears for days, but the experience all in all is pretty enjoyable.
If they cracked one open and all the water was gone and you were just sat there looking really bloated, would they be concerned?
Do you get charged for that? You've stolen the water. I think you die of salt poisoning. Enough of anything is poison.
I know, man. What do I look like? There's some sort of little slug to you or something? Is it them that can't eat salt?
I wonder what the slime was, but you tell me.
Yeah, Ali agrees. Yeah, mate. I always drink all the salt water.
Actually, not your worst accent, to be honest.
Thank you, man. I've been spending a lot of time around JKS. Well, I was. But then...
Are you sure? I heard he was doing nothing over the player break.
Well, that's what he said. But believe it or not, you know, we were hanging out.
I don't know if there's evidence for that. Do have Team Liquid, of course, coming up later today against Pain Gaming, Harry. They are in the kind of South American brawl of their side of the bracket. They got Liquid, Pain, Imperial Furia in the little fortet. I'm going to call them a fortet, not a quartet. It's been done before. Fortet.
Buntet's brother, I think.
Right now, we're looking at Mongols and Saw, who are also on the same side of the bracket. It was actually Saw to take the first map over Mongols. Shocking result. They're back, Harry. Call it an 0-2 game in an RMR. Saw are back. Don't call it a 2-0 game at a major, though.
How did the Mongols play? Can you show me this?
Oh, you're worried about your fantasy?
Yeah, I am a little bit. Oh, it's not looking great. It's not looking great out of the gate. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
But the Mongols, man,
Yeah.
They look good. There's no denying it.
Yeah, coming into the event, certainly. But here, we'll have to see.
Oh, we're right back in. All right.
Enough rambling. Time to play. (3-1) and right down middle for big.
Yeah, Tabson makes it very, very deep. Maybe even deeper than FlyQuest are ready for. They turn around and they deal with him. Well placed from Inns to secure that opening. Searson keeps getting given chances down here through middle. It's JDC to find that first point of contact, and Regon puts that M4 to work, but it's irretrievable now for old mate Crimbo, who's boxed in this corner. Gonna have to do it with the 5-7. Up close, this thing is a beast. And the 5-7 ain't bad either. Crimbo gets out after one. FlyQuest is split up right now. Liaz has all this control over towards the arches, but they don't know about JDC or where he's gotten to. Luckily enough, Liaz is going to sniff him out, so that's the A site opened up here.
Yeah, Bomb's still a little bit scared. It's going to make the long route round, and if Big were making a pacey rotation, they could have gone back through CT. They don't like how deep Liaz is, though. They'll try and go through middle. Still not going to get there to stop the bomb. Liaz will actually hear these steps. I say that. They start sneaking. He's still aware. Sisson split up on his own. There's no way they should be ready for Crimbo and Apso, right? Liaz is even knife out running through this position. He thinks better of it. Giving Crimbo the runway. But not a lot of time to mess around here with no kit. Crimbo's got to get this first kill clean, and Liaz is slinking back into the bomb site. Feels like a 4-1 lead for FlyQuest on this T side right now. Despite getting force-bought in round 2, FlyQuest land on their feet and start sprinting down the track.
So remind me, you guys, we came into this. What side did you say that folks have been struggling with a little here on Inferno?
I don't recall. That was so long ago, Harry. I mean, this isn't a good map for Big, let's be real. They've had kind of nothing to show for it, despite one dominant win over VP. It's been recently a bit of a tough one for this team. One win all year on this map. Sisson, once again, has taken that mid pick. That's something to rely on right now, it seems like, for Big. They could use those advantages. What can they do with it? Ins? Oh, that's very late, and Crimbo's molly burns him out. 5-on-3 for Big. Great position, and AWP has gone back to Apps.
And Big might start dismantling this 3-man hold over towards B soon, right? Especially with kind of FlyQuest having to drop that smoke in and then not even surviving. They've also blocked themselves off from Banana. So JDC comes back around to join in on the A-hold, meaning that FlyQuest are going into a 3-on-3 here, and they've got to get past this Sisson AWP. It's been causing them problems. Any sort of scoped gun for Sisson has often been advantages for Big. And now he's got the biggest one, just posted up from Pip. Now towards the short side, he's making a little reposition here, trading places with Regon.
I mean, this is a flawless setup for Big. Gives a long gap, but they know with the time so low that FlyQuest would never take this. They might even combat save, to be honest, with Dexter having enough money to drop an AK over. That's probably your best call. It's just not positioned for this round. And if FlyQuest went up short there, they would have gotten turned into mincemeat, and that's before they even find JDC hiding on the boxes. So nice round out of Big. Couple of picks, and they force FlyQuest's hand. It's nice to get a clean round like that as well. Big have a bit of money to fall back on.
I mean, you know, Alistair, he had his moments, and you looked at Ancient, he won that kind of pivotal clutch in the 1v2 over towards A, but for the most part, he's been quiet across the series so far. Sisson, meanwhile, is starting to get very involved at the start of these rounds. You kind of are anticipating you're going to have this mid-fight available, so I want to see Alistair try and take that. I want to see him try and punish Sisson in this head-to-head. And he will! Alistair throws his hat and name into the hat in the ring.
And he pulls it out the hat, and suddenly he's in the ring.
Regon! Yeah. Never replies. Dexter gets ballsy with it, walking the smoke. They're not able to get this trade either, so even though they've dealt with Sisson to open up.
Oh, it's one of the mollies.
Well, they can't be on scaffolding.
They're not on the roof, Tamsin. Happy to let you know. All right, 4-on-4 backup Banana with the combat AWP, but that's not going to make this corner clearing any easier. They need a molly in there. Alistair sneaks into the SMG. And Tabson gets out scot-free. A lot of walking for FlyQuest, but it might actually lead to a result. Flash goes high, Rigon pulls a nade, and he even gets one somehow, some way, leaving just Vexite in the clutch.
Bomb on his back though, and he's got time here. There's that wrap coming in all the way through middle, but they're both leaning towards the apartments right now. And so he does have just a few more seconds to try and get set up. He's going to post himself over in the pit. Now, tabseN could just walk right out and put a stop to this, but will he look straight down? I don't think this is the #1 angle you're looking for. Here's him drop in. Vexite, quick turnaround, but it's that second player through the apartments that he wasn't ready for. So Crimbo and tabseN make it happen. And Vexite's locked out of the clutch attempt in that 1-on-3.
Bit of damage, Plant, keeping Big honest at least in this round, but yes. Despite Sisson even getting picked in middle, that wasn't the requirement for Big. I am very impressed. Rigon gets out with 2 kills in this round, right? He knows he has util, he wants to play it, but he's on an off angle. He's not in a position to use his grenades. Yeah, he's relieved he even got a kill there.
That's a sigh of relief.
He's just not in a position to use grenades. He's not spotting down in deep pit. He should just be playing his fight on the off angle, so he's happy he gets one there. Pistols in this round. Sisson going to try and put range between him and his opponent. Doesn't hang around too long in middle, and FlyQuest again just want to burn this smoke at top mid to keep Big passive. Molly buys some time, but they can flash through whenever they want. We're coming B. Psych! Coming A.
Oh, they're going to try to chase down the orb.
Ooh.
And the Glock slows Sisson down. He doesn't get away, but here's these rotates. Crimbo and JDC move in to clean up. And with just Dexter left standing, the big A site will withstand the rush from FlyQuest. Even though they try to throw a bit of trickery in. And the fake flash through Banana. I'm surprised Big didn't fall for that more.
Honestly, why weren't they 5B? Given that FlyQuest rushed immediately through A. I almost would have just preferred to see that flash just for Arch or something, just lob it over Moto. Get a second kill perhaps, but yeah, an eco. Not the end of the world there for FlyQuest. This could be big. Picking up steam on the CT side. Dexter going with a pace up Banana, but he has no support, no trade available. And Crimbo holds strong. 3 CT still here. The nades just come flying in. And light ends up. Back to the site, back to CT for Big as they pre-rotate 2 players. And this orb has been doing this a few times, finally going to pay off for Sisson. Scroll nades make me scared, and he'll get chased down out of apps, but tabseN's got his back. 4-on-2, FlyQuest just got to hope for the best on this B bomb site. And right now, this is, again, given a good bit of respect here. Crimbo can drop a molly if they throw any util. But he's currently not in a position to stop the plant. He's going to go round to Coffin to do exactly that. Maybe at this point just want to play for retake, having no support with that smoke down in CT. JDC burns his mag, and Crimbo gives it up. 4-on-2, post-pot now for Big. It's not even going to come to it.
Yeah, Alistair is in hot water here.
Oh, yeah.
And Core crossing, Crimbo just peels away, waits for his teammates to move on over, and Big stay very composed. They don't let that one get out of hand. They kind of gifted the kill onto Inns as well as he goes searching over the top of Oranges. So Big are building back here on their CT side in spite of that kind of slow start to Inferno. They're very, very quick to course correct. And the money's still in a desperate way for FlyQuest, so it's going to get better for Big. Or at least it's meant to.
Triple HE. Down in pit, perhaps? Try and blow Rig onto smithereens. Sisson on short. He's got his full back route. This time shouldn't be caught by a chasing pistol. Smoke comes out on mid. Searson gets out after one. The spam could even help him out as he finds two. Searson, any more shots from the side? The Julies are out. He just comes swinging, but that's dangerous. JDC doesn't have the ammo to support, and he gets glocked on long side. This is Glocks and Tech9s taking their way into a 3-on-2.
Big are desperate for a kill to bring them back into this round. But they won't be given anything. Dear. They call the save. They call it off. FlyQuest with just the pistols.
I'm shocked.
Anything to go off of. They found a way to break through.
I'm shocked. Big save there, to be honest. They have the money to risk it, and they were in position to go for a quick attempt. It must be the AWP. The fact they know it's in the post plant. Dexter has an angle. That's going to be very... Oh, he's dead. Yeah, you're not getting... Oh, he gave the AWP. That's smart. But he's still dead. I hope I'm right. This bomb is huge, man. 6 health. When I saw him jump abs, I thought he had no chance, Harry. It's not my best work. I don't play this map. 5-5.
Could always fall back on the scoreline, Hugo. 5-5.
5-5.
That is the scoreline.
No, I'm talking about his KD, actually.
That's huge for FlyQuest, though, to break through it around like that. Those are the sorts of rounds that their first half all the way back on Ancient was lacking. These kind of breakthrough moments in the game, and you're now verging upon one if you're FlyQuest on a tricky side of the map as well.
Oh, Tapson giving it right through the smoke, but he didn't want to commit. Tries to pull back, Dexter repeaks, and at least the HEs are solid in this round for Big. It makes it worthwhile. Player tagged up on either side. And the player lost as well, but still have this apps pop coming in. Oh no, Rigon fiddling with nades. They're going to drop in. Still manages to recover a spray again, and Searson in position in time. No one in the site, but JDC creeps back in. So Alistair, not an easy 1v3.
Smoke's going to get rid of the AWP at least, but he wasn't ready for JDC tucked in up close. Man, I mean, you know, Rigon in the pit, he's been caught on awkward timings a couple of times now with nades, but he still gets out with the kill. It makes you wonder, you know, what could he do if he found the good timings? he still gets out with one every single time.
He's 12-6.
Yeah, he's having a great day in the office here.
Yeah. Had a phenomenal opening map. Some very impactful rounds on both halves.
Now we're kind of hitting this point where if you're Big, getting out with 7 feels like a necessity, because this second half is going to be an uphill battle. And we keep saying, for the Big squad, they say it themselves, how important Cologne is to them as individuals and to the organization. And for the longest time, Tabson, Godby, they've been kind of chasing the ghost of 2018 when Big went on that run all the way into the finals versus Na'Vi. They've been looking to get back to that. They've been looking to have their time in the limelight at Cologne, and they're hoping that Rigon can be the man to take them there. Now, he's played great in this series, but if Big end up going down to open up the play-in bracket in a, essentially, you know, win 2, you're through system, they're going to find themselves in very hot water, and not where Big want to be.
Well, no Godby in sight. No more. Big continuing to make moves, try and find that golden piece. All right, JDC sending it right down alt mid, and he's got Rigon for support. He even gets into T-Apps. This whole round has now just turned into a death match right now. Forget your nades, forget your game plan. You just got to fight for survival. Spam on the smoke. Dexter's low, and JDC is in T-spawn right now. I don't think FlyQuest are really aware.
Tabson's a great ability, though, in these sort of moments to be willing to inject chaos right near the end of halves. He did that back on Ancient, and they try to do it here on Inferno. And while the initial results look good, those players end up very separate on the offensive, so deep into enemy lines that they don't have assistance anymore. And so FlyQuest are able to isolate both of those fights and claw their way back into a 3-on-3. If they split the half even, that is a disaster for Big.
This could not have gone worse. 5-on-3, and Rigon still pushes mid. JDC plays again on bridge. He could have tucked for so much time in those T apartments. So many off angles available. Now FlyQuest have been given away back in. This orb could still pick one out from behind, but Searson just a second too late as they sneak their way up long. At this point, Big should know what's up. It's either apps or it's long. Sisson goes back to that B bomb site. Tapson gets the info. And Sisson better hurry up. Gung-ho back to A. Tapson's on his own. Flash to try and force a kill. He will get it, but they burn him out. 2-on-1. Sisson, what have you got?
Missed that timing on the cross into the pit. Drops a nade in, but now they know where he's coming from. Now they know what they're up against. And so FlyQuest, they've got time to get set up here. Tries to isolate these fights. It's a well-placed smoke. It locks ins out of the trade. Searson's given himself the best possible chance here. But as he drops in, fake flash. Searson falls for it. Up and over the boxes, and Ins is ready. It's a split half as FlyQuest offer up resistance down the tail end. After stealing away Big's map pick earlier on, FlyQuest managed to bring us to an even scoreline heading now into the CT side of their map pick of Inferno. And so to me, I think this puts FlyQuest in a very, very good spot moving forward. This is a map that Big, to say they've been struggling on, feels like an understatement. and letting that round slip through right at the close where they try to mix things up, they try to come through with aggression, has given FlyQuest a real fighting chance for this to be the 2-0 and send Big into a bit of a disaster spiral to open up the play-in.
Yeah, biggest quest yet for the Aussies to start a tournament off, going 1-0 up, being a single series from a group stage, but Crimbo wants to put it all to question. And Nate does surprisingly little. And Crimbo avoids any trade here as he just hangs out behind logs. The rest of his team running it through apps. With that entry from Rigon, we know he's been a keen entry man on this T side today. He's going to be helped out by JDC to double up on this A side. Dexter forced her a Molotov. He knew he had to go. Or FlyQuest would have been left out of position, and they will still be trying to save a smoke. Rigon will not let that happen. 7-6 for Big. Pistol round. Rigon looking happy with it. But otherwise, not much energy from Big in this series, I'll say. We've had Ali screaming from 9-3 down. Big have been fairly tame in comparison. They know they have a long road to run.
Yeah, I think, the nice upside that we've seen across the series so far is that Rigon is their fifth man. He was the right guy for the job. He's been kind of the standout player for Big across both maps. Even keeping it up there to keep the dream alive in the pistol.
Playing smokes here on FlyQuest, just trying to buy as much time as possible. They're not even holding them though, so this could be awkward. They're playing a pop flash for Vexai. Big might just go through this first smoke with an execute. Vexai getting tagged up a lot by the Molotov. Big think better of it, and that's exactly what FlyQuest want. First smoke dropped at 120. They can buy a lot of time in this round. That's a good resmoke for Crimbo. It's forced actually all the util out on B. And even a rotation as well. Smokes won't save you now. Big 4-on-2 into the site. Terrifying.
Yeah, trying to delay with all these smokes, and they've done a good job of that.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Like, you've just turned Big around. You've uprooted the game plan entirely at the 30-second mark. They're going to recommit. But FlyQuest are already making moves to try and suss this one out, and they get the spot in top mid. They know it's the commit. That is a big kill for Inns. This smoke is still up, only just fading now as Big try to come through. They brace themselves, but it's the crossfire between Inns and Liaz that proves to be too much. One man left. Alistair goes unchecked. This is going to be his moment. He could win it right now. There is a threat for Big. He's delayed, and Alistair takes it to time.
Wow.
The pistols prevail for FlyQuest. They delay Big with those smokes. And what was meant to be measured and composed from Big Clan ends up coming back to haunt them.
That's a sick round for FlyQuest. I can't believe they do it with the smokes. They buy just enough time, and still everything goes right on top of that. Big still found a double entry. They had enough time to plant, but Crimbo didn't trust his cover. He wanted to hunt the kill, and Alistair played that pillar perfectly. Just wiggling around. What an awkward way to lose that round for Big. The fadeaway shot from Inns, retreating from short. It's just the same as last map. Ali, very quiet game, but comes up with a huge 2K in a very important round late in the match. Had that 1v2 against Searson and Rigon on Ancient, and I can't say single-handedly won that round, but he certainly put a bow on it. And Big just get broken. Back over the knee.
Ooh. It's always Rigon. True. Opener secured, and with it a bomb plant. A real chance here for Big. And they're forced back into this one. They have themselves a plant over inside of B, and they've got time to set up. Searson right now is embarking on a very big flank, but he's taking it super slow for the time being. Finally gets a move on now and starts running. But his teammates are having to buy him a lot of time right now, and that's a problem because that's not something they've got high in supply. Everyone falls, and it's just Searson on this wraparound. Gonna have to do it with the Deagle. They're on the defuse already. Searson closing the distance, but surely doesn't get here in time. Liaz now has his eyes on that wraparound. It's a FlyQuest deal with the big force buy.
I think one thing for me, just thinking about it, like, remember when God got removed? He was shocked. He was surprised, and fair enough. I think I heard that it was like 4 out of 5 players voted him off. Not sure who didn't. And, oh.
No time. No time.
Go.
After time.
But yeah, four out of 5 players voted him off, and to me that just screams that Big want to completely change the identity, right? They want to move away from what they know, what they've relied on for all these years. That hasn't really worked in the past few years. Now they bring in a strong, capable rifler who, you know, so far in a very small sample size has shown great capability to entry, and you know, despite that addition in firepower, Big still struggling tactically in this game. I don't know. It makes me wonder. It just brings more questions and less answers.
Yeah, I think hopefully it's one of these things where the longer they get used to, you know, what Rigon's capable of and what he can do, that will change how they look to play around him. Because you do often see times where, like, he'll get an opener and other teams might pounce quite quickly on the back of it and try to, you know, have kind of set-in-place reaction there. Sometimes I think Big almost get caught off guard by the openers he's able to provide them.
Yeah, the philosophy of Big used to be so clear, right? The very tricky util, very, very slow rounds at times. Oh dear. But it's hard to pinpoint the Big philosophy in the current year.
I mean, you don't like seeing that frustration either, but it's understandable. They can feel this game getting away from them. And in the games that matter more than any other to Big, Tabson, he was the one who got to experience the glory run all those years ago, all the way to a final here in Cologne. And so he's kept Big in this round at least. Nice to get to say his name there as he doubles up down towards the mid push, kind of quells that aggression early on.
Alistair knows he needs to force a kill here in a 3-on-5. If Big just group and hit a side together, they're going to win it. So Alistair decking the AWP on the T-half. It's a nice kill. Should force Big back to this B-bomb site. Intis away. He's got the util ready, getting caught on the wiggle. Throwing a smoke not molly is a dangerous one. They're going to go right through that one, including the Molotov. Nade will bounce back, almost killing himself in the process. 3-on-4 here. Alistair catches Rigon. Careful, Big. Don't split up too much. This one's getting awkward. They're going to have to hurry up on this rotation. And Ins playing with fire, spamming the smoke. But Big with a bomb plant, set themselves up for success. No nades coming down to the fight here in this post plant.
Still a stressful round though. Alistair has made it so with that double kill. If you'd managed to get into B a lot cleaner, they would have never even considered this. But Tabson, this one gets personal for him. 3 kills deep in the round. And that might be enough for Big to walk away with this one unchecked.
Nice. Big round for Tabson. Just sat at T-Ramp, FlyQuest throw. I like the FlyQuest are confident enough in this game to throw in an aggressive round. Not in a desperate time. They just send it down mid on a full buy, knowing if we win this, we not only, you know, flex our muscles, but we completely break Big's economy. We take double digits. We're in a game-winning position. It doesn't work. Tabson's aware of it, but it shows that FlyQuest have the gumption.
Yeah. No, and yeah, even like your point, like the desperation front, whenever you kind of used to, I think this is like what Dexter really brings to the table is like some method to it and some composure. Sure, he brings in the aggression, but those would be like moves you used to see kind of, you know, all Greyhound like pull in when they were getting thrashed after playing a pretty boring game up until that point, whereas nowadays, you know, that's just a move where you're trying to kind of stake your claim to the game. You're changing the pace up. You're keeping Big on their toes.
Counter-Strike is confidence, and FlyQuest today have had reason to be confident with how they've played. Had some individuals to rely on. This one's far more of a team game. That's a nice boost. Rigon again at the forefront of this T side finds Dexter.
His AWP was the reason that FlyQuest even made that last round interesting. He's going to get tasked with another multi-kill needed here.
Ooh, yeah, over the top.
He won't survive. Regon and Crimbo, quick work made of this B site, and so Big have closed the gap. It starts with Tabson on a multi-kill round, fending off mid-aggression. Now Regon's starting to find those openers. Big have still got a bit more left to show us here.
Regon 4-1 on opening duels in this map alone. And he's looking for the closes as well. Oh, nice. Only ins left up. Surely not. But Regon playing a phenomenal game today. Oh, he's waiting for the flash. Poor Tabson. Ins will survive, and Big will level out the score. Putting them on eco as well. This should be Big taking the lead right at the end of Inferno.
You know, the Eagles, they were always a very kind of momentum-based squad, right?
Yeah.
Ones that could just steamroll. And you very much see that embodied in how Regon approaches these rounds. He's relentless. If he survives getting the opener, he's coming for you in the hunt at the end of the round. And that's every damn time. So he's a very threatening guy. He's someone you want to take off the board early if you can.
Just a very well-timed pickup, it feels like, when German scene haven't really seen any huge breakout players since Crimbo. And finding a player who's typically not played in a German-speaking team, not for a while. Just become a free agent like that. He's found another entry. Regon just running out of apartments. Tabson helps. And these pistols, this time, Big don't let the smokes or the delay or the mystique of the round stall them out. They just explode. And Inns is going to try and once again save this M4. As Big come in for the exits. Barrel shown. Crimbo recovers it. Vexide, not long for this round. Nice shot. 10-9 here.
Up in the lead now.
Yeah, they've got to take this. This is FlyQuest map pick. Bigger map down. Looking to go through the group stage on home soil.
Their effort to dodge the pitfalls of Mount Doom that they might have otherwise found themselves in, they've done what everyone thought they should have done. They've relied on the big Eagles to get them there.
Nice.
With Regon leading the charge and now the rest of them falling in line behind him. Timeout's called for FlyQuest as what was once feeling like a game that they were destined to run away with after splitting the half, coming into the second by winning that second round force buy and then streaking some rounds together. This was all building towards a FlyQuest win.
They're regrettably off of that mid push as well, which again didn't seem like an awful call, but right now is looking like it may have dug FlyQuest a bit of a shallow grave. Luckily, they might be able to yank themselves out of it before it gets any deeper. A round difference. Alistair's AWP out. Good grenades. Searson, a decent last map. A quieter one in Inferno, not a shock for an AWP, but Alistair on the CT side makes his work. And who did he take down, Harry?
That's really big.
Oh, it is
now
all right.
aggression. Vexite runs at them through Banana.
Wow.
Dexter's there to back him up. And so the gauntlet's been thrown down in response from FlyQuest.
Oh, Big just get their neck snapped.
They find the opener. They find the guy that's been causing them so many issues. And when he's the first to fall, when you've gotten rid of Regon, you feel so much more comfortable to take some liberties. And that's exactly what they do. Aggression down Banana. And immediately that pressure is back on.
Yeah, FlyQuest start Triple B, but they don't show it by dumping all their util. They just get the standard mollies in, but then they delay with a deep HE. And fortunately for them, there's 4 players at Big in the middle of Banana. They all get tagged up by the nade, and then FlyQuest flash peek it. It couldn't have gone better, according to plan. Crimbo through the smoke. That's a sick entry. He's going to clear the corners as well. No AWP here to stop him. Crimbo unleashed as he takes 2 into this B bomb site. Big respond just as quickly. 2 rounds in 20 seconds. That's not Inferno.
Yeah, they're down to play the brawl for Banana. And I mean, when Crimbo gets an opening kill like that, he knows that he's so much faster than what FlyQuest are ready for. He knows he's going to kind of ride with the hot hands after getting the opener. And you could feel that one getting out of control with all of Big believing in him and falling in line behind him. So now they even look to go hunting for these remaining players. They want maximum damage here. It's this AWP that they're really keen on removing. And, well, there he is. Regon out through the apartments. They know where Liaz is, and Regon is relentless.
Okay, there's the hype that we've been waiting for. Big know how much that round matters, and the damage as well on the exit. It means there's no AWP unless Alistair wants to play glass, which is a dangerous decision to make.
Nice. Come on, 5v2. Come on, Tim. Great for the economy. Fucking lovely.
Lovely indeed, but not anymore. Money on the line here for FlyQuest. Big in control. A very back and forth second half of Inferno. Ooh, oh dear. And he's out.
Yeah, they wanted to take Banana in that round. And the smoke lineup was just off. So the Banana fight didn't go down the way that FlyQuest had envisioned it. They've still adjusted well, right? They've quickly dismantled that stack over towards B. Alistair, no right to get out with one, but he's managed it. And so he's at least kept the numbers even here. But Regon, he's so terrified. Liaz, you feel so boxed in right now. You don't know what's happening on short. You're scared about peeking into the apartments, and they could be wrapping you long.
They're coming to molly him for Regon. It's a perfect move. He doesn't have a Molotov. If they can get one in with his flash, that's beautiful. Liaz is so blind. He's burning. He doesn't even know it. Tabson takes that headshot. He's seen him in the sight. Regon doesn't let them down. In fact, he pulls them up to 12 and takes map point on FlyQuest's pick.
And if you're Big right now, you are smiling about this Regon signing. You're feeling very, very good about it. He has been a real force of nature here.
What a great call to reset on long there. Big were ready to wrap the A side. They're 2 library side, and Regon, and they know there's 2 in A. They know there's 2 hiding, but Regon is the only guy who doesn't have a Molotov. So Big double molly into the pit, double flash everything. Oh, sorry, molly pit, molly site, flash pit twice. Liaz doesn't have a choice. He's dead.
They left him with no options. I think the choice Liaz made was the best choice he had, which is just to fight and try and get one before you die.
Excellent call. Don't know who made that. Maybe it was a dead call from someone just seeing that bird's eye view of the round for Big. But clearing out the most potent position in the round. And that will put Big on 12. And you know Regon's coming in swinging after that entry kill.
I mean, you found him a hell of a lot over towards the apartments, and the round where you saw it all unravel was where they picked him off early before he got into position.
That required the AWP. They can barely buy M4s.
I wonder if that's something they're trying to think about here. What do they want to do early? They also had the unfortunate, they open up that round, they missed the Banana smoke. Does that shake your faith in the Banana take? Because even that fight went down differently to how FlyQuest were expecting it. They wanted to smoke bottom Banana and take that control early. And it could have been a very different round if that smoke had actually landed, because that's exactly where Big were holding from. There's some awkward decisions to be made here for FlyQuest and for Big. It's just a matter of keep doing what we've been doing. Let's let Regon open up over towards the apartments. Let's let Crimbo have the freedom and the util to support him in that over towards Banana.
3 HEs, that's a lot of info. They're going to have to pre-rotate Alistair to avoid getting jumped on A. And Dexter's left all alone, and he's committed as well. If he dies, the round is over. The game is over. A very dangerous game being played by Dexter right now.
He's kind of trying to like feign the confidence over towards top B. It's like you wouldn't expect them to be spamming if he is the solo player. And so at least, you know, he's scared them away from the top Banana for now, but nothing's forever here. Big start to move back in.
They left him at full belt, so he's picked up a molly, a smoke, and Maybe there might even be a third smoke in spawn. He's going to be able to buy a lot of time solo, reinforce his A site.
Oh, this is a B play.
Yeah.
Regon's left. He's completely left the apartments. When he's doing that, that's the mind made up. He's the guy often left lurking there. And so when he rejoins the pack over here at B, it is the B play. That means Dexter, all eyes are on him. He's got a Molotov to try and slow this down to buy but a few more seconds for FlyQuest.
Gotta go.
You need kills from the captain here. You need Dexter to stand and deliver. He was one of the top performers back on Ancient. But right now in defensive B, it's nothing done, and it's Regon from those apartments all the way back around into the B site take to open it up. Vexite with a response, making a double. Maybe there's still hope yet. Time bought for the rotates. Alistair now moves in, gets rid of that first man. Can't stop the bomb one. Will that come back to haunt them as Tabson mops up two? It's just Liaz, and the one that gets away is the one that makes them pay. Big is still in this game.
Topsy-turvy series to be starting off the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne as both teams steal each other's map picks. That does leave us awaiting Vertigo as a decider between FlyQuest and Big, but not before I dive into everything Inferno with Yanko and Machu. And fair play to Big, Machu. I thought FlyQuest had all the runway they needed to be closing this out in 2, and for Big, they come back from some rounds. I thought they couldn't lose. They did lose, but they still get their heads in the game.
Right, listen, if we're going to talk about resilience on the side of Big, this is a great example. The beginning of the first half on Inferno is a catastrophe. You win the force buy, you get reset by something that is very, very obvious to see coming. You go down 4-1, but still, they fight back on the CT side, they activate Rigon a couple times, and the T side is where things go really crazy. Because somehow, FlyQuest just decide, we are going to throw everything we have straight in Big's face, we're going to skirmish very early on in rounds, and that's all that Big needed. They needed that entrance into fights early in rounds, and the last round was just, I don't even know, what's like a clown fiesta?
Should we bring it back up again? I know it sounds counterintuitive to start at the end, but this was wild, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looked like, okay, Big is gonna secure the round fairly easily with that entry kill. This one from Rigo on 5 before they have decided. Somehow Vexside finds 2 kills here with the smoke pop, right? You're like, okay, there's a chance. And then when you see Alistair in the position with the MP9 playing around the smoke, you're like, yeah, that's it.
It's over.
He's winning it. Like, he gets this 1 kill. He's gonna kill the bomb pipe. He's gonna kill the guy. He's gonna kill the guy. He's actually not. He just whiffs. Like, how? And everyone dies. And the game is over. What?
There's so many things that go wrong for FlyQuest at this moment, from the fail to his teammate behind him is somehow not ready to fight. Like, he feels like he's getting caught with his pants down. tabseN gets 2 kills. Surson was like juggling his AWP for 10 seconds. Oh, wait, I actually have to play this clutch. He activates. What? How did Big turn this around after that double kill from Vexside?
I feel like if there was a round to kind of epitomize this series,
do we have like the Benny Hill? Do we have like the Benny Hill soundtrack? We should run that. That would fit perfectly.
Should we go back to the beginning though? Because you were talking about those kind of moments where, you know, Big, they fumbled the bag, right? We're going to jump into our Kadir playbook with round number 3. What's going on here, Janko?
Yeah, so as Matthew pointed out, Big just won a force buy. Score is 1-1. You can see that, you know, the money, obviously, they're going to get reset, 1,400. That's just pistols and armor, right? So in this sort of a scenario, you really... What do you want to prevent, right? Well, like, if the pistols have the advantage close range, what are the things that you can lose to? What's the number one thing that comes to your mind?
I'm going to say, for $500, I'm going to say an AppSpot.
Absolutely. It's definitely up there outside of a fast banana take or something along those lines, right? So we see that's the call for FlyQuest in this situation. If we can find the play button, there we go. So this is the problem. It's also searson has still a scout, right? So he's going to play short. Look at this setup from Big. It's pretty disjointed, right? Because Rigon is here in a position where he's sort of watching for apps, but one flash really, you know, kind of puts him out of a play, and that's what's going to happen. He's going to get blinded. Liaz is going to whiff here on searson, but still, that flash creates enough space for people to get out, right? And it leaves them in a 2v3 situation that they're still able to clutch, but they really got a lot of space just from that little play.
No, definitely. They got caught off guard. I don't think the setup was appropriate at the very beginning of it. And then Vexside finds a kill through a smoke. The angle is pretty obvious. It's pretty standard. But this, we have to give it to Dexter, because up until this point, Big is going through the right motions. They use the molly, they kind of figure Vexside out, they find the kill, and then it's Dexter with the tech 9.
What is searson doing on short with the scout?
I don't know. Like, brother,
why
I don't know.
Okay? I don't know. Why is JDC in the corner with an M4?
I don't know.
Why don't you play 2 rifles short and pit against this? Another thing you can do is just, which is one of my favorite things, just peek window at the start. Just play aggressive at the start, right? Because sure, you don't really want to give the pistol some fight, but also use it to your advantage. Take it out. Don't let it get to this phase where they're able to execute.
Yeah, and these were the moments where Big were in trouble. When they were forced to play passive onto the A side, and you could see that there is going to be work being put into these passive setups and how we play off of each other. What is the danger coming our way? What do we have to be careful of? And how Big sort of negotiated around it is that sometimes they put Rigon way more forward than a regular pit player is supposed to be. He was playing towards short. He was playing sometimes in apps with the rifle. He got caught a couple times, but that's okay. He found ways to have impact, and they sort of circumvented this issue that we talked about here. This like very inadequate passive setup. Big found ways around it. Short-term solution, that works for me.
I felt like Rigon, you know, he was doing some really good stuff, right? Even if he was being used in those kind of short-term solutions, as you were saying. I think Harry brought up a really good point that we know back in BNE that he was a very big fan of playing off those momentum players that were always bringing the fights to their opponents, right? Do you think that works in the Big system? It does for now, I guess.
I think it's a little bit on the contrary to how they approach the game. Not all the time, but I think that's where they're going to bump heads a little bit, right? Sometimes he would just like to ride that momentum and for them to react to something and just speed up the round, right? Where maybe tabseN's way is just, hey, we can still chill for a little bit, and they're going to need to find that balance. But it's definitely where he does his best work is when he's able to just feel the game and play off of that.
And you can see the second line here is very key as far as I'm concerned. Opening duel 6-1 out of 8. Like, he is the linchpin. He's the one that's going to try and find these openings, these duels. And yeah, I agree with you. In this game so far, I haven't seen too many times where he overplayed his hand. I haven't seen him overcommit to fights after he had an advantage. We know he has that tendency, but if you're big, it's something that you can use too, right? Who is going to give you an opening? You think Surson is going to give you an opening? Like, the guy hasn't attempted one since 2017. Like, it's not happening. You need someone.
He'll give an opening
to the opponent. Jesus Lord, it's been rough to see. So no, I really think T-side so far, they've figured out how they can use Rigon. They've given him a couple of positions with autonomy, independency. He can go and fight, and he's done it again for good first map. Excellent second map.
But what's also wild is we showed the abs pop round. There was another sort of half buy that FlyQuest won in the first half. There was a force buy they won in the second half, and it was still 13-10 for Big. So it was actually, if you eliminate some of those messy rounds where they have an advantage coming out of spawn, right, it would have been a really dominant win for them on the opponent's map pick. So that's the name of the game for me for the third map, is just who can make fewer mistakes
on a map we don't know yet.
Yeah, what do you make of New Vertigo? This is one of the first times I think that I've actually covered a game on New Vertigo. We didn't see it basically at all at Dallas, or a couple of times at EWC. Do you like it? Do you like the changes?
I've never liked it, so you can
so
do...
now it's better, or... Did we change something you didn't like?
I think it's
that makes it
the
better.
same. That's the part. Like, the thing that was changed wasn't the thing that's annoying for me on the map in its own right. You know, it changes the A-bomb side, becomes more difficult for the T's. Really, we're seeing some new setups, some new dynamics like that, but people still hate it. That's why you not covered it yet, and that's why we don't see it as much. It's just a bad map.
So what you're saying is we're not buying this new project. We're not investing into this new vertical.
No.
I'm sorry, just please. We're not going to buy equities in that.
That's why it's still under construction. No one bought it. It's been there for years.
No one is finishing it.
You know, it's like the government will have to buy it out just because it's so hideous to look at.
Yeah,
well, Yanko, like it or not, we're going there anyway, my dude. Maybe close your eyes for the third and final decider between Big and FlyQuest. We're going to Vertigo after the break.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Spearheaded by a relentless Regon, Big have managed to take us to a third map, and it's a bit of a treat. Vertigo, not one that you get to see all too often, huge Byron.
Yeah, not for these teams either. Neither have played it since the changes, Harry. In fact, everyone's kind of shying away from this map, let's be real. And I don't blame them, but right now we've got to put it to the test to close this opening BO3 in the play-in. See who will be going one win away from the group stage, the other one win away from a flight home, or maybe just a train, Harry, or maybe just a taxi for Tabson.
So we've ended up with sort of divorce proceedings third map, an unhappy compromise.
Yeah, no one wins. You both get a kid each.
Sure, yeah, is that how they do it?
I don't know. Split them up. Let's figure it out on map 3. Vertigo. Unbelievable ending to the previous game as well. Tabson dodging death. Alistair with a little whiff. And we've had signs of brilliance from Inns on Ancient Rigon across the series. Jury's still out on Orpers.
Well, a B-lean from the big boys. In's left here solo. He will have a fast rotate available from Liaz, who's also got an incendiary to try and slow this down. Util comes on in.
There's a bit of a gap there. It's not an easy shot for Inns. They're going to cross in.
Ooh, goes the other way. Dinked down by the Glock to open up, but they run at Searson. Regon has to have his head on a swivel, and he can't pick up any more than one. Still, Big have at least been able to withstand this initial rush of the site. Battling their way into a 3-on-3, these dual Berettas are now the last hope for FlyQuest. Vexite tries his hardest, but JDC and Crimbo will lock FlyQuest out of the round.
It was a sick jump round for Inns, who got dinked, goes cold zero and gets 2 headshots, but I love that Big realize what's going on. In a 3-on-3, they know they have 2 players trapped behind generators, so forget the bomb plant, we're just going to push you and force these last couple of kills. Big just go for the throat. Choke slam FlyQuest out of the pistol round, forcing a full eco. Oh, the energy. It's building now.
Yeah.
Big pulling this game back on Inferno. Oh my god. I trust in Regon with a solo A walk right now. Sorry.
Well,
my bad.
Misplaced, I guess.
My USPs today on these second rounds have been so dangerous. So now they're going to get clean swept, obviously.
Yeah. Do you trust Searson?
With the Mac 10? Absolutely.
All right.
Never in doubt.
Well handled. That could have been a disaster. He wasn't looking the right way, but they're going to mop up the remainder of the USPs. And so just looking to get out with the Galil is Vexite. Big don't really want that to happen, so they'll go hounding him down. Second round secured. Regon's death matters not to Big. He knew what he signed up for when he goes walking up ramp all alone there. And so they're able to convert on the round anyway. I just can't believe we're on Vertigo. This one's even hard to get in your pugs.
True, it really is.
I think we've sat in queues like 20 minutes with just Vertigo on, just trying to play it.
Never comes up on face it. Here we go, big creepy crawly.
Daddy's with the long legs.
Yeah, 6 of them.
Oh yeah, that's how many
There's
legs.
3
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
middle,
yeah. So I thought you meant spiders.
No,
I was like,
spiders
they
have
don't.
8 legs.
Yeah.
Actually.
Tabson. Got legs, but does he have hands? Doesn't look like it as it's Ins throwing them out. Double kill on the push over through mid, and now Liaz hears them coming up through B, but isn't able to reel them in at all. So Big, they do get control over the site here. That bomb, however, is cut down over the top of construction, so they're going to have to make a play here to try and recover that bomb, and really this is going to be a brawl for the kills. They are going to need all 3 of them. There's a flank coming in for Dexter. That one's free onto Searson. And so now it's just Crimbo lay out through middle. A route to get that bomb. And if he gets away with the kill, there's even the world for the A plant. Is it up on top or did it fall down? Down. Oh, it fell down. That's a disaster. So Crimbo, yeah, they've got to win this one through fighting. And Crimbo's just seen him. Dexter tagged on up. This one's on a knife's edge. And Crimbo just spots him at the last second. And that's big. Crimbo. Guy really rose to fame through his ability to pull out clutches. He's been struggling with them today. But he walks that one over the line and he waves bye-bye to FlyQuest in celebration.
And I was really scared because Crimbo reset middle. It looked like he was going down ladder to group back up with B when they just decided to push B instead. Well, they lost 2 players over Con. But he just waits middle. He just waits the whole round and then recommits on his own. His timing is so delayed that they just don't think he's still there anymore.
I do love the emotional roller coaster that is Rigon's like reactions. Every round, he really shows you what he's feeling. And usually it's stress.
Yeah.
He'll get used to that.
Big just crawl up A ramp. No resistance. Pistols in the sight. Smokes go down, but not a lot of FlyQuest players here. That smoke will be a little bit awkward. Searson doesn't even clear default. He's just walking right through, right past this one as Crimbo nades open the smoke. Double entry. Good deagle from Dexter. But remember, this MAC-10 is still behind you. Dexter looking forward. Finding a double. Should never be ready for this position. So Searson makes it so. And Liaz just trying to connect some shots with the Deeg as well. Not to be big up 4-0.
Yeah, wrap on the catwalk. This one sealed by Crimbo there. 4 kills from the guy. 8-0 to open up Vertigo. And so while, you know, we've largely been home in the conversation on Rigon, you could also see across Inferno, I think it was very, very clear that Crimbo was building into this series as well. He was being a real nuisance with the harassment over towards the B site on their T sides. And when you think about how the series started for him all the way back on Ancient, it felt like he was struggling to ever be involved, right? He had been in way less fights than anyone else on the team. He was often left in kind of late round scenarios with nothing to do. But as time's gone on, Crimbo has really started to exert a presence across the server. And so we're seeing that in kind of its final form here on Vertigo with this start from the guy. There's a whole extra element being brought to Big right now that FlyQuest just haven't really had to deal with.
Searson and Dexter traded damage through the yellow wall. And so Dexter very low as Rigon tries to hunt him down. That's a big kill from below. Searson finding Ali. Five on 4 in full control for Big. Up on the ramp yet again. Dexter in trouble if he goes back for a reswing. Rigon is already up short. He's going for the orb right now. That's optimistic at best. Thinking that Molly would buy him the room. It did not. Tabson pushed through, and again, they don't know how deep Rigon is. He is even further than FlyQuest already. Trapping them in the B-bomb site. A shallow grave right now. They don't even have the exit route available. JDC has locked them in. So FlyQuest fighting for survival, not for the round. This is this is classic Big, methodical. Exit doors guarded. Good util, letting Searson pick.
I mean, they've always had powerful util here on Vertigo.
Yeah.
It's even one of the reasons I think when you see someone like Zantares in Eternal Fire, he's always like the util damage guy and carrying forward all the stuff he brought to the big squad.
I mean, when we're talking about identity for Big earlier, it's like Big have created, Goppy and Tabs and that combo back in the day, over the years, created much of the util that is meta and standard even today. Smokes on Dust too. Even some util on Vertigo as well came out of these two. So yeah, I'm not shocked to see Big looking pretty comfortable here. But it's just, of course, questions with neither of these teams having played the new form of Vertigo so far.
I get the vibe Big have been cooking.
Yeah, it does seem like that. Rigon on Gap is a terrifying prospect given what he's delivered in the first 2 maps of this series. Some very straightforward fights. And Searson, who's had trouble really getting activated to any high level in this series.
It's not really been an AWPers match.
No, definitely not. But this is if he's playing support AWP and he's sitting bottom ramp and he's just looking through smokes and going for wallbangs and he's got Rigon taking the space for him, I think this could be a lot more fun for Searson now on the T side. He's just gone bottom A and scoped up Gap every round. It's a very good look right now for Big. Molly fades in the smoke, so Rigon's up ahead of it. Oh! That's not cool. Nice.
There's that combo. Rigon and Searson taking control of ramp. Alistair blinding himself.
Yeah, it's not enough. Rigon gets a second entry into this site as well. And it is so tagged up. Liaz will join him. They both get a kill with this damage, but that's not a nice combo. It's left them saving yet again.
I think we might see a good bit more Vertigo here at Cologne. I think it's like the one map where there's almost been a kind of, I don't want to say there's actually a gentleman's agreement not to play it, but no one really has been, right? And so you can imagine it pays dividends to, you don't even have to, I'm not saying teams have gone away and like made Vertigo their main map, but it wouldn't surprise me if folks have been putting a bit more time in just to, because you're always expecting that no one wants to play it, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, as you say, gentleman's agreement, people aren't, no one's swapping their first ban, no one's like, oh, I don't like this hole in Gap, I'm a hole in Elevator, I'm going to change the map I don't play, but just someone will second ban it in most BO3s. The fact,
calculated!
Yeah, the scream there for Rigon. He thought he was gone. He thought he was off the map. That's funny.
Well, we said, momentum-based player. He's so homed in on trying to hunt down the kills.
It's like
he forgot himself for a moment there.
I've seen a clip like that before. Oh, that's funny.
Right, gravity's on Rigon's side. What do you even do? Like, he's mid-air in that kill, and then he gets saved from falling off the map.
Oh my god, JDC just running up B as well. Bigger confident now. There it is. He's done that before. Dexter eating a bullet through yellow. He goes deep. He goes down under. They heard that hit. I'm surprised he's not escaping right now.
Tries to replenish the smoke to get himself out.
Rigon. Look at him go.
That's not the man they usually deal with. They should. When you see Vexite dead like that, you almost want to go looking for more.
Okay.
Dexter, well, at least rein in Rigon just a little bit. Slows the roll of Big with the molly. I think up until now in this series, Alistair being a little quiet has felt more forgivable because Searson also wasn't anything spectacular on the AWP, but already he's exerted a lot of pressure to open up this T side as Searson. And so if Searson starts stepping up, you need Ali to do the same.
Oh, that's just dodged by Dexter. Oh, and then he...
Stop talking, bro.
Yeah, and then he walks back in, I guess. It spreads, and Dexter dies. Still Inns
Yeah,
doesn't fall for it. And I mean, Inns has been the one reliable player in this series for FlyQuest in the right position right now. This AWP angle does see him. Searson gets that frag. And Alistair Hurd on the A side. Tabson has got the backstab. No, come on, bro. You can't do this.
Oh, no!
Brother. Oh, dear. You really wanted the knife. Oh, no. If he ran B, he could win the round. I'm done. 7-0, allegedly.
It's nice to see Tabson trying to have fun with it on the upside.
He actually like blocked himself in. That's the funniest part. If he was further
if
away,
he kept letting him
Alistair
walk
was
out,
going
Ali
to walk
wasn't gonna,
out of the angle, but he walks into Tabson, so he just has to knife. Oh,
but you know
really,
what you see is like
this whole round was a joke. Look, he's going to walk away. Oh. And they're just running at them now. JDC got his entry on B, Crimbo in mid, Rigon on A. There is not a weak hole for Big right now. Every position locked down.
No, Dexter's Deagle won't find a thing. It's Tabson on the opener. Him and Crimbo working in tandem. Nade was dropped in towards Elevator, but Ali's not going to find anything with it, and now Rigon goes on the hunt. Everything's lining up for Big.
Yeah.
It feels like they can't set a foot wrong, even when they try to.
And they're trying. Team effort right now. Absolutely.
I mean, I'm actually just kind of glad to see Big having a good time, right? Like, you had the Rigon fall off the map. They're all laughing about that. Tabson failed knife. They're still having a great time. They're even going for the knives.
This has been a stressful series.
Yeah, exactly. Up until now, every single time you've seen them, they all look like they're aging, like the closing scene in Saving Private Ryan, where he suddenly becomes an old man.
It's a good reference.
Yeah. He being Matt Damon.
Tabson, look at that. Just running up ramp. Full pace. They know they've forced the respect thanks to this AWP and Rigon as well, causing a lot of problems. We saw him again. He knows something's up on gap side. Can't connect the kill. Searson with a repeat, a connecting shot as well, but it's going to be the spray back through the smoke. And while in middle, Ali hits one, but there's a quick trade and he repeats too fast. Dexter's just going for it. He has to. Through the smoke. Inside of the smoke. Searson, they've seen this position before. Will he expect it or will he bypass it completely? Again, Rigon is deeper than they're ready.
Oh, wait, this is awkward.
They've realized.
No, the bomb is at bridge,
But
so
he's
he has
gotta
to go
know.
back.
Oh,
and then...
Hello? Hello?
Look, Searson, look down, please.
In gap.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
He knew Dexter was here. He just couldn't find him. He's been in that position before. 3-on-2 here. FlyQuest aren't out of a chance. Inns is inside of the site, but they're everywhere. They're surrounding him. Inns turns back for 2. 1v1. Searson on the short side. Inns knows exactly what's coming up. Shadow perhaps, and he hits the headshot, but it's a 1 HP difference.
Oh, I think he even landed the follow-up tag, like just through the lip of the wall. That's madness. Searson, 1 HP is the difference. Smiles all around for Big as they are still flawless on this T side.
Unbelievable.
Don't see Vertigo every day. Don't see it for Big or FlyQuest.
And won't see it for FlyQuest again, I think. That could have been around to break them back in, to give them some momentum on this CT side right at the end, but now you wonder if it's ever coming. Good nades. Ooh, and the swing behind it as well, but it's no surprise to see Rigon's name in the front side of the kill feed.
Oh, smoke blows open, but Tabson's got a watchful eye on it.
That's a weird play to make with an SMG. I guess FlyQuest are just hoping for anything, but hoping the T's are closer, but they're still sitting there deep with an AWP. Big just looking for the clean sweep right now.
In all the silence, you just don't know where they're going. Like that spot at A didn't tell you anything.
No.
They are bottom ramp.
They've started here, they ended here.
But you know, they kind of overreact to that early info because at this point you want to be gambling, you're a man down, you just need the info, and they get it at least, but they're still going to arrive to this site right as Big are moving in. It's not like they're going to be able to stop them over towards the stairs. They're not going to slow the roll of Big. Instead, they're going to have to play ahead of this util, and someone's got to get a multi-kill here. Someone's got to be the hero for FlyQuest, and if one doesn't materialize, Big are storming the board. They are running away with this game, running away with the series. After some super close back and forth maps as well. It might just end with a blowout here on Vertigo as Big play their trump card. Oh my god, I thought Alistair was about to go off as well.
That was close. Okay, gotta go for it. There's no saving in this game. 1v2, no kits. Flash is good, but they can just swing together. Big looking keen to close it, confident in every engagement. Crimbo is the insurance policy, and it's not needed. Rigon locks it in with a phenomenal series from Rigon, putting Big in pole position. Crimbo's 12-3 as well. His passive play may have left him out of the action on maps like Ancient, but as FlyQuest come feeding the beast on this CT side, Crimbo feasts.
Yeah, he's just been able to do a lot more to harass FlyQuest and constantly make life hard for them. And because you know he's likely to be kind of skulking around looking for those gaps, you're always paranoid to rotate, you're always paranoid to leave, so that's like slowing down the rotates for the FlyQuest squad. They don't want to try go aggressive, because if you go aggressive, you're running into the guy who's 12-3.
Yeah.
So the whole map feels under question right now for FlyQuest. They've had nothing. Big have had everything they wanted when they wanted. You've got Searson doing damage through yellow, just harassing the short player. You've got Rigon down to run amok up through ramp, and then occasionally they'll throw in a call like this where it's just it's grouped, it's all together. They're going to try and take the B space, and so if they get gifted an early kill here, well, this might be a very fast round with an abrupt and fiery end. They've got to check for Liaz, and they won't, so he at least doubles up. Any more from Liaz? He will fall. Tabson gets that trade, but it's answered onto by Inns. So FlyQuest in round 11. This might be where they get their first, and then their last chance for something at the end of this CT side.
I don't even want to speak too soon with the way this game has gone. Crimbo and Searson. 2v4, util for the AWPer. They get burnt out here. FlyQuest aren't going to be the ones, running it big right now. They want to let them make the play. It's going to give Searson the chance to hit his shot with the AWP. Shooting on the corner, missed shot. Another molly. Just try to stop a boost, if anything. They got the bomb out of there. Gives options to Big. They know that the stack is on B right now, so you may as well walk back and try your luck elsewhere. You can see how, they haven't seen Crimbo. They're paranoid that he's even inside of A. Will that paranoia, that constant turning to check your flank, let FlyQuest down? It's certainly limiting the positions they want to play. Like Dexter is trying to bait Alistair. He can't even go and play from elevator, play in the site. He's scared. Maybe Crimbo CT. Now they're going to run 12 seconds. FlyQuest have to try and stop the plant.
Yeah, one kill can win you the round. Oh, that's really rough, because now that plant comes in, the molly. Oh, the nade just denies it. Dexter bails them out.
Wow.
And so the Crimson duo is stopped just like that.
Howie. Sorry, it was right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It was
FlyQuest
right
are on the board.
Woo! They got a round, Harry. I didn't say it. It wasn't 13-0. It didn't happen. You weren't thinking it. He would have got the plant without the nade. That molly would have killed him, but he would have planted. Crimbo 1v4. I've seen it. Seen it with my own eyes.
The Crimsons, a long-running series, might start to hit its Kind of dull patch here down the stretch. All right. 2 rounds is what FlyQuest is shooting for. Searson dead early. Regon is out for revenge. He's not going to get it. Dexter reels them in over towards the short side. That leaves Big with nothing else but these players outside of B. Crimbo goes back to go and fetch the bomb. And they can just leave Alistair posted. That lets them lean heavier over towards B and middle. JDC is desperate for a way in. Ouch. Won't get given anything. So this one, looking like FlyQuest is safe with a second. They just need to stop Crimbo and Tabson.
Should be simple. Oh, with shots like that over the top. Careful, Crimbo's taken 2 in a 2v4 now. At the end of the half, FlyQuest needed everything they could get. And Crimbo's on for the ace right now. It's even scared the AWP off of flanking. He doesn't want to go too soon.
AWP on Alistair in the backstab. That's less than ideal. Even to kind of take the shot, he's got to make some noise. He's got to scope on in. He's going to walk up unscoped the whole way and try to come in with the backstab. But he doesn't have that multi-kill potential. He can't mop up both players.
Dexter's got to give them the plant. And at that point, Big will be aware, okay, there might be a flank in play. We're getting given way too much room right now. You see they're not expecting the respect. Alistair starts to close the gap. Crimbo's got that flank on timing. Alistair sneaking up. Crimbo can't hit the shot. And now it's Tabson looking for the full house. The 1v2 to close the half for 11-1 up. And the captain of Big might have it in the palm of his hand, but Alistair wallbangs him. And FlyQuest, they find something. It's not a lot to rely on this CT side, but they survive the half with a couple of rounds.
2024. Someone told Big to get with the times, and they have, as we're verging on 10-2 here in Germany. And that's the scoreline that Big have been able to run away with at the end of that first half. FlyQuest left wanting only 2 in the final rounds down the stretch. To say it hasn't given them any room to work with, that's a bit of an understatement.
Nice, boys.
Nice start round.
Let's go.
Good shot down. Boys, we came back from 9-3, by the way. Just want to remind you.
Not filled with hope, but they're trying to motivate forward as they send it into the B-bomb site. A well-placed flash pops Searson's face, and Alistair follows up very deep, and they catch Rigon on the top. So FlyQuest with a pistol. They came back from 9-3. That is a good point.
It is a good point. He's raised the compelling point there, is Ali.
It's now 10-3.
Can always rely on him to try and motivate the gang. Isn't in like the usual yelling way, but I think he's reading the room well, right? You can imagine they're deflated at the end of that first half.
I think it would be unreal.
But you're still offering some words of encouragement.
Yeah.
People start to believe those words the more you succeed. So let's see if FlyQuest can do something with the pistol round out tucked neatly away. 4 spy up for Big. They want to try and upset early. They want to try and keep FlyQuest down in the dumps and just get rid of this game before it becomes a problem. But this isn't without risks. You're always making decisions, and they always have different consequences. And so here for Big, it means that suddenly FlyQuest would be 3 rounds to the good if you don't find success with this 4 spy.
Dexter doing very well to get 2 kills out of there, running away. Third is asking too much, and by the time Big realizes this is a B hit, it's already too late. All of FlyQuest inside of the site. Deep smokes just to guarantee it, essentially. Like I said, a little bit caught out between them, but still got vision, so FlyQuest are not worried. 10-4.
Roger that. Yeah, the save here is fine for Big. Because now, like, you have the chance to fight again in the next round. You're going to be able to drop a couple of these pistols over to everyone else. And so that at least, means that, I say coming into this, the idea that if FlyQuest win it, suddenly they like get an extra freebie, and so they're closing the gap even more. Well, the next round isn't super free. You still have to play like you're up against something here, because these SMGs can do damage.
Preshow shows us.
If you want it to be like really wild, and I'm talking like full on unhinged, you could put money in on JDC and Crimbo and have 2 rifles with 3 SMGs and util on all the SMG players.
I think if he did damage, it'd be one thing, but you may as well just eco and buy next. I think Big they've got a huge lead, and from that logic, you can justify both sides. We have a lead.
They're not a risk-taking team.
No, exactly. You just want your gun round. You trust in your gun round. You don't want to give FlyQuest more chances, because then you lose it, then your eco suddenly it's 10-6. Suddenly you're a gun round away from a near even game. It catch up very quick in MR12, so Big just want those big guns.
Nope.
They didn't hear. It's fine. Liaz has had a quiet map alongside Vexite, holding on to middle while his team waltz up on B. Like a pre-nade on the molly to really slow him down. Got to win this fight, Liaz, to split this B-bomb site. Oh, he gets caught in that yellow box, but he still gets away with a frag. Crimbo escaping, or at least delaying his inevitable death. He'll get wall banged out. That's a clean spray. But no more for Tapson. So FlyQuest get rid of the biggest guns in the round. But not the biggest man. It's Rigon with the Deagle, looking to demolish them. Not today.
Oh, and Liaz even ready for the backstab. That's a nice read on the round for Liaz. He was aware of the close player in mid, and he gets there just in time to catch the wrap on the backstab. So FlyQuest get up onto 5.
But this is what Big were waiting for. The AWP on Searson, who despite being 9-9, you would say, no, that's not a good score. He had a lot of impact at the start of the T side.
That can go in the front 5 for the comedy routine, Hugo. That's a good one.
Top, yeah. He was very supportive on the T-side orb, letting Rigon get a lot of space, doing damage to Dexter, stopping this ARAM control. So there we go. That's more like it for Searson. They even double nade gap. Lidoes matter. He gets out. Ooh, huge kill onto Rigon. And Lidoes has found the gap. Hello. Oh, and it's shut. Swiftly. My God, Dexter's had enough.
Dexter's so good. So good. Int gets all this control over towards B as well, but will he get rewarded? Krembo looks aware of this, and the jump up gave him that little bit of foresight to deal with him. Dexter. Oh,
he got stuck.
They both opted out. They were like, nah, it's fine.
Dexter could have killed him.
What? We'll chalk this one up to an L for both parties. Good luck in the retake,
They're rushing the bomb. They're rushing the bomb.
They're going to try and get past Alistair. It's just the tag. He needed the kill, and he will get it the second time around. Dexter nearly finished off Searson. We've never seen FlyQuest not quite kill someone and then live to regret it. Oh no, we have. That was just last map, so let's see Searson. Will he be their second time that this comes back to haunt them? Doesn't look like he wants to go for it. Low on HP. He pays his respects to FlyQuest.
Better run.
And so 6 rounds up on the board as Alistair and Dexter lock it in, and they even hunt down Searson the second time around.
Not sure what he was hanging around for. He already had lost the round at that point. What's one exit going to do? Just run. But yeah, that's a weird one for Dexter. He still finishes his meal, but he had the chance to eat it in one sitting. Saving it for later.
Some things get better when you let them go cold.
Yeah.
Like a pasta bake or a shepherd's pie.
No, that's so wrong. A shepherd's pie is not better cold.
Well,
but I won't debate
cold,
you on that.
Like just room temp.
You use the word cold.
Room temp.
It's still worse. It's objective.
That ain't true. When it's too hot, it goes everywhere.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's not better cold. But that's fine. We can, you know, you can be wrong. It's okay.
Ooh. Let's listen in. Who we got?
Nice. Good fucking job, boys. Well played, yes? Good shit, Josh. That was a big lurk.
I like him, man. See, because like Dexter is the captain, but like Ali is the emotional captain.
Yeah, okay, I like that. Oh, okay, they're waking up.
And it works. It works. Waking up. You know, it gets results. Lidoes looked like a shadow of himself in this map.
Good dodge.
You don't like that for Dexter, especially not after the impact he's been having. Losing him, that's a death that will be felt by FlyQuest.
But Lidoes got a crispy one in mid this round, so going to try and move in. They'll crunch him together. 2 PT50s. Just Searson on his own right now. He kind of walked into that like Lidoes wasn't going to be close, but they'd already seen him. He's not stopping Lidoes here. 3 kills on the ante. Half buy for big going nowhere.
I mean, when we had like, you know, kind of prime Lidoes, this was a great map for the guy.
True.
Rigon kind of try his hand at stopping the A play, but he can't manage it.
This would be, look, I don't want to get ahead of it, but it's pretty close already. This would be just a gargantuan choke for Big to lose this game, so I'm sure they're thinking that right now. This next gun round needs to have results, especially considering last one started off 5v4, they got out, and then Dexter just went beast mode with a triple entry. Has been incredible. He was always a fragging in-game leader, right? When he was originally in this Greyhound team, before he moved to Europe and played on Miles and Fnatic, he was already known as this fragging in-game leader, but then he got more experience in Europe. He came back with even better in-game leading. That's definitely shown on this T side since the major blues where they were unable to make Copenhagen. We saw them look really good in Chengdu. Krembo trying to make them die with a bomb. He knows he can buy next. Oh, that could kill the orb. That could be nice. It's killed Ings, but yeah, it's worth it. Little Doja nade on the way out. But Dexter, the one thing that's been more impressive to me is like his individual level has somehow even gotten higher since those Fnatic and Miles days. He regularly does things like this.
Yeah.
And you, in theory, have some players like Vexite who are meant to be touted as the next big thing in in Australian CS, like the future star, he does often have these really cold games where he just goes completely missing. Inns is the old reliable for the team. Orb doesn't find Vexite, who is going through the smoke on a very nice timing here.
Oh yeah, that one's free. Even got the spot on the second player. Regon falls down to the ramp take, and there's no Searson in sight. Vexite swinging on out for even more. tabseN now dead.
Uh-oh.
And so a lot of pressure's put on this A site. That might trigger some rotations here. You can see JDC's getting antsy over in middle, but he will decide against it. They don't fall for this. They don't give in to the pressure that's been applied over at A, and they maintain a double B hold. And will that be the difference maker here as FlyQuest set their sights on the B play?
That's awkward. Dexter had such a great position, but he goes before the flash even comes around the corner, so of course they take him down.
Oh, this could get messy. These rounds can get out of hand. They're going to try and rejoin Vexite over here in A. Searson is still out on short. He's been waiting here all round.
He's going to hit the Utah as well first. Gonna know what's coming his way. That molly traps him in position, but he doesn't mind as long as it doesn't tick. It actually goes out in the smoke. JDC catching a player by surprise. Searson hits his shot, trying to stop the plant. It's never coming in. Alistair, 20 seconds, got to do it quickly. Baits the shot out. Fantastic movement, but they're still coming quickly from the spawn side as well. Does he have much room? 15 seconds. Searson with the repeat. Alistair running out of chances, and Crimbo's going to catch him from the elevator. Big survive just one more. They take their first CT round.
That is, I'm very impressed with Big there to make FlyQuest feel like the team that's under the pressure. Considering Big lose 2 players on the opener, it's this push from Vexite that nets that double kill to kind of put FlyQuest in pole position. They call the bluff on the A play. They call the bluff on Vexite's flank. They keep Searson over towards short, who remains composed throughout. He doesn't overplay his hand. He doesn't get antsy and look for the info. And when they shut Dexter down at B, FlyQuest, they start panicking like they're the ones on the back foot. They split up the offense. They have one player lurking out through B who falls down, and then they have that push up through the A site, and they were never ready for that AWP. That is a very composed round for Big, and a great read of the situation there. FlyQuest end up playing right into their hands. Alistair might make up for it with one, and the double on that AWP. Couldn't deliver in the clutch, but he has gifted a double opener to FlyQuest here.
And they make the right call. Just group 5 players, go for a hit together. Even if you go into a stack, should be favored to trade out these kills. Chroma in a close position. They've used a lot of util to clear this before. But will that be their undoing? No, there is a molly. That's a default molly, though. Spam will do. Vexite clears it clean. JDC alone in the smoke, just going to pop through with that flashbang. Almost transfers to 2. Rigon throwing himself into the site. FlyQuest, they've got the numbers here. They're not in any hurry to plant this bomb. They're going to look for the kill together. Rigon able to snatch one out. 4 health. Diaz knows a Glock shot will do it. I don't see a world where Rigon gets past this AWP either. He's right there, 20 seconds, backing up. Playing the clock, but Liaz with the Glock closes, and FlyQuest, bit by bit, round by round, they're piecing them together. Yeah, that's the right time for a timeout, Big. Streak of 5. Big take 11, and then FlyQuest respond immediately. Money is in tatters here for Big.
And, you know, something that's standing out to me is just how, you know, one of the things we were saying coming into this, like Alistair, non-factor, really, really slow start to Vertigo. He was like 0-6 at one point in time, like couldn't get the ball rolling. But then you hear him in the team comms trying to hype up the team. And now on top of that, he's delivering some high impact kills, some high impact moments. It's not the guy down bottom of the board cheering you all on like a cheerleader. He's actually trying to be the one, you know, driving the game forward. Him and Dexter have been instrumental to this. Inns as well, who you always say is a safe pair of hands. And now that Liaz is starting to get switched online as well, Big, up until now, this game has kind of felt like a 5v3 push. And so slowly but surely, FlyQuest are getting activated. Now it's about keeping their composure, right? Because they're on their way to the comeback. You just can't let Big get under your skin.
Both Vexite and Liaz had 5 kills just a few rounds ago, so yeah, even Vexite got a double entry on A side rather, on a full buy round, threw a smoke on his own. So they both had a couple of moments to reignite the spark here. FlyQuest contact A. We've got the pistols and a couple of MP9s for Big. Rigon can block short. I'll throw this round through a loop for FlyQuest. Out it goes. It's forcing him to commit inside of the smoke though. And now FlyQuest just have great positions to just aim duel this A site. They can wait out the util if they want.
I mean, even looking to get through a round like this pretty cleanly is Big for FlyQuest. Early on, it was rounds like this in the first map of this series that nearly spelled their demise.
Nice clear.
It was falling down to the big 4 spies, you know, the big deagles, the SMG pushes. These calls that Big often do well in. And they kind of play a little looser, like they have nothing to lose. But right now, it's clean for FlyQuest. They're picking up these important rounds, the ones that are supposed to be easier. And so now the Big come back out with the rifles. If you get through this round, it is a tie game. There is one rifle round between an even scoreline. And that's after the 10-2 half put forward from Big.
Got to commend the mental of FlyQuest, a team that, like in the past, you could see the tilt on their face, you could see them giving up.
It felt like they would give up, yeah.
Like give up is maybe a harsh term, but you could see like them just mentally break and just not
they're
have
like
it in
checked
them.
out autopilot mode, like, nothing new.
This team never used to be a comeback team, right? But you can see it building very early here for FlyQuest. There's Vexite doing it again. He gets traded, but look who he's removed. The star of the series for Big, who's gone cold on this CT side.
Yeah, star of the series, sure, but the shining star here for Big has been Crimbo, and he's still very much in the picture over towards B, and that's where FlyQuest are going to look to test next.
I like this boost, though. How often
that's
do you
the
see
tag.
that?
That's the tag. They're not able to get a nade off in time to finish him, but that still forces a lot of respect out of Crimbo.
Need this kill because it will be traded. Liaz is right there. Tabson gets it. And Liaz doesn't swing. He has the bomb. He hopes Tabson goes too far. And he's correct in his assumption. 3-on-3 with damage done on this B bomb site, forcing the orb to rotate.
Big are looking for info. They still aren't sure where this one's ending up. And so Searson confirms that ramp is clear. Now they see the bomb drop over at B. But Inns breaks away from the rest of the pack. Deals with JDC, and Crimbo's just got to fall on out of there. He got tagged by that AWP earlier in the round.
Default nade. It's not going to kill him. Shouldn't really change much, to be honest.
AWP on this flank. FlyQuest need to start considering this. Searson with a missed shot, and so now they know about that AWP. They might go looking for Crimbo. They know they hurt him earlier on, and they're being boxed in from the ramp side. If they can take away Generator, if they can take CT, this one's theirs, but Crimbo holds the line. That attempt to go hunting for the low HP player doesn't work for FlyQuest, and now Inns is trapped. He is boxed in. One quick kill. Can he find Crimbo? Low time on the bomb, and Inns walks it over the line. There was one rifle round between FlyQuest and an even scoreline, and they win it out there, putting a stop to the big clutch. And with that, 11-11 looks to be laid out before us. It looks like FlyQuest 9-3. We thought that was the biggest comeback we would see today. But they stand going into the second half with 2 rounds to their name, and they are about to tie it up. They've been getting past these big 4 spies. They've been breaking them apart. And so if they can do that here and now, this game is still theirs for the taking.
From an excellent T-side on Ancient to a phenomenal one here on Vertigo. But they've got to finish the job. Some of these rounds can be the hardest ones, where Big can play loose like they have nothing to lose. Run at you with SMGs. FlyQuest throw some util B early and they group back to walk up ramp. Rigon's just been stuck in his motion of throwing his smoke, but FlyQuest molly outside of gap has been so impactful at blocking and locking players into that short position. It's been a really nice idea. Quad molly for Ins. He's looking for this entry, but Crimbo staying behind double, giving away nothing.
You're never willing to discount Crimbo. You're never willing to write him out. And so there he is with a big swing to open this up. Dexter dead first. Vexite taking space in the meantime. The bomb moving in behind him. But are they ready for Regon up close? Vexite with a quick flick back round. Will deal with the point man for Big. Liaz has taken away the catwalk. If he can make another incision, that would be big. But he fires off too soon. Now he's in the danger zone. Tries to back out of there. They'll go hunting for Liaz. And there's Searson. Backstab out on the short side. Alistair and Ins have got to do it. Ins only just arriving, but Ali has held the line. He's bought his teammate time to move in and lend a helping hand. Ins spotted, whittled down. Alistair dinked. They're both low. It's all for this for FlyQuest. They've gotten past every one of these 4 spies so far in this second half. But is this the straw that breaks their backs? Tap on the bomb. Ins dead at short. Alistair's been trying to hype him up all day, and now he's got to be the one to deliver their salvation. That equalizing round. Will he fall for the tap? He doesn't. He calls their bluff. Crimbo moves in, and Ali looking to take it to time. Ends it in style. 11-all for Alistair. He delivers on his word.
Oh my goodness. The jump over the top as well. The style points as he crawls right under Crimbo.
This is what he promised them. He said, we came back from 10-2, and he gets them the point to tie the game up at 11-all. There's that wave return to Crimbo.
Yeah, all the way back, a whole half later. This felt like it was going to be a 13-0 for Big. And they can barely breathe right now, bottling this game on home soil, no less. Vexite has just been such a nuisance in this position. He's found entry after entry up ramp in the rifle rounds. Not today. Tapson tackles with him. Molotov will do nothing. Tapson can sit inside of the smoke. He can survive. It goes out. Support from his team forces FlyQuest back. They don't want to be reswung with a flash. They've got to cool off, breathe, and give it another go. Alistair has to give away the AWP to a low Ins. FlyQuest have made all of this comeback, but it's not done yet. It's only just beginning. And they're going into the top performer, solo on his site, belt of util, and a supportive AWP rotating in. This is not going to get easier for FlyQuest. Feel like you've got a boost here. You just have no room with the smoke down. Crimbo's ready for it. Oh my god!
Oh, he's nearly punished, and he's not able to get it back in time.
Desperate.
Dexter opens up, Searson holds the line, but the flashes are good. JDC falls, but there's that AWP striking right back. Dexter and Ins are both low on health, but Dexter is trying to make the big play, the one that might save FlyQuest. Miss spray to open it up. 3 kills to his name. He would need the ace clutch, and they chase him down. The IGLs clash, and Tapson takes it. Big move onto match and series point for FlyQuest. They're left with the feeling, what if this was all for naught? As a result of that 1v1, the one that Ali thought would take him to the promised lands, the one that they thought was enough for FlyQuest to take this. With only 1 surviving, their money is low. They don't have much. Heading into this last round of regulation, they're now hoping for OT. Big. They're hoping that they're able to stumble back to their feet here at the 11th hour, snatch it away from FlyQuest.
You would think there's absolutely no shot with Crimbo just crumbling there. Getting swung out by Dexter. Double entry from the captain again. But Big. An empty CT side, yet just enough to break the money for the final round of regulation. 2 Tech-9s, a crawling Vexite. past the sandbags. They're like close. He pops in, but Rigon wins his fight finally, given a chance to actually engage. No smoke in his face. It's Tabson who lines up a lot of damage that's finished off by JDC, and Big might just be able to do it at the 11th hour. 2v2. They're in the site, but so is Searson, plucking them apart. Only Alistair, knife out, comeback for naught. Big escape, battered and bruised, but you should see their opponents.
It's not over till the big lady sings, and my word, is she singing right now. The comeback denied. FlyQuest, devastation and elation for Big as they dodge the choke that felt like it was coming through. Great stuff from Crimbo. It took him the entire series to get warmed up.
Yeah.
You saw glimmers of him on Inferno. Started with a quiet Ancient. By the time that Vertigo rolled around, he was ready to go. Him and Rigon both putting their best feet forward to open up this play-in run for the Big Clan.
Yeah, don't let the recency bias of third map make you forget the impact that Rigon had across this series. What a phenomenal game from the new addition to this big lineup. Yeah, he had some amazing T-side rounds. So great to see Rigon in the big jersey, putting on bigger numbers than ever before. And FlyQuest, man, that one's going to leave a nasty taste in your mouth after just a monster comeback on 2 maps in this series, from 9-3 down, from 10-2 down, 1 an overtime win. And this one, a question of what it could have been.
Yes, bro. Only enough for you, Chris, you know it.
Got it in.
It's stressful.
Well, we are here. We are ready. There we go. Rigon, that was one hell of a game. There was so much back and forth in that. From Ancient, that was so crazy. Let's start with that, because your CT side, you guys got picked apart and then it fell apart in overtime. How disappointing was that for you guys?
I mean, obviously it was disappointing, but we were not disappointed at all. Like, we just forgot about the game and went straight into Inferno.
And Inferno, you came alive. You were an absolute monster, a demon on that T side. You just started to feel it, like you take a lot of space?
Yeah, I mean, Thompson just said to me, just play your game. I just played my game. I took some risks, and some risks didn't work at all. So, but the most of the risks did work, so yeah.
And then this Vertigo, though. You probably should have closed that out a little bit earlier, right?
Yeah, obviously, yes. I threw a couple of rounds, like I died first at all, so many times in ramp. But I'm glad my team helped me and we could manage to win it.
And you did manage to win the whole series, but I want to just come back to you being on Big Clan right now and kind of what does it mean to you? How important is this step for you?
I mean, it's a really important step because I always only played at the majors. I'm playing such a big LAN. I'm Cologne. Everyone knows what a tournament this is. I'm just here to try the best for Big and for myself, and I'm just happy we won.
And the level we saw of you today, is that what we're going to see going forward? You feel like you're back to it?
Yes, definitely. I have my comfort zone now. I know how to play now, especially with Big. Like, I know the philosophy of the game. So I look forward to play.
I look forward to seeing more of it as well. Freya, let's get back to you.
Thank you very much, Banks. Yes, despite a 10-2 first half for Big, they make us go the full distance. We get all 24 rounds on the third and final decider of Vertigo, and they close it by the skin of their teeth, Machu. It wasn't always the prettiest Counter-Strike. They do get the job done, no less.
Yeah, it wasn't the prettiest Counter-Strike. And we said, listen, we're going to go to best of 1 to now best of 3. We're going to play all the maps. We're going to get the most Counter-Strike out of it. And Big took that message to heart. They say, we understand what you want. This is an entertainment business. We're here to entertain you. And that's what they did. They allowed FlyQuest to dream. They allowed Alistair to come alive and have a good map of Counter-Strike. But at the end, just ruined their dreams last round.
Not even 10-2. They were 10-0 up. You know, and then FlyQuest managed to win the last 2 rounds of the first half and sort of, okay, they won the pistol. anti-force buy round, first gun round. Okay, what's going on, guys?
Yeah,
Big,
hold on a minute.
Big.
Hold on a minute.
Start shaking. Hey, wake up. It's not over yet. Like, you need to still find a way to close it out, and just by the skin of their teeth, in the end, they managed to close out the Vertigo.
I'm going to do a pastiche of Launder's, lucky or good series that he has on YouTube, because we look at the CT rounds for either of these teams throughout the entire series. We've got 9 on the side of FlyQuest, 12 on the side of Big. Is it a case of shaky CT sides, or they're just really good on the T side? Like, what would you put that down to?
I don't think we can compare either. I think it's way more damning for FlyQuest. Like, it's a team that's been together for a very long time now. Like, they know each other. Some of the limitations they have are intrinsic to their game. When it comes to Big, like, Rigon is very adamant about it. Like, yeah, I'm a little bit lost in some of these positions. I get called many times. On Vertigo, he was like the victim, the opening death many, many times, because they still need to figure out how they play off of each other, their setups, their synergy. None of that was there. We can give a pass to Big, because this is such a strong, recent lineup, rather young lineup. It's not the case for FlyQuest. It's just inherent issues on the CT side.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of the poor CT sides. I mean, it was very similar on Vertigo. Just seems both teams were giving up entries in the first 10 seconds of the round. It's like, okay, you need to fight for ramp, but if you're just going to die every time at the very beginning, try something else. Try to give it at the very beginning, then re-aggress in the mid-round. And it happened to both teams on both A and B. So it was a lot of, okay, after 20 seconds, it's very clear who has the advantage in this round. Yeah. And actually, what it came down to is the one time FlyQuest had a 5v3 and they ended up losing the round.
Yeah.
And that ended up costing them at least overtime.
And what's actually funny is that when you see a team like Big on the second half who's struggling and losing rounds after round, they lose track, they lose sight on what they're supposed to do. But after this round, the 5v3 you mentioned that FlyQuest misplays, suddenly Bigs come in with a bit of idea. Oh, let's put Surson mid-round with Crimble on the B side. We've never really done that. Let's try and have a little bit of creativity in that mid-round. It's always off the back of a win. That's when you start stressing less and you have these solutions coming out.
And it's also what Dexter talked about again in the pre-game interview, the mid-rounds. And sure, it was better in some situations, right? But in the end, that 5v3 was detrimental to their efforts on Vertigo.
Obviously, we got to hear some winning words from Rigon. I think we're pretty happy with what he's delivering. So far, it's obviously early days in the Big jersey, but great for him to be able to, show his form on this new team.
I would say extremely important for Rigon to have what I would call a reference series already under the Big's jersey, because we know Copenhagen was complicated. And you made the point, like, it's not just because you play Na'Vi, you're going to play bad. But on a personal level, it was a very tough, just a baptism by fire. He got absolutely slapped around. His numbers were rough because he takes a lot of duels. He's very committed, engaged in these. Now, this is what he needs to do. He needs to take the quintessence of the T side. He says, I'm going to take a couple of my risks. I'm going to assume them, and I'm going to take it. CT side, some of it comes down to him, and he's going to have to figure it out, but some of it is just work that they need to put in. Work together, rewatch the demos, understand where did we go wrong, talk with his duo, talk with his trio whenever that needs to happen. I believe some of that is just down to work.
Let's bring up some of his numbers. United States Air Force aim high for Rigon over this best-of-3 series. Just reiterating what you said, Matthew. Great to see him have that impact. Where do you see those areas for improvement, Jakob? Is that something that's just naturally going to come with him getting more accustomed to how Big want to play? Do you expect them to be changing up their play style a lot to suit him?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily him individually. It's more like getting on the same page with some of his teammates, maybe having some more protocols, right? Some more ways to play off of each other rather than just him having to do things on their own, because I think no player can really, in today's Counter-Strike, just expecting you to create something out of nothing on your own is not a good recipe for success.
Yeah, definitely. And outside of the work that you put in, the actual protocols and the setups you create, it's about getting to know each other. You're getting to know each other, getting to know the tone that you use in your communication, the words, your keywords, how do you communicate. I think on Inferno we had a couple of examples where he, as the apps holder, has the responsibility to communicate very efficiently. Like, this is where I am, this is the risk, this is how quick they can be on you. They're already out, how many? All of that they'll figure out over time. And hopefully if they put the work in, they'll get accustomed to each other and then have a couple of these sort of reactions that are synchronized, which we didn't see.
Spoiler alert, you've got 2 seconds to mute the stream if you don't want to hear a B-Stream update. Mongols lost to Saw. That means FlyQuest, Mongols, one of those two is eliminated from stage 1.
So what do we do? Do we just put like Blade, like one of these chambers with like pillows all around, like cushion sort of rooms?
The Crimbo room.
The Crimbo room. Should I just take care of Blair? Should I just leave the broadcast, make sure I'm with him for this game?
Yeah, you know what? I think we've got a couple of minutes, so we'll see you in a couple.
I'll take care of it.
Matthew, but join us back because we do have a work take on MIBR. Second game, second best of 3 at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, Stage 1.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claim their opposition.
I've signed my new contract for 2 years. It's long enough and it's not too short either. I'm able to really renegotiate quite frequently. If, for example, we go out and win 10 tournaments, I wouldn't be stuck on the same contract for 3 to 4 years and sit with a salary that I not necessarily deserve. I feel pretty comfortable with people knowing my contract length. Maybe you are more attractive if the contract is running soon out, so why shouldn't that be something that everyone knows? I think there was many different point of views and many different sides of the story. 2 young guys that got a lot of hate from the move they did. That's just how the community is, and that's just how people will react when something like this happens. I would consider Astralis like kind of a rivalry team and a team that you wouldn't switch to. People made decisions they made, and I think all in all I don't have any problems with it now, and that's just how it is. I think everyone on the team feels the frustrations of Dexter's absence, but we are also very aware of what we can control and what we cannot, and Abdul not being here is something that we can't control at all, and we just have to get something out of it. I think it's very easy to see the different personalities in those two. Kaden is this guy that's very outgoing and brings a lot of energy to the team, and he's kind of like really strong leader, and if we really commit on following him, then we're gonna follow one guy's like book and kind of one path. With Quicksand, for example, the way he is more like everyone is chiming in and everyone is like more like versatile, I would say, and it has a bigger potential, I would say. Feeling this potential is something that gives me a lot of energy.
Heroic in Cologne, still dealing with a stand-in situation. This is becoming quite a lot for you guys right now, but you're still here, you're still fighting. I want to just ask though, I know you said on Twitter, it's not to blame Dexter, right? It's something you guys have to go through, but how hard is it for the team? How frustrating is it just because you have to keep doing this?
I mean, it's frustrating, obviously, because we practiced so much before the season started. We even started the season earlier than all the other teams. And it's sad that this is happening right now, but we are trying to accept what is happening right now. We cannot do anything about it. Yeah, we're just trying to adapt, and now we have Voro here, and I'm looking forward to play with him.
And you're keeping it professional, you're doing your best you can with it, but you've also got to adapt. And I remember when you had Saw playing, you were still practicing with Dexter. So can you give me an idea of how you're adapting, how much time you've had with Voro, how is this working?
Well, basically, we met him for the first time 2 days ago here in Cologne. Yeah, I mean, we talked before, but we didn't have time to practice or talk too many things about in-game stuff. So we had a little practice this 2 days here, like few pracs and some theory. And yeah, it's not too much time, but we'll still try our best with him.
What does this do in your expectations for the event?
Well, I think we will just take it game by game. We don't want to focus on the long run because there's so many games to play. And today's focus is only on MIBR, so let's see how that one goes.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. Let's see how they can do up against MIBR very soon.
Yes, stage 1, day 1 of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024, and potentially an opportunity for these guys to take advantage of what is just an unfortunate situation for Heroic. We can't phrase it any other way. Kixon said they only knew 2 days ago that Voro would be coming here. They were spending time in Copenhagen, practicing with Dexter, even though he also wasn't at that tournament. Maniac, if you're Heroic right now, I mean, you just have to play with the cards you have, obviously, but mentally, this ain't ideal for you.
No, I agree, and I understand, I acknowledge they put a lot of work into preparing with Dexter. They don't get the opportunity to play with him, and that is frustrating. The problem that I have with this narrative is that throughout Heroic's stint, the less prepared they've been, the better they've been. This is just the reality of that team. Remember these holes? Remember Katowice? Same setup, same structure, barely brand new team. We had no idea what to expect from them, just slapping Vitality around. This is something that Heroic is capable of putting through immediately. I think these players, Kixon specifically, is very capable of skirmishing around, playing puck-based. Roro can do it as well. He can be aggressive. So for MIBR, you might think, oh yeah, they don't have the lineup. We goody. I don't think Heroic is a team that is going to suffer too much from it.
I think they're going to suffer immensely from it because it's been in the last 6 events they've used 17 different players or something like that, and I think it just becomes extremely demotivating for the other players on the roster. I mean, sure, they talked about the work they put in, but just like now you have Voro there, now you're all on the server. Hey, this is how we call these spots. This is what you do in this strat. This is what you do in that strat. Everyone else knows it. Everyone else has gone through it. It's just extremely tedious, right, and very annoying to deal with. And we talk about Cologne is one of those tournaments that matters, that you play with maximum intensity as a player and focus 110%. It's hard to do that for Heroic, for the players individually to put themselves into that mindset with what they have to deal with the constant stand-ins. So I think that's going to be a big issue for them in this tournament.
If we're looking at solely what both of those AWPers would put up inside of the server, Dexter versus Voro, how different, how similar are they? Like, where's the Venn diagram going here, Matthew?
Well, listen, I would love to tell you that I have this immense tape record of Dexter in Heroic, but you kind of have to kind of fine-tune, fine-comb some of these games to find when he was actually playing with them and how he was being used. Prior to that, he disappears from the scene of Counter-Strike for a while, so I'm not going to venture myself in there. What is for certain is that Voro is going to experience something very much different than the Monty days, where he was IGL for a very long time. He was organizing the game around him, having a couple of these picks. Here it's going to be much more individualistic. I think he has a tendency to take fights anyway. I think he can. He's maybe slightly less crazy than Dexter, but the aggression is going to be here anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, Dexter is wild. Like, that's it. You know, like, he's very aggressive, a bit of an X factor, and you need to sort of account for that when you're game planning and building your system in a way. And as any stand-in, doesn't matter how you play, usually you're not going to play like that.
You're not going to take over the game.
Exactly, you're not going to do that. So it creates some other issues for Heroic in that sense that they will need to figure out. But yeah, absolutely an opportunity for Voro to just sort of play and showcase his individual level.
Shush might be feeling a little bit relieved because at least he's not going to be at the mercy of those damn nasty high fives from Dexter, or
yeah,
low fives.
You've ever heard Voro's communication every now and then?
I guess
you think he's going to feel good?
Instead of in pain. I don't really know what to say about that. MIBR on the other side of things. I mean, they're currently, according to HLTV, ranked number 22,
Do you think that's apt for them? Like, how do you kind of stack them up against the rest of the competition?
I think so. It's just been a flash here and there. I mean, they've won the Challenger in Melbourne, right? And you're thinking, okay, maybe this gives them a boost of confidence. They started to figure it out. People are starting to contribute. It's not just the Insani show anymore, but then it's been pretty underwhelming, especially at EWC, where they get, you know, okay, slapped around by Spirit, but also immediately drop out of the loser resurrection bracket as well. So they're looking to bounce back here and show some result. Lost out on a couple of qualifiers in Brazil to the likes of Imperial or Pain, so MIBR needs a spark.
Just talking about the video very quickly, MIBR picking Ancient, Heroic, Mirage. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's buggy. It's right down the alley we were talking about. You're not going to put yourself on a Vertigo or a Nuke where things are going to get complicated. You want to simplify, you want to level the playing field tactically speaking, and I think Heroic is equipped to deal with that, on Mirage at least.
Anubis, if we do so require, do you forecast it going to 3-map, Shenko?
I don't know. I think this could be a 2-0 for Heroic. If MIBR keeps playing the way they have recently, you know, they just haven't been good enough to play on the level of European teams, really. But if they can play up to the Melbourne level, then yeah, we could see 3 maps definitely.
Heroic 2-0, the quality of players here, there's no debate. Heroic taking
You are sounding confident, Matthew, and let's see how confident the teams are feeling as they enter the server for the first time here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024.
MIBR with a long-standing roster and Heroic with a roster put together, 5 players finally on the server, and it's a new Waro 2K feature in this Heroic roster to show up for Dexter's place. I'm actually excited by the prospect, Harry, for Waro. No in-game leading to burden on him. Just that big AWP, the big green, as it's sometimes known. And we've got the biggest green map of Ancient to start.
MIBR going to open up over on the T side of things. Right away for Heroic, they go for this mid control, even landing the jump up on Nerds. Going to see him deal with that first man in. It all kind of grinds to a halt now that they've spotted these players over in Heaven. How does Exit want to get the boys to respond to this? They go and they take Jag, and it looks like they want to still follow through with what was called out of the spawn, which was this B play. They're trying to bait right now into Waro. Ooh, gets away with one. Waro 2K, can he find Insani in at the back of Jag? Shots exchanged, but no one gets out any better right now. That bomb is out in no man's land for MIBR. This is a very awkward start to the pistol, but they dealt with Kickstand. It's just Waro left to beat, and they will overrun him. Tess says, now it's his time to shine. He's got Shush moving in to try and join him, and MIBR, they feign the idea that they're going back, but do they want to commit to that decision? Because Tess says is repositioned to try and deal with this, and he catches safe, moving on in. Through that mid drop-off, they get past with 2 at least, but Insani and Exit have got to do some heavy lifting here.
Flank is really quick, but they're not considering it right now, just trying to cover the plant. Does catch Shush on that backstab, and Exit locked in a corner. He needs a kill here. Insani is so low right now, but he can't connect a headshot, leaving Insani, the star of the squad, inside of the site with a 1v2 and no health to do it with. Quick shot, but Tessis jumps over the box, and it's going to come through for Heroic.
So, I mean, you know, when we kind of look at this game, I guess I'm looking out for like 2 things more than, well, yeah, I'll say 2. I'll keep it simple.
Start at 2.
Yeah, we'll start at 2. Maybe we add more things as time goes on.
Go on.
So, I want, you know, we touched on Waro already. He's kind of known for being, you know, very passionate personality.
I think he's on his best behavior here.
But that's what I was going to say, right? Like, he's someone who I think, you know, you've seen him, you've seen the Waro rage. You've seen how losing a game can get to this guy. But you imagine when he's standing, he's not IGLing, and he's kind of here. They say to him, get 1 kill around Waro. If you can do that, we can do the rest. So I want to see what he's capable of in that sort of environment.
I think he's able to get more than 1 kill around.
And I think for MIBR, we touched upon how they've been together a while now. I want to see them really push Heroic and potentially even beat them, considering this is a wounded Heroic squad.
It's a perfect time to get an upset like this in a play-in, especially considering the recent, relatively disappointing results for this squad.
Yeah, I mean, even when you look at who's in it, like, you have 2 ex-Furia players, Safe and Drop, both there. You have someone that Furia would have loved back in the day, and Insani. He's meant to be, you know, the big hot prospect out of Brazil. You have Exit, who's built up to be a capable leader. Then you have Breno, ex-MIBR Academy player, someone who's been getting a lot of reps in. So you certainly have the pieces, and you've seen big games from pretty much all these individuals in the server at different points in time. But they have hit a bit of a flat streak right now, has MIBR.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, dominating, being solid regionally back at home, but when they come to, you know, Europe or other international lands, kind of bottoming out. The occasional run at a challenger, but even last time in Jönköping they got grouped. So just inconsistencies and not the highest ceiling for MIBR against the top teams by any means. So let's see if they're going to come in prep to this game and try and wrestle a wounded Heroic. But I think the biggest wound is just the lack of chemistry between Warrior and the players. I certainly don't doubt Warrior's individual level. The fact that he's been able to do, what he's done with you know, the shackles of leadership at the same time is impressive enough. So we'll see what he can do when he's off the leash today. Recovering from this 3-on-5 right now at MIBR, running back through the Molotov drop, trying to escape death. 2 players here. He'll take the better equipped of the 2. Kix is going to attempt to trade, but jumps a little bit too early as they snuck through that ramp smoke, leaving just Nerds in middle. And Sani is considering this. He might just have the perfect timing to backstab his climb. There it is. And Sani really is a talent. He's definitely someone to keep an eye on in this game, especially if Heroic will be playing a little bit looser. I do like the point that Matthew brought up on the desk, though, that when we see Heroic least prepared, they do their best work, i.e. Katowice at the start of the year, taking down a Vitality. But since that point, Heroic definitely have been more under question, right? We all remember that, well, when they played the Brazilians at the Major of Pain.
The Major of Pain, that is how they reference it.
The Major of Pain, that 12-0 that they almost pulled back for elimination. Well, this round will be a major pain for Heroic. Full eco down the ramp into Breno.
And he's got the spot as well, so that bomb can just look to up and leave. Stat pad round for Breno. They will just duck out of there. They don't have exact numbers yet, so they're being methodical here, making sure it's fully safe before they commit to that plot. And it is fully safe committing to that plot. As he plugs in the numbers, that's the 3-1 lead locked in for MIBR. Will Breno get the ace? That's what we're really all wondering. Tessez ruins it.
Business for MIBR. Another game truly begins. We've got full guns. No pesky SMGs, hopefully. Warrior delayed on his first AWP. Kicks in the kitchen. Double molly, I like it. In front of the Insta as well, making sure no one's playing that mid spawn, and if they do, they will not survive it. Drop coming from heaven as well. It might be our delayed mid take. Heroic will respect it. Even getting smoked off, they lose a lot of info.
Oh, really well done from Breno. He dealt with the double push down through B ramp, and so that's a tremendous amount of pressure put on early. Insani awaits the boost and spams them both out, so it's just Tessez left standing. MIBR, very commanding first rifle round put forward here. There's barely even damage done from the side of Heroic, as it's a flawless first rifle for MIBR. And back to the drawing board early on for the Heroic squad.
And Sani beasting right now, 8-2. Great check on the boost, sprays the bottom player out, hunts the third. And Breno ex-Orpa, but by necessity, not by want, I guess you could say. Stressful start for Heroic, certainly. Playing pretty active on the CT side, but not getting anything from it. We've seen some very T-sided games already. Well, we saw Big FlyQuest. That was just a series of dominant T-halves. This may be no different. Saul just wishing he could play again. Sub me in, coach. Wait, I am the coach.
I think one thing, you know, if you're Heroic right now, you're probably not liking the way this one started because MIBR have been very structured with how they've approached the last few rounds. It's not like they've been brute forcing any type of play. You've not had a lot of these kind of open skirmishes. It's been a lot of these nice set pieces, some early control getting taken as like a staging platform, and then they fall into something a bit more standard. And that's, I think if anything, you want more of a brawl here if you're Heroic. You want that chance to get some of the early fights in. You don't want this slower, you know, taking a map control being leveraged against you, but that's what's happening. Heroic, they stacked over towards B. And so that leaves them far away from upsetting here with the pistols. And even now, like, every contingency is being maintained for MIBR. They're holding the spawn on Breno. They've got 3 players back in Donut knowing what they're up against. There won't be util in this round to worry about.
It's very methodical.
Yeah.
And these players are going to die with the bomb.
I think if you were Heroic, you were very much hoping they come into this with, you know, that kind of Brazilian flair. You know, they want to fight you. They want to let their individuals shine. And the individuals are shining, but that's not been like the big story to open up this game so far.
Drop in the center. Very vocal so far. Seeing him call some shots, perhaps.
I mean, with Insani and Breno both looking really good out of the gate, like, that's a bit of a disaster. You had your fingers crossed.
Case.
Please, Insani, just be having a bad day if you're Heroic. And he's not. You'll remember when he kind of exploded onto the scene. It was his Katowice debut. I didn't even think he'd been at LAN before.
Yeah, true.
And he was mind-blowing. And then you've seen, you know, hits and misses from the guy, but you know what he's capable of because of the debut he gave us.
Oh, yeah, and the challenger they won in Australia, he was a monster, like a 1.4 rating on that LAN event. Insani again, entry into the B-bomb side. We've got a long plant coming in, so you can't stop it from the cave. Heroic getting some spam damage, but look at the assault of utility. Double molly in the cave. Cower in the corner. Roast some marshmallows. Tessas even ticks it. And Heroic are just setting up to save right now. That's not even guaranteed. Exit yet to frag. Hasn't needed to. Put them in their place. And that kill, even now, will not entice you back in. Do they want Tessas to try and sneak in last second? It doesn't matter what you want. Insani is what you get. 11-2 on the young gun. No, it should put him to bed here, but it's a commiseration, consolation exit frag. 6-1 to MIBR.
Well, I might be getting both my questions or kind of once for this series answered at once. Morrow seems pretty composed considering they're getting dumpstered and MIBR are looking really good versus a kind of wounded Heroic.
On that Warren point again, because, you know, we all know what we expect. I think, like, consider he's left Monty recently, right? Like, he's already looking for a new team. This is a chance for him to kind of advertise himself, if not to Heroic, you know, to anyone. I think being mouthy would not help his cause. So I don't think we're going to see any of that today. It's in his best interest to... Yeah, where did that gun go?
They shot it, like, flew up in the air when they shot it.
J-Raz would find it. Can MC. Yes, it's found. Kicks and can quickly. Don't worry. No task. Heroic, 5-on-4, a chance.
Now, this is arguably the best spot they've been in. Might not have had the firepower coming into this, but one of these M4s finds its way over towards Donut, won't get anything done. Warrow 2K. Can't muster up a kill on that 5-7, and with Nerds only getting one, the window of opportunity in this round is starting to close for Heroic. They work hard for that opening kill, but even then, like, even though you get it, and you find that early pick on a Breno over towards B, you get the info that comes with it, that 3 players have just pushed onto the lane. And so that means that Heroic are going to be weaker elsewhere. There are going to be gaps, and MIBR, they respond to it very, very quickly. A big kill for Kixan to pick up. Leaves Heroic in with a chance here. Tesses doesn't want to grab that M4 yet. He strikes with the element of surprise first, and now trades out onto the rifle. Safe, gonna have to do this alone. One from CT, one through Donut, and that first shot missing. That could be the disaster. Kixan wraps around through the temple. And so a big round for Kixan there on the Heroic side. 3 kills from him, from the opener to the 2 closes as they come in on that retake.
A sigh of relief, if anything, considering the double entry for MIBR, the well-placed flashes. Heroic come out with the goods and now have some full buy rounds to play out, as well as the AWP for Warrow. So get to see a little bit more of that on the CT side of Ancient. Double molly, expecting something faster towards middle. They're going to get it, but this time from Heaven, safe. Oh, the nade absolutely brutalized him, slowed him down on that repeat. Warrow hits his close ramp and is able to escape, forcing MIBR out into the A site. This is already their plan. They're just going a little bit earlier. There's no one here right now. Further they get without throwing any nades, all the better for them, but there's too many angles to cross. They're going to drop double smokes and try and plant that bomb. Go on, Shush. This is a great move. Worth trying.
Gets out with his kill, gets out with what he had to. And now that AWP, Warrow looks to move in. Can't quite deal with Insani, but Nerds will do. Successful little smoke push, a repeat of what Shush offered up to open up that retake. So Heroic now start chaining some rounds together here. Second in a row secured. MIBR, once again, might have kind of successfully directed to Heroic to where they wanted to on the map. But in a 3-on-5, trying to hold on to that A site in a post plant when you only have the 2 smokes that you have to lob in right away, it is a very tall order.
Heroic are very soft with each other.
Yeah.
There's no Dexter slaps. No. I keep seeing Shush and Kixan like rub fingers together. Like, no, they're not high-fiving. Nurse just got a little shoulder rub. It's all, it's all very cute. They're all friends.
Nice and gentle.
Yeah. No injuries here. Nurse gets out a window before the nades come flying in. Warrow on the cross, flashed off. Well placed by MIBR, who get towards the top of middle. Oh, Nerds is trapped. Oh, he's really trying to force that fight. It's actually safe to pick Warrow. At the same time, Shush, they won't be ready for this. Surely they won't be ready for this. Up close, grabs one. AWP trades through the wall. No one's missing a beat right now for MIBR. They are on fire. 4-on-2. In no hurry to commit.
I mean, it's been Breno's goal in every one of these rounds to try and work the B control, even when the play is to end up A.
Ooh.
If he can kind of reel Kixan in a little bit here, that's going to go a long way in making this easier for MIBR, because now they get the info. Tesses has rotated around to A, and that bomb can be picked up by Safe. Back in Donut for the fast rotate away. Tesses chasing down that final man back in main. But he is very, very far away from a retake here, and he's going to have to get past a B site that has been falling for a long while. You don't know where Breno could have got to. He's waiting around in the red room, and Tesses will have to clear this. He's got to win this fight. He's got to really keep his wits about him here, and he'd already kind of mentally decided that angle was clear. Spots Breno just too late, And so I am liking the B lurks that Brenno's giving us right now for MIBR. You saw how that one had the potential to get weird,
Yeah.
but it's that kill to Kicksan. All the pressure just gets alleviated. And so you're constantly looking over your shoulder right now if you're Heroic. Kind of the best results they've had is actually when they've gone for the fights onto Brenno. When they've tried to uproot that sometimes lone player over towards B.
Yeah, when every player is on, like we were mentioning earlier, this worst case scenario, playing solo right there, we see what happens to Heroic. 2 mid picks from arguably 2 of the better players for Heroic. At least the AWPer and the Star Rifler just immediately dropped in 1v1s. Maybe we'll see some more grouped pushes for Heroic, some more of this lane aggression to answer MIBR. It's very weak in middle here for Heroic. They just throw the nades and try and send a bit of a ruse as they group on B. Orb deep, boosted. How does Safe get that kill? Warro's gone. Kixon's stuck in the site. They come flying through with a flashbang. It does blind them, and so Kixon's able to get away with 2. Tessa's inside of the smoke. Oh, and that's a dominant response for Heroic. Stacked up in B. The pick welcomes them in to the trap.
I mean, Exit might have had some really nice ideas in terms of the calls here, but a 1-on-3, well, he's sitting down bottom of the board for MIBR. This doesn't feel like it's going to be his strong suit. Looks for the way in, crosses past the smoking cave. There's even a flank coming in for Shush. He doesn't even have to commit on this, right? He can kind of get up towards Jag and then really take his time once they get the info, and he's not even needed. Nerds makes quick work of that lone player for MIBR. And so Heroic are trying to salvage this CT side with 5. Considering how the game starts, you know, you're looking at 1-6 down. I think you'll take the 5-7 turnaround.
Still got to earn it, though. One more near full buy from MIBR. Before that point, Safe can even actually buy the orb, so it's perfect. Their first time out. Just trying to put the ribbon on top of the present that is this T side.
It's a shame because this was a really, really slick opener. But as you say, it kind of baited them into the trap, into the heavy lean over towards B.
Let's see if Warro can assert himself onto this final round. He's got another AWP. He's held a lot of angles and had trouble with Safe, who's definitely won the head-to-head. Again, looking for the mid-pick. After the flash, he's going to get smoked. Oh, there's the aggression we wanted. Tessa's just walking through that B smoke, finding 2 kills.
And that's a real victory moment for Heroic. Brenno and Drop as this tag team have been so annoying to deal with later in the round on these B lurks. So you didn't just find Brenno, you didn't just find Drop. What about both of them? Now you know that that whole B side of the map is contained for the time being.
It's a cool flash lineup. It's going to get them out middle through the smoke. Just jumping can drop an HE. Oh, they're looking to boost to find this pick. They're certainly going to find him on a jump here, right? Oh, just about. I love the idea, though, from MIBR, just trying to make this a 3-on-3 before they group and hit this B bomb site. A setup coming in for Heroic, a well-timed reposition from 2 in cave. Kicks in. As long as the timing's good for him, he can jiggle and bait for Tessez. Oh, right now it's just Tessez on his own.
Oh, crazy opener for Insania. Are they ready for Kicksan up close? Safe is. Quick work made of the B player.
3-on-5, back to a 2-on-2.
Plant in now. Shush and Warro a little delayed on the rotate over, but they will get here just as that bomb gets planted. They blow the smoke open. Safe and Warro trade blows. It's Warro versus Exit. And Exit with just 1 kill to his name. This would be worth a hell of a lot for a 2-kill match. Exit finds them. That magic number 8 denies that streak that Heroic were trying to embark on right down the tail end of the half. Tesses and Kicksad try their very best to match the manpower of MIBR, but they have still come up short here. The lead held by the Brazilian squad to open up this series. They now move on to the CT side of their map pick. Ancient starting to heat up as MIBR come into this in fighting form.
Yeah, playing a phenomenal game. I mean, individuals are doing so much work for MIBR, and Sani's hitting some very quick shots. Safe picked Waro, peeking into his angle maybe 3 times in that half. Some excellent rounds out of MIBR as a result. Now Heroic going to write the script. What will it say? T-side execute onto this A site. An Exit who's had a tough game individually on his own.
Not necessarily the one you'd want in the 1v5 hold. But he knows that. He kind of backs up and just waits for his teammates to move in and join him.
No kit.
Well, that is worth noting. Kit here would save you a lot of stress. You could have looked to smoke that bomb, apply a lot of pressure. Instead, you need to win the gunfights now. You've got to thin the herd. 5v5, no kit retake of the A site. is an unenviable position. That one smoke has been put to work to try and lock out of Donut.
Dear.
But here's the backstab in for Tesses, and now everyone else just barrels through that Donut smoke.
Little handshake at the end to make it so. Great work for Tesses getting behind into CT.
You never see a handshake, do you? Like, it's always a...
It's kind of a limp handshake, you know. It's
kind of like usually it's a little fisting or a high five.
It's cute.
I like it.
Yeah. Let's make it a thing. Never say fisting again, please.
No, yeah, that was...
It's too far.
Just had to shorten it, but could have picked a better word.
Definitely.
USP stack.
A couple of knuckles. I like it when someone goes for a fist bump, someone goes for a high five, and so you just grab the fist. That's what I do. I just grab the fist.
Cabbage, isn't that what they used to call it?
If you went to school in England at 13, yeah.
Which we all did.
All of us, every one of you. Nice find for Heroic, an empty site. Take that. Plant the bomb. Win the round. Nuts. Ecos. He smells them. He's coming for them. Oh, he tried. One kill. Nade's coming in. Just don't let them save the AK. That's the goal here. And if you can make 600 bucks a kill, that will help as well. Go on. Business. Heroic. Up to 6. 2-round differential here as we enter the buys for MIBR.
This is the nice bit of breathing room that was afforded from the exit 1v1 right at the end, right? It means that even if you kind of fall down in the pistol, it's not like it's immediately a tie game. You still have this chance now in the rifle round to keep a level head and kind of keep yourself in the lead here if you're MIBR. All right, set their sights on middle, and Nerds looks to move in and take it. But he will be going toe-to-toe with Insani here in his attempt to get out through the mid-smoke.
No easy feat. And they actually support flash from A. Safe lobs that in. They run through the donut smoke. They don't see him. So right now, Heroic are just trading contact in middle. This is all a ruse, a distraction for the A players. And they have completely fallen for it. Double donut. Now Safe coming back. Don't think he's going to be ready for 3 players this close. Nate will make it clear. Oh, he doesn't get the molly out. Quick switch back to the Molotov. They're crossing in already close in front of main. And Safe is stuck behind the boxes. Bit of support with that smoke in the way. Safe moves around it, trying to find another 1v1 in this site. Nerds recovers his shot. Oro will fall and the bomb with it. Waiting for Tesses is Nerds, but he doesn't need help right now. He's killing everyone. On for the ace. Caught in a reload. Tesses in the clutch.
I mean, Tesses just moments ago was all the way over at the B doors. MIBR have not seen him. They do not know where he is. Breno takes the reposition out through spawn. Bomb's been picked up for Tesses. 30 seconds left. Is he really going to call the bluff and go all the way around? Right as Breno is about to get the info that bomb's been picked up, Tesses makes his move, and it's the B site. That's what he set his eyes on here.
Breno's read it. He's started to move over, but he still doesn't have a kit. He's still not going to beat the plant. The only benefit of this is he'll hear him. So now he can be right there as Tesses gets off with the bomb. That. Yeah, he's gonna be ready. Gun out. Tesses goes for the swing, and he hits the headshot. Great reaction from Tesses, aware of how close Breno could be and exactly what he would do in that position. Well put together. 4 kills from Nerds. Those were incredible shots. Considering they get, I think it was Insani or whoever it was, got round the smoke and caught.
It was Safe, yeah.
Safe
had a real chance to deal with him.
Yeah. Recovers a great spray.
All right, that gap's still closing. And Nerds.
I admire the confidence.
Yeah, got after one, but not forgotten. You'll take a Insani kill at this point.
Ooh.
Especially with Safe getting mopped up inside of the A site. That bomb moves in, and Heroic, they're home free.
That was a one-tap. He's got 29 rounds. Easy. Bomb plant coming in. They've got the gun already, but they want another one. They'll double up. The call has to be made quick. Exits, save, or attempt it, and they just fully abandon. Drop playing the bodyguard. I would like to see him go for an exit. Just try and get an AK as well. He has got armor to save. There is value here still. He can cover positions for his team. So there's nothing wrong with this call, but Heroic is starting to pick up some steam. 4 rounds in a row on the T side. Level pegging now. And on, some would say, what is the better half, just in general, to pull a comeback, especially when you have a stand-in. Trying to call things simple, fit in an AWP a lot easier.
Yeah, especially because you could tell even in the first half, Warrior's still getting a good degree of freedom on that AWP. It's not like he still gets to decide what plays he wants to make in the starts of these rounds. You saw him constantly switching between A and B in the first half, never in the same place twice, it felt like. And so if he can provide you something, and then you've got the rest of the gang bolstering that. Safe up close, his AWP only good for the first, as Tess says.
Tess is so reliable, man. He just did a perfect jump, countered the strafe mid-air, and forced Safe to miss. If he commits with that jump, Safe kills him. Oh, but the flank is quick.
Yeah, the Insani backstab has really complicated matters here. Heroic, they've done well to tie this game up after how it started. But they might not be destined to take the lead just yet, unless Warro has got a trick up his sleeve. He can't find Insani, who comes in big on the backstab. So right now, this one really feeling like a matchup of kind of the star riflers. It's very much been Insani versus Nerds in some of these high-pressure moments.
Yeah, Insani's come up top trumps basically every time. 21 and 12. That's a crazy scoreline. Right now for the young guy. I said it was a 1.4 rating earlier. It was actually a 1.5 rating he had in Melbourne. Sure, the opposition wasn't exactly tier 1, but there was still, you know, Aurora in there. There was still some competition. He absolutely shredded them.
Drop got knifed at the start of the round. You don't love to see that. Ooh, and Nerds for Insani. It keeps raging on this head-to-head. This time it's Nerds to close it out.
And having mid-control at 5v4 and the best player gone, this is, it couldn't get better for 130 in the round for Heroic. Do whatever they want right now. Just do it together. Grouping for A, hit, exit. Tucked in donut. This aggressive move for drop is nice. It's freed up his team to rotate, but how much is that really going to change? I don't know if they realized how deep Heroic are in this A side. The bomb is out on the boost, for crying out loud. It's about to go down. Orb coming in, but no one giving Safe a pick. They're going to go clear exit first. Dangerous move. Tessez not clearing it, give it a second chance at life. How will he take it? Oh.
Yeah, it's not the guy you want to give second chances to. Tessez cleanly done.
X has been having trouble. It didn't really matter individually in the first half with his team finding all these entries and 5-on-3s, but now he's in swing positions like that. He needs to get value. He was given a chance at a player who didn't clear him in the corner, and without him getting that kill, they lose the round. So now it does, you know, it's a team game at the end of the day. You can have Insani going absolute beast mode, but if there's an unreliable player, if it's an anchor, Heroic will abuse it. They seem to be loving this A site right now, especially in the buy rounds.
Terrorists win.
What a recovery for Heroic, given how this game began. 6-1 down.
I don't know what the vibes are seeming good in Heroic. And they've loved a bit of an A play thus far. They've really got MIBR worried about these mid to A's, if not A rushes.
There we go.
And this is where Warro Looks to bring his own spin to the round. Aggro move over towards Cave, and they've not seen that yet.
It's a huge entry. Look at what it's done to the map. They've had to abandon middle. They're rotating 3 players on that B bomb site right now. Huge chasm. If Nuts pulls off a traditional lurk here, if he can walk out of A and kill Exit, which he's had no problem doing in this game so far, that changes everything. Nuts is just creeping in the smoke right now. This is a very dangerous play. 3 strong B. They fake this site. Nuts clears A entirely. I don't know if the bomb will go back. There's a long way to go. They're going to try it. The smoke, if anything, has done Heroic favors. Oh no, we're smoked. That's why we're cancelled. Not because we have the entire other bomb site.
And as Exit gets further away, the only way this one got weird or interesting is if they found Nerds ahead of time. But instead, he's allowed to go super deep on this push through A.
Couldn't have a better position if he tried. So, I mean, they're going to save. The second the bomb goes down, they're calling it off. And even then, Tessus is AWPing lane. So there's not even the guarantee here. Wonder if he heard that tag. It won't matter anyway. They are not considering this round. What a great play, though. That was Heroic's game plan the whole time. You know, they're throwing a BXX with 4. The bomb is on ramp. But if Nerds dies there, they just commit with the B hit. If he finds the space, they get to rotate or they get to wait for him to flank.
Tessus, Warren's watching as Tessus is trying to lose his AWP at the end of the round, so just had to go get that bag. The lead taken for Heroic, and that was after this game. He had started 6-1 down for the Heroic squad. There was nothing going right, and slowly but surely, activations of Tessus, Kicksan, and Nerds have started to come through. And so just gradually, Kicksan's getting more and more to work with here, more and more pieces. Now you even have Warro securing you openings on that AWP. So slowly but surely, he's getting more tools in the kit.
Shush has 4 kills. You wouldn't even know based on the game that we're getting out of Heroic. Hasn't felt like a liability yet. Hasn't been in any swing positions.
And I think, if anything, that's almost been a bit of the problem for MIBR, is Exit is the one in these sort of pivot positions on the map, the one where everything's kind of moving around on his say-so, right? And so if he falls or if he's caught out of position, so quickly the round is coming undone.
Yeah, we haven't seen Shush lose Heroic a round, but we've definitely seen Exit lose MIBR some rounds, so Heroic abusing that fact right now. Heavy B, all 5. Maybe they're just going to pop here. Short smoke is ready. And in they go.
Drop burning alive. He wanted them to face him. He wanted to try and take as many as he could out of the round. Breno making plays on the back of these flashbangs. Has got Insani moved around to join him, but there's that Warro AWP firing off.
What a horrible position to be. He got double mollied, H-E'd, and then shot by the AWP. Like, couldn't get worse if it tried. That is a missed shot, though, for Warro.
But this is good. Heroic realized they've missed the window on sticking the landing on that B place, so now they up and leave. They've at least managed to get out with a 3-on-3 here. So there's no point trying to force it if you're Heroic. We were talking about Shush and the relatively quiet game he's been having. This is kind of the moment where he's got to earn his stripes. Safe gets around here first. And Shush is not out yet. That's very easily done for Safe on the AWP. Kicksan's going to be the next one. Around the corner, missed shot from that AWP. Plant allowed for Heroic. It's going to come down to a retake, and if Heroic pick this up, this is starting to quickly get away from MIBR. They battle back. 3-on-3 at the attempt at the fast B. But they've carved the path out in the late A take. Exit whittled down back in the spawn. Insani on the backstab. He has saved rounds from this position before, but not anymore as Waro2k stands and delivers for Heroic. 3 kills in the round. He's starting to find his voice now too.
Yeah, best round yet for Waro. Fantastic work, read it well, flashy, changing position, just getting those re-peaks off and nailing every shot. Because when I, wow, that was a good shot. When I think Waro, I don't think about missing. That's the thing, like when he's going for these confident re-peaks, he always nails them. A very like flow state player. Very aggressive, maybe sometimes too much.
I mean, he's just found so much impact in the last 2 rounds. He got the opener that propelled him into the fake B play back to A, and then that one there. Kill to equalize on B, and then closes it.
Oh, close.
Kicksan also forced to be reckoned with right now.
Yeah.
Not just calling the shots, but taking charge of the round in a more literal sense right here for Heroic.
Yeah, just sneaking in.
Tesses gets that one for free, and that's the path carved out for the B play drop. Wrestling with Shush over in mid, just about gets away with it, but Kicksan still lies in wait on the other side of Red Room.
When are you clearing this? I mean, how you're just thinking, how could he hit that timing? He's just appeared out of nowhere, and Kicksan's now hunting the save. He's heard them step. They do check it. Oh, will that tempt them? They have kits, but yeah, they don't like what they see. Still too far away, they feel.
You can feel how Heroic have really taken the reins of this game, though, right? Like they went for A plays in the first like 5 rounds of this game. Nothing but just these assaults to the A site, and then they mix it up a little bit by like feigning the B play where they go back to A. But that already starts to put a bit of doubt in the mind of MIBR. And then once they won the round over towards B, I think MIBR were anticipating, okay, this is where they go back to the A site. This is where they go back to what was working earlier on. That was clearly the game plan. And so it feels like Heroic have really, tactically taken control over the game. And I think early on, when Exit wasn't fragging, but he was making good calls, you could justify it.
Yeah, we don't know like this alone. Nice, good shit, guys. I flashed you on B. I'm so sorry. I had bad luck. I flashed you.
I like the end. I flashed you on B. I'm so sorry. You won the round, man. It's all forgiven. Oh, that's brutal util to open up. Tesses on the receiving end of it. That and the spam. Waro also got out looking worse for wear. He wanted to try his hand at the fast cave fight again.
Again, Nerds with another lurk into red. He's been finding good positions on this T side. But MIBR are hyper aware of this. They're going to double clear it. I like this move for MIBR. Surely Nerds can't get away. There's no way. 2 kills? 1 maybe. 1 if we're being nice.
This ongoing battle, him v Insani.
Yeah.
For the mid control.
Do they know? Oh, now they do. Easy 5v3 taken by MIBR. Heroic. They've got money. They can give this a go. But they're going to need a clean hit into this B site. Shush now tasked with something massive again. He really is having trouble these last couple of rounds. Kicks and spams safe out, but it's still a 2v4. See if
jump up.
Jump up, yeah.
It's risky for Exit. I think him being a little unconfident has actually just saved his life there.
For the best. He's locking them in as well. Heroic, like, only saving out a necessity, you know? Waro can drop some guns. They can get a very healthy buy. It's a save. It's like if you're 3-on-5 in overpass T side, you just know you're not going to win the round. So Heroic abandoned ship.
My Bruder's making overpass references 2024.
I know, it's gone. Sorry. It happened. It was there for 8 years, Harry.
It was this early util. Look at that, just shredded in the double nade over the top.
Delicious. Yeah, Shush is like, he's actually in this T side. We've said he's not like lost them rounds, but he's been in a lot of 3v3s where he's just
also
not
like
done anything.
He certainly ain't
right?
winning them rounds.
No, he ain't doing that. At least Exit's avoiding gunfights where he can. He's, having a bit of a roughie. 2 rounds of difference. A overtime potential for MIBR. Spam is what? That was well timed, but I think it was Nert who ducked below his shot, and the traces allow Waro to track and take down the star player of MIBR. Will this be the last round of Ancient?
Oh, you feel a lot of the pressure subsides when Insani's gone from the server. He's relegated to watching on at 23 kills deep. He's got to hope that the rest of MIBR can keep them in this, but it's not looking good. That Waro Orb fires off for a second. And Nert's even hunting all the way through Donut. He wants this one over and done with. He wants it finished now. And with Breno dead, drop far removed, he was going to go save mate. The game's about to end. Heroic turn it around from a 1-6 start. They close MIBR's map pick, and they do it cleanly with Kixan, Tesses, and Nerds storming the board.
Well, despite a hot start from MIBR, unfortunately, it wasn't a fight that they could keep alight. Heroic, they do manage to turn the tide, Machu, and I feel like when we moved into that second half, it felt a bit more well-orchestrated. It took them a little while to warm up, but I feel like that was a Heroic that I wanted to see entering the server in that second half.
Yes, definitely. On the T side of Heroic, you could see how not having the full lineup isn't as detrimental as it was on the CT side. And I'll even go as far as saying I'm impressed by how many rounds they put on the CT side. I thought this was going to be a catastrophe from the beginning of the game. Insani catches on fire. You see MIBR exploding, how Lost World looks like, and you can understand how, as an AWPer in a setup that you don't really know, you don't really understand the protocols, the reactions of your teammate, he's trying to find his place and pacing, and he's out of it completely, exploited by MIBR. But then you have some of these moves by Tessis, doesn't matter if it's a team or not, crossing smoke, having multi-kills. Heroic saved their game in the CT side, and then the second half was pretty much what I expected.
Yeah, I think also just the sheer amount of opening kills for MIBR in the first half, right? Yeah. It was very difficult to come back into some of those rounds, and then, yeah, even with the stand-in, Heroic with the preparation and the game plan and just the execution on the T side really left very little space for MIBR to close out the game.
I love how you picked up on the, Insani start to this map, because I thought it was over for Heroic. It was like ridiculous, the amount of kills that he was cleaning up really early into this game.
Yeah, and if anything, he put MIBR on track for a potential win. And you have to understand, Heroic had to force some of these duels because they cannot rely on the training and the contingency plans that they don't have. So what do? They go for duels, they force fights, and Insani with an incredible skill very early on just put them on notice, like calm them down, force them to slow down. And he himself put a best effort, a great effort, just not enough.
Was there a particular turning point for you, Janko, for Heroic to kind of, you know, be getting the momentum back into this series?
Yes, I think there was in the first half, because we were talking about MIBR and how good they were doing on the T side, right? And we're gonna jump into a round where you need to look at the buy for the CTs, right, and the money. So this is a half buy with a couple of saved guns on Shush and Nerds. They're going to decide to switch it up a little bit, some aggression towards B lane here. They're going to get rid of Breno. You can see the rest of MIBR was already positioned for an A hit, it seemed like. So they're just going to go ahead and speed up. You have basically Shush here with an M4. Nerds is a little bit far away, so let's just see how the round develops from this point on. There's still 1:30 left on the clock, so plenty of time for MIBR, but no map control, right?
No map control. I was surprised to see Heroic staying with 2 players behind that smoke, but MIBR takes so long that Heroic will be in a position to fight back.
Yeah, it seems like they are ready for this hit. They're in good position to steal away the round, but now MIBR slowly sort of creeping in, letting safe
20
surge.
seconds after the kill.
Yeah, absolutely. They use some of the utility. This last flash is going to ruin Shush a little bit. That's going to come in, and he's going to die to drop, just falling from tree. You know, Waro tries to get a kill, nothing happens. So here now, at this point, all of a sudden, it's a 3v2 situation for the side of MIBR. Look where these two guys are.
That's unlosable.
They're so far away. Is it now, Matthew?
I mean,
Funny you should say that.
It does look unlosable.
So now, this is what happens when teams and players overcook, right? Like, this is, you're trying to be too smart for your own good. There's still a smoke here. This is MIBR smoke, so CT is covered by smoke. You have an AWPer holding tempo. You killed 3 guys. You know, like, this is also MIBR getting paranoid. They're overstacking, like, completely gambling on A, and this is where Exit just keeps holding and holding, and now you lose the timing. Now you create the bad timing for yourself. Now they're like, okay, no one else is here, like, real close. They didn't attack us, but now we lost the smoke. There's so many things that are open. They decide to check CT together again, miss the timing because this is all wrong timings now. Drop is checking Temple for some reason when they're planting for CT. He dies. Tessis is already on the other side of Donut. Gets another kill, leaves safe in a 1v2, and they're going to lose this round.
The problem that they have in this 3 versus 2 is that they don't have a smoke or a Molotov to guarantee them safety, so they needed to take map control, but Drop does it alone. And that's the problem that I have. You're not pressed on time. You have 30 seconds. Take Exit with you, go and check CT spawn, clear it, trade it, then come back to bomb plan. But because they don't do it, they open themselves to a timing. Once Exit falls or Drop, I think, is CT spawn, then yeah, then everything goes to shit. But it wasn't supposed to be like that.
You should just sit on the plant. And the worst thing that can happen, a guy is going to run through the smoke or from somewhere, and he's going to get traded. And in the end, you'll be in a 2v1 or 1v1. And if all 5 guys are there somehow magically by some way, they can teleport on the map, then, you know, props to them.
Well, Janko, I would like you to sit and check in with Akadir listening.
Putting temples on me. I don't see it. I want to start a little bit, Renda. You show one CT. I'm planting. Dead CT.
One side and CT.
Xbox and side. Safe info. Last Xbox up. I'm coming through temple. He doesn't know that I know, okay? He's broke your Xbox. I'm picking from temple in 3, 2, 1.
You saw right side, this is. Broky.
Nice. Good shit.
Take your time now.
Rate those comms, Matthew.
I absolutely love the extra step of Kixon's info. Like, not only where he is, but like, I saw him Xbox, he doesn't know that I know, and I am going to make a move in the next 3 seconds. Like, this is the perfect sort of Christmas package you can give to Tessis. Like, hey buddy, here we go.
This is a perfect example of saying, you know, here, okay, I'm gonna take my crayons and I'm gonna draw it out for you what I'm going to do.
This is what's going to happen.
This is what's going to happen.
I'm gonna peek, and we're gonna kill him.
Exactly. Yeah.
Follow the steps. It's like
and also,
building an IKEA furniture.
Also the calmness, and you saw how easy it looks from the side of Heroic in the 2v3 post plant, right? And that all comes from the situation that MIBR put themselves into.
I think another thing we were kind of curious about, Matthew, was, you know, how exactly Waro is going to be playing with the team. We've got round 19 because this is a nice demonstration of, you know, him opening up a round for the team, right?
Yeah, it is a better side for Aurora, but in general, it's a reminder of what Heroic is capable of doing. You see the entry because you let him lose just a little bit, and now it's a 5v4. It doesn't really matter if they have the whole training behind them. Kingston and Heroic know how to play off of that. So they have the timing from Nerds on the A side. You have Shush, who's very much selling the idea that B will be the hit. Prior to that, a couple of utility, but the space has been taken away. And this is why I think Heroic is equipped to deal with these T sides, is that what's happening here is fundamentally base sound Counter-Strike. It's 5v4, you take space, you fake, you leave a player to make sure that there is pressure while Nerds is taking speed, and MIBR is lost. That they can do that with or without Dexter. And here, that's a great example, with Waro activating.
Beautiful example of some tactical prowess from the side of Heroic, and not such great example of Tessus on the op.
I mean, yes, listen, he had 10 HP, he's trying, okay? The man is trying.
Mirage, that's actually the pick of Heroic. You might have been fooled thinking that was their choice in this series. You were pretty confident it was going to be a 2-0 Matthew. I imagine that confidence level was, you know, maintained?
Absolutely maintained, totally. I imagine T-side start for Heroic coming up, which is going to be, all in all, the stronger side that they have on this map. 7 to 8 rounds minimum, and then whether or not MIBR win the second pistol round, we'll see if it's a longer day or not. But as far as I'm concerned, I think they've done what they needed to.
It's just been a little sloppy. We showed the 3v2, which really boosted the economy of Heroic in the first half, allowed them to get the 4 rounds you talked about. Then they had some situations in the second half too, MIBR. I mean, the 3v2 with Safe, missing a shot with the AWP. So they need to step up in those rounds if they're going to hope for a third map.
Particularly because it is Heroic's map pick of Mirage on the horizon. But not before we head to a quick break. Yeah, numbers don't lie, do they, Yanko? Let's see if they can turn the tides after this.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Intel presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
After robbing MIBR of their map pick, Heroic now get ready to take to Mirage. This is one where they're going to feel right at home. And over on the desk, they were saying they've got the basics down pat. And I think that's going to be worth its weight in gold as we get ready to head into this second map of Mirage. Everyone else was leaning towards the 2-0. Hugo, how are you feeling about it?
Numbers don't speak well for MIBR, do they, Harry? And yeah, we were seeing some great moments from Insani, Safe winning his head-to-head against Warro. But once Warro got warmed up, it was a different game. And Nertz's T-side lurks were phenomenal as well. We'll see if they're a little more predictable on Mirage. We've seen lurkers struggle on this map as of late, looking at Rops, Ema, for examples, at times. But let's see what Nertz has got on this T side. Top mid P250 as his team head under. Shush holding on to ramp. See if Shush can do better than the last map. It was abysmal, but we expect higher of him. See if he can reset here. Julie's up close on exit. Oh, this could be fun. Shush v exit. Time to set the stage. The struggle bus driving off. Nertz dinked in middle. Shush ready to strike.
Oh my god, Safe has just destroyed them in this pistol.
Even one ramp.
And he was the one who dinked up Nertz. He's finished the job. Safe is on for the ace. And it's just Kicksan left.
Get it.
I mean, at this point, you've been firing homing bullets. Every single shot connects for Safe. He goes looking for the magic number 5 and can't quite find it. But he does what he had to do in that pistol there to get MIBR off to a good start.
All right, that just came out of nowhere. Just decks them in middle there, Harry. And even catches the guy out ramp. Forget the Julies. Not needed. That's what we like to see from Safe. Doesn't buy the second round orb, sadly. Just a little bit too little money. But as we said, it was him and Insani really writing the script in that first map. So see if he can bring it back. Full eco for Heroic.
Like the Tessa's just... Like you have to admit it when that's how you... What a pistol round from them. That's what he says. Like, yeah.
Yeah, what'd he do? He wrecked us.
All right, he's going to try and do it again.
Double up. Oh,
now he's going to go back and they're all there. Oh, well, they were all there.
Just what I hoped for. Okay, yeah, nice and easy. 5 alive for MIBR, but strong starts. It's all about the finishes, as I've learned. Had some comebacks today. Quite a few. Heroic included on that first map. They went 6-1 down on Ancient.
Something that we've seen and that was echoed by the folks over on the desk is T-side is where Heroic should hope to do their best work.
Okay.
So you want them on the board earlier rather than later here. Out in the middle they go. And MIBR are willing to meet them there, throwing themselves out into these fights in middle. Insani gets out with a double as he's getting hounded down by Tesses. That is really well done from the front runner for MIBR. And so Heroic, they get the mid control they were looking for, but it's a path paved in blood here. Kicksan tries to tiptoe into B, but too many targets to worry about there, and they didn't even spot that second man.
Huge flank through the T-spawn as well for Breno, so it's actually going to go back to A. Realizing that we're 2B strong, I don't need to re-clear middle. 40 seconds, we're going to hear him eventually, and they have now. knowing exactly where he's gotten off to. Preshow here to stop the plant if it's going to be open. Tesses could stick for CT. That's his only option available. He's going to try and gamble with it, but Preshow pushing him down already, getting off the plant and not getting back to safety too quickly. Preshow hits that quick shot and puts MIBR in pole position on this CT side. 3-0 up. Love to see Insani coming in, still confidently making plays, flashing the connector smoke, and just going for it under. Don't want to see MIBR shaken from that first map, especially considering how in it they were. They were, you know, had a dominant first half, a very close map all in all.
I think especially as well as you look to go out middle with Safe having a start like this and Insani being that kind of second man you're often going to run into, it is a pretty terrifying mid-hold that MIBR are able to bring to the table here. Looking like they want to try and go B, and Preshow will get that spot, but he's got to hightail it out of there, drop full blind, run out by the Tech-9 to kick Sam. Breno's got to reel them in, got to try and take back some control of the B side, but he's getting wrapped. They're all around him, and he can only take out one.
That's not good. That is not good at all for the 2 on B. They had as much warning as you're going to get with a B rush. They got the pre-smoke down, and just ugly as the Tech-9s find the 2 headshots into this B bomb site, and Heroic just tuck in. No mistakes in the post plant. Even that spam doesn't connect on the crossing shush, so MIBR saving 3 guns. Their economy only just above water on 2 of these players. So Heroic on the board nice and early this time.
It's going to suck falling down to the pistols, and like you say, especially when you kind of had like the forewarning for it, but you at least get out with 3 alive, and you've got the residual money still in place, so it's not the end of the line for MIBR. You just don't want that to be, you know, the round that brings Heroic back in. You had them struggling to open this up. And Warrior 2K gets to bring out that AWP as well. Post with it early on over in middle. Oh, aggression.
I think they heard the steps, so they ran quite far. Kickson's in the corner. Even though they'll clear it, he is hyper aware. Oh, double up. Nerds trades. He came back to support. Heroic knew it was coming. The boost is nice, but they ran too long. So Heroic 4 on 3. They try to get up catwalk, maybe a little bit too early. There was no bomb control either. They're lurking at ramp. This is a disaster. 4 on 3, and suddenly they lose all control, and they have to reset from the B side to get that bomb. Heroic have nothing to show for that double entry. Great recovery for MIBR. You definitely feel like Heroic dug their own grave. Now MIBR concede middle and go to gamble on their sites. Too strong on A. This is interesting though. Warriors con, the bomb is B. He's going to try and slip the net. He's found the perfect timing to go CT. But it seems like he's hunting on this A site instead. They're just going to split. Hope Warrior can sell this fake. You see the open CT and not ready for a B hit. Oh, missed timing, doesn't clear the corner. And that's misinfo, sure, but I don't think it's going to make drop rotate with 20 seconds. He's still tucked in behind the bench. Nerds won't clear this ever. 15 seconds. This is MIBR, surely 4-1 up.
That's the smoke blown open.
Yeah.
Well handled for drop. Doesn't even let that bomb plant come in. And yeah, Heroic, they
a weird split
kind of run away with the success. They think that they've done enough. They've got these lurks. They feed the beast.
Yeah, just one player out ramp really early when they didn't have bomb control. They didn't have B control either because they had to go back for the bomb. Very off series for Shush. Like, individually, not hitting anything. 4-1 now. Safe's in trouble, breaks the smoke, doesn't quite catch him. Oh, and they find Insani slipped out under again. Nerds, another double entry.
Just a classic head-to-head, Nerds versus Insani in these mid battles. Different maps, same fights. Huge round for Nerds to open up, and all right, Heroic, look, they kind of threw the last one away, but they would have to really try this time. And hey, what's stopping them? Jump scare for Warrow 2K.
And he let him smoke him off, so now he can't even help. Can't even stop this A side. And Nerds not missing a beat. 4 beautiful headshots in that round. Double entry, backstab, and stops the save. Can't really ask for more.
It actually was the jump scare.
Definitely. I love how like Warrow is like the modern day JDM. You know, he's so just full leaning back. How are you AWPing? I guess you have the FOV, but you're leaning so far back. Like the anti-Yakindar. Oh no, Nerds, don't do it.
Coming for the mid-fights again. This time they set their eyes on taking away the short control, and now they're going to start walking the smoke. Awkward timing for Insani. He tries to get involved, tries to play his hand, but they're coming right through the con smoke as he nades it open. Safe is boxed in as well. They've taken ladder away. They've taken the top of connector and jungle, so he doesn't know where to look right now. And that plant's going to be allowed to come through. Warrow plugs in the numbers, while the rest of Heroic stand on guard. Zexit standing on business, though, out through ramp.
Ooh.
Well, deal with Shush. You don't imagine that's enough to tempt you in. You just don't really have the ground here to make this retake happen if you're MIBR.
I mean, yeah, they're not in position, but even if they were, Warrow's in the perfect spot with the AWP to win the round. Nerds trying to stop the save. It's close. Ooh. Oh, Tesses. That's dirt. And Heroic are just going for the throat right now, despite this lead for MIBR. Quickly closing up, as it did on Ancient. Heroic playing very confident, keeping on pushing smokes. Boosting into window, catching MIBR by surprise, round after round.
Yeah, it's very similar vibes to that first map as well, in that it's this 3-man core early on. Nerds, Tesses, and Kixan looking really good. Warrow still yet to accomplish much, but he was able to warm up towards the tail end of Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, he's 0-5, but it hasn't felt consequential. You know, at least in last map, it was like, okay, Safe is out-AWPing him every single time. Like, he head-to-head him 3 times in the first half of Ancient. He won every single one. It's not felt like Warrow's been in too important a position yet. And hopefully that will change with time. Oh, that's awkward sandwiched. But recovered well. Warrow gets a kill. Oh. Nice and easy for Heroic there. Level score, 4 apiece. Didn't quite hear that. I felt like Warrow was calling a play for himself.
Yeah, something about apps.
Has a
spawn
for Palace.
Yeah, gonna run the Palace push, I guess.
Yeah. Let's see what he's got.
The Heroic always looking to accommodate him, and you saw that on Ancient a lot, right? He would be making these sort of aggro moves based on the spawns he gets given with the AWP.
Yeah,
they feel comfortable to give him that space, kind of let him off the leash for a bit, and then reel him back in the mid-round if he gets the opener.
Going for a double under. I like the change from MIBR. We're seeing underpass get a lot of usage recently. Even teams like FaZe, like putting AWPs down there. Rops was AWPing this recently. But they're going to play 2 rifles down below and be able to react on a mid take or a B hit. Warrow's smoked off right now. So it's a very spread default, I guess, off the back of Warrow making this call.
I mean, especially now that he's been smoked, right? Like, you don't want to pull him out of position now. It's like he's kind of missed those early timings. So you're going to wait for that smoke to fade and to see if he can find the contact. Nerds will open up, though. Deals with one of those players from the lower tunnels. Will he discount Insani being here? The flash over mid tees him up nicely.
With this con smoke, it might force Exit to even peek stairs. That's what Warrow wants right now. He gets exactly that. Over the top. Warrow's dropped 2. That's more like it. 2K in the name and the game now in a 4-on-1 are heroic. That's what we like to see. It seems like Heroic set him up well for that, putting the con smoke limited exits positions. He wanted info on A. And Warrow even just swings out onto default with that AWP. I guess the benefit of being this in-game leader AWP figure in his previous team, not afraid to call around behind him. And Heroic play by his rule book for this round at least. Heroic take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's... You always want your AWPer to be very vocal and tell you what they intend to do. You kind of want them calling their plays and what they're comfortable with. With him being a stand-in, you were wondering if that would be the case, right? Or if they would wield him more to how Kicksand designs it. But it feels like, they're willing to kind of get behind Warriors AWP. They got some faith in it.
It's T-Side Mirage. This is also Monty's second most played map for the longest time behind Anubis. Like, they loved a bit of Mirage, so... Plenty of experience, plenty of plays available. And Sani, can he save the day with a deagle? Hit some tags. Nothing more. Wallbang, Molly, everything. He's accepted his fate. I don't know why he wouldn't swing and go for one more shot, but... Not having fun here, it seems. Can't blame him. Nurse has had his number.
Are we allowed to say this safe looked really good on the rifles, but since bringing the AWP out, has struggled to get it going?
On this map?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got 4 in the pistol, bought a rifle up, kept looking good.
Got 3, so 7 of his... So yeah, so he's had 3 rifle kills, he's had 3 anti-ecos, he's had 4 kills on pistol. He's had no AWP kills. Potentially. That's a fair breakdown.
Brenner, how do you feel about AWPing again? Just this once.
Hobby AWPer. Does it for the kicks. Well, that was the funniest part in this old MIBR when he first joined. He came from Academy. They didn't have an AWPer. So he was just like, yeah, I can do it. He wasn't an AWPer on the Academy team either. He just joined the team, started AWPing, looked pretty good. And then Safe was gone from Furia, and they're like, okay, yeah, we'll get a real AWPer now, Brenner. You're fine. And actually, his rifling is also pretty solid, so it's not... Hasn't held him back by any means. That has seemed like an upgrade, definitely. Safe's AWP is back.
All right, then let's see what Safe is going to bring to the table here. He keeps kind of getting stifled by spawns as well.
Yeah.
He's never had like a glowing spawn on the AWP.
That's the UCT Mirage. Are there good spawn there? Sure, you can get a window spawn. That exists. Allegedly.
Yeah, drops down into middle, tries to get ahead of the util. Safe wants to make a play to open up this round. He was very vocal right in the start of it.
They re-mollied.
But that util does wonders to kind of shut down his early play.
Was that a purposeful miss? I think they've naded it, actually. I think they missed the molly, then they naded him because he stayed in the position. Oh, Warrow's found him. Peeking over the stairs.
That probably feels good for Warrow.
Yeah,
was on the receiving end of those all across Ancient.
Ooh. Exit. He will. From the round. Just Insani in the sight. He needs to save him.
I mean, there's no doubt how good this guy is, but you're asking a hell of a lot. He buys time. Buys time for the rotate. Kind of went Irish almost. We're right back in. 3v2 with Insani. Having slowed down the take of the site, having thinned the herd. Is that going to be enough to bring MIBR back in? He's got to deal with a very familiar antagonist here in Nerds. Quick work made of Insani. Looking to deliver in the clutch. This 1v2, but he can't walk it over the line. Brenner will be there to put a stop to him.
They needed that, man. They needed anything. This game was absolutely sliding out of control. Looked like Heroic were just going to go on a clean sweep in this second map. But breaking a 5-round streak on the CT side, MIBR get back on the board. Nice double up from Insani and drop towards Connector.
Big B, I will go again, okay?
And Warrior again, calling a play. In this final round of the half, he's going back for a ramp pick. Might have that head-to-head, but save crosses safely.
Kickstand's also taken an AWP here over towards the B site. And I almost want him to just be firing off a bit. Trying to give the illusion that that's where Warrow is on that orb. Warrow's instead posted over here at A, hoping he gets given another one of these stairs peaks.
There it is. Double up for safe. He's finally found his footing on the AWP. And there's the peak that Warrow was waiting for. He gets dinked. That's a sick shot from Insani, but it's not enough for the kill, and they could come to regret the swing. Drop gone from middle. 3-on-3 now. Heroic clawing back a 2-man disadvantage in the last round of the half. Safe's efforts. Will they be in vain? Exit has such a potent position, but you wonder if the name not being in the kill feed will inform Heroic of him in Palace. Safe coming back for a re-swing. Misses that timing.
Okay, you have the freedom to do this because of Exit, right? Because he's still sat back in Palace. He can confirm when that bomb's getting planted, when noise is made, and that will trigger the rotate back around. So it's not the worst reposition ever, but they do have the idea that he might find himself up here in Palace. They molly him out for the time being. That bomb is going to be allowed to get planted. There's nothing MIBR can do about that, but they've been teed up for this the whole time. They had faith in their ability to retake 3-on-3. And as the AWP strikes, Safe locks in his third kill in the round. Can he find number 4? Safe is on for the ace. Took a while for that AWP to get rolling, but now it rolls over Heroic to close out this first half on an even 6-all score.
Two jungle. Two jungle. Two jungle.
Nice try, boys. You had the right read and everything.
Yeah, but Rafa is playing with joystick. So his movement. Can you ask him what joystick he has?
What joystick does he have? We'll have to find out here in the second half as we get into Heroic MIBR. And it's Mirage, Heroic's pick. They already took their opponents. It was a bit of a comeback from 6-1 down in Heroic. Similar start to this game as well. A solid T-side despite being 4-1 in the hole. And MIBR going back to a classic in this pistol. The old contact B.
And there's this boost up for Kixan. Tessa is trying to put him in position to succeed. Kixan hears them get by, but he's already fired off. They know about the boost now. Tessez holds the line with a convincing double. Waro even manages to make it over, but caught looking away. And it's safe to find him. Safe's been instrumental across this second map, but specifically in the pistols. That kill tips the scale in MIBR's favor. That's moves all the way up to bench. Wait, they both had their back turned. He doesn't quite believe it, but the shots sail past them, and so he's never to punish. Shush Whittle down, and Nertz might have to do the heavy lifting, and he can't find a thing. A pistol round secured for MIBR as they take both of them here on Mirage.
Safe might be on a joystick, because without him, they wouldn't be flying to victory like they are. 7-6 now. A T-side pistol and a somewhat ruffled, feathered Heroic. Maybe about to be plucked on this force buy as well. That's awkward for Nerds. Some, I don't want to call them easy shots whiffed, because back of the head can be difficult, but some unsuspecting opponents, we could say. Double under. Double MP9. Just Testis' D on B, so it couldn't really be worse on this site. Gonna drop the smoke. That will stall things out. With that smoke down being the only smoke Heroic have thrown and the whole map being quiet, it does give Heroic a bit of a warning that this is a heavy B play. Will they jump the gun on the underpush, though? It seems like it, being held.
I mean, Nertz has realized that, right? He's pushed all the way up through Palace, so that's only further kind of confirming their suspicions here. But because you're having to rotate out a lower, you're going to be left very far removed from this B site. Waro gets there in time on the scout to try tag players crossing, but right now you're looking at Tessez on this Deagle, the one player inside the site. He had to make a difference, and he couldn't find a thing. Waro 2K on the scout. He's made it more interesting, that much is for certain. But the SMGs go no further.
Round still alive.
And with just Nertz left standing, you almost are ready to cut to the player cams on this one. MIBR gonna brush aside these SMGs, unless...
Do they run? No.
Unless Nertz, not ready for sure, has to flick back, and that's never gonna happen. So there we are. Now we get the inside shot. MIBR, 2 in a row. And the force buy locked out, so they're about to find themselves with 9.
Yeah, it's going to have to be comebacks on comebacks on comebacks for Heroic in this series, starting every half down. It's not been an easy road to a win for Heroic, and despite MIBR's abysmal track record on Mirage, it might be broken today. Oh, not all off the back, but majoritarily off the back of saves. Recovery in the first half, and it's Sani starting the second strong as well. Waro has force sport into this full eco round. King shit. Or is it too much?
I mean, if he wins them the round, we'll all say it's genius. So let's see.
That is how that works. If not, he better save, because they're about to crunch ramp. This could be good. Nertz. Oh. Good for who? Nice shot.
This is very cleanly done. Exit and drop opening up. There's that M4.
Yeah.
Gets involved now, but it's just one for the time being. You want something from these pistols. Surely Warro can't do it all alone. Surely he's making a case for it, but caught out in the open. And that's that M4 lost for Heroic. They won't be able to grab that. It's just Kixan left standing.
I don't mind the play because he can probably just buy Scout next round and still contribute. He could actually even buy an M4 just with no nades or helmet. So, kind of works. You get 2 kills, you keep the economy you know, a little bit bothered. And actually Kixan approved because he's dropped him an M4 and playing SMG with nades. Respect. Kixan is one of those players who can get a lot done with little. Happy to play the weaker weaponry. Even tried to make the Negev work at one time, if you remember that Anubis game.
They're about to just go for the all-in A play. And the one defender is Shish, who's been having a very rough go at it all day. You need him to hold the line here. That's not a bad way to open. One quick kill going the way of Shush. Warro now moves in to lend a helping hand, and quick work made of the players as they get out through ramp. Shush still desperately clinging on for dear life here.
Ow. But
he's living on borrowed time, surely. Trapped out behind triple, smoked down to give the illusion that he could have crossed out into CT, but he still stands tall there fighting. Leaves it all unsafe.
I would like this, but he's already got a kill, so they know he's here. Oh, and they just jump up and clear it. Nice check for Kixan. And solid work for Shush, to be honest. He tucks in.
The handshake meta.
They're getting great with it, aren't they? I want to see like someone patting someone on the head next, or you know, what's the evolution of the handshake? Dude, Warro's coming through with the rifles right now. Back-to-back double kills on the M4.
You know, they say that they've been practicing with Dexter, and this is them practicing for when he returns.
Yeah.
No more fist bumps, hand slaps.
Yeah, we're
a handshaking team now.
Yeah. Get with the times, bro. You missed a lot while you were gone.
I bet he just has like the tightest grip ever. They're going to regret it even more. Go back to slapping my hand. All right, B-Rush coming down the pipeline. Tess says,
ooh, nice
overran
shot.
after the first molly in a bench, but Kickstand plays jail. They can spam this. It really narrows down where he can be, so that's nice and easy for drop. Warro's actually been fantastic on the rifles. He's going to try and offer up another multi-kill here as he peeks out from the short side, but drop very cleanly done. So already you should be looking to save if you're Heroic.
Yeah, that's a really nice move from MIBR. Knowing exactly what Tessus is going to do, dropping the smoke and going bench is so meta, but instead of going bench, they molly it. That only limits him to one position, so he has to play the jail corner. Of course they spam it. He didn't really have anywhere to go but crossing into the site, and that would have left him in the open. He's trying not to fight in that situation, waiting for rotates, so... Beautiful idea for drop. And Insani, again, he's not like flying high with numbers. It's 14 and 9. But on this T side, he has found like 3 entry rounds to get them, 3 entry kills rather to get them rounds. So it's been very dependable in that sense. MIBR piecing a game together out of nowhere, right when you are ready to write them off.
Yeah, and you still have Insani and Safe, 2 kind of standout performers from the first map looking good, but now it's actually Exit up there alongside them.
Yeah, same can't be said for Shush, who struggled on the first. We were equating Insani and Nerds and Shush and Exit. Well, everyone's stepping up except the Soldane. Still time, Harry. 10-7. But right now, MIBR are running the board.
Looking like it might just be another one of these set pieces over towards A. Shush just narrowly gets out alive. But even then, not a lick of damage done the other way, and you've completely lost control of the bomb site here. They have to kit on Nerds, so you can justify trying this round, but you need to get something to entice you soon. And with this lower lurk now getting learnt about and Connector getting stripped away from you, you're just out of position to even try this one.
You could argue saving here. It's that bad. Like, you're that locked out of this bomb site. There's no nades really to get you back in, and it's getting worse before it gets better. If Wara had a kit, maybe I'd be interested, but not in this world, not in this round. Drop hunts down Nerds. And every single player on this T side is having impact right now for MIBR. Heroic crumbling on their map pick. 11-7. Anubis rearing its head right now. 2 rounds till we get there.
And that's like the worst way that round could have gone, right? You're locked out in a 5v5 retake with damage done against you. It goes down to 4v5. You have that moment where you can save. You can make that call. You can get out of there. But then they kind of miss the window on that, and so everyone ends up dying in a round that you didn't even attempt. MIBR rounds away from taking us to Anubis.
Just played a really solid game. Just very, very heavy XX on this T side. A bunch of contact B plays where they found 2 entries with almost no resistance. They've not used middle at all other than lurking underpass. This has just been so clinical for MIBR. They came in with a very clear game plan and nothing has stopped them.
And Heroic have almost been insistent that eventually mid will be the port of call, because it so often is. But these rounds have just been straight up exits, the last 2 over towards A. Then you've had the B rushes that Heroic haven't been able to contain. And so what do? Do you decide, well, now's enough. Now we'll kind of lean away from middle. We don't really have the guns for it anyway. And if you do that, I feel like the odds are that's the round MIBR decide to hit up mid finally.
I think we got some kind of fake going on. There's 2 towards B, unless they're going to go under with a bomb. They're holding for a B push while they set up an A execute. So now we're getting tricky with it.
Looks like Drop's going to go back and rejoin them. He dropped his util over in Palace, so they're going to be able to lob out like 2 sets of Molotovs from Palace to give that illusion that there's numbers outside of A all over again. So they're trying to use that conditioning, what they've set in motion over the last few rounds of these back-to-back AXX. They know they have Heroic fearful on that front, and they do. It's a 3-strong hold over towards A.
Oh, Shush even gets spotted trying to play aggressive. I mean, if you look at the guns Heroic have, the 2 weakest guns are on the B bomb site. The question is for how long. Tessus is already leaning towards rotating. Kicks and stays hidden on the default box. And MIBR have snuck the entire way. They're going to have to drop now. But as long as they clear their corners, this should be all fine. All dandy, all dead for exit. Now they're going to try trade. Easily done as they double up, knowing Tessas is out on a limb on the short side. Beautiful shot for Drop. 3-on-2. Masterclass T-side called by MIBR.
Yeah, that is a super just clear example of conditioning your opponent. Even like the double mollies through Palace, so intentional, right? Like, and you don't often do that. It's not uncommon to try and fake it by having like one player dropped extra smokes to throw the exec in. But not only have they done that, the second molly over towards Palace, I don't think anyone does that. No. And so when you see that, you're like, yeah, there's 2 Palace.
He mollied top and bottom bound. Like, there's nowhere to go. Because especially when Shush tries to push Palace. This is just like simple for MIBR. They have not made a meal of this T side at all.
Also, I think Drop deserves a real honorable mention here. Might not be top in the charts, but since getting onto this T side, he's had some super high impact kills at critical moments. Like that one there, I know it was a 3-on-3 and they basically had free run over towards the B side, but you still have one of the A-Lurk players rotating back in late. So temporarily it was a 3v2 and you had a player trying to force those fights out through market, and Drop just deleted him.
Instant B push for Kixon. Or if he tucked here, it'd be potent, but he's going to walk right into them as they clear the corner. Another entry onto this B bomb site for Drop, and MIBR roll out that bloody red carpet. 5-on-3. Anubis is calling, and Nerds cannot stop it. You can hear MIBR chanting already. 4-on-1, and Heroic have been iced out, left in the cooler. Boom, boom.
Feel-good moment for MIBR. Outdoing the opening map, taking a more dominant victory on Heroic's map pick. One that MIBR have really struggled on, even domestically here. So this is a massive confidence boost heading into that third and final map of the series. Anubis is where this one will be decided.
MIBR quelling their Mirage Crows, and we find ourselves on the doorstep of the third and final decider. That will be Anubis to separate the Brazilians from Heroic. And Matthew, your theory proving quite accurate. Clearly much harder to integrate a stand-in when you're on the CT side of things versus the T side. 1 round for Heroic on their map pick.
Well, I'm really glad and I'm grateful that you present as if I was right all the way. But I will remind everybody, I said this was going to be 2-0. I was vastly wrong about it, and I was doubly wrong. First of all, I thought it was going to be 2-0, and if MIBR was going to inflict a victory upon Heroic, it would be through like mid-round and map control and pulling rotations from the CT side, and then you have Heroic who don't have the right amount of protocols to deal with it. None of that was true. B exec into A exec, into B exec, into B contact play. I am astonished by how MIBR just schooled the defense of Heroic, specifically Kixen and Tessis. I don't know what the hell happened on that B side, but it's just like Vertigo. It's in construction.
Yeah, I think it was an interesting example of a T side being a little bit different, just being a lot more structured, really, and a lot more set, as you pointed out. Started up with a B pop when they were low on the economy, right? After that, an A execute, then an A execute fake into ending the round on B, and that's the problem. Like when your anchors are not really on point, it's hard to defend against those rounds. And I think Shushi's having the worst series of his career so far. He has 9 kills over 2 maps.
I know.
9 kills over 2 maps.
It's rough.
What?
I don't. You asking me? Like, I got nothing right now. Like, I can't
I
tell
think
you what's
that's fair
happening.
enough. Should we dive into round 17? Because you do have some analysis to be picking there. I think this is an execute onto the B-bomb side, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to preface what's going to happen in Heroic all the way through, and this is the simplicity of MIBR. We see here the first frag being found by Tessus, but the trade is very good. Here, I think Kixon is making a massive mistake. You're going to hide in the full corner, 90-degree angle is where everybody's going to spray through the smoke, and then Warrock gets absolutely deleted by Drop, who found a number of very important kills just to make sure that the rounds are out of reach for Heroic. And the problem is that's 10-7, but there's been rounds before that on the B side, and there will be a round after that. And what's going to happen towards the end is that Heroic is sort of admitting that they're helpless, so they force the action. They force the fight into B-apps. It's read by MIBR. They're ready for it. They punish them. I'm a bit perplexed by how easy it was for MIBR to just penetrate that B-side time and time again.
Are you as confused, Janko? Were you left scratching your head?
Not necessarily, because these rounds really aren't super complicated to break down, right? And it as I said, it's a lot on the anchor. He needs to either get kills by time, he needs to make it difficult, he needs to stop the first guy coming in, because if you get an immediate entry on the guy who goes in first,
but that's what Tessus did in that round.
You just take so much space.
But Tessus did that in the very round. It still doesn't work.
He got traded immediately, and then Kixon, as you said, wasn't doing much. War was all the way cat, where he's trying to get the long angle on the players in windows or something like that, but when they are already swarmed on the site, it's very difficult for them to hold it. So that's why MIBR was able to sort of play with Heroic and then do the fakes and all the other stuff.
And another angle as well is, unfortunately for Heroic, no pistol round, all the conversions on the side of MIBR. And if on the T side you can find ways to sort of use Waro, he didn't really have an AWP in his hands. Like, even if the read is here for Kixon, even if he has an inkling that the B side is going to be here, what you would hope to see is a third defender with an AWP, making sure that you grab one of the players that are rushing B side. And Waro was never really in that position. In fact, most of the highlights he had was rifling on the A side and being very much in their faces, trying to help Shush, like trying to get CPR to him, like, brother, I'm right here, let's go, let's do this. With an AWP, we haven't seen much of that on the CT side.
Maybe like spill some water on his face now, you know, slap him, give him a couple of slaps, like, hey, let's go.
Come on,
like,
now.
it's map 3 now. And I think Heroic might have a problem because MIBR, they might just be, Freya, an orange map team.
Right.
That could be a thing, right? We've just seen Mirage, it went really good.
Yeah.
We're gonna go into Anubis, another orange map.
Ancient is obviously a green map, didn't go so well.
Yeah.
I see the logic. Is he pulling on something here?
Listen, when I hear a great theory, I can only acknowledge, right? I can only approve. I myself am a man of science, and I think there's definitely some basis to it, right? Maybe wavelength, who knows, like X-rays, something to do with the colors out there.
Who knows? What do we actually know, though, about MIBR on Anubis? Do we have much data on them?
We have a lot of data.
I'm just looking at, like, if Safe has a bad game, it's because he isn't eating a banana. Because everyone else on his team is having one.
Well, can we? Let's try and see where Shush is.
Game.
You think Shush is having a
This is where
right
you
now?
want someone to spike your drink. The one situation, right? Just wake up.
I'm gonna go ahead and say we do not want that ever in any situation.
Yeah, I'm not going to condone that. I hope he's maybe having a coffee. Is it too late for coffee? I don't say coffee past 4 p.m. That's a no-no.
No,
I'm
but
not
he needs
sleeping if that
something,
happens.
anything at this point in time. Maybe sliced banana in a cup.
Sliced banana in a cup.
Mash it, make
Or
a
you call it
banana
like a
smoothie.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way we've created as a
go.
civilization,
That sounds
a smoothie.
absolutely horrific.
Well, you never
Back
had
to
sliced
the
banana.
camp.
You know what
Banana
he needs,
is
Freya?
disgusting.
He
That's a
needs some
horrible
monster
take, but
energy to wake him up.
Does
We don't have a
need
can over
monster
there?
energy.
No, I'm gonna
You've
go
got
and
some
source
cans
one.
over here if you want to go and, you know, maybe
Put
eat
your
it over
cans in
to
the
him.
air.
Please
Put your
don't
cans
do
in the
that.
air for Shush.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously didn't expect really to be getting to a third and final decider. How does it lay out then? Like, how are you expecting Anubis to go down?
It's kind of tough to see. The problem is, Wara on the AWP on the CT side has not found a way to have an impact. And I'm thinking the Monty games that I had seen from him, he was generally very, very capable, super efficient. The number of times I've seen him rather have impact plays on the B side, rotating around the pillar. Is he gonna have that position? Is he even going to be integrated in the game plan this way? I struggle to imagine where he will be. And of course, with Shush having the series that he's having right now, unless that coffee was very, very efficient, this is starting to get problematic because the lack of team play makes it so that you rely on individuals bailing you out of situations where you're not having the best of play. That's just the reality of Heroic. Tessus did that a number of times on map 1. Nerds did it a couple times on the T side of Mirage where he had multi-kills on entries. You're gonna need an anchor like Shush to step up a little bit and give yourself power plays retakes where just fundamental Counter-Strike will help you close a round. It wasn't the case on Mirage.
Yanko, I know you're a hype man. You used to be a coach yourself. You've got Shush in front of you.
Sure,
Imagine
you have a quote.
you're the manager of Heroic. What are you saying to him? How are you hyping him up?
Yeah, I'm saying, man, who cares? You know, shit happens. Like, don't doubt yourself, trust your instincts, go for plays. Everyone believes in you. You know, things are going to turn around. Don't worry about it. Let's just get into the map fresh. And I think it's going to come down who can eke out more rounds on the CT side, because both teams have been more comfortable on their T side. Anubis, obviously a T-sided map, not much room for some CT maneuvers. So it may just come down to 1 or 2 extra rounds on your CT side.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. We're going to be knifing for sides. Are you hoping Heroic get to start on the T side of things?
Because I want Heroic to win? Is that
Because you
the premise?
predicted Heroic to win, yes.
Yeah, right,
and you
correct.
lovingly threw yourself under the bus and said, no, Freya.
And it's true, our value is identified by how great our predictions are.
Yes.
I forgot how this works in this line of work. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Heroic T side, I need that. I do need that.
You do need that. Should we jump into it?
Do we decide?
Yes, you can throw to break if you want.
Go to break.
Nice, Kassad.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
After getting their revenge on Mirage, MIBR have successfully launched us forward onto Anubis, the promised third and final map here, to open up their run through the play-in. And for the MIBR side, on Mirage, I actually really like what they had to show for it, right? They had some nice ideas in there. They had some good conditioning, some real keen fakes thrown in with little details that a lot of other teams wouldn't bother doing, such as the double Molly Palace round. I like the foot that they're putting forward here.
And we got it confirmed as well after that map from Bit that it is indeed drop calling. We questioned it in the first map, him being in the center seat, being very vocal on those cameras. He is calling over exit on these T sides, which is an exciting change. Uncertain as to why that is. Maybe we'll hear from him after if they can win the series and get some more information. But that is an interesting change when you consider how well that T side was put together on Mirage. No doubt about it. We go to a third Heroic winning the knife, picking the T side, of course, on Anubis. This is a map they've barely played, whereas for MIBR, it's one they play 17 times the last 3 months and 17 times in the 3 months before that. They've got the track record, they got the tape, and they're going quick into the A side.
Oh, safe up first there, swinging on out from behind the fountain, had support every step of the way. And so Heroic's attempt to kind of flat out rush their way through the A-holders not panned out, and now everyone from MIBR is over on this side of the map. Warra alone out in middle, sure, gets away with one, but they don't have to face him anymore. They can just play the numbers on this. Warra, 2K and Nerds trying to pick up the pieces in this pistol round, but they are worlds apart, and they've got a lot of MIBR players left to get through after a well-founded stack inside of this A site. Looks to net MIBR another pistol.
Oh, knife out, careful, don't throw. Preshow saves it. That was a little bit dicey, but MIBR are coming in confident. That's what we like to see. Pistol round taken. And yeah, this is a spicy series. Now that we know there's an in-game leader change confirmed,
I think
a
also
great performing Insani.
You can say that to some extent, like maybe that softens the blow of how Ancient got away from them a bit, right? Like it felt like it could have been a bit of a lack of experience there, getting a bit bogged down in having Heroic come back against you. It was always going to be harder once they got onto the T side, right?
Well, they got an 8-round T half to begin Ancient, so it was more just being unable to stop Heroic once the side swapped. Think about how crazy Nerds went on those lurks, how many gaps he found.
It's also, it's a cool arc for Drop, because you'll remember him as the academy player that moved up in a fury, a little drop man, like doing his damnedest, trying to be that missing piece of the puzzle. And he had a pretty good run, especially when you compare him to some of the other members that you saw move into the Furious squad. He had a pretty good time.
Yeah, could have gone a lot worse. His high wasn't that bad.
Yeah, and so now
he didn't maintain it.
Yeah,
he kind of peaked very early, and then like Rio Major was pretty good.
Yeah,
and then post that,
a little dropathy.
Yeah,
all the way from the Academy Leagues into now captaining MIBR.
That is an interesting arc, isn't it? In-game leading, everyone's doing it nowadays.
Dropathy's going to catch on, but
no, stick with Grimathy. Old tech here on this third map. If you're just joining us, Heroic took MIBR's pick. It swapped back on Mirage. This is the opening game of a play-in match as both teams look to head towards the group stage. Winner of this is going to take on the winner of 3D Max 9Z, which, spoiler alert, pause, was 9Z dominantly.
I mean, for Heroic now, it's sort of similar. When we opened up Mirage, we said, okay, they need to get like a big bounty of rounds. And that would be true here on Anubis, even with the starting 5, let alone when you think about the fact they've got to stand in. I think it's a very, very tricky map on the CT sides. And even though we've seen it level out more so, it's maybe not as T-sided as it once was. you still want to get away with the majority of rounds here and now. And I think having a stand-in, moving into a CT half, if you find yourself having to play catch-up, you're in a very, very bad place.
All right, handshakes all round for Heroic, and we're back in. Warrior lining up something. Taking guesses now. Something in middle? Something in con? I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
All right.
Inside
con smoke in through the roof.
Alrighty, out they go, exploding. Breno gets one, breaking the smokers in Sani, and just like that, the round is over. Constellation bomb plant for a couple of $100. Oh, is it more than that? Shush gets one, but yeah, can't even get the mag back in. Slippery fish. As MIBR get the defuse and go 2-0 up. Solid hold for Breno at the back of the site.
You know, because we've had a bit of a Warrior focus in the early stages of these games, I'll say that just like what we were saying on Mirage, how it's one that he's going to feel accustomed to, same can very much be said here on Anubis.
Yes, that Monty's most played map, actually very strong on this map. Some great T-sides. Of course, he was leading at the time while ping. So going to have openers, going to have ideas, going to have nades, as we've already seen.
What do you make of the decision of Force here? They didn't do a lot of damage. The bomb plant is very much what's enticed them, but they don't have a lot of util to work with.
4 rifles is pretty nice, pretty tempting, but yeah, you're definitely dead on there. Got to hold these smokes. Can't just be throwing mid smokes out of instas out of expectation. You have to be.
Has to be intent behind everything you're doing.
That's the word. Yeah. So they've used one towards dark to get some water control. But, of course, just going to default. With a buy this week, you want some gunfights. You want to rely on some entries. And even Nertz is second-guessing his smoke usage. Just going to dry fight main. Believe in his aim. It's an A split. And with the pace they've set, this is pretty healthy. They're already going to be in camera. This could go very wrong. 2 SMGs at range. How the hell do you stop this? This is perfect. I would call this round Heroics now. Let's see.
Safe dead early exit, trying to withstand.
Oh.
Getting out with a double there is so well done. There's no world where that should be happening. A quick 180 at least keeps MIBR in this one.
And the smokes are perfect. Post-plant smokes. Good luck.
Done a lot with a little here if you're Heroic. But you still have to get it over the line. Good nade up in heaven. Smoke dropped in for Warrior to play behind just to give himself a tiny bit more room because he is trapped in the side. Kicks out, has to flick back up into the heavens, and he can't manage it.
What a weird adjustment. Warrior just looks down at the ground for a second. Maybe he heard like a pin. He thought he was getting flashed, but looks away and they swing him. I almost would have liked a more passive post plant, right? Play towards main and pillar, maybe even hide in the smoke. Buy some time. They're both in the open fighting behind that smoke, both trying to fight heaven together. But yeah, like I said, looking away, getting swung. And that was 2 50 health players giving Warriors perfect grenade. So that's a shame that Heroic kind of overplay the post plant, get a bit too eager. But MIBR getting these very difficult CT side rounds on early. Oh, what on earth? You didn't even see him. He was gone. The AWP removed just like that. By Galil. Again, they creep middle because Dropper's just been early rotating this position. Heroic have already abused this gap again. Nice trade out in con. But as we said, middle corrupted leaves just exit in that A site. They just contact the whole way.
Well, the molly's well timed just to buy a few more seconds for these rotates to come in, but no one from Dark is moving right now. Those 2 players down towards con side, they've not budged. And so Exit had to get more done there. A lot of damage, sure, but not dealing the killing blow, and everyone else for MIBR being out of position kind of puts a stop to this round here and now. Heroic don't need much to turn it into a round win there. That one kill, Nanowood's Dark really did kind of give them the big leg up.
All right, T sides have been better than CT sides for drop in-game leader, and considering he's the mid player, let's see how he deals with this now. That's back-to-back rounds that he's rotated left mid off of really nothing, and, you know, they've walked through mid and gone to camera. So this round, they picked Kicks and Con, and then he rotated, maybe thinking that was a setup for a B split, but actually got the kill and he left. So we'll see Drop's tendencies on this CT side. See if he's going to be more information gaining in middle, or if he's going to keep giving Heroic this room, because they'll keep taking it. Kixon's a stubborn kind of guy. So if he feels like he has a weakness, he's going to just abuse it until it stops working. Oh, I like this con moll. It's hard to hit, but they're getting it in right now, delaying a con take, or at least forcing damage if a CT goes for it.
Look, Brendan's done in the AWP.
Rolling back the years. Nice entry.
All right, Breno, let's see what he's got up his sleeve. That's a quick shot indeed, but it's cancelled out by Tesses. Drops in with the backstab this time, getting active out through middle, and Heroic don't seem aware of this. They just turn around now. Nerd's caught with nade out. That one's free. Drop can't go any further. Morrow will keep Heroic in the driver's seat. So that second round looking to come through after all. Bit of a skirmish at the drop down, but they managed to get away with it, and they even get past that AWP hold over at the B site. Great kind of mitigation of their losses there from Tesses. A very important trade to pick up. If you let that AWP reposition around the site, I mean, there's been a lot of good moments for AWPers there. You don't even have to look at it too much further than Heroic's usual fifth with Dexter. So locking that down, gets them on the board with a second, and now starts to call into question the MIBR money.
Free AWP for Waro, not complaining. And they should know another AWP's in play after just killing Breno with one. Heroic have started every half, really, of this series down, and they've managed to pull it back most of the time. This one wasn't much of a deficit, 3-0. Oh, no. Kill for Waro. He does follow up. Tag finished by Safe. Makes use of that on this eco round with a couple of save guns. They're already making a case for it. Trying to nade guns, nade AWPs. Get MIBR out of middle. And then Sani really wants that weapon, but at what cost? Play it later, perhaps. And hope that Shush has left this position, but in fact he's donned Waro's AWP and is trying to cover the mid spot. Ooh, doesn't like all these weapons being up for grabs. And he saw a USP there, so he knows what they're thinking about.
I mean, holding the guns early is certainly a good move, but you can't sit here forever and watch them.
Watch him. No. Back to B with the AWP on the anti-eco. This is... Oh, he threw it out. He swapped out for an AK. Exit with a nice off angle.
If he could just get out with one. Because while this is happening, Insani's pushing all the way up through mid and will get his hands on that bounty of guns. One plant comes in and Exit can't find a thing. Insani now arriving on the wraparound, and Shush will deal with him.
Damn.
Well, hopes of that one kind of rest on either Exit getting a kill to slow that down a bit, lend more time to Insani, or Insani finding success on the backstab with that scavenged M4.
But Shush is just so aware they're going to definitely flank mid in that round. You're not going to catch some good timing after grabbing the gun. If anything, you probably have better timing just running, dropping con. Breno's looking for something on the way out.
Also, you know, nice moment for Shush, because even, sure, he had the awareness, but awareness only gets you so far in a battle versus Insani, right?
Yeah, and he's had trouble enough capitalizing on awareness in this series. By that, I mean just getting kills. Not been Shush's day, clearly, because we know what this guy can do. Like, the Tessa Shush combo is actually very powerful, very potent. But he has 9 kills coming into map 3 in the whole series. He's minus 22.
Delivered like the marketing lingo version of kills.
What did I say?
We'll help you capitalize on your awareness. Because that's what it is.
Yeah.
Aware.
I don't know, I've seen some pretty unaware people get kills, Harry. You don't need awareness, it certainly helps. Ooh. That's one way to cover the A main push. That is one way indeed, it might work.
Yeah, but while this has happened, Insani's gone super aggressive into water as well, so they're double crunching this from 2 different sides. It's not just exit on the A push.
Yeah. They don't need to check this. Insani's actually holding this angle from afar, so yeah, this boost shouldn't find much.
You're on a timer here, though, even though they're replenishing this stairs smoke, which...
Yeah, you're right. Nertz's head's going to start hurting soon. So, can't do this forever.
Once those smokes start to fade, you're going to have to get a move on. But I like this position from Insani. I think this is one that's strong when you've taken this much control over towards water, because he can kind of pick and choose his battles a little bit there. Tries to go back to keep an eye on Rugs, but right as he was about to get that info, he's flashed off the angle, and Tessez actually drops on down to him.
Heard him. Nice peek for drop. A lot more aggressive in these last couple of rounds, like you mentioned. Exit even wins his A main fight. Tries to double up in front of the Molotov. Kixon will not let it happen. Almost burns himself out. 3-on-3. Kixon needs to be traded there, but Warrior's just a little bit too late to the party. And Drop's managed to get back to safety in heaven. Locked in a cage of fire right now. Drop will decide to swing in. It's safe with the shot, and Breno spams the smoke on the site. MIBR, an important gun round on this CT side. Does feel like MIBR have it in them to win this series right now. Playing off each other very well.
Yeah, I mean, everything's like very well thought out as well. You know, I think a lot of teams there, when you're trying to kind of take that control out towards A main, usually you kind of gun for it more, right? Like, you've thrown in the stairs smoke. You usually have 1, if not 2 players trying to get out through A main and actually take the control. Insani would usually be where he was, but he would be more involved in trying to fight that, and instead they were just kind of playing to contain Heroic. When no noise was made elsewhere on the map, it painted a really clear picture of the area that Heroic were looking for. You know, you kind of knew that was the A play, not based on what you were seeing, it's what you weren't seeing anywhere else. And then you had Drop as that third piece of the puzzle ready to swing out. So in the event that Insani did die, in the event that you kind of lost your point man, you were always going to get the trade. I'm liking what MIBR are bringing to the table here. And on top of that, on the CT side, every round feels so valuable. And so the fact that you have Heroic in this vulnerable position, where if you win this next one, suddenly you start streaking a bunch of rounds together on the back of it, that's a great spot for MIBR to be in, but that is not the start they wanted. Unlucky. In the round that could have broken Heroic's money. They lose Drop early on.
And they 3-walked middle Heroic, so they were holding it all right, waiting on that smoke push. Doubled up in A, safe rotation from the man with the AWP. Shush resets to hold a B push, and while it has happened, Breno isn't going too far. I like this restraint. It's so easy to justify going for it here. But he's just going to hold off, and that frees up his entire team to play and watch this middle cross. Still pretty vulnerable to an A split, but it's MIBR's best bet right now, given their setup. I'm not worried about 5 con. Feels extremely unlikely. So forget about B. Try and stop this A attack. Tessa's coming through first, trying to entry up. Safe has stopped a portion of the A main hold, and nades out saved by Tessa's on the entry. Oh dear, disastrous missed shot for Safe. He needed that as Warrior turns back and drops the point man. Safe might have to escape. He had 1 shot he had to hit, and without it, Heroic are on to 4.
I mean, this AWP is the big ticket item, and there's no guarantee it gets across in towards the spawn with Waro holding this. Right, Waro moved to go hunting with the AWP like this, but it works out. And so that was the big item, the one that you really wanted to hold on to. You're left with the stocking fillers here if you're MIBR.
What's your favorite stocking filler, Harry?
Don't think I ever had stockings.
Oh. Damn.
Did you? I thought that was just in, like, films.
Like Home Alone. I don't know, did they have stockings? No, I say that. I just thought my first Christmas film. Well, it's Cole for safe after that round. Slippery fingers. Ooh. And a mid-push off of spawn, flashed immediately. Oh, Sani. And he's going to go one step further. Full blind from his teammate's flash has not stopped him in the slightest. Double push. They are hunting the opponent, and Heroic don't even know it. Shush. Yeah, mid's clear. Bad news for you, buddy. They are in your spawn already. Breno gets that kill. They don't even know about Insani. And Heroic stuck in A main, realizing if their back is corrupted, what lies ahead will not be much better.
I mean, you say that. MIBR went and really cleared out B. And so they took a lot of extra time doing that, which means it's not like they're padding out the A site in response to the info they've got. They're still adjusting. Right now, there is a timing for Heroic where they've got a 3v2 inside of this A site, and they deal with both of them. Those rotates only just arrive. Hard-fought battle to take the early advantages here for MIBR, but it might not be enough to get them the round. Kixan and Tessez left up in this. But the bomb is trapped back in main. Clean shot from Tessez. Needs better marksmanship there on the second. It's Insani they're up against. The nade will bring him down low, and it buys time for that bomb to get in, but they want to face him. They cross Tessez out.
Interesting.
There's been a lot of effort to kind of regain and like jostle for the positioning here for Heroic. They're going to play a back in the main to play around the bomb, and now they've been given a little window, a bit of time to reposition.
This is great timing. Tessez hasn't turned. This might be a free kill to spur Insani on. He needs to go for it right now. Good clear. Checks Tessez. No kit. He's on the clock. He's got to just get that smoke 10-second stick. I don't think this is a realistic round for Insani without the diffuser on him. Taps that bomb. Kicks in no hurry. Counts 3, 2, 1, and it's done. It's going to be a Heroic round, however you slice it. Nice kills. Nice try, but not today. For me, the exit jump through the smoke into the site in a 5v3, that's crazy. Could have played the full retake, but he just decides to throw himself behind default and gets caught in the air when Heaven smoked. He had no info. He couldn't even see if they're out or not.
I think that one's going to hurt for MIBR because you
doesn't
made
feel consequential at the moment, but
I mean, I also think you made the right play. You got all the info, but there would have been no shame in admitting you missed the window to react to the info that you got, right? Like you said, you're still 5-on-3. You're favored in the retake there. But you just don't want to give them control of the site, especially when you feel like you know exactly what's playing out in the round. So it was like the timing didn't align up with the vision with how they wanted that to go. And after such a great start to the round, it's very bitter to have it taken away like that. Drop will get some form of revenge here, an opening over in middle, but with just these two guns out for MIBR. Saved one on Insani. You're not ready to say that that's enough for them to take this round. Like, they want to try and fight down here in water. Insani toying with the idea, but is very aware that that AWP is in play.
Oh! Don't want to be giving away 1v1s when there are only 2 rifles in play right now. Try and find these pistols if you can. Uh-oh. Kicks and controls it. 2 health. Drop. Forcing it in middle. Nice try, but Shush gets a must-win kill to keep this round under control. No default molly. Missed smoke, but Nertz had already walked in. It's kind of a cool smoke if it covered all the stairs. just saving that AK for Insani. Seems to be the port of call as Safe looks for an upgrade. Ultimately, MIBR is not a bad game. You know, leaving with 4 on a CT side is nothing to be ashamed of. But given how this started, you know they want just that little bit more. Taste of victory to end the half as Heroic start to piece their T side together.
At bare minimum, you've kept it expensive, right? And so if you're MIBR, you still have that way in at the end. You still have that kind of opportunity where you can cash strap Heroic heading into the last of the half if you find some success soon. It's not like they're going to be fully broke, but you can certainly limit what they can bring to the table.
Warrior's getting into the handshakes as well. I love it. It's I don't know why it's killing me. It's because they're not real handshake. They're just like they just grab hands. That's it. They're hand grabs. There's no actual shake motion. How polite.
Gentleman 2K, is he ready to shake hands with the enemy over here in middle?
Absolutely not. They're offering it. Just re-smoke after re-smoke. Not wanting anything to do with him. It's a bit of a trick. 2 players set up, waiting. Tessus has had a solid series. A lot of opening kills. Not this one. Drop gets his. Warrow overwhelmed. His team fall around him. Sani, a strong third map. Following in suit with the other 2.
Insani's still getting aggressive. It's 4v1 and you've got the bomb. He doesn't have to, but you know, he wants to
do it.
Him and Nerds have had a bit of a back and forth beef across the game.
Nerds could jump up in the window, but 20 seconds, he wants his gun. This seems like a cozy place to save.
Dude, I mean, this was, you know, we touched on the economy. You save this AK out of the round, you're going to have money on Warrow 2K, but that's really it. That's your successes, and you don't even get out with the AK now. So you look at this last round of the half, Heroic are bringing next to nothing into it, and that's a big problem. You know, I think we've said on every map, really, Heroic have got to find their successes on the T side, but that's more true on Anubis than on any of the others. And so you'll take a split half if you're MIBR. You're very happy with that. None of these crazy celebrations yet. Not like what we've seen on the other maps. It's far more focused MIBR as we rage on to the third. Safe's holding for the boost up. And Warrow plays right into his hands.
Nice read for Safe. You've seen that a couple of times. Warrow didn't even have the AWP this time. It's an easy entry for MIBR. Tessus with a pixel gap can see through it. Valve, please fix. Or maybe that's just how doors work, I guess.
There is a little gap. That's how they open.
That is true, yeah.
Otherwise, it's a wall. Oh, shush!
Oh, that's his best round of the whole series right there.
It might be the one that really matters. It's looking to carve out this T-side after all for Heroic. They encounter that safe AWP again, but Shush has delivered them a golden opportunity only for Drop to take it all away.
Oh.
Bomb now out in the open, and for Kixan, that is a big problem. He's got just under a minute to solve this problem. Really? Bomb in the sight lines of that AWP, and so this reposition might be to try and deal with that eventuality. He might go looking for the AWP first, because if he can knock Safe out of the round, suddenly it's him versus Drop, and that's a fight he feels like he can take. Gets past the AWP. Bomb still down here, just under the window, and they are both ready to swing this. Kixan, they will not make this easy for him. They will not go quietly out of this first half. And as he drops on in, it's into that AWP, tied up again as MIBR put up 2 to close out this first half.
can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out.
Cifra caiu, pegou. Cifra não caiu ainda. 1, 2, 3, fui.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, and we're back into the second half here between Heroic and MIBR. Here on map 3 of the series, it's an opening game for these two teams. Heroic fielding a stand-in for Dexter. It is, of course, Waro 2K, the Orb Sensation ex-Monty player, versus MIBR, who have made a change, roles, moves, and Drop taking over the in-game leader. He's looked pretty good on this T side. Here's the true test at the end of the series.
Well, drop through, drop on drop right there as he's opened up the pistol round exit. Also coming in with a backstab out towards A, and all across the board, it's all coming up in favor of MIBR. Just Nerds and Kicksan left-standed. And sure, they're over here towards the B side, but that bomb is up and left after those kills on the A aggression. MIBR don't take the chance, and they leave these two players iced out.
Just getting tickled here. Feather fingers. Oh. And Insani and Breno, the two who started this series with a phenomenal game that fell apart at the end of Ancient. Keeping it up into that third map as well. Insani has been a joy to watch today, and Drop's even top performer for MIBR in this third map. Given how those couple of early rounds went on the CT side where he rotated out of middle and they lost the round because of it, he recovered that very well. MIBR played heavy mid for the rest of the half and managed to get 6 CT rounds on Anubis. Something to be said about that.
Something that impressed me was like, Heroic weren't making life easy for mid players at all. They constantly had Waro harassing it on the AWP. They'd be walking up and getting in the window whenever they were afforded room. There wasn't a lot of, usually when it comes to middle, it'll be the case that the T side throw a molly in window, so the CT side throw a molly in middle. You've traded smokes now and you're kind of playing ahead of it. But the ways that Heroic were using that AWP on Waro were making life very, very hard in mid. And so MIBR were looking for out-of-the-box solutions to that problem, and they found them. The fact that they get 6 in that first half is a testament to that. And now that they moved on to the T side, the more comfortable of the two, they're looking to take an early lead here, with Drop leading the charge in more ways than one.
Yeah, that was a super clean, just exec into A main there. close molly, flash HE. They just bounced 3 nades in at the same time and blew Heroic to smithereens. So a nice pop to just make sure that anti-eco is as clean as they needed it to be. And the force buy for Heroic goes nowhere fast. So one more of these should be 9-6 really. Heroic are going to have to pull a monster comeback. They've been doing it all day, but it's maybe the hardest yet.
It's my favorite thing, trying to listen in. Didn't really hear anything, but sometimes you do.
What if you did? Yeah. They're right below us.
Safer. They want to try and bully A again. They've got the util. That much is safe. All right, corner's clear. You know that much.
Probably.
And already you know that from seeing that util, that's going to put some thoughts in Heroic's mind, right? You know that just moments ago MIBR were leaning heavy over towards A. That wasn't dropped nades. That was 3 all at once.
Uh-oh.
Heroic maintain this lean over towards the B side. Tech9 down in the lower. Doesn't pan out for Tesses. Warrow 2K, a Deagle, and a Dream. We'll lock in that first kill, but no more for Warrow. Backstab now coming through for Nerds as he gets aggressive through the midline. That's the bomb at the back of the pack, and Insani just comes in and saves the day. That's the one gun stripped from the round. Nerds falls, and Shush is finished off. The conversions all come through for MIBR.
Insani really is, like, he lives up to the name, dude. This guy, when he's on, is an absolute monster. We just haven't seen MIBR be able to take down, you know, the tier 1, the best of the best with this roster, really. They've had trouble, even trouble domestically, to be honest, back in Brazil. But there are pieces of this team that are really, really nice. And with a change of identity and a new in-game leader, maybe this could be the event where they come and rock the boat and find some upsets, make it into the group stage, ruin someone else's tournament. I could see it happening. We've seen some really nice T-sides out of this team today. Let's see if they're the full package. Can they close against Heroic? This round would really set them up to do so. We've got a bait and switch. Warrow can take a shot and go back to the bomb site, leaving Shush on the pillar. Flash falls short. Warrow getting out after one. There's the swing, but Shush is not having a good day in the office, and Warrow couldn't escape the homing shots of Breno. 4 on 3, and MIBR just pop A 3 rounds in a row. They make it look easy. That's Heroic, like, playing a setup for A main, knowing that MIBR put a lot of focus on, you know, taking that A main control, doing the triple nade, using that close smoke, using this double flash they keep doing. And even though Heroic go 5 on 4 up, not only does Warrow not get anything, Shush can't save him or get a kill. I thought Shush would at least, like, go and bait really hard. But poor guy just not hitting today.
I think this is always going to be the problem for Heroic, right? Like, Anubis is a map. It's got long rotates. It's hard for CTs to be super proactive. So a lot of the times you're flying a bit more blind than you would be on other maps.
Yeah.
On top of that, you know, you're vulnerable to set pieces early. And so you kind of try to counter that by setting a bit of a precedent early on. We will push and prod. We will try and take some liberties if you leave gaps. And Heroic might not ever have the room to really get to that point. And so to stop these all-in aggro moves, to stop like these grouped 5-man hits, you're going to need some synergy between the players. And that's kind of what you were always going to be lacking here with Warrow standing in.
Just a mental self-flash for Insani. He just pops it middle as Warrow's getting aggressive. He wanted to peek, I presume, the window to stairs with his deep smoke, but Insani gets there before the smoke blooms. In the open, Tess says, no way he's surviving that. He'll take 1.5 with him, but they're already a man down. This makes matters worse. Drop staying in middle as his team decide to go back to the site. He's actually going to join them. I like that. I don't know how much value you can get being this low. It's better to just be a trade bot into a site. He'll make him go first, and they can just trade him, and it's only Kixon and B right now. Shush is still leaning Temple, so... I mean, there was nowhere where Heroic are sitting pretty. This is their best bet, with now Shush back in the site. Lineup is good. Again, only one. It's the low HP player. Kixon, back of the site, needs everything.
Yeah, he's got to put up a multi-kill. He does have Nerds having rotated over,
So
but
sharp.
there's nothing done. Barely a dent made from Kixan. And so with Nerds mollied off, arriving late to the party here in the 1v3, the fact he's even looking for this is wild. Spam connects onto Breno. Getting the
Molly
pocket
for right
in Nerds.
side, yeah.
And yeah, he can molly safe out now, so that's going to be a chance of this fight. You're going to get one chance to find it. Flash in, the setup safe, but it actually blinds him. There's an attempt at team play there, but this might give Nerds the ultimate leg up. Exit's just too far away.
Dear.
He was nowhere near.
Oh, that's a disaster for MIBR. They've been playing...
Feels like Exit should have been moving like a lot sooner in that moment.
That's an ugly round. The team flash, I mean, I get it, but also why are you looking at it? You know it's coming. I guess he felt like, I can't, like, that's something your teammate calls, like, I'm flashing you, but you feel like you can't wait for the flash, you're going to burn out.
Yeah, you don't have time to really communicate anything there. It's like, I am dying right now,
Yeah,
so I guess I'm just
going.
I'm just going with whatever
I'm
comes my
going blind.
way. Oh.
And Nerds, great round for Nerds, presumably.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge for Heroic.
Yes,
that comes from nowhere. Like, I think anyone else would have saved there. And you wouldn't have questioned it, ever.
Yeah, if that's a closer game, you're saving, I think, as well. But
it's not even, I think.
Nerds.
You are
Nerds.
saving there.
It's Nerds, but also it's 10-6. Oh, yeah.
And so he throws his hat in the ring and it works out, man. He offers up the 1v3 and he keeps the dream alive for Heroic.
They need it. It felt like they were just starting to crumble. MIBR hitting some really nice shots in this game. Some really crisp entries in that round. In middle and in B. Come on, Shush. Looking for something. Back turn. Oh, dear. Yes, he gets it. Nerds as well. Shooting drop through the smoke. I think he tried to walk through. Something materializing in this round for Heroic. Maybe there's hope, Harry, for Heroic. Oh, this is not good for Breno. Not good for Breno at all.
Bypass each other, and now he's heard him throwing the util. That's easy for Nerds.
Nice fake, but they are dark. They may be scared A, to be honest.
I mean, Nerds can even drop down and harass on the backstab.
You should wait till they know. But Nerds doesn't like to wait, and that's why he should have.
I mean, you'd like to think that's not the end of the world, but...
You would. But
Tesses is a little wounded. There's still good util here for MIBR, and right now they've got themselves a 2-on-2. The backstab as well is coming in from Shush, who's even lower than Tesses. So a couple of well-placed shots here could get MIBR in, and they will place them well. Insani goes looking for Tesses, but he didn't see it. Didn't spot him. Fakes the plant and calls his bluff. He brings Tesses out. From under the cover of that smoke, Insani gets him in the open, and now it's just Warrow 2K. You saw Nerds offer up a 1v3 clutch in the round prior. Now Warrow's going to try his hand. First kill connects. Exit. He let them down in that last round. He was too far away. This time playing up close. But full util for Warrow 2K.
No kit. The bomb's already almost there. He needs to get on it.
Checking the site. Looking for anything to take to his advantage, but Exit this time, right place, right time, and puts a stop to the clutch from Waro.
Yeah, Nerds dropping down in the 5v2 doesn't feel too consequential, does it? Until you absolutely bottle the round. Excellent util from MIBR, by the way. They from the safety of Dark, they smoke Temple, they molly out the back plat. That just allows them to isolate every fight. And I mean, the kicker is poor Tesses, who makes the right move, but Insani, yeah, Insani fakes the bomb with less than 10 seconds and clears the smoke. That's a ballsy move for Insani. That's a 50-50. He could be on Temple's side. You, like, sticking feels like the safest move there. You have cover, in theory. What a read from Insani. This guy's 20 years old. He's a monster at this game right now.
For MIBR, that's such a huge moment in defining this game as well, because they just lose a 3v1, right? They go into that and they have to 2v5 to turn it around, and they get it down to the 1v1, and it's the same guy who fell short in the last clutch that picks it up. So it's big for the team, and it's big for Exit as an individual. He feels like, sure, I messed up one round, but then I immediately course-corrected and put us back to our winning ways, and now that's broken Heroic's money. They are all in. And if they fall short here, match and series point to MIBR with nothing in the follow-up round for this Heroic squad.
Might not just be their money that's broken. Multiple flashes on this B push with a deep smoke to layer up, but Breno can play behind it or in front. He looks confident right now. Support spam coming in from afar. Tessa's on the left side. Breno sneaks in, but he still hits the headshot. Fantastic shooting from MIBR all game long. Got a player locked in jail, barred, in cuffs, and sentenced to death. This B site comes crumbling down. Unbelievable. Back-breaking 2v5 last round.
You don't want to say it, but Heroic needs to just already be thinking about saving. Like, the fact that Shush is even kind of making his way over here.
I think the kit is the only thing that's like, you're hoping they do something stupid, but you know deep down that you're hanging around and then you're walking away. Oh dear. I'm not going to forget about that Nerds drop in the 2v5. It's so Nerds, right? He gets away with it 100 times, but the time he doesn't, and it's like the opposite of the Exit winning the 1v1. Nerds just 1v3'd. Of course he's going for it. Of course he's feeling good. And then he is the first domino to fall when they knew what was going on.
This is a brutal game of don't lose the AWP. Oh, and they're about to lose the AWP.
I think they've lost the game, Harry.
Waro, if this goes, everything goes. There's nothing left for Heroic.
Oh, he's dead.
And they're getting closer with each missed shot. Everyone is hounded down. Nothing left for Heroic up against MIBR's series point. Fall short in a clutch. Exit immediately makes up for it. And now here they stand, one round away from taking their opening at the IEM Cologne play-in.
They played a really solid game. I mean, sure, Heroic had this big comeback on the T side of Ancient, but their MIBR's opening half was phenomenal. Their Mirage T side was a beautiful game. They did not even go out middle on the T side of Mirage, and they went 7-1 on the T half to close that map. And now they're doing it again on Anubis. Nice double up in middle for Kixon. But is that just stemming the bleeding?
Kixon was the one guy who was able to kind of sacrifice the util, bring out the M4, and he at least put that to good use. But everyone else is on SMGs, on Famases. No kit in play either. One smoke to try and take momentum out of the round. MIBR look to use middle, but not up through camera. Instead, they're wrapping Temple right now. In this same moment, Heroic have gone aggressive over towards B main. Exit starts to try and tease this A main position.
This is so weird.
Are they going to go, oh my God, they're going all the way around to heaven? I don't think you ever expect this.
that's one way
this
to get
whole round,
away.
Waro has been watching and holding on to the camera position. And I don't think any bone in your body's telling you that they're going to have gone all the way around for the heaven wrap. I guess you have to consider it because you've given up middle, but it's so unorthodox. This is more out-of-the-box thinking from MIBR.
Oh, they saw him. They know Warro's there.
And they hear the molly tag on main.
Shush.
They just saw Shush, and Say finally reacts to that info. The A-hold crumbles before their very eyes. And for Heroic, it's just Tesses and Nerds left to keep Anubis going. One swing too far, one kill too hungry. And it looks to have given it all up for Heroic. Tesses tries to get the ball rolling out through camera, and he's shut down. Just Nerds left, and he'll get finished off, no problem. MIBR, with Drop debuting as the leader, look legit as they take down Heroic 2-1.
Yeah, legit's the perfect word. Fantastic calling on the T side, but team effort across the board. While we have the stars of Insani shining safe, out-AWPing Warro, we also just have a consistent output across the team. Some fantastic shots landed on those T-halves of Mirage and Anubis to close, and MIBR, nothing but smiles across the board. Heroic, a firm handshake this time as they fall a little bit short. Stand-in situation for Heroic, of course, to be acknowledged. A team that's been practicing with a player who was unable to attain a visa, but that is still a devastating way in the way that they lose this match today.
Drop here, getting that win, and also now the IGL. How did this come together? This is something you wanted to do?
Yeah, it was kind of the things weren't going as we expected, so we just decided that it was time to a change, and everyone was hoping for it. So we make a change, and yeah, we're trying our best to fit me, to fit exiting his new roles, and to feel comfortable, and of course reach better results than we have in the past.
And how do you feel about doing it on this game as well, right? It's an important one to start off Cologne, and looking at it, right, if you look at Ancient, there was probably a chance for you to have that, then it slipped away, but you still stayed strong. So talk me through the game.
We are just playing with no pressure. I mean, we are not in a good phase. We just came from Brazil and we lost a lot of tournaments. Then we had no pressure. We were just playing our game. We're just feeling comfortable. Everyone is happy playing. And yeah, we had a chance. Unlucky we couldn't close the game. But of course, we can learn a lot from that. And on the other two maps, we could crush them.
What are you learning, though, kind of taking over this role and going through these moments, playing 3 maps like that?
I mean, being IGL is kind of... It's very difficult and very different from what I was used to do. I mean, I was very active when I was just a player, by saying like that, but I just feel like my teammates, they just trust me. So if I just say, guys, let's go B and rush all 5, we don't care, just go. They will do, and they will not be like unconfident on me. So yeah, I'm just learning that I can be a good leader, maybe, a good captain, and also my teammates are great.
Well, I think this is a good start for being a good captain. I like what we've seen so far. Freya, what do you think?
Well, it was quite the revelation to discover halfway through that series, Janko. The Drop actually was the in-game leader. You saw something on Twitter?
Yeah, I saw.
He was on the case.
I saw some rumors. You know, people were hitting me up on our Discord with this information, and yeah, they made a change. We heard it from Drop himself. They've been together for more than a year, this roster, right? So obviously, this is the last thing you can do before you decide to change players. You just switch some roles around, see if you can make everyone a little bit more comfortable, get out of a rut, and they've definitely been able to do that here against Heroic.
100%. Of course, there is going to be the caveat of Heroic having to play with War. We know that. We're aware of it.
And with Shush.
But yeah, and with Shush. We'll get to that point eventually. But the T side of Drop, I mean, listen, Heroic won 6 CT rounds in the entirety of that best of 3, which, by the way, included 3 maps.
Oh.
So from that point on Anubis, they couldn't win a CT round to save their own lives. In fact, I guarantee you would have put them 5v2 with 20 seconds left on the clock. They would still not win the round. They didn't. Like, at this point in time, I can't give you more advantages. This is as good as it gets. If you're not going to win this round, let's move on. There's other games to be played.
Hypothetically, Anko, you know, if there was a final nail in the coffin moment, what was it on this map?
has to be the 5v2
Oh,
that,
really?
that they lost, obviously, right? These are professional players that are getting paid for this. You know, why are you doing this? Why you just want a 1v3? I get it, cool, you're confident. Why are you jumping down water before your players on B had any contact? There's 2 guys alive. Like, you're just throwing your life away. Then Shush did the same thing later on. Exit just turned around, had good timing, was holding him, killed him, and now Voro is in a 1v2 somehow from a 5v2. This stuff is
terrifying.
It's unacceptable. Like, for professional players who are getting paid a lot of money to play like this and to lose rounds in this fashion just after you won a 1v3. So a guy just gave you a lifeline. Well, then he kind of was one of the reasons why he took it away, right? But in a reset round like this, you have to do better. You just have to do better. The tournament like this, you have to do better. And I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, it's the end of the run for them after the next match if they want to play like this.
It was really rough to watch. It was pretty disgusting to watch. And the issue is, Voro isn't even included in like the contextual bullshit that's happening on the B side. I'm sorry, pardon my French. At some point, we gotta call it what it is. He isn't even involved in that. He's on the A side. He's doing his little life. So you can't even excuse the, you know, maybe they didn't have the right code word. They didn't understand each other. They don't know. No. All of the players who were on that B side were actually players that have been together for a while now. They know each other. They know how to communicate. And they still just completely give it away. You've thrown away this momentum you've created from a 1v3, and you've basically just took a dump on it and gave it back to your opponent.
5v2, 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. And you lose the round. Like, that can't happen if you have any imagination of being a tier 1 team. Actually, you need to drill that into the players' heads so much where I'd rather you let go of your controls, right? And let the guy come to you and kill you rather than do something like this and lose a round in this way.
I don't want to derail this negative train, but we do need to focus on some of the positives in our US Air Force aim high. Who is it, Matthew? Take it away.
Well, it's going to be our friend Insani. He had an incredible series. You see more than 100 ADR over the course of a best of 3. That is extremely powerful. He keeps on putting numbers. He's been the player that's rightfully taken our attention a whole lot when it comes to Brazilian Counter-Strike, and he did the absolute business to Heroic. You're right talking about positives. Like, I don't want to spend this entire segment just being mad and upset about Heroic, because the way MIBR were closing their rounds on the T side, the utility they were using was very precise. There wasn't any superficial or superfluous utility. They knew what they were doing, and they provoked some of these mistakes, and they had guys like Insani here. That's a good example. A little fake with 7 seconds left, and Tessus takes the bait like a horse running for a carrot. Immediate punish. This was also orchestrated, and Insani was definitely at the helm of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Individually performed great, was the tip of the spear for MIBR, but it was everyone having their moments. We already talked about the calling, and the T sides were strong across the board, across all 3 maps, and we were talking about it's going to come down to who can eke out a couple of more rounds on the CT side, and turned out 6 was way more than enough for MIBR.
Yeah, because 6 was the whole best of 3 for Heroic, so these are like the scales we're talking about.
There's going to be a bit of a South American derby going down on Friday, because it's going to be MIBR taking on 9Z for a spot in Stage 2, but plenty more Counter-Strike on the cards today. Yanko, I know we're done for the day. Eternal Fire, Falcons, who's taking it?
Oof, that's a tough one. Let's go with Eternal Fire.
You heard the man. Tune in after the break to find out if he's right.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
You got a smile on your face right now. We're at Cologne at least, and this team, we expect obviously good things. Playing stage should be pretty easy, right?
Well, I'm not gonna make any predictions right now until we start delivering some results.
Okay. But against this level of team, should be delivering results, right?
I mean, we expect to obviously go through, but I think we also have both complexity and Eternal Fire in our bracket, so
I guess one good team will eventually go out. If you can call that if you can call us good teams, I don't know.
I think we definitely do, right? We look at, okay, what you're able to do in putting this team together, look at the pieces you have. Yes, there's high expectations of it, but I don't think anyone would not call Falcons a good team. Do you think they would?
No, I think there would be a lot of people that wouldn't right now.
Why?
Because we haven't done so good.
Yeah, but it's like the building process. I was just talking about it with Dupree. It takes time, right? It's not a slow process to go through. And I think it's very different from your past teams, if I'm right, in terms of how this is being done.
Yes and no. I think with Ents it was like a gradual build-up. Yeah. It was like, I don't even think the team was like top 50 in the world. And then it became better and better. And then we got to the best point with Spinks. And then when we lost him, we had a rough period until we got Nerds. And then we became even better, I guess. So it was a slow build-up in Ents, I guess.
How do you feel in terms of your chances, though, overall? Like, how do you look at what you say? Your practice you've had, I know you had the bootcamp without PCs, you've already done Blast as well. What sign does it give you as the leader of the pieces you have and where you're at coming into this playing stage?
I think the thing is we can play really good Counter-Strike, but we can also at times play, like, our floor isn't the highest, but I think we have a very high peak in both practice but also official games from time to time. So hopefully we're gonna stay above average in that sense.
When you say that floor, right, the level that you don't want to be at, do you notice something that happens where you start to hit that point? Is it a feeling? Is it something that happens if the game starts to go bad, you don't have a fast start?
I think it's kind of, maybe it could be a lack of confidence, maybe in the sense that it's been a rough time, and then like maybe the individuals isn't there combined with the team as a whole. So I think it's a combination of things, but we're obviously trying to find a way to raise that floor.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
Next up, we've got Falcons taking on Eternal Fire, and I'm going to talk with Snappy here about a little bit of the feelings and the vibe within this team right now, because I've seen you at Blast, I saw you on Media Day as well, and I kind of get a mixed feeling of where you guys are at mentally, so maybe you can shed some light on it for me.
I mean, I think we're just trying to improve ourselves, like one step at a time, and I think we had a chance in the second match against Astralis on Nuke, but obviously we didn't take it, and yeah, we have to kind of look into what went wrong and then give it another try here.
You got a smile on your face while saying this as well in terms of giving it another try. Is there frustration that's starting to come in, or is there maybe more pressure being added each time?
I mean, I think we're doing what we can, and I think there's only the pressure you kind of put on yourself, and I think we just try to deal with that, but obviously we all want better results than what we had.
Now, I want to ask about Eternal Fire side of things, because even on the Ents lineup, and then even now when you're played on Falcons, they've had your number. Is this mentality? Is this a play style? What is it about the Eternal Fire team?
They're a good team, but I also think when we played them in Ents, it was in the period where we weren't good. It was not with the Nerds or the Spinks lineup. So I think here in Falcons we had some troubles. Both times we played them, we lost. So right now they're obviously the favorite, because the last two times we played them, they beat us, and they have a lot of individual skill in their team.
All right, let's see if Falcons can get the revenge against Eternal Fire today. Thanks, David.
All right, so we have arrived. That's right. It's not the International Trade Station, but we are definitely at the Intel Extreme Masters, definitely deep inside of Cologne. I want to welcome you back. My name's Trace, joined by Pimp here in the middle, Maniac down on the end. Quite the smile on your face down there. What's got you so perturbed?
I don't know. I'm just happy to see you. I'll be here all day.
You're not.
I'll finish the day. Well, I'm just lying. It's Trace. I'm happy to see you.
Okay.
Tolerating Jacob. It's part of the job.
Dude, and I know that feeling all too well. Like I tolerate myself and I tolerate him. Yeah, it's weird like that.
Okay.
Jacob, you've had a bit of a marathon, no pun intended. So how you doing here in Cologne?
I'm doing great. I'm just happy to be here, Trace. Next to colleagues, I guess.
Colleagues.
Yeah, I tried to call him friends one day on a broadcast, and he shut me down faster than the international station. So that's what it is. Don't call him friends.
He's a colleague.
That won't work.
Yeah. Well, look, we're not trying to make friends in the server. At least I can tell you that. You guys, friends, colleagues, whatever, do that on your own time. I'm going to talk about world ranking comparisons here and why these two teams are starkly different than one another. Which side would you like to start on? I'm thinking, I don't know, the Falcons. Where have they been in their past 43 matches?
Doesn't even matter, because they're following the same trend right now. Bitcoin, Falcons, Eternal Fire, it's all the same at this point. They're all going downwards. I think where I want to go with this graphic and what I want to make the point across is that we thought that Falcons were a working project. We thought that with Burrows there were obvious issues, coming in Dupree, a bit more experience. Personally, I thought that would add a bit more tenacity to the team. It would perhaps make them slightly more competitive, but it feels like they're just getting worse and worse and worse. As we spoke about in the Blast group stage as well, you're looking at a team where every single element of the team, you have Snappy coming in from Enson, Payers, Madden, they were a top 4 team when they joined. You have Magic's coming in, Sonic coming in. They were playing in the best team in the world with Vitality. You put them together, and all of a sudden, they're top 15 team in the world.
I like that you mentioned the end score. We have some of the numbers from Magisk right there, and of course, in Copenhagen very recently, he popped off. Sure. This was a reminder of how good Magisk can be. I will just say it. I think the core of ENCE has been disappointing on more accounts than one. Snappy individually is having an extremely rough time right now. Maybe he's just spending a whole lot of time, resources, and effort into building the game plan as a team. I can understand that. Madden, I haven't seen anything really, truly impactful from him for quite a while. Some bias as well. Maybe one of the greatest disappointment from CSGO to CS2. You remember where he was in CSGO? He was good. He finished the year, top 6 in the world? Top 6 in the world last year. He was imposing his presence as one of the top snipers out there. Hot prospect. In Falcons, when was the last time we got excited about it? Like, this core in itself, I feel like hasn't delivered what we were hoping to see, and they've been playing catch-up, trying to, piece together a little bit of frustration. Like, Snappy's saying to James Banks, we're trying our very best. Like, what else can you say?
No, it's true.
And I'm frustrated on your behalf.
And it is frustrating, right? He's following the same trajectory as you, Trace. He was top 6 in the world, and now he's not even to be talked about.
Now, you say top 6. What was I top 6 at?
There's like 3 hosts in the world.
Why have they done that to me anyway?
I don't know.
Since I've already deflated myself, let's go ahead and hear from Mayor.
Eternal Fire now have a tough challenge on their hand in the opening game. And I want to start with that because this is a tough challenge for the first game coming into play. Right? How are you feeling?
Yeah, we're feeling great. We're playing Falcons on the first match here in this tournament. So complicated match, but we will do our best. Every time, we'll try to show good Counter-Strike. Let's see.
In terms of let's see what good Counter-Strike can show, we had the highs of the major, but after that, it's been a little bit difficult. What do you feel like is going on within the team?
We had the holidays, we have 25 days without CS, so we need to get in shape. I think this is a good tournament for us. We did also 2 small tournaments in India and in Arabia, in the country. Yeah. So it was a little different. The configuration was really different. So here we feel comfortable in this tournament because we already play in Katowice. It was the same play-in and with successes. So it's important for us today to play good, to do our jobs, and I hope we're going to get our shape that we had in Major, and day by day we're going to do our best.
In terms of doing your best, you have never lost to the ENCE core with Snappy leading, right? Is this a comfortable team for you? Do you have a good read on him?
No, I think they switch some things, like on Nuke they switch players, they bring Dupree, so when we play against them there is Bowers, now they're new players. I think it's a new team with a new energy, so it's a new games. I'm not watching the 7 last past of matches. It's okay, it's a new days, new match, new teams for me, and we need to do 100% focus, and that's all.
100% focus. That's what they need to try and take Falcons down again. Let's see if they can get it.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for here. We also got the map vetoes right out of the way, right in hearing from Major.
And it's pretty straightforward. I think both teams went with the map that is usually their first pick all of the time, 40% plus for Vertigo on side of Eternal Fire, which you can question like how ready they are in this brand new version of the map. But I think it's great to establish that you can have that as a stronghold early in the tournament. A lot of people out there are a little bit shaking in their boots about playing Vertigo. Then you have the Nuke for Falcons, one of the few maps where they find success, where they can rely on a couple of great strategies. So pretty logical, at least in terms of the 2 first picks.
I would agree, and then Dust 2 as a third deciding map. I feel for Snappy, he should be somewhat comfortable with that veto. We have seen them play Dust 2 as well recently, where it's been all right. I think in general, the whole Snappy versus Major duel between the 2 in-game leaders is interesting, because you said it yourself, Matthew, Snappy, individually speaking, has been nowhere near the level that we could expect from him. Same could be said about Major. We saw him at the Copenhagen Major play some of the best Counter-Strike he's ever played, but he's been on a bit of a downfall ever since.
Yeah, listen, Major is someone that is very, very clever when it comes to Counter-Strike, but sometimes too creative. You know, reel it in. Sometimes be a bit more conventional. You don't always have to create something, Trey. Sometimes you just gotta take it easy.
Sometimes you've got to play the ball as it lies. And we're not anywhere near any greens right now. What we are near is time to get this one started. So Vertigo, Nuke, Dust 2. You have Eternal Fire, Falcons. Make it quick, make it short.
I'll side with Falcons, and I was short.
Okay, what about you, Snappy?
Yeah, I think I'll jump the Falcons train here as well. 2-1.
Interesting that. Now, however, on the other side, I'm a big fan of Turkish Counter-Strike. And for one, I can't wait to see what Eternal Fire and more of Xantares does in the server. But that's neither here nor now. Actually, it is now. So let's get this game underway. That's right, it's Falcons taking on Eternal Fire, Vertigo, Nuke, and Dust 2 should we need it, with Sponge and Mission.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yeah, looking forward to this one. It is day 1 of IEM Cologne 2024. So much has already gone on. It's about 5 o'clock local, 5:30, and I'm hanging out with Chatty B to dig our teeth into this best of 3.
And I can confirm Trace does love Turkish things, Turkish delight,
he
as
does.
well as baklava.
Loves a doner as well. He's partial to a good kebab.
Audaciously requested baklava when croissants were being given for
I forgot
free.
all about the baklava.
Here's any chance I get some baklava?
And we ended up
every day.
It was like an unbelievable amount of baklava.
You've never seen it.
And you know what you've never seen, Chad?
Well, this Eternal Fire with their home map of Vertigo, or at least once upon a time, on the newer version. I was watching some demos. I was in Skybox Edge, and I was flabbergasted to see that they are yet to play on the new version of this very map. The Falcons have, and they're on the receiving end, the CT side. Another little tidbit, because action still moments away. Every time that Falcons vs Eternal Fire have played each other this year, Boros was in the Falcons roster. So is Dupree the difference maker?
Well, he usually is, historically, most definitely. But let's see if this pistol can flabber our ghast. Sun Pius has got the dual Berettas, and it's Xantares that goes down first. Good work from Wicardia. Claws it back. The smokes will land. It looks like the eggplant will be working out. Full investment. Flash. Molotov. Double smoke. And it will facilitate a plant. Good pick from Dupree. There's a difference.
Bomb hasn't gone down.
Wait.
Yeah, I thought they should have been able to punch in the digits, but this now with the time on the clock is going to get interesting. Taking the jewels, Eternal Fire under pressure, 2v4.
Running out of bodies. It's lovely from Snappy. Wogtig's a dead man walking. It's a big pistol. Strong start for the Falcons.
Going to be regretting not getting the bomb down, and Magic enjoying the communication because they were sitting idly by watching that last series, which continued to battle with Heroic, obviously the stand-in of Warrior taking on MIBR with the new in-game leader of Drop. That series definitely had legs to it. They were sitting waiting. I thought it could have been a 2-0, maybe, maybe not. So a little bit of extra time for them to chill. And you want to get fired up straight away because the thing is you come in, you set up, and then you think, okay, we could be playing well, within one map. It turns out to be 2 maps. You're iced out. Do you want to sit on the computer? Do you want to stay warmed up? Do you want to go watch the game and relax a bit? That's obviously a pick your poison.
Yeah, there's a balance to it, I'm sure. I feel like just sitting there playing aimbots the entire time it goes 3 would be redundant.
Yeah, maybe if you're Wicardia. You know,
he was
the
there.
young buck.
I saw him sitting down a lot more than everyone else.
I saw from above. He was actually watching the game on his phone.
Ah, okay. I thought he was grinding.
Maybe in between, you know, dead round, I play some bots, back in. But this is what we consider the fullest of ecos. Not a single investment for Eternal Fire going into round number 2. And yeah, this is the type of map with Eternal Fire where once upon a time we would have been discussing, oh yeah, look at Wakadia going up the A ramp, the flashes that Madge is doing through the skylights, right? But when you look at Eternal Fire and their recent results, I've kind of put them in a similar category as I have the Mongols. And the Mongols' result today might change my shaping of that. They lost to Saw to kick off the day. But treading water, right? These are teams that have made dents at different points or have looked like they're in a position to. And now at the moment, they're just tussling with like-minded middle-of-the-pack teams and, having a tougher go of things.
Question, Mr. Birchall.
Yes, you in the back with the hand in the air.
Hello. Vertigo. How much of it have you dabbled in upon the changes?
Personally, myself, in terms of playing,
we haven't casted much of it.
Yeah, I haven't played a whole lot of it, but I've tried to watch it a little bit. Oh, hold up. Let's see. Can they get a plan out of this? It's just some parts with the jewelries. Doing all right. Yeah. Okay.
Solid.
So and that's it in terms of professional play. This is the map that people have been, I don't want to say avoiding like the plague, and Hugo painted and touched on this earlier in the day, said it's been a map where there's kind of been a gentleman's agreement. Everybody's banning it in the second phase. To get through the first, it's all good, but in the second phase, we're like, hey, hold up, let's not really dabble with this too much. Complexity's played it a little bit. We saw Mao's obviously having to play it if it gets picked against them. Like I mentioned, Falcons have played it previously as well. Astralis played it over there in Blast during the groups just last week. So slowly but steadily, we are seeing a little bit more of it.
I'm sure proving to your opponents who are going to look at your map vetoes, proving that you can pick it and you can play it is going to be a strength in the veto process.
If it's not your permaban and you're in the early stages of Cologne, if you can show that you can be quite a threat, then maybe that's something that you can really use to your advantage in the veto as this tournament continues. But first gun round, Magis looking to posture aggressive, has the support of Dupree, the Danes. Well, Snappy's a Dane as well, just from a different core.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how Magis can pre-handle this. The boost is pre-aimed, but Zantara is quick to delete Dupree. Magis got a lot of pressure and a lot of util. They know where he is, doing the flashbang dance back to Jens, finds safe cover. Incendiary disrespected as Zantara, he knows that the advantage is theirs. This retake util from Sunpius to disrupt, but Zantara racks himself up another. And Sunpius, he's doing what he can, but down empty-handed. Just some significant damage onto Zantara and Wakadia, but for the rest of them, Snappy and Madden, there is nothing here for them except death, and that's Snappy taken out by Wakadia for his third.
It was extremely tempered. If you were watching before we got into the broadcast, the live portion, Banks had a lobby segment and he was talking to Snappy and asking him some questions about the team. Very tempered in terms of the expectations. I think Banks was kind of trying to big him up, be like, yeah, well, you guys are a good team. And Snappy's like, our results don't reflect that whatsoever, sir.
That's what they're built for, right?
Well, they're meant to be. I think, obviously, this roster is lacking, it has household names, but it's lacking stars, right? That would probably be the issue. A lot of players who know how to play the game on the team level, but they haven't been able to break through. So some confident building wins. Look, we don't know what's going on with that complexity versus alternate attacks match because the winner of this will play the winner of that. So maybe we can get a Falcons versus Cole or an Eternal Fire versus Cole, or maybe we can get a German upset from, well, we'll call them the second team because Big are the pride of Germany. Every time I flick on Twitch when I've been trying to watch, back at the hotel, I get the Muller Milch.
Muller Milch.
And it's Tabson walking to the fridge, putting one in, and then his ex-coach, God B, taking it from the fridge.
Can't believe that.
The ad is aged.
Like, he felt like the fabric of Big Clan. But yeah, dude, back, and we'll talk about that when we get there. Magiska's managed to repel the initial B poke. It was Madja lost his head, but there's a lot more from EF that are looking to put some pressure on. Well-placed nade. Calix swallows 50 damage in a second, not quite going to hit the mark.
Yeah, lots of early harass towards the B lobby on these rifle rounds for Eternal Fire. We'll see if that is just conditioning.
What are they doing ramp at the same time as that? Is there a lurk smoke, or are they genuinely just... Oh, there is. There was just fading.
With these new timings, they might just want to allow the CTs to use a lot of their util and then return to it, see if they can harass B, which if you drop that B main smoke still with the flash, that's the same game, right?
Yeah,
maybe the spawns are a little bit different, but traditionally it's going to be the same. You get the boost on either side, give multiple different angles the CTs have to deal with. Interesting position for Madden.
It's a very hard clear. It's a weird clear because you're starting to pre-aim the elevator position. It's likely Madden can get away with one here, especially considering his aiming prowess. And Pius throws out the gap smoke. That will delay unless they disrespect. An angle found and a headshot posted. Big from Madden. Calix taking heavy flak through. Snappy brings him down, planting in the smoke. He gets it down. Woxic and Xantares, though, I mean, I think the plant might be the very best they get.
If Woxic had an AWP at Sandbag, I might start the conversation. But the fact it is a 2v5, someone's going to have to step up in a big way.
Oh, a sounds to Q as well, given by Xantares. Dupree well aware and just sweeps into the angle, clears him out. And Woxic, as you said, yeah, perhaps an AWP would have changed the conversation. Dupree, a nice little strafe to get the information, and the bomb's just going to be defused. Woxic, he goes down, but it is a third for Falcons.
Okay, well, they would have had enough cash regardless of the plant, but it is going to help a little bit if they do want to bring out the T-side AWP and Woxic. They can be afforded that option. Zonic likes the way that one feels.
It's been a while since I heard that. That's that signature Nice Boys.
Yeah, the Sonic classic. Well, they don't do a lot of winning, so and that's not necessarily a huge dig at the Falcons. It's just the truth.
That wasn't what I was trying to imply, but you're right. Yeah, you are right. That's probably why I haven't heard so much of it.
It's been tough for them.
Back in the day, you'd get it every single game, every single day.
No one could stop Astralis from winning. I think that was the whole plan.
All they do is win.
So quite in your face from both teams towards the B lobby. Jules, Magisk and Dupree happy to fight.
Yeah, I was just thinking how kind of smart it would be to just start with someone housekeeping any ramp aggressions and then just start. Oh, never mind. They're doing the opposite. Going to be sending a lot of bodies towards a ramp early. You can see the util Calyx is going to line up, which will get to short towards this Snappy position. Just a flash, though. Snappy, he has vision. Are they going to be anticipating this? I don't think they are. Madja overlooks the angle. It's a double from Snappy. He gets away as well. That's a flaw in your plan.
Yeah, what's happened there? The fact that they're so oblivious.
I thought you were mollying it. He flashed instead.
Maybe we missed a key piece of utility, or it could have been poor communication at some point there. But regardless, that looks rough for Eternal Fire in a round where, yeah, I said they have enough money, sure, but you don't want to squander 2 opening kills in that fashion. Madden has fallen. It is a 3v4, but this re-aggress, this could be the round winner.
Is there a flash from Pius? No flash, and now no Dupree. Oh, that's lovely. Woxic and Xantares, those are the names we need to be saying. If Eternal Fire had to take the win here, beautiful. Snappy completely caught out.
Yeah, look at the combo of that utility, right? So the smoke, I'm going to call this elevator, and then the one on the left here for Magis, we'll call that main, if you were.
I like that.
That molly that lands, it burns out behind the big box as well, so then you can come up, you can park behind it, you can take the fight towards site. You want to make sure you're clearing that angle, relieve some pressure. But I'll be interested to see what Eternal Fire have been cooking on the T side of this map, considering the newer version and once upon a time it being their home map.
Yeah, I was intrigued coming into this as well, just to see what the kind of the smoke finishes are. Whether or not people are going to start opting for like a smoke towards the left side of default. If I'm just not hard to explain, you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
yeah.
So
box.
to divide the site, to split it, right? And I think we've seen from some teams, NIP have definitely played a little bit of Vertigo, that's for sure. As I mentioned before, complexity. Let's see if this nade can hit the mark.
Oh man, I've been dreaming of this nade.
Oh, cheeky so from Magisk.
Oh, that's sick. I've always dreamed of having a HE when I'm in that position. Never have. Magisk does.
Well, even just the wallbang, right? Because the T's are standing as if they're doing calf raises right on the edge there and just getting peppered down.
Calf raises. You can see, boys, that's a gym reference. He has been working out.
Yeah, you know, at the tender age of 35,
you're getting
you
fit, bro.
The health together. But yeah, this is it from Xantares. So nowhere really to hide, right? It completely opens up that area of the map. But I'm with you. I thought maybe we'd see deeper elevator smokes that would help facilitate to take the elevator room control.
There's a really nice molly on Heaven that completely stops and quashes the rotation through as well. But let's get into the 6th round of play. EAF recovering what felt like a bit of a misstep in their opening procedures.
Well, this time they smoked it. Just a classic gap smoke, so completely avoiding getting taken down from the glaive position.
Yeah, but you're not pushing that yellow smoke. Is that also becoming vogue? Is it more yellow smokes? Do you think it will boil out to be more yellow than it is ramp smokes?
I don't know. I think you can do both combinations. It's just going to depend on your opening CT setup. And then at the same time, you don't have to play always committed to the site. Of course, you can still get smoked off, but there's, I think, better or more variation as opposed to better. There's more variation of CT setups that are applicable at the moment.
Okay.
But look at all the util remaining for Eternal Fire. We have a minute on the clock. They've been able to grab the majority of this ramp control. Wakadia a little bit worried about the boost, but once they've fortified and Xantares now confirms it, they can execute with ease.
I'm intrigued.
Is he going before the nades?
Just ahead of the play and takes off the head of some Pius. Spam. Doesn't find him. It was a valiant attempt to try and find a rebuttal, but look at Wakadia, just throws caution to the wind, finds himself on an elevated position and dispatches of Madden. Now perhaps the conversation changes from winning to saving, and that's not going to happen for Snappy. Xantares looking very potent. If you combine Xantares and Wakadia, you have got a very potent pair.
Yeah, and I would traditionally agree with that sentiment, but a lot of the games that I've tuned in to watch Wakadia in recent history, they've been more miss than hit. And it's not that I disagree with the sentiment that I think he can be good. I'm just scrolling through some of his matchups here. But when they're playing with Eternal Fire, he's had some of these games where he's really just non-starters. One against Amcal, 6 kills. The Mongols they played back in late July, 9 kills and then 6 kills in the next map. So he, for me, and especially when Eternal Fire more towards the start of the year, we're getting a bit more traction behind him. It was, okay, the Xantares-Wakadia duo, these two really sharp tools. Can Woxic step up to the plate with the old form to give Madja the last piece of the puzzle, because Calix is very handy in those anchor positions? And now I guess it's just about getting Wakadia to be consistent, but I love this from Xantares. Playing ahead of the Smoke Molly combo, subverting that expectation.
Well, that's what I think Wakadia does, you know, subverting expectation. However, I imagine that leads to some volatility in your play. You know, jumping on that box, sometimes they don't see it coming. Other times, you're 0 and 6.
If it's always aggressive, if it's always capitalizing on a timing, if you're having an individual off day, yeah, then you're not contributing for the team. You're more often an open free kill, and then there's real problems in how they can function. But we'll see a tactical timeout. This will be the first one called from Team Falcons. Not really too much to discuss, considering the state of the nation. We have the AK, we have the MP9, we have the loss bonus going into the next round, mounting up to the 2400 mark. So, should be an eco behind the saves. But how much can they get out of what they've brought through? Magisk and Dupree.
I mean, these are the kind of rounds for Eternal Fire that should just be a formality.
Well, these are the 2 players on Falcons which actually, I think, can deliver the most.
Oh, he's already revealed the AK-47's position. Deliberate or not, Magisk has spammed back with the AK. And if I'm Eternal Fire, that's surely a lot of knowledge. And yeah, Madja is going to start telling everyone, get your booties to A.
But do you commit? Because they can rotate in time, and you hadn't fortified ramp control.
Snappy thinks twice about any sort of info play. And here he comes, Magisk maneuvering, knife out, finger on the push to talk. Yeah, this becomes a guessing game now. Is Magisk still there?
Oh, they are returning to investigate elsewhere. So they...
Oh, that's tough. Goes for a jump in MP9. It's a la overpass.
Well, they've drawn the full rotation. The pressure's here. Xantares is about to get a... I was about to swear. A lot of information.
There it is. A boatload, Chad.
A baklava's worth.
A baklava's worth.
And they're into B.
Well, yeah, mission accomplished and catastrophe averted.
They get another AK for their troubles, unless Wakadia has something to say about it. The first falls, the second fight not to be committed to, as Wakadia does drop, but it is going to be Magisk and Sapias wanting to retain these. As mentioned, 2400 loss bonus into the next. So it's going to keep... Look, you're going to be touch and go. For example, if you're Snappy, you're only going to have 4,400, right? So 4,450 if we're going to be exact. You'd love to have a couple of extra nades. So this is good little saves from Magisk and Sapias if they can. There is the hunt of Madja. He's already over towards the catwalk position.
Oh, well
Madja,
done.
You got to be getting that one, don't you, mate?
It would have been nice.
He would have liked it.
You know, losing 3 bodies as well, it's not a problem now.
It was just for his first kill as well.
Yeah, just to kind of get the juices rolling. Okay, I can shoot.
Yeah.
Now it's kind of done the opposite. Gaming in a hoodie as well. That to me is crazy.
It'll come off.
Yeah, right.
Do you reckon it'll come off before the end of the game?
I reckon if, let's see, he's on 6 now. If he doesn't get at least 10 before the end of the half, next half he's wearing.
Okay.
He's going sleeveless. But yeah, do you game in a hoodie? Are you crazy? I would never call you crazy, but are you different to is your opinion different to mine? That's what I'm trying to say.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Let us know.
Let us know
Use
on
the
Twitter.
hashtag. IEM Cologne.
Hashtag IEM Cologne. That's the one, is it?
Your chance to join the conversation today.
About hoodies and sleeves and Counter-Strike.
All right, well, not doing this B pressure. Matt just knows he's somewhat forward again over towards B, but they're up. Snappy's in trouble.
There's a flaw. There is a flaw in your clears. As again, was still Eternal Fire did win that round that Snappy got the double, right?
And they might win this one as well.
Yeah, I think they might. So regardless of Snappy's opening, it boils into an uncomfortable one for the Falcons.
So many smokes for Eternal Fire to finish this round. It's almost pick your poison as far as the executor's concerned. I think they're waiting for any re-aggressors. If Woxic can transition across towards Sandbag without being noted, he can post up on Cat. Don't worry about that. Dupree steps in. And I think this will be the 5th round for EF. It's awfully quiet over there with the complexity attacks game, and that...
oh, it's going. It's still going.
Okay.
Very much.
I can see now live and in person as opposed to just on the Blast Fall group cams, the tilt from complexity.
Oh, yeah. We're not talking about monitors here, are we?
No, not at all. No. I'm talking about the drama, the emotions.
God, dude, how many times can you get so close? I know my mental couldn't handle it. I'm not capable of shaking all of those close but no cigars. Yeah, never mind. I was going to say, how has Alish not lost his hair?
Well, it was a choice.
Yeah. But I mean, it was stressful. He's in a very high cortisol environment, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, definitely so. When you look at the type of teams that they were playing against as well, that's the part where you're getting very frustrated and you have these little mistakes that if you were just buttoned up, you're beating some of the best teams in the world.
For real.
Instead, you have these losses that linger and you have to take that residual into events. And while the season is well and truly underway, we have a big one. IEM Cologne, there's just a different flavor in the air.
For sure.
Smiles on the faces.
And for Zonic, it was always quite an elusive one. Cologne. Throughout his coaching tenure.
Madden's reactions are fun.
Yeah. Oh, he's animated for sure. Back to this kind of BE probe. It is only Magis this time, so he doesn't have the same support network he had in previous investigations.
Well, they've been successful every single time they've tried to go, hey here, EF. Well, actually, that's not true. There was the one round where Woxic was left in the 1v4, 1v5 scenario. But being able to waltz up at your own timings, has forced them to start 3 towards A boost, as well as Madden.
Oh, nice. Utility delivery. A full, fresh belt has been given to Magis to keep this B investigation under wraps.
But they all almost feel like they're hedging for a B retake at the moment, because look at the position of Dupree, right? He's just essentially a sentry in middle. He can't really help Magisk at all.
But what's lovely about this position from Snappy is he'll be able to confirm that nothing is forward towards A, and so the defense perhaps can be bolstered on B. The smoke, however, buys time. You're not pushing through that.
There needs to be a rotation, though, or at least an info play. Right now on A, Madden's starting to transition towards Sandbag.
Here it comes. Dupree's moving. Knife out. 40 seconds, Magisk aware of it. Look at this synergy between these two Danes. Tenured Danes. They know what's up.
Might be 4 players. Sampai's as close as Snappy, too.
You got the read. Confirmation of their suspicions as the nades sail into the site. Dupree activates first, spams down Wicardia as Magis controls the spray for 2. Dupree on double, he's noted, his presence is known. And swings out on the flash, supportive work. Madden helps Dupree make it 3 on 2. Awkward now with only 15 seconds. Magic gets the flash. Good team play. Gets himself across the default, but behind the smokes and spam down is Sampai's. Bomb to be planted. He's low HP. He's just begging and praying. The spam doesn't find him. And Madja into the 1v1. He does enough to take another. Big frags from Madja. 3 frags from the in-game leader. And Zentares puts the cherry on top.
Yeah, a big huff and a puff there from Zentares because he knows how lucky he is to be alive. Planting on low HP, gets behind the double box, jumps up and still lands the frag. They had everything, Falcons. The information, the rotation, they stalled them out. The Magis double. And they still are unable to convert.
15 seconds, Chad. A 2v3. The smokes were just still up, but it's Madja that actually makes the difference there. A huge contribution. Over these last 2 rounds, he's gone from 0 to 4 frags, and that's a round-winning triple. Centaurus, of course, necessary in the close. Low HP that entire time, Chad. Crazy.
Same setup, and how could you really fault it?
It was... Everything was there. The info was there. You were there in time.
Precisely. I do feel that there will be some issues if Eternal Fire do head towards A because they're very diligent in the way that they go for these clears. We've seen them, and actually, I feel a bit silly saying that because they've run up not looking at yellow several times, but they tend to look at the boosts.
You're right. Well, Zantara, let's see his flight path here. Oh, we don't think it was a clear, but it was a crazy quick adjustment. Nice timing on the peak. He was jumping with Woxic. Was defenseless. Still Madden can't close it. Smoke towards main. 5 versus 3. Falcons, they're left wanting once more.
Oh, why not?
He's always up to no good.
Help yourself, son.
Dupree just looked away.
Help yourself.
Wow, he's found himself behind enemy lines, lads. You can pause. Does he wait for the fade, or is he actually going to go ahead of the play? A free frag. Now back turn for the trade of Magis. Deleted. And only some Pyres remain. They're well aware that gap hasn't been cleared. And we've got a 7th.
That right there, the fact that Woxic addresses that, it's telling you that the information is flowing within the team. You know, what needs to be covered, where are the gaps, understanding the holes, perfect work. And a great little play from Zentara. Sure, he only gets 1 extra kill, but that 1 extra kill is essentially round defining. Great openers. Eternal Fire, the Turks looking strong as Falcons. The opposite, it is going to have to be MP9s across the board. Here's the clear. I think also because of the angle that Zentaras has come up, Snappy's probably more expecting a player to trickle up that little ramp position. He's just jumped into the fight. So huge work with the openings from Wakadia as well as Zentaras. The two of them towards the top end of the scoreboard. Alex, they are winning 7-3 and Calix is yet to get a kill.
Yeah.
Isn't that a luxury?
That's certainly...
He's got his feet up. He's like, boys, keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, his job right now is just to say nice at the end of rounds. Maybe drop some guns, given he's only died 4 times. And so, Calix, we are in eyes with him. Maybe this is the round, Chad. I've got a feeling Dupree is going to be cleared. Or actually, Calix probably not the one to make the first move. He might just park the bus here for the foreseeable.
Does he...
He's not moving, mate.
Is he a bus driver?
Oh, yeah, he's staying
Does he wear leather gloves?
He's put the handbrake on. He said, I've got the angle. They're not clearing mid. They don't know what's around the corner, but neither do I.
Okay.
Dupree might.
As most bus drivers actually say. I don't know what's around that corner, but we're going anyway. We have right away.
Sat-nav tells me. It's kind of like wall hack for bus drivers, isn't it?
Do they need GPS to make
he got a sound
on a route?
He was waiting for his sound cue.
Well, the bus isn't parked anymore.
No.
It's rolling down the hill.
And
Getaway bus.
Honk, honk. Oh, little clown bus, I think. Unfortunate. That's not gone well for Calix, despite the sound cues given away. And these SMG, this 5 SMG round, could be where Falcons actually managed to deviate from the norm.
This wasn't a full investment. Obviously, this is just a partial buy.
This was 6 rounds in a row from EF, and then just kind of tripping over their shoelaces in a half buy from their opponent. I mean, it's not over yet. Hang on. Hang on. Imagine, that's looking good.
Yeah, but Woxic has to do some heavy lifting.
Yeah, but the AWP, oh, that angle would have been the death of him.
How does the time sound to you? Not
13.
great to me.
Yeah, that's a little nasty. It gets worse. Magic's got the bomb, but now he's got no health, and this round has fallen apart. They'll leave with AWPs, they'll leave with AKs, and they'll leave with a 4th round. Sonic lets us know how he feels about that. That's make this whole half up for contention. This could be a very competitive half if Falcons can close out with these recovered rifles.
Oh, well, Faber's on the mic. I'm sure he's quite happy with how the half has gone, but to lose one like that when you know that you were on track for something which could have been 9-3.
Yeah.
You know, okay, boys, it's fine. We can still correct. Let's get the 8-4. Let's get the pistol. Let's close this down. But I do like the poise, right? It has been a good half. Let's put the icing on the cake. Let's take that time, right? We're not in a hurry. We're not getting rushed out the door. Everyone's been on time.
Oh, that's an unfavorable duel. 1 out by the SMG there. Calix going to be punching the air if he can't leave the half with a frag, and it's very uncharacteristic of him. You know, I'm not saying he's at the top of the scoreboard, but it's rare to see him completely absent. 21 ADR, so just a couple of bullets have been hitting every round.
All right, what's the adjustment? Woxic lacking a little bit of util, but AK's
Oh, wow. Some Pyres just went hyper-aggressive. What a wealth of information, but is he anticipating?
How does he get away from this?
Yeah, he's kind of all in on this.
Hello.
Calix gets a free frag.
There's his first.
Down, and it's a huge impact frag.
There it is. It couldn't have been easier. An AWPer let his nose stick out like Pinocchio.
And that's a powerful position, a demonstration from Calix as to some of the options that gives you. Geeky.
Yeah, nice little nade. You also see that as a Molotov variation as well.
This is ballsy from Dupree over the smoke, a dink exchange, but the Kalashnikov prevails.
It feels like Zentaras and Wakadia have been somewhat unstoppable with these A pursuits. If they've been given the chance to take those duels, find those entries, they've done a great job of it. Now a 2-man advantage, final round of the half, grouping up. If they trade onto Magis, round over.
That's if. Calix is casting his eyes just around that smoke, but he doesn't want to give up the plant until the util's ready. Molly from default, Molly towards his position, incoming. Magisk has to engage and commits to the spray with just the 1. Calix, good conversion. This is their round, and off the back of a timeout, they stabilize. Looking to make it 8. Only snapping to fall, and down he goes. That's a solid half from the Turkish side. First map, and don't go anywhere.
Safe.
Last round, mate.
Ah, that's an issue.
One is low.
My bad.
Yeah, it was a bit of an issue.
Small issue. Won't be saving the last round, Matt. I'm going to give that one a go, for sure. But the half was an issue overall.
Yes.
8-4 in favor of Eternal Fire on their map choice.
What do you say is par for the course from from the limited Vertigos we've seen in competitive Tier 1 Counter-Strike?
I think something like 7-5 CT side.
Yeah, okay.
But, you know, maybe a 6-6.
Okay.
I think...
this is a little interesting.
Yeah, so we've seen this one. This has been run for quite a while. This variation of the smoke will go through the little gap over towards A and it'll smoke off towards middle. So they're going to try and brute force their way through the guts. But there's 3 players stacking B, Alex. That could be another issue.
Little Fakerino. Charging in. And Madger's going to be the first port of call. A snappy headshot and now not far off of finding Madden. He has the kit, he has the smoke. It's not ideal for him to go down, but nonetheless, he does. And Madden and Dupree combine to seize the A site. Control is theirs.
I think the strat's called All the Spawns Belong to Us, because Falcons had theirs and now Eternal Fires, and they've made this difficult.
It's already uncomfortable. I really like the call.
I think they ran something very similar during Blast.
You can see how limited it is. I mean, the maximum you're going to have in mid is 2. Unless you're really mixing it up. Smoked off Ellie, you have a choice. Very...
Smoke and kit.
Yeah, it certainly could go wrong. I'd be impressed if EF can turn this one around. Calix, maybe he can have a moment. Wicardia smoking the...
I'm getting a little bit worried.
I'm already concerned. Chad, I'm very worried. Chad, the 5-second defuse comes through! Oh, Dupree. It was 1 second in that, maybe less, half a second? What do you reckon?
The heart was dropping at that moment.
Oh,
they almost got snuffed out from under them. He was so close on the defuse, they just had the bodyguard for a moment longer.
They planted for, like, heaven, but most of them were ramp and crane.
It did look very curious there for a moment, so Wicardia almost pulled off daylight robbery.
Where's Dupree? He sandbags. Okay, so he hit a banger then. Does he just go wide and just... Oh, it's not Madden that gets it, it's Dupree. Yeah.
Okay, so he joined the party.
Yeah, just spamming.
Yeah, that's very fortunate.
Bloody hell.
That was very close to a embarrassing round loss, but it's Eternal Fire's turn with 5 MP9s. They like the way Falcons wielded those in the first half of play. Let's see if they can pull off something similar.
I like the diverse buy into the second. A couple of those Mac 10s.
Well, Madden's ruining it, isn't he? He should have a Galil.
Yeah, it would have been really nice.
Galil, Mac 10, Galil, Mac 10.
But he has got an AK with full nades, which is a very nice feeling.
Just
second round.
Symmetry, Alex.
Yeah, you're right. The aesthetics. Think of the aesthetics.
Precisely. Well, 2 crane side, 2 short side. Nobody sandbag, they say.
Oh, I didn't like that from Snappy. Neither did he. Advancing. It's Wicardia empty-handed, but it's Calix with the impact. Triple kill from Calix. Essentially doubling his kills, and the MP9s, they work for both sides.
Well, they haven't made a lot of noise up until that moment, but I don't think they like the way that Snappy was yelling after the pistol round. They just gave him a taste of his own medicine right there.
Oh, boys.
Everybody from EF giving him the jeer, looking over the fence, saying, come on, you want some of this?
From 4 kills, he just catapults himself up the tables. Lovely work. Long-range headshot onto Magis. That is like 100-0 rapid from Calix with the MP9 control. Huge round, and you know, there's nothing that makes it worse. Nothing more of a, you know, salt in the wound than hearing an elated opponent after taking the pistol. They leave with your rifles. We just talked about that AK, Chad. It's found its way into Calix's hands.
Yeah, thank you very much, he says. Now, this is it for Falcons. If they can't bounce back on what is the limpest of 4 spice, you've got the 1400, so you can get a pistol upgrade, a light smattering of utility. If you can't get in, make it, don't get a plant, well, even then, it's going to be 10 rounds for Eternal Fire. You have to take the eco into the next. We'll call that 11, and just 2 more rounds required before your guns come out again.
That's the kind of round you just really cannot afford to let go. Unless you can pull out a very limited buy here. And you can see Centaurus was flirting with aggression, but thinks twice about it. Doesn't want to give up the rifle. Never mind. The opening kill is Centaurus. 17 frags for the Turkish Terminator.
Yeah, the fact you have to get past him and Wicardia, who have both been hitting pretty hard within that first half of play. They both get to treat it as aim maps, so it's very tough for Falcons.
Yeah.
Just some flashes now.
This is unfun. 2 flashbangs into 3 rifles. I don't fancy their chances. There they go. Centaurus, he's going to have some fun. Nice bit of damage. Centaurus half health. Woxic is holding his hand as they ensure this site is defended. Falcons, they are in jeopardy. A fumble in the second round of our second half, excuse me, in the first map. EF's pick, and yeah, Falcons, their wings clipped.
Well, MIBR about to make it 8 consecutive maps in a row versus the Ents core.
Damn, really?
Yeah, there's a bit of history between them. It dates early back into last year.
Respect.
The matches this year, that was when they were known as Falcons. One was at Katowice. One was at the RMRs for the Copenhagen Major. So big boy events.
That's a weird incendiary. Deliberate or not, it's given a little bit of early info for dupreeh for clears, but it is just Glocks. How many have you got here, Calix? At least 2. Unfortunate timing. Falls away from the line of fire now. He's gone down to just the Glocks. His teammates, though, have tidied everything up neat and tidy. Oh, overlooked it. Lazy clear. Does the Galil in Magisk's hands, and he wasn't too far away. A single bullet could have brought down Centaurus as well, but no harm, no foul.
Maybe more than they were worth on the full Glock, so you'd be happy with that if you're Falcons, but you're not happy with the scoreline again. 11-5, now the guns come back out, and there might even be some omissions as far as utility is concerned. I can see Madden with the AK, but he only has a smoke. The same to be said for Sampaius. They don't have any flashes, Molotovs, or HEs. dupreeh has had an extra treat of flashbangs. So all in all, Falcons are cobbling this together. And the reason that's important is it gives them less options for openings. It gives them less ability to be able to control parts of the map, as Woxic is doing exactly that, posturing very aggressive with the AWP in middle.
dupreeh, though, he's holding a real tight gap. It's Woxic with that high sensitivity. Will he be able to find that pixel-perfect adjustment, whether it's required? We'll wait and see. Madden are not going to consider the sandbags, but Wakadia, the risk of this is that... Yeah, okay. You get cleared from that angle. No, never mind.
Well,
Madden.
if they had extra mollies, Alex, maybe they could have used it on sandbag.
True. Magist was too disconnected from the pack.
And that's sometimes where you have to drop the firepower, go for the Galil so you can get the util, but they've all gone for AKs, and you want to get an AK in your hand in the half.
This would be huge from dupreeh. Wow, such good awareness, but the bomb goes down to Centaurus. The ramp player is Ladder. And the other one was hiding behind sandbags and I didn't clear him.
I went for a play, it didn't work. So up next is Nuke. That's going to be Falcons' map choice. But Eternal Fire are currently 3 on the trot as far as Nuke's concerned. Not the best
in the
of opponents.
Okay, right. But still wins. Eternal Fire saying they're more comfortable here, back in the familiar environment that they had in Katowice.
Sounds to me like some teams have just arrived. Alex, I can hear monitors being set up.
Where do you put your black equalizer, Chad?
Here on the PC they provided in the hotel. I've left it on 0, and I love the contrast of colors.
It does look nice. I couldn't agree more.
360 hertz monitor, I really need to invest. I'm still in that 240 lifestyle.
I've been living that 360 life for a while. Woxic secures 12.
And that's a 1080 from Snappy as he falls down the side of the building.
Oh, dear.
It is Pain Gaming setting up directly below us. Big Yazera sitting in the middle. He's got Young Buck Snow next to him.
Yeah, there's a bit of talk in the town about this Pain Gaming roster. Forever a little bit of a disruptor. I'm intrigued to see if Big Yazera and his boys are going to have a chance to do some damage to Liquid. Of course, Liquid fresh off of making quite the strongest of debuts over at Blast.
Yeah, them at G2 coming out of the break with roster changes hot.
Hot. All right, well,
it's a homage to Freakazoid.
Yeah, we hot. Glocks, that's someone else.
I think that's Dazed.
Yeah.
Or Mo.
Yeah.
Or is that Chicken Coop?
Oh, that's Mo. Chicken Coop. Dazed right now.
And confused.
And Snappy pushes in and doesn't clear MIBR. Despite the flashbang, MIBR still gets it. 3 versus 3, all to play for Falcons. This feels like it's a lost cause with the bomb already delivered to the doorstep of Wakadia. He dumps his util, and yeah, the boost might be your only option, but I think the CTs might be pre-aiming that. Look at Woxic's position. He knows that's the only real possibility while the smoke is up. His eyes are locked on that, so they're wise to think twice. They'll cut noise and hope that it sows some seeds of doubt.
There's another incendiary on Centaurus, but he's gone a little bit of a looky-loo, trying to lock the door. So drop down the ladder. If he pushes too early, he might actually give them another rifle to work with.
Yeah, they've got 35 to work with. Now, knowing the bomb is front B, it's... Oh, Oh, Woxic spotted. That's going to leave Zantares completely overlooked. And it looks like Vertigo concludes in 13-5 scoreline. That is dominant from Eternal Fire, the Turkish side, doing damage. And Zantares at the front of the pack, 24 frags. An unbelievable total for just 18 rounds of play.
It's not just Eternal Fire in the server. It seems like Eternal Fire and Damnation on the other side. I'm talking about for Falcons, who have started rather flat. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024. Stage 1, opening rounds. It's all in the pudding right here for at least Eternal Fire. Walking away with map 1 rather convincingly.
Yeah, that was not pretty for Falcons, let's put it that way. I think first half was somewhat competitive. First half gave me a hope that we could have a good game. We could have a game where both teams were in it, but it did feel like Eternal Fire were one step ahead pretty much throughout the entire series. Once we got over to the second half, it was game over before it was even over.
Somehow it happened that you were more positive than I will be. And this is weird. Usually I'm trying to be like the romantic guy.
I can't wait for this.
You hit us with like the hard truth. And like, even the first half was kind of bad. As in like way too easily. The amount of duels that were given to Zantares was a ramp, and we know how proficient he can be, but it just looked too easy. Like, it felt like Eternal Fire didn't have to craft solutions to find entries. Falcons was just giving bodies and bodies and bodies on that A ramp. Just, hey guys, you want to have another entry kill? Because here it is, you know, DHL delivery for you. Here's an entry kill. It was crazy. And then after that, you got to commend Major. Very, very efficient with like the timings, knowing when to slow down, putting all the utilities when needed. This is Eternal Fire winning Vertigo again, and that's great, but did it have to be so easy early on?
Yeah, and you know, it really wasn't just the A ramp, was it, Jacob? I think we even got glimpses over on the B side of the map that was really falling off there for the side of Falcons.
I mean, even the few times Falcons got the right read, they were standing in a great position. Round 9, it does feel like they just don't have the I guess the abilities, the manpower, the individual skill, whatever they need in order to get it done. You see the round right here. It's 5-3 again. At this point, the game was somewhat close. Falcons have a great read on it. They have a double stack with Magic's being baited for. dupreeh standing in a good position. Sonpeas is to his left as well. Wins the first couple of duels. Magic's pops up. A nice double entry right here. dupreeh as well. I believe he's getting 1 kill before he goes down as well. A decent scenario right here. Sonpeas in position. There's a player behind him. Falcons have everything they need in this round match to win it, and they still find a way to lose.
Yeah, it's really a problem. They had a moment in that 3 versus 2 with 17 seconds where a call had to be made to actually cross these smokes. But because they don't do it, they retract themselves, they constrict themselves over a very small space, and Pius gets found through the smoke, and a situation that really was won for Falcons just slips away from their fingers. And this is where, in the moment, you have to have someone with this spontaneous call. Because staying behind these smokes when you have no util, and that was the problem for Falcons. dupreeh couldn't get flashed in because he had the only flash of the entire damn server for the defense. No util to play with, then go ahead, cross the smokes together. You have the number advantage. You play the trade game and you get in their faces. They don't do that. They retract, and you have Eternal Fire winning what is virtually an impossible round.
At that point, it's not even, for me, it's not even about communication. One of those 2 players in CT spawn just gotta do it, you know, just gotta take the bull by the horn, go through the smoke and kill them. You know, there's 15 seconds left of that round. They cannot go back. There's not gonna be an A-side play. It's just poor, you know. I don't know if it's dupreeh not communicating well enough that they were all seen and all spotted for them not to push the smoke.
They knew they had pushed the A side.
Yeah.
They've seen down ramp all the way. That's why they were in a great position before the hit comes in. You really have to get paranoid to fear that they went back. I think you had to believe in yourself in there, and well, they basically played it the worst way possible. And of course, commiseration, or rather congratulations to EF to turning that around.
Yeah.
Like they had to find that entry. The pop flash onto dupreeh, glorious.
Yeah, you know, I was just having a look at some of the stats going into what was this matchup, right? And I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, it's been since March 26th, since dupreeh joined. That's roughly 43 matches. They're about half and half there on wins and losses. But for a guy like dupreeh to come into the lineup, there were question marks. And then it seems like now he's got the only bright side when it comes to opening kills on the T side.
And that's an issue. Like if dupreeh is coming in and he's all of a sudden supposed to be the star player, then you have an issue with the Falcons team right there. I think that is an issue that dupreeh is, as you said, he's been doing better than we expected. He's been doing fine, but who's the star of the Falcons? Who's the guy supposed to step up every single game? We spoke about Sonpeas. He's nowhere to be found anymore. Magic's, I guess, in Copenhagen had a one-off event.
He's having moments now.
He's having moments.
He's having moments.
Yeah, but who else, you know? And that's my issue. dupreeh is not supposed to come in and save Falcons. If anything, they try to save him.
Yeah, man, that's a rough reality that you put on the table. Also, much like round 14, guys.
Pretty much the end of the dream, snap back to reality for Falcons, unfortunately. You win the pistol round. The second pistol round is great for Falcons. And then here, I have to commend the synergy from Eternal Fire in this very round. Like you can see on your mini-map, you have 4 CTs all clumped up together. They good to go. They absolutely sound the alarm, and then all of them just go on that A side. The problem, there's 2 issues here. One, you can look at the positive and you can say, wow, Falcons, you guys really played that together. That's great. Or you can look at the other side of that coin and say, hey, Eternal Fire, like maybe someone anti-flash over there, or Falcon someone anti-flash, maybe a utility, maybe put down Molotovs to clear the first. They did none of these. None of these protocols were here, so you have the MP9s who have free range to fight you close range from 2 angles, and just like that, you get absolutely wiped. And this was after, by the way, the roar from Zonic in the pistol round. I thought there was a grizzly bear down there on stage. I got scared for a second. And then EF answered right back.
It does have that sort of a gumption to it when that man is screaming, but obviously, you know, you win that pistol round, you're thinking, hey, we might be back in this thing. No, wheels fall right off. A lot of that might even be at the hands of Zantares.
Yeah, we gotta give credit to Zantares. He was a fantastic beast in this game. He was not staying away from any fights whatsoever, and whenever he took a fight, he did win it. The highlight package you're gonna see is gonna be spread out over the T side, the TT side as well, and there's gonna be kills all over. Even when they were in 3v3 scenarios, 4v4 scenarios, he was constantly on the move, and that's what I love about Zantares. When he's feeling it, when he's feeling the game, he's taking away space from his competition. There's no way you can shut down a guy like Zantares if your Falcons playing at the level they are right now when he's feeling it at this level. And that's what I love about it. Even in this scenario, 11-5, pushing down, getting a kill, constantly being annoying.
I agree with you, and personally, I think I've been guilty for a long time of reducing Zantares to just an aim god.
Sure.
And I have been guilty of that.
Shame
just thinking,
on you.
you know, shame on me. I'm trying to atone. I'm trying to atone here. You know, I'm trying to face my own demons right there. I thought he was just an aim god. the more you watch his playstyle, the more you understand there is actually layers to it. Like the CT side, the way he played ARAM, finding kills, having multiple different stations where he would fall back with the rifle, knowing when to push, when not to. With Wicadia, their synergy was actually much better than what I had been used to. Like, this is just more than like spraying and fragging. He actually plays the game very cleverly when he's online, and he destroyed them straight up.
And I'm pretty sure Wicadia didn't have any frags up till about the 7th round of the game, but he didn't
I think that was
need it.
Calix. I think Calix. Calix was pretty much. I'm trying to figure out like a metaphor when things just go. Basically, passenger of a plane flown by Zentaris.
Passenger princess.
Exactly, in business class.
Yeah, and in business class takes us on into Nuke. So when we say business class, does this mean we? See, no, I'm not going to say it. You know what? You know what I want to go for here. But in this picture-in-picture, there we go. That's the one I'm looking for. When we go to Nuke, tell me how the tide here can possibly change in a way that the Falcons can find flight again.
I mean, the level of Counter-Strike Falcons have been able to play on a map like Nuke, we saw it in Copenhagen recently, is somewhat decent.
It's much better than what we've just
Much better than what we've just seen. It can't get any worse, to be fair. But it is a map that they've been trying to integrate as being their home map pick. Anyway, against Astralis in Copenhagen, where they ended up losing as well, it does feel like it's a fragile way of playing Counter-Strike at the moment. You can definitely see Falcons have an idea of how they want to approach Nuke. You can definitely see that the level of Counter-Strike they're able to produce on a map like Nuke is high, but it takes 1 or 2 rounds and then everything is falling apart. And whether that's a specific nuke problem for the Falcons, or it's just them being fragile as a moment as a team mentally as well, I'm not too sure.
Nuke or nuke problems? We don't know, but we're going to find out because we need to sit back, we need to relax, we need to watch the next map of the series. And certainly the Falcons might have something to show us, or maybe not. Who knows? With the way things going in that camp, that's right. It is Eternal Fire going into Nuke, 1 up in stage 1 of the series so far.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major. Finally.
With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
I want to touch on maybe the Yellow event, because that was pretty rough for you guys, right? When it was in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, that was not so good. And then the Sky Sports one. What did you feel was the problems there?
Yeah, to be honest, it's the two lands we did, one in Arabia and one in India. It's very different that we can face here, like in the big tournament. The things was a little different, the setup, etc. It's not an excuse, but also we didn't play really well, and the format also it's B1 every match, etc. So it was not
a bit random.
A bit not random, but the better team on the day can win. Like it's B1 is sometimes tricky. So yeah, I think here it's better for us, the format, the computer, the environment, everything. So I hope we're going to show good Counter-Strike like we did in Major. So it's important for us to show good Counter-Strike, at least for me. And
I think for everyone.
So yeah, the goal is to play good here.
Okay. And in terms of playing good, when did you guys get back to practice?
We just started, I think, when?
When?
I think we started really fast.
Okay. Right after the tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Right after the tournament. What we just gave 1 day break, and after that we just started to play again. Okay. Because like when you lose, you need to get back in the shape. Like there was some missing also, like from the players. We were not feeling the game like we were supposed to do. So we just keep playing and trying to catch the time.
Was it frustrating for you guys to go through that? Because it felt like you guys were on a rise and then it kind of slowed.
Yeah, like I mean, for me, it's like a bit frustrated me because what we showed and what we showed what we're capable of, but we couldn't manage to do anything after that two tournament, and that like anger, frustration, a bit sad, you know, and that's why like we were like personally, I try to do the things for myself, like individually more. So maybe I can change the day, you know. It's like, I think everyone in the team feeling the same. We shouldn't lose. Anyway, that what he said, like there was like a bit issue with the condition-wise and everything in the tournament, but it's not an excuse because our opponent had the same opportunity. Yep. So, yeah, that was our, in the end, that was our bad, and we should just keep on track and back again in this tournament.
Don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024. I'm so excited to be getting Cologne underway, and it is just day one. It was the first map for Chad and I, and we did see Eternal Fire make quite light work of their map pick of Vertigo, albeit Vertigo not seen too often since the changes, but Eternal Fire demonstrating their proficiency on it. We're heading into Team Falcons pick now, Chad, and it's Nuke. Expectations, I assume, at that of the desks shared that it should be a more competitive affair here.
I think so. It was definitely a blowout on map number 1. Failure to launch for Falcons. The highest fragger being Magisk with 12 kills. They do start now on the T side, so a chance to set the tone, but playing one of their key positions is Zentares, the rifler, towards Yard. They're going to have to deal with him. He was in behemoth form in map number 1. I'm sure Eternal Fire would love to get this done 2-0 and keep that spotless record against the Ents core, making it 9 consecutive maps for Madger and the boys.
Am I putting my foot in my mouth here, Chad, but...
Literally no?
Not literally. Falcons picked it, so Eternal Fire picked their side. I'm just catching up.
That's
just
all right.
Making sure I'm all good in the hood.
It's been a long day.
It has. It certainly has.
We're doing lots of different bits and bobs.
A couple of plates being spun, but either way, I'm full of energy. I'm full of beans as we look to see if Team Falcons can pick themselves up a pistol.
Well, you know what they say about beans, Alex.
The musical fruit.
The more you eat,
the more that you frag in a game of Counter-Strike. That's right, legumes are an important source of protein and nutrients. And so from all of that nonsense, we can get some Counter-Strike underway. Eternal Fire will be starting on the defense, and it's Wakadia entrusted with the dual Berettas, Madger the kit. Everyone else rocking some Kev, and it's pretty similar scenes for the Glocks. Madden to smoke.
Yeah, this should be off the wall to main, so it does give them some options. Might see Dupree either try and take a fight towards Heaven Hell or slink down Secret. Zentares, as mentioned, he's the man tasked with Yard.
Does he start as strong as he did on map 1? Oh, buddy. I'm afraid so, Chad. Yes, I'm afraid indeed. So. He hasn't forgotten how to play.
Well, Wakadia's rotated down with the Julies. He's got company.
And Wakadia tested, managing the first. Would have loved the second to confirm the round.
They're quick on this. Look at him.
Oh, I'm not sure you get that bomb down. You know, or you're exposed. And yeah, Madger, he will deny. Zentares doubles up. Another clean headshot. And gosh, Falcons, a sinking feeling in your stomach as it feels like Vertigo all over again. A pistol slips by the wayside as Zentares. I think he's not reloaded. That's a one clip 3K from Zentares. Perhaps he did so for his posterity. But either way, he gets himself a lovely start.
And that's exactly what Falcons are going to have to contend with throughout. Now, Alex, no bomb going down. That spells a little bit of trouble going into the force, but there's the opener and a cracker of a shot. First bullet, first death, first kill for Zentares. Beautiful shooting.
In grand total, in the combat, he only used himself about 5 bullets. Yeah, lovely work from Zentares. But yeah, Dupree, you can see real recognize real. He just kind of shrugs his shoulders like, oh, fair play. That was, was a banger. Yeah.
Well, what have we got for this? Looks like a bit of ramp pressure on the agenda. Calyx to be tested. Force by Falcons means Tech9s. There's a Deagle in the mix and a light smattering of U2. The flashes will be passed in by the looks of things.
But they're well aware of the possibility for him here. You can see Dupree's pre-aiming on the fade, hoping to catch him. Madden has delivered a huge scalp by removing Xantares. Yeah, Calix might start to fall away. The timing of this puts him in the firing line of those flashbangs. It's a little too far deep. He gets himself one with the vision.
2v4. Madden found another onto Woxic, so 2 huge kills for Madden, just searching with the only Deagle invested. Wakadia, what can you do?
Well, so he knows Madden's probably secret. That's what he's worried about. But Madden wisely sticks around upper. You know, his team have got enough control. Some Pius goes down, it does get uncomfortable. And now it is starting to get a little scary. Madger on his way as well. Has the kit, has the incendiary. Process of elimination continues. Nothing on the site if he clears dark. On the clock is Magisk. And the clock running thin for Madger. Running him down, Magisk falls, and it's an adjustment, long range with the SMG.
There's no way.
He'd have loved a smoke. It changes the whole dynamic, but yeah, with 5 bullets, already confirmed he's off the bomb, and Madger, a valiant attempt. But Falcons snatch a second round, a taste of their own medicine for EF.
A rise of the eyebrows. I was going to say raise of the eyebrows.
That would make sense, yeah.
You don't have to pay your eyebrows anything. So,
Okay.
You've been practicing Turkish during the break. Well, you have been hard at work. I've seen you with the books piled high on your table. And what do you think he's just said?
It was about a stack, and it was about ramp.
Remember earlier in the year when we were casting Eternal Fire, we would talk about these second rounds. And they were quite good at winning these second. Well, this is a third round, so hey, maybe, maybe, they can show the proficiency in the Force Buy. Falcons just locking down lobby, making sure that there is no lobby crunch. You can see just how many bodies they have. They'll be sending Dupree up onto the rafters on the roof with a molly in hand. This one for top hut. Snappy also clearing out close hut with a molly of his own. So just making sure that they haven't gotten... Oh dear, that's hot toes for Wakadia. Melted down.
Perfect molly, and it does leave him half health. For Snappy to collect, he doesn't manage. Fortunately, Sunpius is good for it, and Sunpius has sealed the deal. This investment has gone swimmingly for Falcons to disrupt EF. Calix, next victim for Dupree, finds himself 2 frags in this one.
Not exactly what you'd hope for. Just keep everybody alive, make sure Xantares doesn't get a rifle in towards his hands. That'll be 2 in a row now for Falcons, and it should be an eco for EF going into the next round of play. So overwhelming that A site, even with the bit of the boo-boo from Snappy not getting the initial frag onto a softened Wakadia.
Yeah, those are the frags, or the absence thereof, that can sow some seeds of doubt in your own individual aim and form, but Snappy's not one of those players. I don't think he ever really gets into his own head. He feels like someone that genuinely believes a comeback is always on the cards if his teammates start hitting shots. Mentally strong is Snappy, at least in my eye test.
Well, he definitely has the age to have the wisdom.
That's what I'm saying.
It
it's
hasn't
like
worked
nonchalance
for all of us, but definitely some of us.
Speaking of, you see that Wakadia is representing Vox Eminor on the T side. He's got like, what is it, 4 stickers?
Yeah, some people are stylish, others are not, but Wakadia definitely is.
Yeah, all right. Exquisite taste.
Grab stack, USPs.
And the 5.7.
And a P250.
Little bit of mischief.
Sorry, a P2K, not
Thank you.
50.
Voxic's always been a P2K brethren.
Yeah, you don't want the change.
No, if you're left-handed, you should use the P2K. It's our thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a left-handed thing.
I didn't know you guys had a meeting about that.
Yep, left-hand view model, P2K. Otherwise, you're a loser. That's what Voxic said. Obviously not. I'd never say something like that. As well, I'm going to give 4 to Sunpius. I think Wakadia has stolen that one. Team kill onto Calix. Does bear fruit in the form of a Galil. Perhaps a save. You know what? I don't know why that word even left my mouth. I've just seen Madden's POV. Thank you very much, Jakey.
Well, so if you use Face at Watch, you can see everybody's POVs.
4. Oh, yeah, that's true. 3. Oh, he's too quick. But yeah, nice shout out. Face it, Watch. You can watch all those POVs. Whose POV would you be watching this game?
Xantares.
Yeah, that's a fair shout, actually. What a dumb question. It's obviously Xantares.
Wasn't that exciting?
Not really.
No. But this one could be. Rifles out, Eternal Fire, light on for the AWP for Woxit to defend with, but they've got the util required. There is no defuse kit, however. Keep that in mind if we make ourselves into a post plan. Orp from Sampire spots up one towards the warehouse. Seems scoped in. If there's an overstep of the jiggle, Woxit will be felled. Trying to open up this angle. Smokes are now dotting the yard and try and make this cross possible, because you can see with the radar and now with the X-ray just how many bodies are waltzing out and trying to take this space. Oh, will Zentaris pull the trigger? Is he waiting for a sound cue? Because he won't be given anything done quite safely and silently. The Falcons have been able to make their way down secret. They have the util on the likes of Madden as well, which is being juggled across. And if they get in towards the control side, they can use that to obscure the vision from ramp. And Magisk is on the lurk. So looking good for Falcons. Just feels like the devil's in the details now. How are they going to putt this in? Do they fumble? Is there bad spacing? Because nobody's acknowledged this from Eternal Fire. They've stayed very heavy.
Well, considering their util as well, Chad, it might be one of those unicorn rounds, or at least 5 alive. Say that Calix is going to have a little go at the spam of the smoke. That might have changed the dialogue, but with the loss of that, and as we discussed, the absence of utility, never mind kits, it's probably in their best interest to try and hold on to 5. Magisk survives the first test. Magisk goes looking.
Yeah, and important that they're aware of that, because if you are going to go for a save like this, you need to make sure that the lurker, at least you have tabs on him. So in this moment, because we have 2 pretty nothing rounds back to back, we can talk about the CT setup of Eternal Fire. I have said that Zentaris is the outside rifler. Well, Woxic is the support network. When he gets the AWP out, he will be part of that combination. The 2 of them having different setups to try and lock down yard.
Right.
Wakadia will be your squeaky door player, your vent rotator. Madger is going to be your more traditional topside anchor, playing back of the site or on the rafters. And then Calix, as the safe pair of hands, will be taking the duties over towards ramp.
So out of that list, who would be the candidate to start, start ramp and be early secret? Out of like whose job is it to do that on occasion?
Well, this is it. It depends on how they want to address it. I think even Zentaris as the yard rifler could start there if they're going to play that AWP a little bit more passive. But you could call for it to either be Wakadia and then have Zentaris start main, right? So he can help Madger with the topside hold, or you can send Calix down there if you really want. I'd probably leave him.
So you could put the AWP there ramp or whatever.
Yeah. But like you can definitely be flexible with it.
I'm just trying to look. I mean, sorry boys, all of you watching, this may be common knowledge for you, but I'm just trying to be a better IGL in my face it pugs.
I think there were some setups as well when I was watching Falcons play. I think it was Falcons Blast, and they were running rounds where they weren't even starting anybody ramp, and they were heavy elsewhere, which is
ballsy.
Yeah, well, you go and you drop the smoke, right, and you expect it to be
right. You're like late
respected.
heaven. You just kind of
and hedge elsewhere a little bit more. So you can leave those gaps. You just need to make sure you acknowledge it in the mid to late round.
Right. Well, this is going to be a big one. I can only hope.
Pace change?
Yeah, Snappy, he does love his top hits, but Wakady's done well to fell one. Dupree gone. Magic catches Snappy out hard. It's Zentaris. Pre-pop of the smoke catches Madden's advance. Magic's humbled. Half health back in towards Squeaky Door. Some Pius posted on the angle, but Magic, he's got it on lock. With Woxic's help, this is their round.
Do they look for damage? Do they look for a way in? Do they hang about? There's still so much time on the clock. It's one of the risky things with Falcons if they go for that type of a pace change and it's full rifles. You do have a lot of util, but you're also throwing away a lot when you go for a move like that. And if the pace change pays off, you feel great. But if you can't stick the landing, now you just have questions. So they have more than enough for a buy into the next. That's not going to be an issue. This push from Zentaris might be, however.
Oh, Sampaius didn't even get to pull the trigger, not even a panic flick. Oh, Magisk making a meal of the spray. Does he go down empty-handed? It's Zentaris. Impact, but in a different way. He just takes them all down, farming up some free frags. And that AWP and that AK are not going to be saved through.
No, that is a little bit curious that they didn't get the AWP to put that in the hands of Woxic. So, look, it's not the end of the world. Can be serviceable on the rifle, but I would say with this map, you want your AWP or your rotator, right, to have the AWP. It can be very, very powerful. Wait, he does have an AWP, so they have made it happen. He bought it himself, Alex.
Oh, what a good boy.
He said, if you won't buy me one, I'll buy it myself.
Fine. I'm going to the shop. Maybe sometime. That's nasty. Magisk is the next victim as this topside defense in back-to-back rounds shrugs off the Falcons' aggression.
I love the use of nade as well to try and clear the smoke. That's one way to deal with the squeaky lurk utility. So many smokes dotted across the map right now, but space has been taken. Look at how far Dupree's been able to get. He's not acknowledged by any rotation point. They must be aware that this is a possibility, however.
I mean, all Woxic has to say is that there is a gap. There was a moment. Yeah, you can see that even in his own gameplay, he seems aware that it's not been held the entire time.
Oh, I do like this. So they are getting Calix, I think, was boosted back up into the rafters. Somebody was boosted back at Santara, sorry. So just to make sure I wasn't having the bomb goes down, they're hoping with the rotation that this will force that they can get kills on the extremities Falcons. Otherwise, it's just Dupree. Like literally,
he doesn't need help. He really needs help. And I think Eternal Fire are going to take their sweet time with this. He's got the vent rotate. That's a given.
The bomb's already halfway gone, Alex. What's happening here?
Pius. Ooh, a sound cue given up, and Magic will take it. Still, though, even though it's a 2v5, this is uncomfortable for Eternal Fire. If Dupree can just deny the first defuse attempt, if he can just deny this one right here, he goes down, one spray, two down on it. I don't know if it's time.
No one's on it.
They've done it. Dupree, the hero they needed, gives them a fifth.
Look at Zonic's face. Yeah, and then the smile. It's like, how the hell did we pull that off?
That one?
That is a bit of a mare from Eternal Fire.
Dupree just put his mining hat on and went digging in the tunnels.
Okay.
How has he gone and done that?
Yeah, and they're having a giggle about it because that looks very silly and they're going to take a timeout, Falcons.
It's rare you see that expression on Zonic's face. They're kind of like bemused, like, oh, we did that. Okay. Yeah.
Like, oh, guys, I like the round. I love it. Really good creativity. But I don't think we can pull that one off again. Should we try something a little bit different, shall we? Because in back-to-back rounds, we have given up a lot of opening deaths with the pace. So here, Badger's dealing with one of those, I guess we'll call them lurks. Calix gets the kill over towards Decon. At this point, nobody's on the bomb. Oh. So it just wasn't a priority.
Oh wait, Wacardia killed Centaurus.
Yeah, well that doesn't help.
That's certainly not going to help.
That was a little giggle. Is that an evil giggle from Snappy?
You know what? It's not a giggle, it's a cackle.
Yes,
it is.
yeah.
It's got a more evil twang to it. Oh, where did Calix's HP just go?
Down the gurgler by the looks of things.
Oh, well, they went for Aggie Yard, but already I'd be getting a bit uncomfortable given Calix and Centaurus' chip damage they've sustained.
This is a full yard control setup. This is quite old school classic, having 3 players outside. Woxic will be dealing with Silo with the AWP. Not cleared. Calix just gets one. Centaurus to the flames.
Do you suspect the AWP? After finding 2, it seems like it's a likely conclusion. Magisk activates perfectly to remove the topside anchor. Cardia gone and Woxic, he's missed a shot there. Yeah, still on the goose egg as a 6th round imminent for the Falcons.
Yeah, frustrations looks like it's starting to brew over there with Eternal Fire. So these 2 rounds back to back unless Magic...
What was that? That's unfortunate. He shot at the cadaver.
The decoy.
Yeah.
All right, well, can he save? The next little fun game for Magic to play. Has 7 kills, so he's doing all right. But Woxic...
I had no idea there was like a hollow yin-yang sticker.
Yeah, that's the hollow yin-yang.
Is that what they call it? I might have to put that in my shopping basket. That's pretty cool.
No, I don't know what they call that.
It's pretty.
I'm not really a sticker guy.
Nor I. But I might be.
You never know.
Most of the time, my friends will say, oh, sick craft. And I'll look at it and I'm like, it looks much better without any stickers on it.
Pretty pedestrian, yeah. You know what I'm a bit of a fiend for? And it's weird. I don't think anybody else, well, maybe you at home, maybe you're like me, but is the graffitis, the sprays.
I do love those. I stock up. Every time the weekly bonus comes in.
I take both of them.
Yeah, me too.
And people are like, why aren't you getting the case? I'm like, well...
I'll take the case if it's like a retro one. If it's CSGO weapon case 1 to 3, I'm on it.
It was like the Nightmares one, and I was like,
I don't care
really
about that. Yeah.
And then,
Unicorn MP9.
And then I think Hugo was like, yeah, but you can sell it. I'm like, you think I'm going to sell this on the marketplace? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, you just collect them.
Come on, man.
Like Beanie Babies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
TYs.
Eternal Fire, probably, what's the opposite of thankful? That's a good question, Alex. I don't know the answer to that. And I'm not going to look for it. I'm just going to move on with my life.
What would you say? Thankful?
Yeah.
The opposite of thankful.
Is something.
Resentful?
Yeah, you know, you might be onto something there. Oh, yeah, Madge is part of the diagonal...
Disappointed.
Oh, there you go. Kinda.
Do you know, I can tell that Edward is in the building. That is the mental coach for Liquid, because I can smell him.
He does have a very pungent perfume,
yes,
doesn't he?
I can smell him.
And I'll tell you now, it smells like you think it would.
Yeah.
Like a mindful man.
Wow. Dupree, a mindful man, has found the opening.
Puts a bullet into the mind of Madja.
Don't mind your man.
I saw Liquid out on a walk today.
Mindfully.
The whole squad.
Wow.
Apart from JKS, I don't know where he was.
Might be a bit hot for him.
Yeah. And that, I thought it was your first Woxic, I believed.
He's missed a couple.
He has. And I mean, that's going to be getting into your head a little bit, considering this is Nuke, you're already a map up, you feel like the CT side, it does hinge on an AWPer having impact on the yard side, and so far, still 0. We are into round 8. Excuse me, 9.
Next one's 10.
Yeah, and still not been too impactful.
No, but he'd love to find a kill right now, wouldn't you, Woxic? Eternal Fire need it quite desperately. Mollied out of the lockers. Still trying to find an angle to deal with.
He's doing it again.
Yeah, he always finds these good timings. There you go. Woxic on the board. Sampaius down. The bomb looking to do the same. Down secret. We have Xantares, who's in the clock position, ready to punish. 30 seconds remain.
Yeah, there's something to be said about Xantares' early positioning down here. Every time Falcons have found themselves on the low side, there's been minimal resistance, but this time the exception, and it could be exceptional from Xantares. It is all riding on him. Make no mistake that this round is very different if Falcons can find him. Spam comes through, he repositions, going to be swung on, he just looked away, and Magisk has secured it. Ricardia down to Dupree. Falcons, a flurry of frags in their favor. And just like that, the Falcons take a 7th on this T side.
Interesting, right? The Xantares exposes himself to that ramp position, but the decon swings open. He's worried that he can get spammed from there. Then he has to worry about windows and doors, so he's so focused that he just doesn't even consider Magisk. And then the rotations from Eternal Fire are extremely poor. One at a time, they roll in, they offer themselves up, and Falcons are running away with this now. 7 on the half. This is a beautiful looking T side.
Yeah, reminiscent of our first map, if those that missed it. Eternal Fire, similarly, besting their opponent on Vertigo.
Yeah, but these rounds, if you take a look at how many players are staying alive in the rounds that Falcons are converting, it's 3 to 4 players almost every single time, other than the Force by round they won in round number 2. So they have been drubbing Eternal Fire, I think that would be fair to say. I heard him, he said bye. Bye, bye, bye.
I thought he was just singing in a bit of NSYNC. Or was that the Backstreet Boys?
No, Madra is a man of that generation, so that could be the case. He's saying goodbye to this map. It's Dust 2, the third and decider, if we need to get there. And currently, it's feeling that way. Eternal Fire, 5 on the half is all that you can pose. Change your fate now. And I think the round that they squandered, Alex, with Dupree just walking down and planning.
Yeah. Look at this. Talking of Dupree, he might actually get it. What?
Out of bullets.
Snappy should be caught out. And Xantares still manages to find himself dead to Snappy. That's one hell of a double kill. I thought Snappy was dead every day of the week, so just a uncharacteristic miss there from Xantares, and it all boils into an 8th. Bomb to be planted. Woxic doesn't have the health to go for this. Never mind the fact that they just pushed all their chips into the center of the table with this buy.
Oh, you can see just the thought process. Okay, well, we kind of need rounds, but I'm also very low. I'm out of position. At best, I can come from main or heaven. And if I lose the AWP, even though the loss bonus is in our favor, at this point of the game, what are we going to have to work with? So saving the AWP, now we'll see if they can salvage, at this point, just 1 more round. We won't even make it 2. Don't worry about getting 4.
Yeah.
And they're not going to hunt. Falcons don't need to. But this was a bit of a closer scenario. But pretty limp, Alex. Limp.
Yeah. It's going to be feeling really tough as well for Woxic just to feel like such a non-entity right now. 10 rounds in, you've got 1 kill, 4 deaths. Like, you just kind of don't feel like you've been a passenger.
Yeah. And we've seen him miss shots. It's not like he hasn't opportunities to get kills.
Yes,
He's missed shots. And to play such an influential position, excuse me, it's not all on him, obviously. They fumbled these rounds as a team.
It's a team, yeah, for sure. Meanwhile, I mean, we've got to see that smart glass lock up. They get a brief moment between rounds to have a glance at how demoralized their opponents look. We get Falcons underway in pursuit of more. Yeah, Woxic trying to mix things up with some aggressive ulping. Takes himself and the AWP towards the hut position. They are heading towards ramp. This is the angle. This is the fight, and that is the frag. Excuse me, I have been having a bit of a sore throat.
I got some Jello Revoice in my bag.
I might have to get on that. That just sounded like Mr. Toad. That's so weird.
Well, Calix with a stylish 3K. Well, I was trying to think of a Toad reference. They didn't put him in the freezer.
Okay, you might have to fill me in there.
No
Toads
Australians are watching. You go ask Mac, he'll tell you.
Okay.
So basically, we got these things called cane toads, right?
Is that like just a creature?
Yeah, I don't think you can really. I don't know how you meant to. I think you got to put him in the freezer to kill him.
Oh, okay. The cane toad. Is that C-A-N-E? How they hang out on the canes?
They're an invasive species.
Oh, those pesky cane toads.
We introduced them to deal with some type of a bug.
And it just went horribly wrong.
And now they're hopping all across the country. There's the Jello Revoice for you.
Oh, it doesn't seem too satisfied despite the victory.
Well, he wishes he could hit the cane toad with a golf club, but...
Yeah. Well, there's a big difference.
Between 3 and 4.
That's where I was going, Chad. And I'm not wrong.
You're not.
It's a platitude, I acknowledge.
Well, I think it is a big difference because if you flip over an MR12 to the other half and you lose the pistol and you only have 3 rounds, right? So then you put yourself in this horrible position. You lose pistol, then you go, well, do we force or do we eco? And then if you eco, then you have 1 gun round, you lose that, well, you can wave goodbye to the game.
And you still have kind of limited util if you want M4s into that first buy. So
Precisely.
It's wacko.
All right, Eternal Fire, make this competitive. Give us something.
I like this. Woxic's aggression. It's worked out again. Sunpius down and sleeping with the fishes. Woxic gets away with a nice opening. However, Mr. Magis continues to be a real problem. And now Snappy builds around out of it. 1 HP dink exchange. Magid down in the IGL head-to-head. It's Woxic. He's got to go surely caught out from behind. He does tuck tail. And a bit overextended is Dupree. Now he's noted, though. You can see, I can hear Dupree communicating. There must
low, Snappy low.
Be a huge gap. I mean, he suggests perhaps that Calix, the ramp player, has reacted to Woxic's
This is a freebie.
Presence. Nice shot. Calix in the right place, right time. Bomb. Will it commit? Magis, do you really want to give it a go? Yes, he does. That is a sharp shot from the Dane.
Redemption for Woxic. Been a pretty tough half. A 1v2 to get your team 4 on the break.
He's got this in him. Last round. This is where he gets to do some of his best work. Against the odds. Close quarters AWP work required. Magis has got to dark, though. And the smoke obscures. Incendiary could have changed the dialogue, but with the clear of the smoke, it's already feeling pretty helpless. The sound cue has enabled crossfire to be established. Madden and Magisk ready to secure a 9th T round on their map pick here. And there it is. Madden secures it. Falcons soaring through the second map. And it is looking like EF might need to try and do it in 3.
nothing is open. Nothing is open, so he will need to make a single. Remember all.
I'm dark, okay? He's nading the smoke.
I'm doubles, just chill. Yep. I will play first, okay?
Yep.
I need some.
Can you shoot?
Nice!
You can hear the experience in the composure of those comms there. Even Madden specifically saying, I'm going to need sound now, knows the time was running light on that bomb. Woxic completely locked out of his attempted 1v2. And if you've just joined us, yeah, Eternal Fire have been struggling in the second map, Falcons pick. The odds look like they still remain slightly in favor. And Snappy is going to take the head off of Woxic. Just the nastiness of Nuke continues for them. However, Zentaris has been a beacon, at least on map 1. And even in the pistol of the first half. Madden, long-range dual Berettas keep things level.
Wakati is getting out of here.
Yeah, because Smash has just killed the only player top.
So what's their way back into this Falcons? This would be to lose both pistols. As Calix spins on a dime.
Big shot. Oh, you know, Madja, either this is 2
or embarrassing.
Or embarrassing. It's 2. Very nice from Madja. That's all him. That is all him. The impact from Madja has been felt throughout, and it's a recovery. I mean, that felt like a necessity if you wanted to make an impact on Nuke.
Now, a few things, Alex. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves because Eternal Fire won the pistol in the first half, and then Madden's Deagle happened. Had two absolute bangers onto Zentaris and Woxic, the yard holders. This was beautiful from Calix, wasn't it? Bang! Feels like he's destined for demise, but turns around and absolutely smashes Magisk. Well, let's see. Can Eternal Fire find the conversion? I whiffed a guy in the back. Is what somebody. He sounded like Gambit from the Deadpool movie.
Yeah. Forget about it.
Cheeky through the smoke. Oh, caught. So they might not expect another, though.
Yeah, I can see where you're going with that, but it does look like Calix is very prepared for that clear of the smoke. Yeah, pre-aims, but doesn't nail it. Madden has clawed it back. Doesn't retrieve the rifle. Nate doesn't do any damage to the 2 now occupying hut. This is uncomfortable already. And now they're putting the pressure on. They're trying to tighten up the screws, and it's happening again. Zentaris, look at him. Just tutting his tongue. Can't believe it's happened again. You've just got the pistol. Madja's giving you a gold mine, and you just squander it into the second round. Again, Falcons punish in the second round.
All right, well, look, I'll give you a positive, shall I?
Go on. What have you got for me?
Both teams showed very good signs on their map choices.
Oh, you've done well. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
Which means we are destined for a highly competitive third map of play. Which
is what?
Dust 2.
Oh, I bet Zentaris and Wakanda, you could be having fun on that one, as can the Magisk and Dupree Power Punch.
Where can you buy that one?
That's available only in selected countries.
It's a new monster flavor, though.
Yeah, it's Denmark exclusive right now.
Okay.
Magisk Man in the hut position.
No longer a boy, he's now a man.
That play will put hair on your chest. Snappy. Think he's got a hairy chest? I'm not sure. Throws out the flash. And Zentaris takes his head off. He's had a haircut, that's for sure. Oh, Magic triple. And McCarty keeps it level. There's something to be said about this one, Jelly B. Very much so as they maneuver. Madden, he's starting to get ahead of the play. Does he go heaven?
Yeah, he's done well here to address this, because even if they go up, he can still just mantle around the outside.
Will he hear the drop from there? He needs the earlier the confirmation of their presence, the better. Oh, but if you do a silent drop like that, he gets nothing until the plant.
Well, the pennies drop now. Going up the ladder, it's brave.
Ricardia surely considers it momentarily. However, with no one holding main, he is going to be swiveling between the 2, or...
Oh, I don't love that.
I think that's worked out. Well, you know,
they're going to get mollied in the hut, Alex. They're both in lobby.
No, God, there's a kit.
They planned it for heaven.
There's a kit on Dupree. If he just gets his booty onto the bomb,
They planted for heaven.
This is so awkward. The drop off from Wicardia, fumble imminent, and there is another defuse. Eternal Fire's woes with that bomb continue into the second half.
Why did he drop off of the rafters?
First it was trying to defuse Dupree's bomb, and now it's trying to stop Dupree from defusing the bomb. Miscomms, it seems to be the situation.
I can't quite piece that together. I can't explain that to you. You give me all the resources in the world, a crack team of commandos, some nerds. I can't explain that to you.
That is bizarro world.
You planted for heaven. You had high ground.
Also, I felt like Wicardi's leg break was louder than normal. Like, I really heard that. I think everyone did. Oi, hello. He's done well, but with Zentaris' frag, if they can find, Magisk poking his nose out of the smoke. He still found one. Wicardi, Zentaris, a triple kill. He's mad, Chad. He's like the Hulk of Counter-Strike. You do not want to see him when he's angry, on for an ace, and it has to be a clutch up against the Spaniard. Smoke's main and looking to pivot. Now, Sampaio's trying to go for a ramp descent. Zentaris is going to have all the time in the world to choose his post-plant, Chad, and an ace clutch from Zentaris.
Sampaio went up the ladder. If he went towards ramp, you know, he could have pivoted quite quickly.
Oof. Yeah, now let's see what Zentaris... I want to... can we get that Zentaris POV? His decision-making, because he's heard him.
Tracking him.
And does he get ahead of it? Does he peek into him? Tracks him. Oh, Sampaio is a dead man! Jiggles him out, and it's a fumble! He did so much of the heavy lifting, but Sampaio composed in the one-on-one.
Damn, that looked great for Zentaris. Sampaio snatches it away, and that's very frustrating. You can see the disposition of Eternal Fire has definitely changed since map number 1. They're going to have to reset as we turn our attention onto Dust 2. And we do have one more match coming to you today on this stream. It is Team Liquid taking on Pain Gaming, the final fixture of, well, the adjusted format. No more best of ones in Cologne.
See, Madden's looking over. There's one player in particular he's looking at. Wants to make sure that Zentaris is a little quelled coming into Dust 2. Can they end it clean, Chad? Let's find out. Madja, he's in a lot of trouble. Bleeding out. Limbs akimbo. 12 HP. You are in jeopardy, my friend. And then HE isn't going to be utilized towards his location. He's allowed to recede.
Two here.
Yeah, Snappy and Sampaio. So this should work out well. They're trying to punish Snappy. And Zentaris perfect on the opening, but he's not going to overlook the possibility for more. The House of Cards comes tumbling down.
All right, Molly and a flash. Madden has to respect. Rotating down towards B. Magisk is already there. Is Eternal Fire still looking for the finish? Dropping down ramp as a collective. Magisk back at the side, about to have a lot of pressure. Sees one jumping into the windows, deals with Calyx. Now he has help.
Boy, they love that one. Dupree still keeps it competitive. Look at the HP as well. If Zentaris goes down, the rest of them have got nothing to work with. 15 points of health between Madja and Wicardia, and Chad's inhalation.
Sorry, Alex.
No, it's all right.
They should save. As exciting as it would see them go for this type of a round, the unconfirmed damage, the fact that they are up 12 to what's about to be 5, hey, let's play it by the book, boys. Let's hold on to these guns. We'll finish this game. We won't allow too many crazy things to start whittling out of control.
Understandable. You do just need one. And you're happy to take any rifles away. Wicardia loses his.
Oh, Madden, very fortunate to stay alive. 1 point of health remaining for poor Madden, but regardless, he will get to retain the A1S. Do we see a force buy come out from Falcons? You could drop a FAMAS. Yeah, or an MP9.
He's a part of the conversation. God. Watching that from Snappy's POV, it does look so bleak, doesn't it? Just well-managed clears from Zentaris and precise pre-aim.
Well, he's continued. On the CT side, I don't think he was doing that much.
Yeah.
But on the T side, he's definitely had quite a few multi-kill rounds trying to keep Eternal Fire in it. Falcons and MP9s. I would say most of their players bloody love this gun.
Will they overlook Dupree? Oh, no, he will not. But Magisk, quick, doesn't expect a second. Wicardia has not finished his meal. And Magisk now swings in to take another. Calix just an accidental death there for him. He tried to jump in, and now they're overlooking Madden. It's just this endless clown car in hut. Bodies upon bodies cycled through, but in the end, it is only Wicardia. Oh, he's dead, isn't he? From behind, some Pius, and then the double strike. He's ready for them both. Wicardia resuscitates hope with a crazy clutch.
Can we have that one again, please? That was crispy as all hell.
I thought that was over. I was already ready to say the GG.
I don't think he had any chance in that situation. I was packing it up. The things were heading in the bag. How did he hit both of those?
Bro, sick adjustment. I think one of the things that is always very impressive is people being so ready for the second engagement. Like, you've isolated that, and already he finds Snappy. 4 HP. Yeah. Damn, even Zentares is impressed.
Well, that's what the kid can do. Let's force Falcons onto an eco. The scoreline will grow ever closer. Smoke will up towards Yard. We're looking at 12-7 unless this is an absolutely massive fumble. Zentares continues to find openings. That was something in the map number 1 that he had a lot of. I think the desk had the highlight up there. I think it was 7-1 or something as far as opening kills.
Yeah, CT side as well. And the desk highlighted it as well. He always kind of knows when it's required of him. Doesn't always kind of go for the Hail Mary.
He's 5-2 right now in terms of openings. So between him and Wicardia has 3, so that's 8 between the two of them.
Well, that is a dream teammate, isn't it, for the rest of them?
But imagine, right, like we could paint a picture if they converted after the pistol win. Just don't do it to him. Don't do it to him, bro.
Oh, bloody hell, they've lost the bomb. And 2 down to a 5-7 of Magisk. He's just relentlessly good at this game. Just frustratingly, consistently a problem for EF. Last round it was hard. This time he's going to scoop up the AK and dip. Now, does that bait them into Snappy? Oh, he had that close angles, and Torres is going to investigate. Snappy chooses more passive approach. You can't just trade out. You need untradeable duels here. Or timing. Maja down to the spray. It's up to 1 man. It's Snappy. Couldn't close it in the previous. Could do it now.
Oh, and Wicardia again. The Glock has to come out to get that one done. Zentares and Wicardia, the two standing tall. But again, that was essentially an eco round. I know there were some interesting investments, or at least interesting shots from the man with the smile on the face, Magisk. 18 kills for him. Having a bit of a map, and just one more round required. But the Falcons can make another dent. Sorry, if Eternal Fire can make another dent, right? Then it's only going to be 2,900 loss bonus into the next for Falcons. So depending on how many guns get saved, they could start to really run down this lead that Falcons have, but it is going to be tough. Every round is going to be tough for Eternal Fire.
Here's the first, perhaps, of many. Well, it's been the call from Maja. 5 rifles for this T side, and it's actually Wicardia tries his luck. That's some aggression out hard. Madden quashes that.
That might be his first opening death for Wicardia. Yeah, it is.
Well, we gave it a good go. Snappy, the bait, though. Madden with that low HP, it wouldn't be such a factor if you're overlooked as he tucks into this corner. You've played this setup before, though. Worked out, EF managed to break through once, and Taris, he's not going to overlook it. And he confirms Madden's position. Down they go, this duo on ramp, collapsing. Smoke towards the single door, but actually he's got a line of sight, and Tara's caught with a nade.
Limp smoke.
And now Woxic, he's not expecting this. He's not expecting the man to just push straight through the smoke, but covered by Calix. Fortune favors the brave, but not onto Magis this time.
If you save these 2 rifles with a 2,900 loss, you can buy again. Dupree could drop one, Sampais could drop one, or they can go 2 rifles with partial investments. Magis, Madden, and Snappy could all buy something like you grab a Deagle or a 5.7 with some Kevlar. Next round, the following round, right? They're going to get 3,400, so they just have to leave enough cash to make sure they can get the gun round going. So, look, Falcons know they have plenty of opportunities, and at the moment, I would imagine not sweating. The biggest issue is you're 1 map loss away from being eliminated, so... Not eliminated, guys. There's another game. They're eliminated from the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, eliminated from the series.
Exactly.
You won't get to play against Eternal Fire anymore, but you will get to play against Alternate Attacks tomorrow.
Hey.
But the winner of this will get to play against Complexity.
Damn, Cole.
Yeah, and I think the reason it got a little bit more tepid over there was because Cole were just handling business. They weren't the type of lads to be yelling or screaming. They knew that they should be winning that series over the Germans.
Yeah, looks like JT was performing as well. Looks like an even kill spread. That's what you want to be seeing.
Alex, call it now. Overtime or bust?
I think this is going overtime, Chad.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, I believe so.
That means they will have had to have gone on an 8-round spree.
And that is the star power of this Eternal Fire roster.
Wow,
You've already seen on the faces of the Falcons, you know, they're starting to go, oh boy, these guys can shoot. Like, oh, Jesus, some of the shots they're hitting. All it takes is the mental just to take a knock, start playing not to lose instead of playing to win.
What if I told you that the Falcons win this round?
I would say, what are the lottery numbers for tomorrow?
1, 3, 3, 7.
Okay, wow, it's a unique lottery. Is that the Birchall lottery?
Yes, because obviously kind of the same number twice.
Yeah, no. 1, 3, 3, 7. Okay, got that. Thank you.
And the Powerball number is
3-9. That's Furia 3, Imperial 9. CB stream update. Map 1, Vinny 1 and 5. And
spoilers, Alex.
So, well, it's on the screen. Unless they're closing their eyes as it pops up, that would be dedication. Actually, fair play. So they're faking top. Let's see if Dupree gets himself a multi here. This could be the end of it. It's certainly a good start with Ricardia down. Oh, and Zentares. They've lost their hardest hitters and they've lost Lobby as well. Oh, Chad Birchall. He might be onto something here, unless they can recover. Woxic kind of on his own with the bomb. Magid detached. At least he gets the silent dismount, so Magid gets no early warning, but certainly seems apprehensive of this potential.
Yeah, no judges here. This isn't the Olympics.
Magid caught out by the Magis search. That's a rifle gone. Another body dropped. Woxic and Calix. It's 40 seconds. What can they do? Just a half investment after such a valiant attempt in the comeback. Some heroics. Falling short, and the third map imminent. Woxic does find one back. His second, much more demanded of him. Magisk spots him out and adjusts into Calix clean. It's only Woxic. Nice taps. He's making it work on the rifle, but time is against him.
Madden's done it.
And Madden, his position close to the site. He can work around that smoke, push it in. They know it's a fake now, and Dupree seals the deal. Nuke is there. It's 13-8, an attempted recovery. It was a nice attempt. 4 rounds on the trot from Eternal Fire up against those map points. But either way, Falcons, they force it the distance. Dust 2 required to separate these two at IEM Cologne Day 1.
We're looking for an answer from Snappy & Co., and we damn sure got it here on the second map of this series. It's the Intel Extreme Masters of Cologne 2024, Stage 1. That's right. That means the games have just started today, and this game just starting for Falcons, who decided to play the second map of the series, unlike the first one. Now we find ourselves confronting what will be Dust 2 at the very end of the road. Maniac and Pimp on the case with me.
The level mastery of the T side of Falcons is night and day compared to Vertigo.
Yeah.
If you guys didn't watch the first map, don't. Just stay with the second map. Just stay with that very good idea and impression of Falcons, because the way they were capable of trying to pick up the pace. They try to play fast. They try to be in the face of Eternal Fire, abusing that A side. They got stopped twice, but they didn't panic. That they realize we just have to hold on a second. We just have to fake a little bit of map control, a little bit of pressure outside, and then the kills will get to us. We know where is our destination. We know A side is where we want to abuse. We think Major and Wycadia not really synergizing. I love the way they crafted the solutions. So many opening kills being found.
I very much agree. We saw EF try to change it up a bit on the CT side. We saw a yard stack with 3 players out there trying to shut down that area of the map, and you instantly see the reaction from Magix. He's pushing in door, going in, grabbing a 1v1 duel on the inner bomb side, knowing there's 3 guys defending on the outside. So when you're saying Falcons had a better showing on the T side, it's also the understanding from the individuals, understanding when to push, when to take space, when to take the duels. And I guess for EF, it wasn't a great performance, but I'm also want to focus on Falcons playing good, proper counter.
No, I agree with you, and this isn't going to be the story of just how poor EF was. I think Falcons analyzed and localized where we can find opening kills. Like, how can we unlock situations? From Hut onto Major, from Door onto Wycadia, Magis sometimes, Snappy even. Snappy had a couple of entries, like we talked about his level, how he's struggling right now. He had a couple of keys, put in the door, unlock that A side, easy peasy.
Multiple keys for one door.
There's a metaphor in there. We'll circle back to it.
Yeah, we'll get back. It's like a hot dog in a hallway type scenario.
What?
Hey, speaking of hot dogs, Jacob, tell me a little bit about how hot this round was, dog.
That used to be my profession, so I guess we could jump into round 7 straight away. It's a bit of a rough run if you're the EF fans out there. Oh, I think we just...
No, you're right. You're absolutely correct. This was the beginning.
Sorry. This was the beginning. Dupree is playing the bomb. There we go. We trust the process. At this point, it's a 5v3. You think to yourself, first and foremost, how on earth did Dupree get down there without getting noticed? I love the smoke coming in here. He's buying time, buying space for his teammates. EF is well aware that they cannot use the vents to rotate down, which is why they're going to do a 4-man ramp retake. The problem is the time right now. You can already see it by now. Dupree pushing in the vents, and it's taking so long.
I agree with you. If we pause at this very moment, we have to realize this was a 3v5 as the bomb gets down. We're pretty much like 40% down the bomb. You can see it over here, that sort of animation. And there's been no map control retaken by EF. Like, they barely now just grouping towards A ramp. They have just one player holding on. There's going to be a fight that's being found here in the name of Senpai's falling down. But that's still 50% of the clock that's ran down, given away by Eternal Fire. And what does that mean? That means they have to hurry the F up to get on that bomb side, and they do it in a poor fashion.
And even if they do, right, even if they do get down the vents, even if Dupree perhaps is a little bit getting ahead of himself, taking the duel, you can see how long it takes them to find the bomb.
It's a 1v5!
It's a 1v5, and there's a guy in the smoke. Actually, let's try this, you know, let's play a bit with fire.
let's play with fire.
This guy right here, you know, he has no idea where he's at. This one guy. This one guy.
Just
all
press
of them,
the play
I guess.
button, bro.
All of them don't know where the bomb is, and they don't have time at all. He's running around with his knife, seeking for the bomb, and they had no chance of winning that. Not only do they lose the round, but they also end up losing everyone apart from Boxing.
You got it.
You see right here, like we stopped on what was a smile after realizing
he went through
what
all the
happened.
emotions, like through all the spectrum. He went from concerned to sad to wait a minute, we actually won this round.
Wait, what happened there? Yeah, I mean, it did look like there for a moment, like surely, I keep wanting to call him Echo Fox. I don't know what's wrong with
Echo Fox.
Yeah, I just wanted to run that one back for everybody in the chat one good time. Yeah, not Echo Fox, Eternal Fire. I mean, that looked like a round that they could have easily grabbed.
They should have.
Had they, you know, been in the right place.
They should have won this round, and we're memeing, we're having fun, but it uncovers like an ugly truth where the clutches in this map were atrocious for EF.
Sure.
We have numerous examples where they have the numbers, they have the time, they even have the util, but somehow something breaks down in the process of retaking bomb site. What was it, like round 15, I believe that we have, where they completely like misplay a production. If you got it ready in the chamber, you can put it out. Because this is another one of these moments where like, you're thinking you have to be creative to lose this round.
You have to. You have to be very creative. Santaras with the bomb, gets it down. Again, you're in a decent position. You have a man
Look at Wycadia's position.
Well. It's fantastic. For some reason, Wycadia decides to, hell nah, I'm not going to stand right here. And normally you just drop down, not take too much damage.
That's like a sober test when you're driving.
I don't know at this point. Madden is fighting with the stairs as well. Can't really figure it out. Not a good friend with him. And then at this point, the one Molotov right here is cutting off all access towards the bomb. And they realize that, the Falcons. Dupree is dropping down the side. He has a mate next to him. He's just straight up defusing. The bomb is not not planned it for both of you to be inside hot. I don't know what the hell is going on with the positioning coming in from EF. Actually, we did say that we wanted to praise Falcons for playing good Counter-Strike, and it wasn't about EF playing poor Counter-Strike. I think I want to retain that. We had the lower bomb side round as well.
That's too bad.
There was too many fuckeries coming out for EF.
Fair enough.
You've said it so poetically, too. I love that.
You know, vocabulary is part of our job.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta hit it where it hurts. There's very much many things wrong with that clip. Like, obviously, you can start with Wycadia just falling off the ledge, and that's not great. But then you basically abandon the only position for which you have planted a bomb. So it's like, listen, I have a plan. We're going to plan for heaven, but I'm not gonna go heaven. In fact, I'm going to break my knee falling down the ledge, and then what we're gonna do, because the plan continues, we both are gonna go to a position where we don't see the bomb.
Ah, yes.
And from this moment on, we're gonna lose the clutch.
The triple Uno reversal.
I never thought about that. Yeah.
So that's what I mean. You had to be creative. Like, they basically manufactured the worst position possible to play the 2v2.
Which is also a skill sometimes. Yeah.
I guess.
You can be your own worst enemy. But given that...
Joke aside, clutches and rounds, very much complicated for EF on this map with Nuke.
Complicated, complex. And then we look to kind of settle that in Dust 2. If we talk about the last map of this series, a map where we know the Turks like to play.
Yeah, they do. It's a map where they can play at a high level. However, Falcons as well. I mean, a lot of people would probably be fooled by the fact that the Falcons beat Astralis a couple of weeks ago.
What's your take on that victory?
Was that a week ago, I think?
The issue is that Falcons didn't play well at all. Now I'm saying it with my chest. Magix had probably the best performance he's ever had in a Falcons jersey on Dust 2. He was firing on all cylinders, and yet Falcons was very close throwing away the game against Astralis. Astralis made a great comeback. Falcons couldn't get anything done in the later stages, and they didn't end up winning it in overtime. All I'm saying is Magix probably won around 6, 7, maybe 10 rounds by himself in that game. Had it not been for him playing great, I think Falcons would have lost that too, and they look lost on Dust 2, so I'm not too happy about it.
Jacob, for a clash that showed us 5 times Astralis taking on Falcons and 13 ones involved. We're talking about this one map, though, with that little glimmer, that little glint in the scope. You're telling me there's a chance, there's a world?
Actually, I don't think so. The way Falcons were playing on Dust 2, I'm not too optimistic on their behalf.
Oh, really? You think it's an EF2-1?
Yeah.
Oh my god, but you started with Falcons winning this, right? Yeah. So you have been so unimpressed that they've made you not Dane.
I think EF played so well on Nuke that I have to go with them for Dust 2, yeah.
Oh, well, that's a circle and a half right there. Yeah, I know, but what can I say in the face of such logic? I think
it's there.
It's so strong.
Undeniable.
The problem for me is that Magix played such a great game on Dust 2, and they gave him, like, Falcons had a great
He's kind of back on Nuke too. Like, he's up there, he's getting up there, his level is coming back.
Yeah,
just in time to go back to Vitality.
Was he at 28 kills and 6 deaths at some point, and they were still going into overtime? I mean, if you're allowing your team to be so depending on one person, then it's over.
Like, we depend on you, Trace. Send us.
Thank you so much, guys. My goodness. Let's get back into the server, but first, we do have a quick break coming our way. I've got my court jesters here getting a couple giggles out. That's because all the funny business stops now. We go to map 3, it's Dust 2, and we're going to find out who's going forward in this stage.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major. Finally.
With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Where are you guys at as a team mentally right now? Because it's still these ups and downs, and there's a hell of a lot of pressure, the names you guys have, and just like what is expected of this team.
I mean, I think obviously there's more results to be respected, like better results to be respected. And at the same time, I think that we, with the players that we have and also the history we have as players and the coach and everything, I think we just want more than we have right now. And it is just a process that takes a long time. It's something we're working for every night and day. And hopefully it's just a matter of time before we crack the crack the code and start playing better. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that we're like not putting up a fight, but at the same time, we're not competing for titles right now, and obviously that is what we want. But it's a long road ahead of us.
In terms of the process you guys are going through, this is a process you've been through a couple of times now with Zonic, right? So you know how it works. Is there still this belief, like okay, that's going to come eventually?
I mean, I've been part of both the old Astralis core and with Vitality, and I think at least for Vitality, the first 8 months was also tough. We didn't really create any results, and there was a lot of doubts, and is this the right thing? And in some sense, it's kind of maybe history, and hopefully history repeating itself, that we have a little bit of a hard time in the beginning, and then we'll figure out how to play. I think the most important thing, as you mentioned, is just keep believing and keep working for it. And I strongly feel that we have seen improvements since our boot camp, and I still think that we can show that we can play against the better teams out there, but obviously we still need to crack the code to be able to beat them as well.
I want to talk about some positives, though. Your individual level is looking very good in CS2 right now. So despite everything you've won, everything you've done, you're still super motivated, right?
Yeah, I think my time after Vitality, got some time off, getting away from the PC, and then in some sense having to work my way up again. I got to play a little with the heroic guys for a few stand-in tournaments, and then I had to play with Breezy. I found myself in a spot where I felt like I needed to work my way up, and also kind of to prove that even despite me having a kid and being 31 years old, and I can still compete. I think that was like the mindset I have, and the one I still have. I think a lot of people are talking about age in esports, and about also when people get kids like I do, that they think that, okay, this guy doesn't have the time anymore, he doesn't want to compete anymore, blah, blah, blah. I think I'm in a position where I want to try and, just could prove otherwise. I think so. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Is it motivate you more now that you have a kid, though? Because it's like how I see it is when I first had a kid, you start to look at it and go, okay, now I've got more reason to do things.
I think it's for me, it's the most important thing for me is that I know that I have my family at home, and no matter what happens at the tournament, if we lose or whatever, I will always go home and I feel loved at home. So and knowing that I have that part at home, so I can kind of leave the whole competitiveness at one place and then go back and be a family dad. I think that's really nice, and obviously I'm just happy for my situation.
Getting ourselves into the third map. It's custom to knife for sides in the third. Here on Dust 2, it did go down, and Falcons, they came out on top. It was Magisk and Madden to secure it. They have elected to start on the defense. Lovely interview there between James Banks and 5-time major champion dupreeh, looking to buck the trend and break the mold about age in esports. Look at that lovely bracelet Zonic's rocking as well. I wonder if that was coming from one of his spawn.
I would say most likely, unless he's been shopping, and he's just a man of
maybe he's picked up a new hobby.
Yeah,
maybe he'll
makes his own bracelets.
Beady bracelet.
And if anybody wants one, that is 1-800-ZONIC to place your order now.
Chatty B, what you reckon here? The analyst suggesting Falcons might have this one in the bag. Were you that let down by second map?
Nah, look, Falcons failed to launch on map number 1, and then Eternal Fire's fire dimming in map number 2. Map number 3 is going to be all the rounds. It's going to be a barn burner.
Ooh, okay.
Woxic's AWP is going to start lighting up the server.
I'm listening. Magisk confirms, okay, that smoke's in the air. We are in trouble. Throws out a smoke quite close. Should divide some of the angles. dupreeh, speak his name. He's done damage. Double headshot. And a nice one from Magisk. The Danes have lockdown B. Still up for debate, but not anymore. Centaurus goes down. Magisk disconnected from the pack. They know where he is. It's Magisk to close. Double kill from Magisk. Double kill from dupreeh. Locked down for Falcons to start.
Feels like the relationship with Madden and Magisk, the two of them, a bit of a bro energy right there after that pistol round victory. Keeping that fire in the belly and seeing if they can run with it. No plan, no chance, says dupreeh. This is beautiful.
Oh, that first bullet onto Agardia's head and even tracks Woxic jiggling around that top box.
Yeah, showing you what a 31-year-old can do, Alex.
Yeah, for real, for real.
He's still got hands.
Well, that's inspiring. I'll be 31 this month. Ooh, gosh. And I've got 0 majors.
But 2 hands.
I do.
So we've split pistols in the previous series. Vertigo Falcons won them both. Nuke, Eternal Fire won them both. But the maps went the other way.
Pourquoi? Oh,
so on Vertigo, Falcons won both pistols. They lost the map, 13-5. The second map, Eternal Fire won both pistols.
What are you trying to say, Chad Birchall?
Trying to say, if Falcons win both pistols, it's a trap and they will lose the map.
Oh, bloody hell. I'm afraid, guys, he has leaked it. It is determined by the first round of every half. Sharp shooting here from Dupree. Okay, Dupree has had a field day with that one. Getting himself a couple of multi-kills to start off Dust 2.
Do you think that Falcons divided the bomb sites and went, look, we'll put the major winners on the B bomb site and you losers can go a whole day?
Scrubs. I suspect so.
Yeah. That is normally how those meetings go. Woxie's going to operate in the first rifle round with a scout, so it gives them the same ability to run their rounds as if they had an AWP, but if Woxie has the shot, he's going to need to hit the heady. So, slight difference for him as... Okay.
It's very longy.
Yeah, it is.
Calix got a test here and he's passed. Wow, Madden down. Good flash from Woxic as well to secure it. He is going to be barraged with HE on towards the blue box, but they do concede.
What happened there at long doors? If you look at the radar, both of those are T smokes.
Yeah, there was one thrown by Calix as he ran through, and there was already one landing. But they whiffed the corner smoke and it landed
maybe,
door?
But yeah, that would be strange. All right, we'll keep our eyes on that. Nice defensive smoke top side for Magis to work. Round.
How has he done that? I mean, I guess he's aware of the
weakness.
The weakness in that double smoke setup. He's aware the CTs likely would have found a favorable angle around it, but yeah, Zentares, that's his first kill, and it's one hell of a big one. What makes Madden's death even more scary. Now, this is interesting.
Don't overcook the pooch.
It feels like they might be turning on the gas to overcook.
You know what we said? We never overcook the pooch. Undercook it, sure.
Yeah, al dente pooch is fine, but this...
Overcooked pooch. Nobody wants an overcooked pooch.
Oh, goodness me.
Well, it's okay.
But they're running into the... Okay, they're going short. It's fine. Everything's fine. Ricardia representing Vox Eminor, a team that did stuff a while ago.
A decade ago. Yeah. Those stickers are
10 years old.
Over 10 years old.
Just like you. You are over 10, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so it was just kind of a roundabout way to
they just wanted to show off different parts of the map. Yes. All right, guys, this is short. You make your way up the catwalk. There's some stairs, a few boxes. If you're interested, we do have different shops on Dust 2. There's a pharmacy. There's I think there's a chicken shop.
Dentist.
There's an internet cafe. Do you think this one here at short? Oh. So there it is. Oh. But
it is 2 T-smokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, that was a great shot from Zentares, and that sealed the deal. Madden frustrated about the way that one went down. MP9 mid-range, and just a combination of AK and a good flashbang thrown out from his teammates. And I mean, long takes. It's worked for Eternal Fire, but they will have to demonstrate proficiency in alternate approaches. That's not something they'll have access to all the time.
Yeah, well, I got the big map up, so I'm always looking at the spawns, right? So Calix is the one with the long spawn right now, but the rest of the team all have very back spawn, so he doesn't really even have anybody close enough to make it possible if they wanted to try another all-in. Falcons with the saves. Sampias is going to try his hand at the scout. So we're going to have sniper rifles of some variety for both Sampias and Woxic yet again. But let's go. Round number 4. What is the opening? Zentares over towards B. Woxic posting up middle. Madge is actually going to biff down the suicide. It's a 4-man ace stack from Falcons to lock down long. They're going to throw everything bar the Magis sink at that position on the map. He'll be tasked with just locking down B on his lonesome.
Good couple of HGs.
Oh, look at this. He's through.
Oh, Zentares, you cheeky bean. He is cooking up trouble. Ahead of the smoke, Dupree, are you smart enough to consider this? He does crouch peek it, but does not choose to pull the trigger. Caught off guard by Zentares' forward position. It has rendered mid under scrutiny. Zentares actually falls back. Madden confirms he's done so. Now maybe it's Madden's turn to get the jump on Zentares.
They're trying to isolate Magis on B. It's going to be tough to do. He's in good form.
Oh, he's got him. He's actually got him. You see that? He darts his eyes to his teammate's monitor to confirm the kill with a white screen. That's experience demonstrated by Xantares. Now Magisk is in a world of hurt. He's worried about mid, but he sticks around in the window, gets one. A dink onto Magic, and Xantares still hasn't found him. How is this going down? How has he done this? Xantares in mid the entire time. He sits in the window, and he ends the round for Eternal Fire.
Is this martyrdom just to make Xantares more mad? He has to do everything himself? How has that happened?
That's mad. The bomb delivered to Magisk's front door now. Wakadia reveals his location. Xantares hasn't moved a muscle. Magisk, can he stop this bomb retrieval getting away? Wakadia grabs it. Pius overlooks Xantares. Patience prevails. He might get another one. Xantares on for a quad. He's been run down by the SMG. Can Snappy secure all of Magisk's hard work? He's gonna... Oh, he's fumbled the flashbang there. Would have been nice. Wakadia finds himself on the safety of that big box. So it's either Xantares who's going to be mad or Magisk. And there you have it. Xantares, his hard work converted. 2-2.
Just so strange the way they were running into the B side. I understand that he got the dink, then the back off, then the next dink, but then they ran back out again like, well, surely he's still not fighting us from window.
He must have gone somewhere else. Yeah.
He's still just fighting you from window. So that one got well out of control considering the cheeky opener, right? So subverting that expectations, and Tara's playing ahead of the mid-door smoke when that rotation comes back in. Dupree really not ready for that.
Yeah, he snapped his face. He felt like he had that one. A fumbled flash probably going to be easy scapegoat for it. And hang on, Pius takes down Xantares after just the one. That was with the lesser weapon, just an MP9 for Pius. He'll find an upgrade on long eventually.
Well, Calix has been able to get this short real estate, so that's something to work with. Now, Madja, do you want to join the party or do you want to be the late piece? Well, there's enough utility on Wakadia to do a bridge smoke to get the molly in towards the site or Goose flash and go. Pius very noisy.
So forward.
Yeah, you could tell he wasn't ready for that at all.
Yeah, just caught off by the pace of that. Now Snappy's in a world of trouble as well. HE to slow the crawl, but a well-placed bullet from Woxic through the box. Now Dupree, hard done by there. A dink comes through, but Wakadia, he hits the same shot with the better gun.
Yeah, and that'll be the save for Magisk. So Eternal Fire will take the lead, 3-2. Yeah, but Pius just completely caught off guard by the sheer pace in which so many bodies from Eternal Fire up cat. He wanted to be flashed in, so he knew something was going to be happening. But look, you would be hoping they're a little bit further back, and his positioning spoke of that. It's getting loud at the other end of the hall.
Especially because it's so scary for the CT side in the absence of an AWP to actually actively get info on the short occupation.
Yeah, like with Astralis and Blast, they were playing up through short a lot. Like Stan would just use the new update on the box and just play short on his own, and they could still lock down long. And then I think that is going to be really nice for early for the CTs, because you can do something at long, you can be in lower dark, you can lock down B, you can be aggressive short, you can do a lot in the early round. And obviously within the mid to late round of how that functionality of the box is going to work with retakes or players, using that to get themselves back if you lose long control as the CTs. Before, right, if you feel like you're under pressure, you might not feel like you have time to get up into the site, right, because they're going to run you down. So now you can just bomb it into spawn and then just jump up yourself. But I do think lower dark harassment is something which you want to see a lot of, because then it forces teams to have to play more numbers through tunnels and use the molly and the flash combo.
Yeah, it slows everything down. Talking of slow, this one probably will be for the CTs as well. I don't expect Eternal Fire to go for any all-ins with the uncertainty that is economical.
Yeah, the save down 4, right? You know it's the B defender, but that's the thing. They don't have to be where their position is. This isn't League of Legends, right? You don't have to be at top lane or whatever.
No, they're doing a lane swap. That exists too.
Oh, okay. They're allowed to do that now, are they?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. I don't know what Riot allow and don't allow. They wouldn't allow me, that's for sure.
Oh, allow that. And Xantares down and out. Now, well, you know where it is. And Matt just crouched under the angle that Dupree was holding. Loud dismount. Molly flushes him further back. Guys, Magisk is good at shooting people. Don't forget that. He might even get another. They're just running him down. Good play from Madja. That could have got even worse. One more bullet would have done it.
That was the children's fable, with the bears, and they can't go under it, they can't go over it, they've just got to go through it.
But just leave him alone. He's clearly going to shoot you if you're not shooting him first. That's my analysis, Chad.
If you don't shoot him in the head,
yeah, he will
there's
shoot
a high
you.
probability that he will shoot you
That's
in
right,
the head.
Chad, yes. I'm here all week if you need any more analytical gems like that. Maybe Madge is going to be less interested in the hunt. And Snappy... Snappy wants to take the AWP away.
Hello, everybody. My name's Snappy. I just wanted to say hi. I will be going down with the bomb.
Goodbye.
But it was a nice little journey.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was an eco. It's all good. Sampaius will be able to get his AWP, weapon of choice. Rifles across the board for the Falcons, and now we get into the gun rounds. 4-2 is the scores on the doors.
Maybe Zonic needs to start making some worry beads. A rosary, perhaps. Start saying his prayers.
Dream catcher for these nightmares.
Yeah.
All right, Woxic willing to take the challenge. Team's burning the smoke for the cross, so I wanted to give away information or risk the tag.
Oh, he's so blind. The blindest of all. Gets vision back.
Oh,
just
team
as
flash.
the engagement arrives, Madge loses his vision, and it's still kept level. They are abusing mid right now. They're just constantly, whenever they want it, they walk through the doors. Fortunately, Magisk is actually holding mid and B simultaneously with his proficiency to date. Jacob was talking about Magisk's form last time we saw him on Dust 2. He's doing it again. And this time, they send the sharpest tool to deal with Magisk. It's Antares that bests him.
I can see Magisk as a John Connor and
oh yeah,
the Turkish Terminator.
The Turkish Terminator, for sure.
But
I think
then
he's Arnie,
they
or
will
is he the
eventually
icing,
become friends.
The metal man. I think he's more metal
Well,
man.
I was thinking of him. Who? Zantares.
Well, in terms of Terminator, I feel like Arnie wasn't as bad as...
It depends. Are we talking the first? Did we get the plot lines down correctly? In the first movie,
Arnie's a bad guy.
He's a bad guy.
Then he becomes a good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying in terms of Terminators, isn't Arnie not as good as Liquid Metal Man?
He's not, but this is the thing. If you haven't seen the second movie, you'd never know.
That's true too. They all kind
and
of
John
exist.
Connor becomes a little boy, and this is Magis Man.
You're right, so it's kind of all backwards. We've kind of done a time hop here. It's kind of Christopher Nolan directed this one.
Yes.
Okay. What does he call it? Oh, I'm never going to get it. A temporal pincer. I've done well
I think
there.
I ordered that at a sushi restaurant once.
Yeah, one temporal pincer, please.
I'm curious to see. I want to see some attempted map control out of Falcons early because they're playing Dust 2 how it would have been played a long time ago, right? No short harass.
Do you think they've called a strategy Barack after the ex-president of the United States?
They could have. They're going long. This is just an all-in long. The flashes are coming. Here we go, baby.
Oh, I love it. Here it comes. Centaurus into the game. That is a POV. Give me more of that. Digital vibrance on Centaurus as he does look to kind of... I guess you can park him now, or do you commit?
No, I think you just do a full Na'Vi.
Oh, yeah, okay.
At this point, right, you can just get the open pit. You can wait at the... Your biggest issue is going to be the utility remaining on Falcons, which is a truckload. That flash and fight from Carr. Snappy grabs Zantares, but he's pinned now.
Oh, he had a real shot at a second there. Didn't finish off onto Arcadia. Okay, this is lovely from Dupree. There is probably suspicions in the Falcons camp that it's all in long, but he's about to go ahead and just grab the keys and lock that door.
Yes, but that's it. He can only really play to contain. And when they go for the cross as well, because they're not playing for any forward information, you can see the passive position that Sampaius is in, Madden as well. They're not sure if and when the cross is going to come through. Now, I don't see any smokes remaining for Eternal Fire.
You're right, Chad. So they're going to have to count on Woxic to hit this opening, but it's Sampaius. Huge work from the AWPer. They have to get past him. And without a smoke, it gets increasingly difficult. 40 seconds, they charge up the ramp. Wicardia huge. He has brought down the Spaniard, but Madden fills the gap. The Montenegrin finds two, and it's Dupree to lock it in 4-3.
Yeah, that one a little bit strange, wasn't it? So I guess Zantares on the crawl dealt with by Snappy was actually a bit of a death blow. They didn't use the smoke timings to cross. It would have been tough anyway, but that penny dropped late, so Eternal Fire not being able to piece that one together, and the coach, he didn't like the way that one feels. They're going to take a tactical timeout, have a discussion, because there's still more than enough cash for them to get together the buy. But a well-handled round from the Falcons. No long spawns available in this upcoming round for Eternal Fire. None at all, right? No one who can even just go for a cheeky corner pick. So this is the type of round where they have to do something potentially a little bit more default heavy. Right, are we going to see 2 to 3 towards tunnels? Is there going to be a boost available for this? Oh, Calix. Okay, just dropped the orb across to Woxic. I was wondering what was going to end up there.
There hasn't been much in the lower dark department from the CTs, has there?
No, and look, I was mentioning this just previously. They dealt with it in that round right there, and they did sprawl forward once they lost that long control.
So it's more reaction. It's more kind of a reaction as opposed to an opening gambit.
Well, I think it's good as an opening, but maybe they're really scared of this Zentare's AWP, right? If there's an AWPer in the server you respect, going for those moves is a lot more difficult.
Sure, that's fair. Well, Zentares is moving out through this smoke and the spam. Oh, Magisk was poised. He was ready, and he collects nothing. Diddly squat from his aggressive endeavor. No trade potential either. He was alone on that one. And yeah, you know, it wasn't far off the mark. Here you go. Here's some answers. Dupree's about to confirm that there is nobody home on B. That will free up Madden.
But Calix is the difference maker. This time round, he's playing over towards green box. So if Dupree just walks up mid again like he did last time round, he might be dealt with. Defensive smoke out for the CTs combined with an incendiary just to stall out this crawl. They need to keep tabs on their smoke grenades, Eternal Fire. Kind of this one happen again.
Yeah, they're going to be walking in this time with at least one smoke available.
Badger's about to smoke the cross again. They're going to go quietly.
Clear. No, it's not. Just shy of clearing out that smoke, and the spam actually works out for Woxic. He's caught Snappy. Some Pius locks down Ram for 1. This could still go wrong for Eternal Fire. Molotov onto Gandalf. Forces him wide, and from behind, it's Calix. Perfect timing. Perfect shooting.
Scorcher.
Takes the head off of Madden as well. Just like that, the round is locked in. A 6th on this T side, and it's Calix who makes the hero maneuver.
Yeah, a little bit more depth to the play. It wasn't all just through long, gave them a few more options to work with, had the contingency manage their utility a little bit better this time, and Dupree, last man standing, will just have to save. So Falcons, 3 is all they'll hold on to for now. The loss bonus going into the next round of play for Falcons is going to be the 2,900 mark. Sampass will be able to buy, Dupree will be able to drop something, Madden will be able to get a rifle. They should be pretty good for another rifle round, Falcons. Again, it's all just going to be about these openings. Dust 2 coming back into the pool. We do have to focus on the spawns a bit more. And again, I understand that there are more options than just going long if you're on the T side. But it's a very strong option, right? And to be threatening in that position, which they've clearly done in back-to-back rounds, is something that will force the CTs to have those 4-man setups or even just operate retake in certain scenarios. Great flash work. And a great little lurk here from Calix, very punishing with the double. Second one was a beaut.
I told you he's animated, right? Yeah, no one saw how I just died, guys. He just hit a cracker. Christmas came early.
So yeah, Sampass is able to get the AWP. Dupree will be dropping Magisk. Yeah, there it is. So it's all come together. Sonic trying to rally the team. Is Centaurus really going to... I was going to say, is he just going to absolutely leg it? But it's a late take. So this is beautiful. I love this. Slightly delayed on the long take. They go out and well done this time round, Sampass. Wait, Snappy has the ult?
Snappy has the ult.
Why?
Sampass had the
they're
spawn.
trading. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Killed it.
But it wasn't on a spawn timing. They've gone for that slightly delayed, which I do like the approach because sometimes you can catch the CTs in transition as they're scampering towards pit, but not today, says Sampass.
Madden, last time he was here, he got deleted by Zentares. Woxic's high sense clears, eye to the scope as he got it in him. Pokes his nose around the corner, the barrel betrays. Very telegraphed as Madden overlooks Madger and a trade comes through. Okay. Madger's gone B. Has he got another one? Oh, a full clip, but it works. Converts onto Calix, and Madger's options now are limited. He does find himself a little bit of a window of opportunity to pivot short. Last seen towards the mid doors. It's held by Sampass on that AWP. Potentially his third. Starting with the M4, and now just a nice AWP shot to put in a fourth round. He's missed it.
Snappy's flank is fast.
Oh, Madger had an opportunity for 2. Snappy gets away with his life now, 28 seconds as the
he's being afforded the plant. Right, they've decided to play retake. So Bias has actually dipped all the way to long. So they're giving Magic the opportunity to get the bomb down, which is actually quite key considering Wakadia and his money.
No, fair, 1750.
So if he can get this plan, it is going to help them a little bit down the stretch. There's only 2 more rounds to play after this, but does need a plan. Now Magic is closed, and well, don't worry about that. Sampaius will deal with it. No chance. Great round from Sampaius. Still can get 6 rounds, Falcons. You'll take it.
Most definitely would.
I don't understand Turkish, but it did sound like split.
Sounded like B-split to me. Yeah, maybe they want to test Magisk again. Sampaius has just kind of repelled them, and looking at the sport. Oh, yeah, it's an interesting call considering we did see Woxic with an aggressive one towards long. Might take that up towards it all the same.
Yeah, he will do. Okay, so Magic a flash for him. Has to respect the util.
Yeah, doesn't fire a shot.
But now they can go into the B-split.
Confirmation of presence on long side. Smoked out B. Calyx overwatch on the aggress.
So Woxic to smoke mid doors. That will slow this down, so they need to apply a little bit of pressure towards short, right? You don't want to allow any of the CTs to be close short because they can clamp down on you from behind quite quickly. Dupree's floating back. M&M's of the crispy variety. Locking down B currently. Better than the peanut ones, guys. I don't want to hear it. Magic with the mid to B smoke ready, so Dupree has a HE to clear this.
Oh, the flash, he's been caught. Lucky. How many gets away? The chip damage.
On the nade.
Yeah, he's got this HE ready though. He can still utilize it when the step starts to pad.
Here it comes.
Madden takes attention. Now Spam comes in. Where did their health just go?
That was the nade.
A monster HE opts to throw it into their face. And now spamming away is Dupree. Good damage onto Wakadia, but if they get into Madden, it is going to be uncomfortable. He's done well to find the first. And another from Madden in defense of B. Flexibility in their CT setup. Madden covers and protects, makes it 5-6.
And the money is essentially all gone for Eternal Fire for this final round. The high end is going to be 3 counts and Tara's. So we're going to be talking... Yeah, so he's actually opted to lob it in as opposed to clear the smoke and gets away with an awful lot of damage there. So great stuff from Dupree towards the... well, actually, it's been quite a team effort, hasn't it? Magisk is the one who's had a few multi-kill rounds, but all in all, been doing it as a unit, Falcons.
Hello, Sampaius. He fancies his chances on a bit of a surprise. Posted up to catch anyone. Lackadaisical into lower. Incendiary forces Wakadia forwards, and Tares could be ready to catch him, and his head has been dinked. It's Magic that brings him down. His aggressive endeavors have been punished. Now Wakadia scoops up his AWP, but unable to use it. Oh, fumbled util. Magisk, it still serves its purpose. There is actually a little bit of a path past it. Smoke, however, does lock it down. That will slow things back to a bit of a crawl for EF. However, that AWP is now in the hands of Woxic, so watch out. Oh, a scout tag as well, Chad. This is super uncomfortable. Magisk is going to back his aim on this, clear of the smoke, but it feels guaranteed that Zentaris hits the trade. Yeah, well, it's Woxic quick on the draw with the AWP.
Should be clear, that's both kills from Calyx on the Deagle.
Yeah, they've just added it up. Snappy, especially now, he's been noted. Zentares should be dead. That's what Snappy will be saying. It's still 7 for Eternal Fire on their attack. It's respectable.
This one's gone the distance, and this is how Eternal Fire picked up their 7th round on the half. 2 crackers of Deagle shots from Calix. There's lots of action going on in this final round of play, but setting them up with 7, the half lead, not tied at 6-6. The Turks, wow, the pistols have been split so far. 3-2 in favor of Falcons, picking up a pistol round in the 3rd map of play. Let's see, do we split them down the middle? Or do Falcons continue the curse, winning both pistols and losing the map?
Yeah, no one has won both pistols on a map and won it in this series. I wonder if there's going to be a deviation in the 3rd. Interesting call. 4 immediately dispatched to B.
I was just looking through some of the Falcons demos. This is going to be a CT spawn smoke, and they're going to do a mid to B off the back of this.
Oh, that's cool. Centaurus seems poised to do damage and disrupt. Misses his first opportunity, but look at the gap he's working with. Punishes Dupree. First it was Calix in the last. Now he's been put to bed by a USP. Smoke does land. Jakey and MC bringing you the observing. As this looks like Zentaras and Wakadia are about to do damage. They do in synchronicity. Both of them fall. Pious Magis gone. Snappy down. And Eternal Fire to keep it all good in the Turkish hood. It's 8-5.
Well, now I can't tell you who's going to win, Alex.
Yep, it's completely up for debate, I'm afraid.
Now.
Well, that's probably for the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, in terms
a competitive 3rd map, because we've had blowouts. Eternal Fire on their map choice. Vertigo 13-5. Nice and easy. Sweep that one under the rug. Move to Nuke. Falcons pick 13-8. Probably could have been a 13-4 or 13-5 scoreline. So a light bit of resistance as part of a cosmetic comeback. And now, 8-5, 2nd half. Map 3, IEM Cologne 2024. And both these teams, the Falcons' failure to launch since the project's inception, and Eternal Fire with some struggles in recent times. I know there was a bit of a bounty put on their head because they're a team who look like they could challenge, and now they've been floundering. I think the Mongols put themselves in a similar category as that at the moment, but both teams would love a win to kick off their Cologne campaign, and waiting in the wings watching, counting Snappy's first ever 1v5 is Complexity. Graham Messioso appeared at the GMSCS, taking to Twitter to let that be known, but the winner takes on Complexity, the loser takes on the German side of Alternate Attacks.
It's like a home brew. That smoke from Snappy.
Sorry, same round, Alex. They're doing the same round.
The Tech 9s this time. Looks like it could work out if he gets past the spam. Oh, flash is good. So much opportunity. Look at him just in the naughty corner. Magic's got all the nades. He lives to tell the tale of the first spray. Magic only 4 bullets, and he's gone down. Up to Calix. He doesn't have many of his own bullets here, but still manages to control a second. Takes down Madden. Off to the USP. They can't bring him down. They can't find it. Dupree trying as hard as he might. Finally puts that B player down, but the rotation is in, and it seems the round is imminent. Looks good. 9 for Eternal Fire, and you hear how much that means to Magic. Not a fumble this time. The 2nd round conversions haven't all been guaranteed. And so this time, that's going to feel extra good.
Yeah, very true. Nuke was wobbly. They won the pistols, lost the follow-ups on both halves. Now converting that one essentially gives them 10. Snappy has invested into a scout yet again. There's some light upgrades from his teammates as well of the Deagle variety, but Calix did very well here. Under pressure. Obviously, the onslaught was coming from the mid to B. It was just a scout through that tunnels component, but also delaying. A tag has been felt by Zentaras in the early stages, so the scout has found something. Eternal Fire just need to keep this one clean. They can get double digits confirmed and then 3 before they roll out the red carpet and secure this series. How much of a problem can Snappy and Co cause? Regrouping to test the B bomb site again. Madden, the tail of the pack, but all 5 of the Falcons members ready to joust with Calix. Back of the plat, M4 in hand.
Yeah, it's a scout fight that Snappy could dream of, but it all requires Calix to uncrouch at the right time. Now he has the info. It is just going to be him staring at the floor for the rest of this half, or rather this round, probably not the half.
There's a mad social anxiety if it's the rest of the half.
Yeah, that would be weird. Yeah, that would be a little unusual. Either way, it does. I reckon he gets at least 2 here and Magic gets the rest. What do you reckon?
He gets them all.
2. Magic, what have you got? Uno, Dos, and he's hosting the desk. It's not Trace because it's actually Darth Mike over on the other stream. You can check that out. Snappy, however, Scout has not quite hit the mark. Wakadia makes it 10.
Hi, Chad Birchall here. If you didn't quite get that joke, the Desco Stunner's name is Trace, Unos dos Trace, counting to 3, the 3 kills that Madja could have picked up in that moment. Anyway, back to the action, 10-5.
Thank you very much, Chad Birchall. It's going to be an uphill struggle for Falcons, but it would start with the guns. Everyone's got what they desire. Snappy, as we discussed, at least in my eye test, he's got tenacity, he's got resilience. Plus, the Eternal Fire are looking to return to their form. So a bait decoy on the AWP. Where does some Pius going be? Okay, so he's hoping that leads Woxic into peeking into him.
Has the head-to-head.
He might get it, you know. Oh, Woxic's got the angle. And Sun Pius has bested him. That is a gift. Is that the round?
I would say, oh, actually, Madja's close to responding.
Certainly might be now, yeah.
That's the response.
Well done.
Woxic's missed some... All right, let me hold on a second.
Let's start again.
1 second.
Yeah.
If a team would like to be a good team, their AWPer needs to hit those type of shots. And Woxic did miss some quite pedestrian shots on Nuke as well. I feel like he should have hit that shot.
There you go.
Do you think he should have hit that shot?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. I feel like he shot first. Did he shoot first?
It felt like he did. Well, he certainly had the lead time on it. It was a left-eye peek for some Pius.
You've got to hit those.
Well, that is a gift for your first gunny, as we were discussing, trying to get back into the swing of things. There's no better way of an AWPer calling his shot. Like, I'm going to go and try and pick into B. And he does that, he gets 2 kills. Just like that, the round is theirs. That's going to not only bolster some Pius in his confidence. Here's the shot. Does he fire? He does. Oy. And he gets this one.
The same on Nuke. Like, his crosshair was in the right place.
Yeah, it's his high sense. I mean, it's where he'll have the craziest moments, but it does perhaps lead to missing some of the more easy ones. They call it Draken Syndrome.
But he's doing all right in Johnny Speeds.
Yeah, he is. Johnny Speeds on the up and up, yo. They've been taking down some organizations that are paying their players.
That's true. Consecutive rounds for Falcons. That'd be a start. Again, they gravitate towards this B bomb side. They think that Calyx and Madja are a weakness. This time it is a traditional Eternal Fire CT setup. Zentara is the rotating rifler, Woxic, the A AWPer, Wakadia to lock down long. And there's just a lack of presence across the map. Door smoke lined up. They're both in the site.
Yeah, Calyx will see that smoke trajectory. He already knows. Here we go. Madja to bait. Calyx to try and fails. Bang! And the B site is theirs. That is convincing.
Yeah, and this is a little bit concerning for Eternal Fire because the map was so quiet. There was no short presence. There was no utility to apply pressure. There was nothing. It was just dead silence across the map. And because they're in a very standard hold, if an execute like that does go against you and you're not blocking the rotation, it's not going to come in. It means it has to be another save. They hadn't played anywhere where they could have pushed. That just a bit of a problematic approach there for Eternal Fire, but a great exploitation from Falcons. And we were talking about consecutive rounds. Well, there you have it.
Like, how long do you think? How long did they wait? Like, what was the time on the clock when they started to move? That was, what, 40, 50, something left on the clock?
Yeah.
So like a full minute where there was no info gathering from the CT.
So I think one of the things with this map, old school-wise, you would just do that setup a lot of the time, right? Because you just play retake A. But now with the different changes, obviously the fact that the AWPers can't AWP straight through the doors, you have to drop down, the new little short box, the map is played a little bit more dynamically. And this is something that we were speaking about years ago with Inferno, like going back a very long time.
Yeah, sure.
But like a transitional CT defense. You can't just start in pit and arch, right? You need to play like a little bit on mid, and then when you need to make sure that they're forcing out util, and then you drop back a bit. You need to put them under pressure. You can't just give them map control for free. It's crazy they were able to go for an exploit into the B bomb side. That's some great shots from Falcons to turn this into a 3-round game.
Yeah, and that's such a kind of unique approach from the Falcons side. Like, it's not something you'd be willing to call if you felt like the team was going to find that out. Perhaps it is a bit of a scouting job.
Yes, yeah, precisely. Maybe they've noted that Eternal Fire approached a lot of these rounds very statically. If you're not going to play for the info, then you won't have, you know, the read on the game and have the rotation in place.
But do we start to talk about conditioning now about B? Like, are you not, if I'm a CT right now, terrified that we just lose B again? Centaurus is going to be going, guys, I'm going to play B or something.
Well, apparently not. Look at this. They're just starting Calyx B and they're starting a 4A. So essentially calling the bluff of that potential conditioning. And this is an extremely default round from Falcons. So this is playing right into the hands of Eternal Fire, hedging their bets towards A. Now they can rotate Magic back across while the mid-door smoke is up. They have 2 players over towards B. It'll be the classic duo. Dupree to apply a little bit of pressure with the mid-door's flash. They do need to, I was going to say push Woxic back off of short. He's actually dipped back a little bit on his own. Once you know they can jump up Xbox and you're playing that type of line, there's too many angles to worry about. And he's actually gone all the way back.
Centaurus wants answers. Madden being spotted and Snappy.
Seen 2.
Yeah, that's info, but that's a huge kill. Big scalp from Madden to post. Smoke themselves off of long as Woxic's rewarded for his reposition. He did need to nail that, but with Ricardia holding long, he can focus on the task at hand. That is Gandalf. That is the cross towards the A site. But with 45 seconds, pivots are possible. Calyx calls upper clear. Snappy mantles up. Bomb's heading A into the Woxic as Magic's got a crazy clear on him here. Crab walks through. Throws out the flash, forces him off the line. That's a good understanding from Magisk. Now Falcons can get the bomb down comfy.
Should be their rounds. I understand that I said they're playing retake, but now you're playing retake with a number disadvantage. That kill is actually huge onto Calyx and lower.
If Magic finds this though, it's on. Not both of them, though. Ooh, nearly adjusted into Snappy. Could have been interesting. Still, Wacardia and Woxic are close enough to have a go. And that was a chance. That was enough. Magis shuts it down. Woxic, what have you got? He's got 2. A massive round out of Woxic. Up and on the menu. Bomb is half gone. It's planted for Snappy. He does have a kit. But Woxic, this is all up against him. He's going for the crazy one. He's just going to defuse right in front of him. Snappy's trying to try and call the bluff. Swings out. He holds it. He counts his blessings. Snappy's going to be punching his desk. He gets a chance on the swing. Counts in his head, but he just can't hit the bullet.
Having a staring contest with Snappy there. Yeah, I'm defusing right in front of you. You can't do anything about it.
Oh, bloody hell, that's going to hurt.
Woxic doesn't blink.
He doesn't hesitate. That is so awkward. Yeah, good timeout from Zonic. And for Snappy, you saw frustrations bubbling to the surface at the start of Dust 2. I imagine that could be the end of his stiff upper lip.
Well, and it's such a calamity there as well because Magisk, I think he assumes that Woxie's going to start to save.
Yeah.
He obviously needs a bit of no man land, but he transitions in the open. Woxie gets the kill and he thinks, I may as well give this a bloody go. And here it is. Taps it, sticks it,
how many bullets do you reckon?
Up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, mate. But if he had just... All Snappy had to do in that situation is strafe out, shoot him in the head. I know he's under a time pressure, but he was in no pressure of dying and losing the round. If he got him off the bomb, it was done.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you're right. Right. As in, your only objective there is to make sure your bullets are going where they're supposed to. Blah, blah. Wow, Woxic. I mean, we were just talking about his absence in Impact. Well, there's nothing more impactful than a 1 versus 3 4K. There is actually. It would be a 1 versus 5. Just ask Snappy about that.
One of the most glamorous 1v5s
you've ever seen.
Still counts.
A 1-kill 1v5. But that was, that feels like an age ago. Snappy, a different discussion has started here on Dust 2. Has that clutch from Woxic. Sealed. Dust 2. Maja! Both of them down to Dupree.
All on Calyx here.
They know he's still alive. They know Zentares is dead. But Woxic's still up and about. That orb.
Nah. No way.
Yeah. Maybe. Smoke will fade CT. Okay, no, it won't. It's going to be replaced by Snappy. And Woxic goes down, aggressing to get ahead of it. Calyx, he's done well to find an insta headshot onto Madden, but pressure from both fronts and couldn't isolate the duels. It's Dupree. He's frustrated. It is for Dupree. He's taking it out on the Turks as it's 4 from Dupree.
Yeah, for the ace. Let's see if he can find Bacardi. They know it's the long holder who was actually late to react after the double kill towards CT spawn. Didn't push long, didn't rotate back to help Woxic immediately. He did have a HE to try and clear that CT smoke, but maybe just a little bit slow to operate, and now we have Falcons with their 8th. Dupree might even find him.
Ace.
No, never mind. It'll be... Oh. He'll be in the DMs tonight, I tell you that much, Alex.
Oh my gosh.
He'll be in the DMs tonight. And I'm talking about death matches.
Yes, yes. No direct messages at the moment. Yeah, it has to be deathmatch.
Oh, he got him. This is the ace.
He's done it. The Dupree 5K, an ace to recover and resuscitate for Team Falcons. It was about to be 12 off the back of a crazy clutch, and instead they have condemned Eternal Fire to an eco. Actually,
yeah, it might have to be the Force.
One of those double eco things.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the time of the game that you want this to be happening if you're Eternal Fire, but because you won the clutch with the Woxic Orb,
right.
4 people had to reinvest. Now you've been completely wiped. Lost bonus, bottom of the barrel. 1900 into the next. You have to take the Force buy. They've taken the 30 seconds with Faber, the coach, on the mic to have this very big conversation.
Oh, I mean, I hate these rounds. The rounds where you know, like, oh, they're going to have nothing. They'll probably just do something stupid. Guys, don't die to a deagle. Don't die to an aggressive move.
They've actually kept a little bit of cash. They haven't...
Oh, it's not what we thought.
So they might do 2 of these rounds that are limp-ins, as opposed to an all-in and all-out.
Shaking it all about.
Precisely.
Okay, okay.
So it'll be a limp and a limp.
Right, so this is called the Okey Pokey.
Yeah. They just want to see... They want to see the flop at least.
Right, yeah.
Big poker
Check
player
until
I
the
am.
flop, someone about a river.
Yeah. And then...
Other things.
Then you have a royal flush.
Yes. In or on the cards.
Depending on where you're from.
Yeah. One of those things.
And that's just like your accent, the way you spell certain words.
The way you use certain words.
That's true as
just
well.
Just ask British people who smoke.
Literally.
Literally.
This is a good time in the series to take a bit of a breath. That's exactly what Falcons are doing, but making sure they're crossing their T's and dotting their I's. This should not be the type of round where they're having any issues whatsoever. The bomb to be scooped up back of Cat. Out middle, Dupree goes for free. The 5-man stack from Eternal Fire on A. And this should be the round, but we will go through all the seconds.
I really enjoyed listening to this round, though, Chad. I have to say, you did that. You can do all of them, actually.
All the ecos.
All of those.
This is why it used to be great when we could get Rush on the microphone.
Oh, he did well.
He's not with us.
I mean, yeah, you know.
It's not that Rush is dead.
No.
It's just he does the morning shift, so he may as well be.
On the evenings. It's way past your bedtime already, Chad, I reckon.
Yeah, that's true. Rush doesn't do night shift.
No, well, he is quite a diva.
It's crazy that in his rider, it's like no night shift, only M&M Crispies.
Absolutely no peanuts.
And a lifetime supply of Mola Milch.
Oh. It's a lot. When Madge is calling, it's never like kind of a shorthand, like let's do strategy G. It's I want this flash from you, you're going to check this, let's go here. Oh wait, it's an eco. What's he talking about?
All he said was he wanted Calix to smoke the cross, and then we'll stack A. I'll have a flash ready, and we'll pop on the corner.
Maybe Turkish is one of the more verbose languages. Maybe it takes a lot to say a little.
Well, I think you're freestyling. Free balling is something you guys do at home for fun.
Yeah,
you're freestyling a little bit more, right? If you're on the eco rounds.
Yeah,
so
sure.
there might, you know, it's not just, hey guys, just go get a deagle headshot, even though some teams like to approach it in that way. So yeah, he had a lot to say. But they're locked in.
See, Ajisk, a man of style, a man of class. No stickers on that inheritance. Major is going to be trying this flank, but Magisk is far too experienced.
Too many M's in this game.
There is. And you can't shut up about M&Ms, so we're really just
How do you think I got here in the first place?
Oh yeah, no, hang on, 2 and 2.
Madden and Magisk.
Starting to make 4. Madger and Madden onto Magisk. And Snappy was probably mad as Dupree gets the bomb punched in.
No one's covering him.
That's awkward, but he gets it done. Why is it a 2v2?
Not a real 2v2.
Oh, a fake one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, 3 kills for Sampaius in that round.
How many rounds on the trot is that now? Because it felt like EF were on the precipice of 11 a while ago.
5 out of the last 6.
Right. 5.
And the round that they won was a Woxic clutch. So you're actually, as we do get into the business end, map 3. Eternal Fire are having issues putting CT rounds on the board. Now, of course, there's been a couple of ecos in there, but the only round that they have won was the Woxic clutch. Does he have to do it again, or will they finally be able to put something a bit more comprehensive together?
Understandable frustrations there. Dupree didn't want it to be so costly.
They're doing it again, though, Alex. They're hedging 4A at the start of the round, right? Puts all the pressure on Calix. It means that Madja has to transition back towards the mid-round. So they're so confident that Falcons are going to be playing a default round, and he's... Yes, look how crazy that is.
That's mad. There isn't an AWP on the T side as well, like going for that kind of play. No flash, no smoke, just straight running it. Oh, Madja's lucky to be alive. He's got it across. He got the info as well. If anything, he said bomb was mid.
Just so static, like so standard CT holds. This would have been... People would have been doing this in Source. We get Pimp on the desk, he'll say, yeah, this is the same setup we were doing 15 years ago.
Zantares is getting flashed into 4 players in mid.
Better be a good flash.
Oh, no flash at all. Just catches him off guard. Late one from Calix. It's great work from Calix as Eternal Fire 1 frag away from 12. Beautiful team play there from Eternal Fire. Just turn it up a notch. Calix has been spotted. He's going to swing into Magisk. Good adjustment from the Dane. Brings him down, but at great cost. 6 HP. Woxic collects. They are on the match point. 2 to play with. Can Falcons continue this run? It's been looking convincing. Or will Snappy's fumble come back to haunt them?
Well, I suppose, fortunately, the money's still there for Falcons, and we had 2 blowouts, map 1 and 2. We're finally getting a competitive affair. We've had some clutches, we've had some moments. Frustrations for Snappy, holding on for dear life in that moment.
Full focus, man. Absolutely, completely invested.
Sampai's going for a long pick.
Okay.
Head-to-head with the AWPer.
This is where you want your AWPer to deliver. Woxic fires off the shot, and the re-peek should have gone his way. Wide swing from Woxic, and can't post the second. He does fire a second down range, and Tares overextends. He can't finish his meal either, and now a tut of the tongue. They are down a man. Awkward. Very awkward. Okay, Calix tucks in, responsible for an awful lot. The B player leaves his sight.
What is that CT smoke?
Yeah, if that was the last one of wherever it was. No more smokes to work with, and they are heading to the path of least resistance here. Calix, by opting towards middle, has abandoned the B bomb site, and Snappy seems to have the right idea. Dupree's going to confirm. If Calix gets this kill, he'll be nameplated. They will just... Yeah, well, they already have confirmed the B site's theirs. Dupree can now pause now. He knows. The site's theirs. Maybe going to be overlooked. Oh, it's hectic. Dupree miraculously gets it.
Eternal Fire have to save, right? Because this is the thing. Falcons, right, they've secured this round right now. Eternal Fire, with the loss bonus going into the last round, it's only going to be 1900. They need to hold on to these guns. But if you're Falcons, you're going to hunt. You can throw 1 or 2 guns at this. And they're already starting to comb through the map. You can see Dupree, Madden, they're low, but they're already over towards spawn. I guess Madden will really try and hold on to this AWP. Snappy's starting to go through CT. Magic's tasked with staying with the bomb just in case they've slipped the net somehow. But you take away these guns and you are set for overtime.
Debate, the double from Madja. Ooh, it was up for debate. Madden doesn't want to overcommit. So they know where Madja is. Likely going to expect them both. Flash is high. Woxic spotted. They're going to run him down. They are starting to close that gap. Look like that Madja's gone down to the Madden AWP. And a nade to finish it off. Massive hunt from Falcons.
They lost it all, everybody. Nothing carried through for Eternal Fire for the final round of regulation. This one is destined for overtime. Unless they can pull it off with a cobbled together purchase. I can see plenty of MP9s being donned, and M4 for Zentara as a scout for Woxic.
This nade right there, bang, and Woxic was gone. No AWP, Chad. It's only a scout for Woxic. Overtime imminent, unless these MP9s can do something the rifles have failed to do. Say that, Zentares has one. Madden, oh, a messy spray, trying to track him as they swing wide. Zentares, he profits.
Sampai's licked up as well, and the CT's actually missed their molly, I think, unless they were going blue bin, but it looked like it's missed. You can see it just there, singed the ground just in front of the doors. So now the number advantage, this would crush Falcons. Again, both of these teams have just, like, Falcons have never had anything going in their favor, and Eternal Fire are trying to find their form again. The scout of Woxic lands.
Oh my goodness, with only a scout. He doesn't even need the AWP. Now Snappy and Sampai's fill the feed. Huge from Snappy out mid.
The push.
He has pushed out long doors. Will Sampai's have considered this option? Wait, Snappy's going to be taking the bomb towards Calyx. Madja with his low HP, is he going to continue to push?
It's Sampai's, he's not making any noise. So Madja's just a statue right now. He's a free kill.
He's got his knife out.
He's a free kill.
He's got his knife out. Sampai's the... Oh no! Oh, good God, that's ugly. Oh, that could be catastrophic. If Calyx, he knows he's already heard the sound cue. They're going to be caught. Oh, and the clears. Magic goes down, and that is it, folks! How has it gone down like that? Look what it means to Eternal Fire starting off their Cologne campaign with a huge win, avoiding the overtime, securing the upper bracket. That's big.
You see that Sampai's kill, you think, okay, sure, it's still a 2v2, they still have a chance to pick this one up, but how that is the way it goes down.
He had his knife out, Chad.
That one is going to leave a mark. There are some rounds there that Falcons will live to forget. Eternal Fire have booked a spot against Complexity. And it was a battle, it was a brawl. Vertigo was quick, Nuke the same, but Dust too. It had its moments.
What a crazy game of Counter-Strike that third map is. I'm sure a lot in the VOD review to be discussed. Oh,
to be discussed,
and I'm sure a lot on the analyst desk to be discussed. Uno, DOS, Trace, what are you saying?
I've got so many words, and luckily we're going to be sharing some of those here with Major. Hey, man, right out of the gate, you're right there at the very end of the game, you get caught basically with your pants down.
Yes.
You get caught with no gun in hand. Tell me about that.
Yeah, it was a really intense match. Understood that they come to kill us in the last round, so we had no money at all, and obviously we need to do some stacks, some things, so we're starting for long. And it paid off, we take the entry, and hopefully Calyx finished the two last guy because I had no Kevlar and low HP, so it was impossible for me to win the clutch if he killed only one maybe or zero. So yeah, it was really intense. We're glad that we keep our composure in this match. But we need to fix also the mistake we had in Nuke City. It was very bad, and we're going to focus for tomorrow. And I think Complexity, playing Complexity.
Well, if you open the door about Nuke, let's talk about it a little bit. Some of the clutches, complicated from the outside, it looked a little bit confusing. Is it map related, or was it just you guys not in the right mindset, or how did that go down?
No, it's just like, I don't know, I'm playing side on Nuke City side, so I feel like we are too much on the shadow, like we don't have information about what the guys are, etc. So I think Nuke City side is more a reaction map, individually for rotating, and I think we do this not very well. We need to work on that. We need to rotate well, better communication. We have this problem since long time. We try to fix, doing a lot of theory, but it takes time, and I think today it's again an experience. We need to check the demo and do better next time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talking about holding nerves, this last map really tested you. Are you happy, proud about how things went down at the very end? Because there was definitely a whiff for overtime, and you guys were able to put it through.
Yeah, it was a great fight from my teammate. Today is it's the birthday of Xantares also, so it's a good gift for him. I'm glad, I'm proud of my boys like always, but we need to be better. I think we didn't play really well, to be honest, and we need to step up for the next matches because it will be more complicated, even match after match.
It only gets weirder after this, right? So, hey, we'll do this. Is there anything you want to say to the fans at home, the Turks that are watching?
Yeah, because there is a, how can I say in English? There's
a watch party?
Yeah, a watch
party.
Yeah, a watch party in Istanbul. There is a lot of people there, so maybe I can say some word in Turkish. Beyler, watch party geldiğiniz için çok teşekkür ederim. Ayağınıza sağlık. Mutlu ettik size. Biz de mutlu olduk. Yarın başka bir maç var. Bir daha watch party var. Bekliyoruz size gerçekten. Desteklerinizi buradan hissediyoruz. Elimizden geleni yapıyoruz. Emin olun. Size seviyorum kalbimizde. Ve her zamanki gibi karım seni seviyorum. Çocuklarımı öp.
That sounded delightful. I'm not entirely sure.
I didn't get the joke at the end, but it sounded
sure
really
it was a
lovely.
I say to my wife, I'm kissing my kids, and
okay.
like every time I speak in Turkish, in the hand I say hello to my wife, and to my both kids I kiss them, because my girl watching TV a lot, and she cry when I die, etc. So Defne, ağlama kızım, seni çok seviyorum.
It's all good, or as they say around here, all is good. Maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll get you out of here, man. Go catch your breath.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
And that is Eternal Finder, finding success, finding the keys that they needed to start the vehicle, and then subsequently drive over the Falcons.
Drive over the Falcons?
Well, somebody had to do that.
Stretch.
Somebody had to do it.
I think it was more about like both cars kind of tumbling down and crashing at the end, and whoever had the most nerves could hold it together. You know, the engine is like failing. And you're going downhill.
Yeah.
But they had the handbrakes. They were ready.
A bit of playing a bit of chicken there. Hey, speaking of which,
hey man,
Jacob.
Hey Jacob.
Welcome to our threshold here.
Thanks.
Hey, let's talk about Zontaras, and let's talk about why he's our U.S. Air Force aim high.
Because he's a fantastic Counter-Strike player, and I guess he showcased that once more tonight. I think the way that he individually right now is playing is back to his absolute best. We spoke about it as well, Matthew. It's more than just the aim, more than just the raw firepower. It was the decision-making on the server. It was being assertive, aggressive, and constantly being hella annoying towards the Falcons.
And I kind of like the fact that Dust 2 wasn't just about him. Map 1 and 2, I think the differential with the rest of the server was crazy, like night and day. He was pretty much the only good argument you could make. On Dust 2, sure, he had a couple of moments, but you could rely on many different players. I liked how they set him up. There was a lot of team play being involved. But still, I think Major was pretty on the money. He very disciplined and rigorous in his analysis. Like, okay, listen, we made it through. It's great. Yeah. We're having a good time. It's a good little gift for Centaurs, but we're far from being perfect. There's always work to be put in.
And we really didn't even get a chance to ask him about Vertigo, right? I mean, we definitely saw Vertigo. It was definitely here in this series, Jacob.
Yeah, it was, and it wasn't a pretty sight for Falcons, let's be completely honest. It was EF looking absolutely fantastic. Centaurus, the way he was playing on Vertigo, I think that was one of the best individual performances we've seen all day. And I sincerely hope that if he can keep up this level, then EF perhaps is a team that will make it to the next stage. They'll advance, you know, and the way they're playing and the way he was playing, and look at those stats. You know,
some of these are actually bonkers. Like 18 and 8 in opening duels.
Ouch. Some of the frags he was getting outside on Nuke were just, I don't want to say unfair, but I'm reporting that guy. Definitely. I'm reporting that guy on matchmaking every time. Immediately.
Maybe Acros or whoever that is, maybe they can
somebody do something.
They got one, you know, let's see.
No, he is pretty sick. That say, I do think sometimes they maybe over-rely or rely a little bit too much on him and his ability to multi-kill. Nuke is an example, and Major was very adamant about it. Like, you know, we play a little bit in the dark, we rely too much on individuals, there's some work to be put in. But at the same time, when you have someone that can do what he does, maybe you get a little lazy. It's like, we don't have the best setup. You're about to bail us out. Yeah, must be nice.
Yeah, it must be nice.
Must be nice.
Here, let me bail you guys out a little bit. We're going to go to a break. We come back, and we do have a little bit of Liquid taking on Pain Gaming. That's going to be our final game over here on the A-Stream. That's right. That's JKS in a Liquid jersey, and you don't want to miss this. We'll be RB.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major. Finally.
With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
What does it change for you within CS2 specifically, right? Because I think we saw the high points of you throughout all of CSGO. Everyone's got their own take on it, where especially for AWPers, sometimes going into CS2, there's things you didn't like about it. How does it feel for you? What parts do you like or don't like?
I do like it. I think it's a different game, and I think the op is a little bit harder, but I don't think it's like a really big change. Like, I think because of the movement and the mechanics of the game, every op is just missing more shots than it used to happen on CSGO. But at the end, it's just normal. It's also good because rifles are also like playing better, right? Because they are not getting shut down by ops all the time. So it's also good, I think. it happens, and every operator is gonna miss obviously some shots during a game.
Is it like some adjustment you have to go through though, just a different style?
I mean, there is not like a big adjustment. You just need to adapt to the game and the gameplay, and maybe hold different angles. But at the end, it's just similar to CS:GO. So
okay. Now, your expectations and obviously the team's expectations for Cologne. What do you say is like the minimum goal you guys have set yourself?
Well, I suppose going through playing is the minimal goal we want to achieve. But actually, we know that right now every team is dangerous. So we really need to be careful about our expectations, and we need to be really focused on ourselves to keep believing and keep trying to play as good as we can. To obviously just keep improving mainly. We need to, like, our main goal is to be ready for the major.
Yeah.
So yeah, all these tournaments, they are important for us, but we need to keep finding, the same pace. We need to get to the same pace together to actually be a good team on the major.
So it's like trying to peak and be at your best for the major, yeah?
Yeah.
And how is the belief for you guys right now? Because when you start to have these losses, we have results not go your way, does it start to hurt your confidence?
I think it does, of course, but I think it does. It happens to every team. When you are winning, you get in a really huge confidence. You are like pretty happy, even if there is a lot of mistakes. You don't care too much. When you are losing, you are like trying to overthink, trying to know what is the solution. But I really think that the solution is just a matter of time. Like as I said, when I joined Tense, it was also really bad for the first 6 months, and afterwards it was just history for us. So I would say it's just really hard, but you just need to keep believing. At the end is the most important thing.
Pick us. Nice, Marco. They can walk city, right? They were both long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both long.
I can flash long in a sec.
Off long.
MVP holding me. Pushing. Push.
Where is it planted?
Planted for you.
Good plant for you. Maybe no kid.
It's Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
We've arrived at the very last game of the day. I'm going to welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters. And as you can see, Cologne appearances by the side of Pain Gaming. That's just one, and that's one big Azera right there to talk about. Now, opposite of Pain Gaming today will be that of Team Liquid featuring, well, I don't know what the math looks like on this, but perhaps a lot more run-ins in Cologne than anybody else on the other
25.
side. Yeah, you know the Alabama math is like Hawk Tua 3, 4, 5. Sorry.
Get out of my face.
I'll get out of here. I'll see myself out. Yeah, check it out though. We've got Liquid in front of us. We've got Pain in front of us. And let's talk a little bit about this Liquid team. I think that's where everyone's focus is. That's where our attention seems to be now that we have what was a decayed Liquid lineup into what we have today.
I mean, we did see them in Copenhagen, right? We did see them take down Na'Vi twice, the best team in the world, at least according to the ranking as for now. So for Team Liquid to have that kind of debut, for them to play so well, for them to win against Na'Vi twice and taking down VP 2-2, I think that was way better than anyone would have anticipated.
And that's why we're getting so excited and enticed about watching this roster. No one is going to try to make the argument that the playbook is ready and refined, but the thing is, in these circumstances, it feels like they are already peaking with what they have to work with. And I can imagine the team talks already. It's like, guys, we know there's going to be some mistakes. We know we're not exactly ready, but who gives a duck? We're going to go out there. We're going to give our very best, 150%. We have players who are overperforming. Remember how Device was playing at the very beginning of him overtaking the IGL? He baffled us completely.
Sure.
I think this is what's happening with Twist right now. Like, he hasn't been encumbered with all of the heavyweight work that you have to put as an IGL day in, day out, weeks in, weeks out. No, he's just enjoying himself. He's calling the Counter-Strike he feels. We know he's got the game sense. We know he's got the skill. All of it is working. You have Naf is always delivering. And all of these stars are kind of aligning, and we're thinking, wait a minute, like, where's the ceiling for this Liquid currently? And apparently Na'Vi isn't.
Well, it can't be nearly as low as it was before, right, Jacob?
That's true. That
was unnecessary.
It's been like, what, 4 or 5 years?
No, I think it's 4 or 5 years. Yeah. Nah, man, I'm talking about the dumpster fire they just had going on, actually.
Oh.
But anyway, I'll leave you to think about that one while we also hear from Twist, who is the new IGL of Liquid.
Liquid are moving into their opening game and the new IGL, who's already had one event under his belt here. And then I want to look at that event. That was a pretty good first showing for you guys. So did the expectations change coming into Cologne?
No, not at all. It's the first event. Clearly, Na'Vi showed that we have things that we have to work on. And Cologne is obviously has more importance. I guess for us, you could say Blast was also equally as important because we wanted to have a good debut.
Yeah.
But yeah, the expectation's the same. Win or lose, I just want to play good CS and know that if we lose to the better team. If we win, it's because we played better.
Well, I would say definitely you have played some good CS to start off with for this new team, but you also had a good individual level. You had a 1.20 rating despite being the captain of the team. Is this what you expect of yourself while leading?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't necessarily think my calls were always the greatest. Obviously still a learning experience for me, but of course one of the expectations is that I keep my fragging up and that I also try to lead by example. So I think, last event was a success in that department, but I obviously need to maintain this.
It's interesting that you just said you didn't think your calling was good at some times. How much of this is a big learning process for you? Because you've worked under some great in-game leaders, so there's an input you can take from that, right? But how much of it is kind of like you're saying, okay, maybe this is wrong, and how much do you maybe overthink things? How does it work in your mind? Because it's got to be a very interesting dynamic.
I mean, in the game itself, there's like limited overthinking because obviously I'm doing a lot of prep. I'm preparing for the stuff, so it's more of like what's happening that could not be foreseen. Maybe Na'Vi or whatever team we played has adjusted. And that's when it becomes difficult to kind of figure it out in the moment. Yeah. But it's not like an overthinking thing. Obviously, this type of stuff comes with like new challenges. And we only had 3 weeks of practice. So playing against some rosters that have been longer together, it's a bit more difficult because they have things ironed out and they've went through many situations as a team where it's like when we're seeing things, sometimes we're seeing it for the first time as a team together, and that's when we figure it out. But I don't know. It's been very fun so far. I'm not really worried about future games or even looking back at games, just taking it game by game and being focused.
I like it. I see you're focused. I see you're confident. I like what I'm seeing. Let's see if Liquid can get it done against Pain. Well, nice one, man. Thank you very much.
Great. Yeah, while there's still eyes on Pain, a lot of the questions will come out of this Liquid lineup. How will it continue to rise above the crop, which is, maybe what we're looking at and hearing from Twist on his side and what it takes to have that application as an IGL.
I mean, so far, we've only seen Team Liquid play as the underdog. When they went up against VP, no one expected them to win. Twice against Na'Vi, you think, no way they're going to beat Na'Vi twice. Now they're coming into this matchup, and they are the clear-cut favorites. Yes. Let's not forget about that. Sure, Pain Gaming have shown us before they can play Counter-Strike at a decent level. They can play Counter-Strike at a high level at times as well, but Team Liquid right now are clear-cut above the rest in terms of that, and they are the favorites now.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's 2 angles that are interesting to look at. One is the psychological angle from, hey, we had nothing to lose. We're playing against the best teams in the world. Let's give it our best shot. Here, completely different. Very much more important. Instrumental moment in the Canada of Counter-Strike and as favorite going up against Pain. That's the psychological factor. The other side of it is the race against time of people figuring you out. Because when you start playing as Liquid with Twist, we're watching this from the community standpoint, and we got no idea what we're going to see. We don't know Ultimate, we don't know his tendencies, we don't know the peaks he likes to do, we don't know how Twist wants to call Counter-Strike, we don't know if Yakinder is going to adapt, and this is a puzzle that you're figuring out. Everything is coming together, game after game, matches after matches. People are starting to understand the DNA of this Liquid, and this is a 2 weeks event. This got this time to understand them.
Yeah, there's an element of understanding and exposure as a player, right? But when you have to get a whole team on the same page, that's a little bit of a testament right here. If you can find that success, that fruit. Hey, speaking of which, fruits, I got a couple of them for you here, and curveball, there is a banana involved. maps.
Could that be Inferno?
I thought you were like introing an interview in a very fancy way. And I was like, I don't know where he's going with this, but I'm all for it.
Well, look, check it out. So Inferno, second map, Anubis first map, if it wasn't a clear indicator.
You're
they were
spoiling
warming
it,
up.
huh?
Well, they were warming up on Anubis, man.
Okay.
No one picks to warm up on Anubis, right?
No, and I think that's one of the issues for Big Zero and the boys from Pain, as you said, Matthew. I mean, we're looking at a scenario right here where there's limited data still on Liquid.
Yes.
There's a decent amount of maps they played at Blast, but still limited. And I think if you're the underdog, you're coming into a game against Liquid where, let's be honest, from a quality point of view, in terms of player material, Liquid have better players, they have more experience. We saw that in terms of the Cologne appearances as well. So one of the things you can do to iron out the playing field is preparing properly for your opponent. But even that is a bit tough for Big Zero and Pain.
No, I agree with you. You compare lineups, you do coast to coast, and Liquid have them figured out all the way. Pain internationally, after the high of the major, and we all started noticing them. Unfortunately, they couldn't really convert on that. Regionally, though, they're still very much establishing dominance. Like Furia is the one team they haven't really played, but still the results are great. So hopefully they can build off of that confidence. I feel like this is a very rough time to meet this Liquid specifically, who haven't started to ask themselves the uncomfortable questions, the one that you don't want to talk about. They're not in that moment yet.
And to me, that's the crazy thing about Liquid. You know, we saw them play at Copenhagen. We think to ourselves, crazy results, good start, but I don't even feel I saw the best version of what I think Liquid can be as well. Yakinda is still struggling in certain scenarios. He's having maps where he's not feeling too comfortable. So in terms of the raw potential within Team Liquid, we did see Ultimate play well. We haven't seen the best from Yakinda in a while. So if you're telling me you could beat Na'Vi twice without Yakinda playing well, what's for the future?
Yeah, there's a couple of players you can rightfully wonder whether the results are going to keep coming this way. Personally, I think Naf is such a surefire player.
Good,
It's such a stable, reliable player. We know what we're going to get out of him. But then Twist again, can you maintain such level? Ultimate, like what are you made of? We like the attitude. We like how proactive, assertive you can be on the server, but then you have to figure out some of your mistakes. And this is but a place to figure out your mistakes, because we're in the Cathedral Counter-Strike.
And also, you get a T-sided start over on Anubis. Now, you might have wanted that to begin with. Seems to be like the favorite to start on that T-side. But in terms of getting those gears in motion, I think that's probably their best bet.
Yeah, you get to dictate the pace. You get to set the tone of the game, figure out whether you want to play fast, whether you want to do a lot of defaults, etc., etc. I agree with Matthew when I say there's certain quantity, certain players within Team Liquid that I know for a fact is going to show up. Nef being one of them. I am, however, curious to Ultimate. He's also going into a match now where he is the favorite. And I guess we can't do an entire segment without speaking about JKS as well. He hasn't played competitive Counter-Strike.
Didn't even mention his name until now.
No, before now. He hasn't played competitive Counter-Strike for quite some time. Again, we saw that when he was standing in, was it FaZe Clan back in the day? He did a fantastic tournament as a stand-in. He comes into Liquid as well after a long break, and it seems like he's never left the server, never left the game.
Okay, well, you talk about JKS, the return to grace from a player that's got a lot of experience. We can take the flip side of that conversation, look at Pain and think about a guy like Snow. Young kid on the block, coming in, playing with streamers, trying to make a name for himself. And what do you know? He ends up in the Pain jersey. Oh my God, I'm probably twice his age.
How old are you by now? Yeah.
Nobody wants to know how old I am. This is not a conversation.
Anybody got time for that?
Now, ain't nobody got time for my age. But this is such a great story. And I was having the conversation with BTT outside the studios, and he was telling me about how Brazil for a while refused to open the gates to new talents. All of the scenes in Counter-Strike that had an era suffered through the same symptoms, which is the thing. Listen, we figured out. We know how to win. We ain't gonna open up the gates to all these new kids around the block. We know how to win. Brazil took a while for this, but now it's starting to change. Imperial's bringing Dissentient Norway. Snow is coming in for Pain. You have all of these interesting profiles who are here to not only give in motivation, but also maybe push the seating a little bit higher up. How many kids have we had in Counter-Strike recently who've redefined what you can do? The Monesi, to the Donk, to the Yimpat. Like, they're out there, they're pushing the boundaries of Counter-Strike, and you gotta be open to that. Just not on the desk. Keep the old man out. Yeah, it's just for the players.
We're talking about a new generation, right? Like a new generation of players. Now, if you look at the Brazilian side, if you look at the South American side, and the players that they've put forth over the years, they've garnered championships. However, at this point, we're also seeing some of that come to fruition and sort of expand out in a tree.
Sure.
And comes to limitations too. Like if you are a Brazilian fan, you understand at this very moment you're not going to win trophies only based on players that have won in the past.
No.
You have to be able to look towards the future and bring in new kids, bring in new talent, new blood, new way to think the game.
And I think that's been one of the issues for Brazilian Counter-Strike, because there's no denying there's an awful lot of talent, there's a lot of depth now. Can you gather all the best players on the same team? I don't know, but Pain, they stand a good chance of winning now.
Speaking of Pain, let's hear from him.
Pain have been dominating back in Brazil, and that's why I want to start with NQZ, because you guys come into Cologne looking very good. Where is the confidence level right now for the team?
I think right now we are feeling really confident. Of course, winning Brazil gave us a lot of confidence, but we know that the level right here is going to be way different. So we are kind of having our mindset ready for that, but we are really, really confident.
In terms of that confidence, though, you didn't come to Europe that early, right? You didn't boot camp here or anything like that. Why not?
Because we had a lot of qualifiers back in Brazil and a lot of important sports in important tournaments. So we focus our attention on that. Of course, doing the boot camp previous here will be great, but we had our main goal, which was qualifying to the other tournaments.
Okay. So let's look at this, though, in terms of Liquid being your opponent here. This is going to be the toughest opponent you guys have faced probably since the CCT Global Finals back in May. Are you ready to adjust and fight against this kind of team when you've been used to the teams back home for so long?
I think back in the CCT days, we just had a roster change. We just put in Snow in the team. So I guess right now we are more confident and more ready to beat teams like that. I think that obviously it's not going to be an easy match. Liquid are coming up in a great shape. They played really well in Blast, but I think right now, if we manage to play our own game, we can still put some good CS here.
And in terms of putting some good CS, I'm glad you mentioned Snow. 17 years old. We're very hyped to see what he can do here. How was he feeling just being at Cologne, being at his first huge event? This is like crazy for him, right?
Yeah, it's crazy for him. It's also a great experience for us because we've all been there, you know, playing our first tournament. So we were trying to give him as much confidence as we can and show him that he can also perform here. It's a tournament like any other, so we're really happy for him and really happy that he's having this experience for the first time with us. And we'll see.
We will see, and we're going to see it real soon. They're going up against Liquid next.
Thank you, man.
Smooth. Well done, man.
All right, well, we are ready to get into the game, so it seems. Anubis, Liquid T-sided start Inferno, the second map of the series. Dust 2, should we need it, and that will put Matthew over the threshold of 12 maps today. We will get a round of applause from him somewhere, some way. Actually, maybe Chad, Alex.
We love maps. We do love maps. That's Chad Burchell. A round of applause. And not even a golf. That's a
no, there was a little bit more vigor in that one. Yeah, for sure. 12 maps, that's a lot of maps. That means every series on the A stream today has gone the distance.
You want to talk about a lot of maps, Chad? How many have Pain played in the last 3 months?
Yeah, bloody heaps. 14 series in a row for them domestically. So they don't really know what losing feels like. Since Snow joined, they played 112 maps, and that's since May.
Right, yeah. Snow has been in the server with Pain for just over 90 days. 100, what do you say, 12?
112 maps. Yeah, they've been grinding.
Yeah,
just all of it against domestic opponents. They've just been farming.
This is a different kettle of fish, right? But we heard it in the interview. If we can play our own game, well, this is their approach. This is their own flavor. They're starting this interesting off-angle stack towards the A site, but they are going to be meeting Liquid head-on from cams. Big Uzera. Playing it as if he's alone. Playing as if he's the lone A defender. They overextend into Kawes. There's one. There's another. Solid start with the USPs. Big Uzera struggling to find a conversion, but it's Snow's double, and it's all Snow. A triple kill in his first round at Cologne.
Damn, look at him. Happy with that one, isn't he? Getting fired up. Even has a bit of sass after the fact.
Damn, dude. I mean, couldn't ask for it better.
I remember seeing his name pop up years ago, right? I think when I was like 14 or 15 years of age, I saw some highlights from him on Twitter, and he was being touted as the next big Brazilian thing. But to be in Pain Gaming alongside a big Uzera, who as far as in-game leaders from the region go, is someone everyone wants to get their hands on. But look at the fire in the belly, the classic Brazilian style. No plan for Team Liquid, but they will go for the force buy. We got our taste of this new roster in Blast just last week. And it was positive signs. 2 wins against that of Na'Vi, a win over Virtus Pro. Some very strong signs for the Canadians. Twists and NAF showing just why they're as good as they are. Ultimate also with a pop-off map or 2. Yukinda with some decent entries. JKS having a couple of clutches. Just so everyone knows, I'm his biggest critic.
Yeah, he's not lying.
He got bopped by Bit. Time and time and time again.
Yeah, well, Bit does seem to be ascending as of late, doesn't he? Back to that old form, his rookie year form.
This has a B split written all over it. NAF and Ultimate outside the B bomb site with that bomb.
That's some good timing on that smoke, though. Kawes is going to have no answers.
Yeah, won't be able to push for the flank. So JKS, Twist, and Yukinda likely to come in through dark. It's actually drawn the rotation. Big Uzera over to A and QZ towards middle. Snow and Lux, you're about to have company.
Yeah, let's see what Snow can do. triple kill in his first round at IEM Cologne. Snow glyph position. Lux. They have to choose this moment wisely. It's covered. It's JKS good onto Lux. Traded into the side, but the rotation is rapid, dude. These smokes are great from Liquid. You can see that it facilitates an uncontested plant. But they will fade. And I'm looking for the kit.
Yeah, I don't see one.
That gets uncomfortable quick. Oh, but Twist goes down to Snow. That's a nice start. Oh, and that's even better from Ultimate. Goes looking for more. This is his life now. Naf, if he could find Snow, maybe he can track another big Uzera. 23 points of health. Listen to Snow. Absolutely amped to be here and to be fragging. 4 already for Pain Gaming's 17-year-old new star in the making.
It's fun to see, isn't it? And Matthew going, yeah, I'm probably double his age, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
You were that kid one day, though.
Yeah. And,
and
that's what's infectious about all of this, right? This is before it becomes a job. This is when, like, sure, you're getting paid as a kid, right? It's whole much of a different field than it used to be, but this is when the passion is flowing through your veins.
And could you add any extra to the idea of, you know, the elder statesman saying we've all had our first event? You know, we all know what that's like. That makes a difference, right? They know what, especially Big Uzera, I imagine he knows exactly what that kid needs.
Well, I think that the fact that they've played so many maps and reps is a positive thing. They've played very limited European. Hold up a second. Yeah, they scored again. They're down to a one-on-one. Look at the aggression out of Kawaz. Gonna get tracked down. Nade's not bad to ward them off. JKS only with a lick of damage. What was that view model?
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. Big Uzera breaking the mold. Cow is sticking around in an aggressive stance. He'll have NQZ baskets for bait.
They might even push. Like, they don't have any mid control whatsoever. Big Uzera has given it up altogether. He's just playing from camera. That's a little nade for more chip damage, and now an aggressive smoke. So Liquid, if you had plans of heading A main, at least you've applied the pressure to force out utility. Now the M4 fights. Lux, good.
Really good play. I love their proactivity as well. They're even getting flashed into A main through that T-smoke to confirm no one's baskets. However, with Snow going down empty-handed on B, Liquid have an advantage. The smokes are going to land comfortably. Big Uzera, the only one that has a chance to disrupt here, goes for a bit of a spam. Will throw out the HE towards Dark Pillar, but it's not going to hit the money. And so Liquid stubborn, second buy in back-to-back rounds.
What is he playing, Battlefield 4 or something? Well, what's the view model is? Driving me crazy.
And you're forced to look at it. There's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, you can put the kids to bed, guys. This is a crime.
Oh, yo, that was a lovely shot, long range. If Ultimate overextends and comes up empty-handed, he nearly did, you know. Took a labored spray onto NQZ. And now Kawaz, yeah, he'll do what he can to maybe take Ultimate out of the equation. It will force a rebuy. But they have fumbled there. And Liquid, they'll take their first round with back-to-back force buys, thanks to Naf's handiwork in the previous.
All right, Myth are happy with that one. Smile on his face. Obviously, new coach, 2 new players, and a completely new look Liquid.
Is the biggest feather in Myth's cap that major run in
with
Paris?
Apex?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Cuban was coaching.
Oh.
But Mytha was there.
Oh, that's right. I just took a picture of him in the stands, but he wasn't standing behind the boys.
Yes.
Okay.
But Mytha's coached a bunch of teams, mainly Danish teams. He also coached Renegades for a while.
Yes,
with
that's
the Dexter version of Renegades. But from what I understand from Twist, he's a very hard worker.
Yeah.
Brings a lot to the table in terms of the prep work and everything like that. I've always got that impression. So
this Lurk Smoke is the bane of my existence on B, Chad. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, and it feels like what it traditionally does is have to draw a third player over towards B to deal with the left and the right while it's in play. But then if you're harassing through dark and then you're lurking through that smoke and then mid's lighter and then A's a little bit weaker. So there are ways that you can deal with it, right? You can play on jail, you can play over the top of it, you can try and play ahead of it. You can even just drop your own smoke in front of it to make it a little bit more awkward. But yeah, it is a great way to apply pressure towards the B defense, make the site feel a little bit slower. But if Liquid deal with this round, should be setting himself up to take the lead.
JKS is heading towards temple position. Oh, actually, it's Glyph side.
Another B split.
Yeah, looking good. They're util perfect. Snow will extinguish just to survive. Is he delaying the inevitable? Oh, Big Uzera catch one. Oof, he only gets the one chance. JKS controls the spray. And this is methodical. This is convincing Team Liquid. Almost entirely exhausting their utility while still having 5 alive. Is this textbook? Would you describe this as textbook?
Yeah, I think they're using their utility quite well. They're not overstepping the mark too much. There could have been an issue there if they didn't clear their corners, but Crisis Averted, Twist, and Yukinda will deal with Lux, and now it's just NQZ and Kawes on the saves.
What did you make of that Blast debut for Team Liquid as JKS's biggest hater?
As his biggest hater, yeah, he could have done better.
Okay.
I think he was having a tough time in a lot of head-to-head fights, especially against Bit on certain extremities across the map. He obviously did have some clutches. And he is playing different roles and positions on some maps, so there will be an adjustment time, especially something like Inferno, right?
We got that here, haven't we? It's map 2, I think?
Yeah, but during his time when we were just pugging, right, I don't want to play Inferno. We never played Inferno.
Right.
So
it's your fault, basically.
Yeah, I'll take the blame. I will definitely take the blame. But yeah, I think Justin can definitely perform better than he did, and they still won. But if I look at it from a Liquid perspective, first thing we need to make sure that we're always doing out of the season is there's no tape on them. That's a big win. It's also honeymoon, and it's also a group stage. So you have to line all of those things up. Now, that doesn't take away from what the win means to Liquid and the fact that they did beat the world #1 twice, right? It means a lot for them. They run into this event with a huge amount of confidence, and I think that's fantastic for the early stages of a team. G2 are the same, right? EWC was a tournament. It was very cutthroat. They had a massive run there, and then they also continued that hot streak into Blast. So very positive signs for the new rosters in attendance here out of the break, and I would love if it would carry through because Liquid are obviously during the play-in. See if they can make it to the main tournament. They're in the South American side of the bracket, apparently. We have Imperial taking on Furia just down the road. That's going to be coming towards its conclusion shortly. Now we have Pain versus Team Liquid. So the winner of this will play the winner of that. And the losers, of course, will face off as well. Going through the same paces in towards this B split. Yeah, but what I did like from Liquid is I think Naf and Twists both showing how great they are individually, and not even through, them doing parts of the round that they should, just them making these plays that were necessary and finding impact when necessary.
Yeah. Well, there's impact. Only just the one, though, on that SMG save through. The rest were stacked over towards A. But I have to say, yeah, these smokes are going to become troublesome for the B defense if they aren't setting some sort of disruptive aggression towards B main. If Liquid are allowed to just waltz in, smoke exec and Molotov Dark Pillar, your options are null.
I do like, and this is obviously something that's been in Anubis for a long time, teams have been doing it, but I think throwing the T-stairs smoke from spawn helps facilitate aggression, or at least the idea of it, and it will slow down their default progression to getting that dark control. Right? It also makes your A default a little bit more tentative because he doesn't have the support network. Your T-Stairs AWPer can't flick between helping A main as well as helping Dark, right? It completely negates that position, which is why you tend to see some of these players default and stay up towards rugs a little bit longer because they don't want to be down there in the water because they can be swarmed. So that slows down the whole default progression.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Well, we get to have a look at Pain Gaming, a full rifle round.
Mytha with the mic in front of his mouth. Was he waiting for a chance to chime in? There was no ability to
just making sure it's there.
Yeah, all right. Twister's searching straight towards B with Naf, so a different look. Left side, they're just harassing. Yeah, this is them just going, all right, we'll put a lot of pressure on this B defense.
Yeah, I mean, the comms right now are, they're right side B.
But job done, right? That's all that you're aiming for right there. And Lux absolutely melted perfect. They harassed him. They saw him go into Dark. They pinned him down, removed the player. And that's the thing, if you put that early B pressure on it and they have to use the smoke that early, that's great. You love it. It's like getting a top banana smoke out within the first, 15, 20 seconds of the round.
And that leaves you here. You have to play 2B. NQZ wants answers, but JKS is poised to collect anything he oversteps. Holding this angle, it's JKS on his clears. Will Ultimate be just as wise? Yeah, well managed. No flash for this.
Or a molly. I'm curious that they're going dry. You should use some util.
Yeah. Oh. The molly was considered. JKS is going to go without the util. And they line up. Ooh, it could have gone wrong. Still cannon snow. Not quite the double. That would have changed the lay of the land. Yakinda's 14 HP. He's going to get 2, isn't he? Oh,
well
yes,
played.
He is. Yes, he is. Nope. He's actually gone for a more professional approach.
Oh, still might get both. The flash was great. Cowards will deal with ultimate, but yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, I think that was Mytha.
Trucking sick.
Loving it. Naf's been in this team since 2018. That was a long time ago these days.
He's the new Elige/Nitro.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is the staple.
Probably the greatest Mac 10 player in the world.
Mate, the way he was using it.
That's not how we play Counter-Strike, Naf. You don't just hold down the trigger and start running around corners, but apparently you do.
I mean, like, from, like, apps to long.
Yeah, sounds kind of wild.
What? Oh, wow, that could not be better timed. Congratulations, production. You get 10 points.
Send that one to the sponsors.
Yep. I can actually hear the link being pasted into Slack right now.
All right, the folder was opened and now closed. That was a Pain Gaming tactical timeout. The conversation goes both ways. Should be just a partial investment from Pain here. Yeah, the fact that went in dry, that could have really fallen apart. It was just a multi-kill stalled out. Yakinda was low. He couldn't follow through. You see him burning in the Molotov and then spammed. Oh, they blew open the smoke. That's great to show you exactly how tough that feels.
Like his options were null. There was nothing for him there.
Well, they missed the door, Molly?
No.
Not the end of the world. He's still through.
All right. What do we have to look forward to in this one?
I've just put in the feelers out, Liquid. See what type of purchase there is. Good util use. Flushes them forward. Good kill for JKS.
Biased caster. You can't be saying it's a good kill for JKS. Oh, who threw that? Probably JKS, I reckon.
I reckon that was...
What is that view model? Let's do a Big Uzera round. Actually, let's do that. What in God's name is that from Big Uzera?
I hate it.
That's atrocious. And I'm a left-hand view model stand, but I can't be talking. I can't be bigging it up.
Someone have a word to him, man.
Oh, it's worked out wonderfully.
If he gets another kill, I'm changing that view model.
What, are you going to go down there?
Well, I'm going to ask you. I said,
okay.
Can you send me your view model settings, Big Uzera?
Yeah, okay. Okay, I understand, and I understand completely the Observer's decision to get off Big Uzera camp, even if it is just for your own eyes, your own protection.
Jakey hates fun. That's why he's off the Big Uzera camp.
Oh, look what you've done. You see, scoped in. There's no point, lads. MQZ down. That's Big Uzera tagging up ultimate, but...
Thank God I don't have to change to that view model.
Yeah. That would have been a fun game, though.
Well, 5 for Liquid. Isn't this a nice start?
This is a thoroughly, like, it's... There hasn't been any kind of unforced errors, any, like, silly deaths. Everything's been really, like, well controlled.
No one's huffing and puffing at each other. There's no rolled eyes.
No one's sassing anyone. No one's fumbled. Everyone's getting the kills that they should. And I have to say, like...
Roland from Poland's in the server as well.
Roland from Poland. And he has really taken well to this. I mean, we talked about the snow, you know, through the Pain angle of more experienced players integrating him. But it's not like our Ultimate lacks experience. He does at the T1 level.
But he plays against the European opponents, right?
Precisely.
And he's a demon in the face at Pugs.
Yeah.
But also, you and I casted some of his... Actually, was that when you were banned?
That might be one. The whole ban situation. Oh, bloody hell. Speak of the devil. And here he is. Takes NQZ down for his 6th consecutive empty-handed death. Now, I was about to say, if Nav pushes that smoke, that would be the first blemish on the no-risk maneuvers. You've got a 5v4, and Mr. Van Delkin wants a clean game here. That's Twist. I just call him Van Delkin because...
Well, I really want to start to call him RVD.
Oh, I don't hate that, you know.
Because there was a wrestler once upon a time, RVD.
Does sound a little bit like a kind of STI or something, though.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, I got RVD, mate. Oh, sorry about that, mate.
Come on now.
Sorry, I've ruined it. Yeah, no, you're right. It does sound cool.
An RVD off the top row. It's so good.
I'm sorry,
like, once you get hyped and RVD's coming out of your mouth.
Once a week for 4 weeks, you'll be all right.
So, it's a good nickname. They've gambled incorrectly.
That's correct, Chad. And you know what happens when you gamble incorrectly?
There's a hotline for that.
Oh, whoa! So close! 2 twists on the plant. Staring at the floor, rewarded. Lux now goes down to Yakinda, his 8th. He's looking comfortable. And he did say he's going to sit slightly further away from the monitor.
RVD won't be happy with that pick from Yakinda.
You're right. I think he gets a little slap across the wrist on that one.
I don't mind the hunt.
RVD scratching for some extra frags.
Oh,
JKS.
perfect flash.
Yeah, it does work wonders. So is that, though. Turned. and execute it. Oh, they lose the AWP. Can he grab it? Yes, he can, but still the damage is done. Chad, he took the words right out of your mouth.
Unless he's dropping 40, I don't want to know him.
Okay, okay. By the way, perhaps the uninitiated.
No, don't make me do it.
No, I'm going to fill him in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Chad Sponge Birchill kind of had a Snow situation. Imagine Chad, Chad is Big Uzera.
Okay.
And Snow was JKS when he was young. Was he a squeaker when you first met him?
No,
no. He was like, what, 17 or something?
Talk. He was like 18.
18, okay. Yeah. So a young 18-year-old Justin Savage, Chad, competed in the realms of Counter-Strike with the young man in the liquid jersey. Naf, however, has found 2 immediate frags on the B side. It's wide open. They've even Molotov Lux out of there. This is so convincing.
We call this clinical.
Yeah.
We'd load up an episode of House.
Yeah, and
we'd be diagnosing the problem.
And he'd say, I think it's RVD.
You've ruined that.
Sorry, man.
I enjoyed it so much during the Blast co-streaming, and you've ruined. No, we just have to accept it.
Can we play the GoldenEye theme?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
He's a banger.
What GoldenEye character would Big Uzera be?
He's not Odd Job.
I was gonna. That's the only one I really know.
Mario, Luigi. I don't
A different game. Still on the N64.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't privileged enough to have an N64. I feel like I missed out. Played on my cousin's PS1. Snow. What do you know? A 1v4.
Way to go, Snow.
Where are they going with that bomb, bro?
Around the world.
Yo.
Hello.
Okay, yes. Caught out. Pulling the pin on his smoke.
Well, they're getting ping-ponged around the map.
They are.
Look at him go.
Bit of whiff-waff afoot here in Anubis.
Well, if you were ever going to lose your 14 series win streak.
Yeah.
It's kind of how it is for the Australians. Is he doing this?
I wouldn't put it past him, but Naf certainly will. That's his quad kill as well. So Naf just walked into that site and said, you know what? Oh, wait, they got double up for T-side. He's picked that up. I mean, they've got max money. You could just throw it over the fence if you accidentally picked it up.
You don't need it.
You probably don't. Shouldn't. I mean, I don't think RVD would be having any of that, to be honest.
Not yet.
Double up is a symptom. Lovely work from Nafly. 4 kills. We do get an AWP in NQZ's hands, so it's about time we see him on the board if they want to have a competitive CT haul. You can work with 7-5.
Stands for not quite zebra. You're right, this half isn't over yet. Far from over.
Oh, that is terrifying if you're an A-anchor. You just heard 4 flashes popping into baskets. You throw in one of your own and it confirms an AWP went looking. Ultimate, he goes ahead of this. It's a big opening onto Calwez. That is a nasty way for your anchor to go sinking. And job's done, right? You got your opener. You can just reset. I say that as there's NQZ. Deals with your Kinder's occupation of middle.
It's a little tough round for Liquid to try and piece together. This is one of the things with Ultimate that in the early stages of this team, you're letting the kid go for the type of aggressive peaks that he wants to on the CT and the T side. Sometimes he gets caught out, sometimes he doesn't. Now he's provided you an opener. Can you make good on it? The util limited, smoke, flash, and a bunch of Molotovs. He's just going to continue searching. No support available for the kid at all.
He's giving it a go, and NQZ spotted out. He doesn't burn.
Hell.
Yeah, you want to see Ultimate? That is some aggressive AWPing. NQZ, however, deals with twists on mid. Now, ooh, wasn't far off of the boots of the Canadian.
Temple smoke, so that's going to apply that there could be an A split coming in. Lux is pushed out of B, so this is a difficult clear for Naf on the way back.
It is a clear though, isn't it?
I don't know if he'll clear.
30 seconds, you probably can have a look. Oh, he does. He clears it. Brilliant awareness.
I'd love to see that from his POV.
Yeah, how much of it was like a pre-aim?
Good molly.
Has to be ahead of it. Ultimate suspects it. Swings out, loud step. Gonna try and transfer. It's good again from Naf. Look at the impact we're seeing right now as Ultimate covers the plant. That was the closest we've seen. It required some heroics from NQZ on the up, and still Pain can't convert.
Yeah, they're going to have to just be another partial buy for Pain, but this half is already feeling done and absolutely dusted. Oh, considering going all in, I can see the buys manifesting and disappearing with the sell back option. But great opener from Ultimate. Mytha likes that one. He's an animated coach, that's for sure. They've actually taken a tactical timeout, so likely what we would have seen in the series we just did with Eternal Fire versus that of Falcons. On map number 1 of Vertigo, I remember Faber taking a timeout in that first half to be like, look, we've done a great half, but let's just, you know, see if we can continue these winning ways and make it a great half.
Yeah, on the other side of the coin, I mean, I don't know how much that can be said during this Team Liquid's timeout, but Pain obviously have the mic open as well. Just a 30-second breather. Feels like at this point, I mean, what would be, from the CT perspective, there's nothing you can say, is there? You know, like, let's just do something together. Let's do something aggressive, or do you really just have to gamble and hope you can find a Hail Mary here with a single M4?
I'd put something behind the M4, and I would heavily discuss the financial situation. So max loss bonus going into the next with a full buy, and then I would try and play around the M4 and set it up, either bait for it or it'd allow it, give it a boost, something along those lines. They're taking it A main. JKS is about to get pinced. He's dead.
Yeah, you'd think so. Oh, still aware and controls the spray, finding Big Uzera.
Well, that's a B player. No,
yeah, and Yukinda knows that Big Uzera is usually mid. Will he clear this angle? Lux. Well shot. Takes her head off a twist, but falls to the orb.
Snow's coming through.
Wow, Snow. Yo, he's managed to find himself Yukinda. They actually have a man advantage here, Chad. This is big. If NQC can just find one here, he knows where they are. He can hear them. Both of them. The information is there now for Pain Gaming. All you need is a headshot onto one of the two. And Ultimates will clear you. He baits it, but still NQZ converts. But you've got to get past Naflight. Pulls out the dual Beretta, sprays down NQZ.
Cowboy.
This is uncomfortable now for Cow as the A anchor remains. What's Naf's read of the situation? You've got 60 seconds. You're audible. Was he? He was audible retreating. He still is.
Yeah.
Yikes! That's the end of that. 3 on the board. Cowes, that's an impact round. Say what you want. Same as well from NQZ. That was an important frag. It's only his third, but it translates to Pain Gaming's third.
I can't believe he whacked out the Julies to go for that fight. Crazy from Naf. He had plenty of time to reset, but wanted to take that fight heads up. Important kill from Snow in middle as well to change the dialogue. Sent Liquid packing elsewhere. But they can work with 4. 4 on the half for Pain and the pistol. This game is still on. Liquid with a 9-3. Maybe that might be a little bit too much to ask. Oh, did you see him go jail?
It seems that way. He is adamant that that is occupied. The flash may sow seeds of doubt. Yeah, he's sticking around there. Your teammate Molly's 4M forces a smoke out, and QZ is trapped. A flustered smoke, support from the HE and spam, but it's ultimate straight through the smoke.
Wrong target as well.
Big Uzera does catch in strays.
3 here.
Through the smoke is Twist. Lux completely caught off guard. Yukinda finishes it off, and this is a crazy round out of Liquid. What do you describe that as? Twist decides he's got a moment.
Stubbornness. Or willingness. Frame it however you want, but JKS is going to call A clip.
Oof, wow. I mean, they are just spoilt for choices, aren't they? He's calling A clip. Yukinda says doesn't matter. I got B. Cowes is going to catch JKS with his 9th out. Cowes does what some pious could do.
You don't want to smoke that out, mate. That's your way in.
You're going to need that. Oh my goodness. Hard mode, and Ultimate confirms it. That is 9, folks. It's all smiles in the Liquid campaign gaming. They're on the win spree with a winning streak domestically. It's a different world here in Cologne.
Self HP. He's coming, he's trying to go. Nice. Bro, I was running with bomb like one way, the other way, one way, the other way. You're rubber banding her with bomb. I have good spawn activity.
Good times. You can see at Team Liquid, it's all been going fantastically. In fact, you can just look at the top of the screen in a moment and you'll see just how fantastically it was going. Let's not forget Pain picking themselves up the pistol here on Anubis. This is Pain Gaming's map pick, and it was short-lived.
I think Liquid would have loved this map because this is the map they picked against Na'Vi twice.
Yeah, so maybe a lack of prep in the Pain department, or perhaps
just
comfort.
a weird overlap in the veto, or underlap.
Yeah.
Hate those damn underlaps.
Got to watch out for the underlap. The pistol, the first necessary step to have a conversation about Anubis. Otherwise, this one could be quite a quick second half.
Yeah, they could make it both pistols.
Yeah. It was that intense 1v1 in the second round that led Liquid to a force in the third that then got the whole avalanche rolling.
Party started. Well, Ultimate is going to be potentially, I was going to say baited in, but it looks like Twist has evacuated the premises.
Back in his aim, if in a position like this, right, you're going to be cleared by Glocks.
The USP is so close, it can get quite dicey.
He's really hoping
support's coming
to be overlooked here. I mean, there's one quick tap and he's down and out. Good work on the Glocks. Can they get another? They can. B-site lost. Bomb to be planted, and just JKS and your Kinder. Now a smoke on your Kinder.
Hard to see how you break into this. If they set up a strong crossfire, potentially a little bit disjointed on this.
Yeah, it would require a real misplay here. No Kev. Onyeki. JKS hits a fantastic first bullet there onto Lux, and now with Yakinda finding Snow, it is starting to get a little uncomfortable. They know where one is.
Oh my
Another
God.
shot from JKS, and NQZ could have done it. JKS had 2, maybe 3 shots there.
What he said, unless what he said is really bad, and then not what he said.
Exactly.
But I didn't love, when I said disjointed, I don't love that full aggressive platform position.
The one that's tugged like Goblin?
Yes, because like you could be, it's great because it's a hard clear, but you could see how he got isolated and nobody could help.
Like unless your Dark player is actively holding Temple, it's awkward.
Like to help bait.
Yeah.
Like I like that pillar position is strong.
Yeah.
As opposed to jail, I think it would always be better to be main.
Makes sense.
And
Makes sense.
They won the round. We're talking just general theory here, guys. All right, don't get mad at me, please.
No, I actually was intrigued to know what was the signifier for your analysis of the crossfires.
Is he cheating?
It is either cheating or lagging, and I suspect it might be the latter. As Big Uzera, gets it done. Oh man, it is giving me land hall vibes, isn't it? Like
It's the funny thing when it's the kids that are the sassiest. It's like Donker as well.
Yeah.
So they got something to say.
Well, I mean, it's also just I think it's a place for your adrenaline to go.
Sure.
You know, in Counter-Strike, a lot of it's sitting still. A lot of it requires patience. So if you can't put it out into the game, you have to get it out somewhere. Probably vibrating with just sheer excitement for where you are, dopamine, adrenaline, and of course a whole lot of focus, one would assume.
Oh, aggression.
Oh, some chip damage already, and a good nade, well placed, and they are aggressing. Charging up canals with this aggressive smoke, and it's all up to this fight. Snow's going to check it, but the AWP goes down. Good trade from Snow. Costs him a lot.
Yeah, Lux and Snow, the walking wounded. So Ultimate with a dink before he goes down. And there was that T-stair smoke from the CTs followed through with the aggression. There will be an A main push. Don't get it twisted. JKS and Twist are supported by NAF. They will have to aggress. You don't just hit the brakes in this situation. And smoke fades, you clear. Well
Perfect.
blocked. It's unlikely to see them go just brute force. So the timing on this is perfect. Couldn't be better.
And unless Snow hits the first, it still feels like he's only going to be good for one unless he tucks into Dark. He is trying to do that, I think. He'll get one. No, he won't. JKS too quick.
They should get the bomb down.
Trigger. Yeah, okay. So Yakinda was last noted Temple. Takes a bit of a crazy one there, Lux. Wants to try and level it out to a 3v3.
Oh, Naf is on a very long rotation.
Well, Yakinda's already found Big Uzera, so Naf is going to have to get a bit of a wiggle on. Good shot from Lux. They're just double in Dark here. Twist tucks in. Needs this fight to go his way, and instead it's Cowers and Lux trying to make a 2v4.
The kid stranded outside Dark. It was on JKS.
Okay, this has been mismanaged by Liquid, and now Yakinda. He knows the fight has to be brought his way. Missed shot, the elbow just poking out. Nap onto the bomb, and no scope hits, and they're going to call the bluff. They know he's off it. There is no time. An incredible turnaround for Pain Gaming. That is their round, a 6th. Getting into the site with all the advantages in the world from that aggression.
Yeah, and there was just one defuse kit on JKS. He plays first over towards Dark. He goes down, twists. If he gets that kill, then they're able to head back through, but just a little bit fumbled in that situation from Liquid turns into a 3-round game. So Pain not giving up. Going to work their way back into this. Going to make Liquid do it the hard way. No free wins around here. We'll see more of this. We saw plenty of this in the Falcons series where, you know, they'd be investing with the MP9s with the loss bonuses in play. It's going to be 3,400 into the next. He just looked at, yeah, tough on the replay. This is the type of round you have to convert if you're Pain and you want to have any shot in this map. Feels like not a gimme, but as easy as they're going to get.
Yeah, no nades, really. Biguzera trying his luck. Woof, that's a lot of info. Lucky to be away. Scot-free.
No, if they head to B, it's the right call.
Yeah. The idea that there was 3 mid. I know it's likely only 1 here, and it's going to be Yakinda down empty-handed. JKS, he only just gets to Temple and still finds the trade. That's admirable work from the Aussie. 18 francs for JKS. He's having a game. Ultimate, ooh, did some damage. JKS profits, hang on. With just this half buy, he's done damage to Biguzera. Puts him on 15. Twist start to show up. He can with 1, but hold your horses, it's Naf. He was the only one with a save rifle. How does he work on this one? They're worried about the fast flank. He's been doing that repeatedly. This time he's opted for a more direct approach to the B bomb site.
The thing is, JKS is the A anchor, and he was already on site doing a lot of damage. So then you're trying to piece together this puzzle. Everybody seemed like they were there, and that's because, well, everybody was there. Look at the blue X's top of your screen. You can see all the bodies for both sides littered, and they've been able to thread the needle, Pain. They've found their way through towards that A bomb site. SoundQ has been heard and noted by NAF, and, well, with the loss bonus, he may as well give this one a go. Needs to get them with the element of surprise quite quickly because, again, there's no defuse kit.
Yeah, they would have loved a smoke. Instead, it's 2 flashbangs thrown towards Cam willy-nilly. Set up strong, but NQZ's not active on this, so it's up to Snow to be aware of the stairs crawl. Oh, Jiggle confirms Naf's location. Now, perhaps the jig is up. Last flash used. Snow on the cake position. NQZ passive.
Got to go now or save.
10 seconds here. Yeah, it's just going to have to be a save. Okay, keeps the M4. Backs away. And Pain make it 7. This is T-side Anubis, Chad.
Yeah, and they're well and truly in this. So the first gun round from Liquid, I feel that they likely should have converted it if they just had their personnel a little bit reconfigured, and Naf also with that long flank. It was disjointed. JKS and Twist should have waited longer at Dark, or Naf should have been on a quicker flank, right? One of those two things should have played into that round. Now, from Liquid, they have the AWP and Ultimate's hands. That's the difference. The first gun round, it was full rifles, and they went very aggressive. I don't know if they'll need to do that. It's also probably worth seeing what type of spawn Ultimate has. It's nothing too crazy, so I don't think we'll see him go for an aggressive pick. Pain are working their way back into this. This is what you like to see.
Yeah,
and the kid's got 15.
Yeah, he's going for it. Doesn't seem to be getting consumed by the moment, playing his game his way.
So apparently he used to be a bit more of an aggressive player, and then in this roster he does more anchory roles, right?
Interesting.
So you can see him being an extremity player on the T side.
Cowers, lovely control. How has it got 2 there? Ooh, and a miss from Ultimate.
I swear Naf would have seen him when he ran out initially.
Yeah, it felt clunky, did from RPOV.
Well, Matthew touched on this in the desk. Like, Team Liquid haven't gone through those scenarios yet. This is only their second tournament.
Oh, well played by Twist there. He just found that sweet spot from the molly spread. Ultimate to reaggress. No. Excuse me, Cowers. Could catch a lovely timing here. Ultimate, this is hyper aggressive. The fact that maybe Cowers is going to be revealed. Quick reactions from Ultimate. NQZ's got the bomb. He doesn't get the frag. Info goes both ways. NQZ punishes the overextension.
Twist will be hearing a lot of this. Players in dark and knowing where NQZ is. JKS is going to go through CT spawn. They've smoked off Temple. And the awareness from NQZ is huge.
Yeah, he's hyper aware of the potential. Knows Twist was in the mid. Just looks away. Now Twist has got an opportunity here. Oh my god, the timing. Twice he's taken a look. Twice he's taken a look. And now, in his blind spot, Twist hits the shot. JKS staring at